FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Another day of hanging out, waiting around, seeing if there's going to be new Houston Texans brought in. Just sitting over there on Kirby with my sign saying welcome with a blank underneath it, and I just fill in the name afterwards. And
you
then
sound like an underachieving 19-year-old. Hey, Sean, what you got planned for the day?
Sitting around.
I was going to just sit around and wait, see what happens.
Hang out.
That's my philosophy.
Wait for some sports to happen, you know?
That's true.
It is.
It is.
Free agency is, man.
There's a lot of, it's positive tension. Loose can like Nick Caserio at the wheel, then you know that anything's possible at any moment.
Yeah.
It's a lot like, the nice thing about the NFL, I was about to compare Caserio to Daryl Morey, because Daryl Morey was a very, very active GM when it came to transactions. Yeah. But they're still few and far between in basketball because of the numbers.
Yeah.
In football, there's typically, at any given time with the Texans, I'll be honest with you, dear listeners, there's some guy on the roster that I didn't even know existed because I missed the update to where Nick Caserio picked up a guy who was a previous rookie free agent for the Ravens in 2007, but he's trying to make a comeback or something.
Yeah.
That is just, there's a lot more activity, but this time of year especially where there are still good offensive linemen, more so maybe at the interior offensive line than offensive tackles, but the Texans are going to be adding offensive linemen between now and 2 weeks after the draft. I think there's going to be some notable exchanges.
Yeah, there's still people out there kind of freaking out over like what it looks like right now, and I'm like, they're going to pick up people. There will be people coming in the building. Don't worry.
They are going to pick up people. This is what I wonder about. Because I have my knee-jerk, like, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
National media types when they talk about where the Texans are right now. Because typically what you hear a lot of is, I don't know what the Texans are doing. They got rid of 3 of their starting offensive linemen. I mean, what are they going to do? Okay, they're going to do something.
Yep.
They're going to do something. However, I do have to concede that though a guy like Cooper Kupp, some of these veteran free agents that might really be looking for what's the best situation for me. I want to win. I want to maybe leap forward into success. If I'm Cooper Kupp, if I try to take my own Seth Payne filter out of it as much as possible. If I'm Cooper Kupp, I'm looking at the Texans, and I'm thinking, yeah, I like C.J. Stroud, but C.J. Stroud had a down year last year, largely because the pass protection and the run offense were so bad. And I'm looking at your offensive line right now, and I might not be that comfortable going to Houston compared to some of the other places that are more intact and ready-made.
Yeah.
So for where the Texans are right now, I don't think offensively they're as enticing a landing spot for some of these guys like Cooper Kupp. Defensively, we know. Like C.J. Gardner-Johnson couldn't have been more pleased that he got traded to the Texans.
Hand in glove, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole different scenario.
Yeah.
But, yeah, for Cooper Kupp, he's in his waning years. He's still got good football in him. He's just having a hard time staying healthy. He probably looks at DeAndre Hopkins going to the Ravens and thinks, oh, yeah, that would have been nice. That would have been really nice. It's the Texans, it's more of a flyer.
It's more of a flyer. There's a lot of talk out there. And by the way, Cooper Kupp is available now. For those who don't know, you didn't see that yesterday. He's been officially released by the Los Angeles Rams. Before we dive back into Cooper Kupp, for the Texans, potentially, here's Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network yesterday, who actually mentions the Texans in this blurb.
This is kind of a weird situation because we've known for weeks before, sort of creates the perception publicly that, like, his market is kind of meh. Like, I don't think it is. I think it's pretty strong. I don't think it's going to be $20 million a year, otherwise somebody would have traded for him. But, if it's 11, 12, like Josh Palmer and free agency, got to believe it was 12. Like, I could see Cooper Kupp in that range. You guys mentioned the Jaguars. Makes a ton of sense. Texans make a lot of sense, even though they traded for Christian Kirk. The Saints, what about the Seahawks, who have some familiarity there, just scheme-wise, system-wise, and personnel-wise from the Rams?
Yeah, it feels like football as a whole, and maybe it's just because the Texans have been in on some of these guys and we're feeling it a little more acutely here in Houston. But this market, this kind of in-between market of guys who are still good players, reasons why they're flawed, either age or injury or whatever, that we know are going to get cut because they're expensive, but some teams are willing to send something to a team. The Texans did it twice already this offseason with Christian Kirk and with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And I agree with what Ian Rappaport said right there. No, teams didn't hold back from trading for Cooper Kupp because there's nothing there. They held back from trading for him because if you trade for him, you inherit the contract that's in place.
Yeah.
And he was due $20 million, and teams didn't want to do it for $20 million. But for $10 million, hey, maybe so. So I'm seeing two things, Seth. I'm seeing what you talked about, which is Texans got a lot of stuff to fix, and maybe wide receivers just not one of them right now. And the other is that Cooper Kupp, scheme-wise, might not be a fit right now because he's viewed as a slot receiver by a lot of people, and the Texans got at least in the slot. The teams that I'm seeing interested in Cooper Kupp, the teams that are getting tossed around are the Packers, the Patriots, who are in on everybody this offseason, the Steelers, and the Broncos. The one I'm reading, one of the experts I'm reading here says Bills and Chargers already have that slot role filled on their team with Shakir and with Ladd McConkey on the Chargers. So I don't know. Do you expect there to be smoke with the Texans and Cooper Kupp this week?
I think that there will definitely be smoke. I mean, people are going to throw the Texans out there as a viable option for them. I think that I don't really expect it, no. I think that clearly right now, if you're going to spend money in free agency, it's going to be on the margins and on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. And I think that some of these guys that we've seen, Kevin Ziegler yesterday signed a one-year, $8 million contract? $9 million contract with the Titans. I think that's where they're looking at right now is the offensive line market for guys that aren't marquee guys but might be solid players. There's still guys out there. I mean, Mekhi Becton's an interesting one because he's obviously had a speckled career, but last year was good. He's got all those first-round traits that got him drafted in the first round, but I wonder if his expectations are maybe higher than what other teams think of him.
Yeah.
But like Tevin Jenkins is out there. There's Brandon Scherf from the Jaguars. He's a veteran guy, not as great as he used to be, but still very viable. There are guys out there then probably somewhat affordable.
Yeah,
affordable.
Keep in mind, all the names you just named are going to be light years better than what the Texans trotted out there last year. And that shouldn't be the bar, but this is going to be, I put it this way, they're not going to head into 2025 with an offensive line where they go, chef's kiss, we're done. This is the new group right here. It's going to be a process to get to where they want to get to with the offensive line. It's probably going to take a couple years.
Yeah.
In 2025, I think a reasonable thing to expect would be significant improvement over last year, but probably not one of the offensive lines that the pundits are pointing to, saying that is the reason why the Texans have improved. That's the nerve center of the Houston Texans right there.
The big X factor in all of that is who do you sign in free agency? And how well do they perform? So they already brought in Laken Tomlinson. He's one of those veteran guys that was he's not as good as he used to be, and he's still he's very, very durable, and he's an option in there right now in the interior.
Yep.
You sign one or two guys that are veteran free agents. The huge X factors are really how does Blake Fisher develop in his second year, because he did some promising things, but we saw in the Chiefs game especially, man, he's still a rookie. There's still a long way to go, but he showed some promising flashes. So if Blake Fisher develops and you just have steadiness on the interior offensive line, you can have a very viable offensive line without having to even hit on your first round pick. Now, and the kid ends up being one of the better performing rookie offensive tackles or a genuine stud. That's where you've got a chance to do something. So I I think likely, yes, it's at least 2 years before you feel awesome about the offensive line.
Yeah.
But we've seen it flip time and time again on various teams where just with good, fundamentally sound football and good quarterback play, your offensive line can make a big leap forward. Especially, a lot of times your quarterback and your running back make your offensive line look a lot better than they actually are. The Ravens are a good instance of that. The Ravens have some questionable dudes on the offensive line, but it didn't seem to be an issue for them by and large last year.
I think my reasonable expectation for something good enough to get to the AFC title game, that's D'Amico's stated kind of that's the thing he's harped on this offseason, is taking this team to new heights. We got to get to the AFC title game, and I think him saying that is not eschewing the Super Bowl. Obviously, I think there's a feeling, hey, if you get to the AFC title game, it's a one and done tournament. You win 2 more games, you're the champion of the world, that kind of thing. So that's his stated goal. I think if they have an offensive line that, however you measure it, running, passing, is middle of the pack and plays in a way that doesn't create this cultural schism within the offensive side of the ball and the team itself, where you're pointing at them going, yeah, they're middle of the pack, but geez, they're still making things. They still stand around after blocking for 3 seconds. Like,
they don't go over and help C.J. Stroud out when he's in a melee on the sideline or in the backfield.
Middle of the pack and displaying swarmy qualities. That's my
Scrappy
expectation.
Bastards.
Yes, that's my expectation for 2025.
The funniest thing about all this Laremy Tunsil stuff is for the people that they're just whipped by the Pro Football Focus passing grade, pass protection grade, and that alone.
Nothing else.
I'll point out that Kendall Lamb was the 10th highest PFF pass protection grade last year.
That's a chess move by you right there.
I don't know why people aren't clamoring for Kendall Lamb, given that they're so enamored of the PFF pass protection grade. And yet, here we are. Yeah.
Here we are. All right, Rockets win last night. They beat the Suns 111-104. We'll get to that in headlines a little later on this hour. There was a scrape. We haven't had one in a while in a Rockets game. They were damn near the bad boy Pistons at one time last year. We had a scrape last night. Steven Adams, we love you. So we'll get to all that a little later on this hour. I do want to stick with the Tunsil question or the Tunsil situation because, yes, Seth went on Washington radio yesterday. We don't have the audio of that, but we do have audio from the Zach Gelb show from 2 days ago, Seth, that got some people riled up.
Yeah.
Of you breaking down the Tunsil trade.
People in Washington are not happy with my appraisal of Laremy Tunsil.
No, I think you and I have done a pretty good job of taking a blowtorch to Washington radio the last few days.
That's right. I'll tell you, we're draining the swamp. That's what we're doing.
We're bringing the truth is what we're doing. We're truth soldiers, man. And I've got the answers for this in the open. But when does the Toradol of the Tunsil trade wear off for all of us? And we look around and go, okay, this is our offensive line as of right now. We'll discuss that coming up next. But I don't know when the Toradol wore off after getting it wasn't.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know if the Laremy Tunsil trade is the biggest in Texans history or the most impactful or whatever. It is the most interesting one, I think, just in terms of the talking points, because I feel like over the last few days since that trade got made, and you and I have done radio in Washington, and you were on Zach Gelb's national show a couple days ago. We're going to play some audio from that here in a minute or two. But it's been more about explaining why it did, with, for me at least, the acknowledgement that it might work out in Washington. If Laremy Tunsil's not put in a position of leadership in that offensive line room, and everything I've listened to in Washington, where they've started to hear guys like you and I talk about the Laremy experience here, they're immediate to point out, like, well, they've already got this guy and that guy who kind of own that room. That's all well and good. If Laramy's not somebody who's held up as some sort of example or put in a position to be made an example for the younger players or for the rest of that room, it could very well work out just fine in Washington. I totally acknowledge that this could be a trade where it's addition by subtraction for the Texans and addition by addition for the Washington Commanders. I think that's completely true. It is funny that like some of the Washington people are already taking up for Laremy as if he's played a snap for them already, you know,
or if he's even actually showed up or reported, because it's not going to be a surprise to anybody if he wants a new contract.
Right. So,
and Washington has a whole lot of cap space. So we'll see. We'll see exactly when he shows up and all of that. But, yeah, the thing that's really hard to explain with Laremy Tunsil to people outside of Houston who haven't watched week in and week out is that they don't know the emotional pain of the false starts or the severity. Because what I run into every time I talk to somebody outside of Houston is they'll say, well, it's just a false start. It's just a 5-yard penalty. Why do you care? Well, it's the timing of the false starts at times where it negates a huge play, or it's in a fourth quarter drive in a critical moment and it's a drive killer. Yeah. So there's that. But it's the severity of the issues combined, which includes the aligning too deep, the illegal procedures or illegal alignments. He had 15 of those last year. In the last 5 seasons, Trent Williams has had 16 of those penalties. So Laremy Tunsil this year committed those penalties at a rate 5 times a genuine all-pro caliber. And that, by the way, and that doesn't, remember, Laremy didn't play for a huge swath of 2022. 21. Yeah. So it's like, well, and I don't even, Laremy, that doesn't include Laramy's 5-year stats. Mm-hmm. So there's that, but then there's also the fact that he's a finesse player. So people don't appreciate, hey, well, like, why you guys don't like Laremy Tunsil? Well, because we're paying him like the highest paid offensive lineman in the league, but he doesn't make the plays in the run game or on screens especially that Trent Williams or Penei Sewell does. There's very little physicality to his game. So there's nothing where you look at it with Laremy Tunsil and think, oh, yeah, that guy's a tone setter.
Yeah.
And it's annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah. Here was you on Zach Gelb a couple of days ago. This is a national show, and the video of this dropped on social media, so everybody on social media got a chance to hear your take. This was Seth's national take on Laremy Tunsil.
There's been a culture issue on that entire offense. If you watch the Texans play, anybody that saw them play this year, on any given Sunday, usually the defense is playing like banshees with their hair on fire. They are tough, they're physical, they're all those things. A soft offense. So, yes, Laremy Tunsil is one of the best pass protectors in the NFL. As an offensive lineman, he's severely lacking when it comes to caring about being a run blocker. So when you talk about, I hear people talk about him being one of the best offensive tackles in the league. He's not even in the same conversation as guys like Penei Sewell or Trent Williams or any of those guys, the all-pro caliber guys. And it's been frustrating for multiple years now because he also tends to be one of the league leaders in penalties. So there's a lot wrapped up into him being one of the highest paid guys on the team when you've got a coach like D'Amico Ryans who really wants players who are kind of a mirror image of himself, just hard, tough football players. They get a lot of unsportsmanlike or unnecessary roughness penalties on defense, and the offense hasn't been like that at all. So on that entire offensive line where it was just replete with disappointing performances by players, people had grown tired of Laremy Tunsil being the guy that some of those younger guys might be trying to emulate.
It's a great summary, man. Good job.
I feel like that was about right.
That was about, no, I think you nailed it. I
don't like to check my replies on social media anymore because I know it's a time management issue. I get too wrapped up and start arguing with people. Right. So I just try to keep an even keel. And all right, if it's out there, it's out there. I'm not going to worry about it. So I had you go do the dirty work.
Yeah,
for me.
and I think you'll be actually pleasantly surprised. Now, I'm looking at replies to a Washington media member who I went on their show.
Yeah.
The day of the trade or the day after the trade. I guess Lionel Willing and he and his co-host were somewhat incredulous of some of the things I was saying. I pointed out the false starts, talked about how selfish it was. We got into a little back and forth about false starts. How can they be selfish? They're just mistakes. They're mistakes when you make 2 a year. They're selfish when you make 12 a year.
They're selfish when you're more concerned with how you look as a pass protector, so you want to get a jump or a line too deep in the backfield.
I choose to believe Laramie's motivation for those false starts wasn't, I must protect CJ. I choose to believe it's, I must have a 95 in my pass block rating. So Lionel retweets this and says, retweeted the quote tweeted the video of what you just said, what we just played. And he said, so Texan fans and media have convinced themselves that this was a good deal for them with a bunch of rolling on the floor laughing emojis. Name 3 better left tackles. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Most of the replies to this are people naming 3 better left tackles than Laremy Tunsil. Like Zach Gelb himself says, well, I'll start with Trent Williams, Jordan Mailata, Tristan Wirfs, and Deion Dawkins, just to name a few. Most of these replies are pro Payne.
Even out of a Washington radio host. Huh?
Yeah.
The one that I did see before I reminded myself, like, okay, don't reply to any of this, is that somebody pointed out the hypocrisy of me pointing out unnecessary roughness penalties as a good thing on defense, but somehow Laremy Tunsil's false starts were bad penalties.
I'm guessing you've got an answer to this.
Yes. Well, what I saw was that multiple people had responded to that guy, and like, okay, there you go. But for anybody who was just listening who thought that might be a little bit of hypocrisy, for one, the unnecessary roughness penalties come from multiple different players on defense, and they're somewhat sporadic. We've talked about Azeez Al-Shire and how he needs to just stop just stepping he's got to step back from the line every now and then. But the sum total of it is that those are aggressive football penalties that come from a style of play that's encouraged. It's kind of like Laremy Tunsil. I don't bring up Laremy Tunsil's holding penalties. That happens in the course of a game. Mm-hmm. That just it happens, you know. Yeah. It's the brain dead penalties like false starts, or when it's a serial offender like Laremy Tunsil. It is a sign of selfishness. I don't have to know anything about Laremy Tunsil's Instagram or reports of a toxic environment by Albert Breer or anything else. I can watch the film and tell you that's a selfish football player because he cares more about himself than the team or that drive or the young offensive lineman on that team whose jobs are made harder every time he false starts. So there is no hypocrisy there.
No, I agree.
I earned a reprieve. I will not be burned at the stake.
Now, Mr. Optimistic on Twitter, at Mr. Optimistic HOU. He's a Texan fan.
He's a Houston guy.
He's a Houston guy. And he tweets this. And this is an optimistic tweet. He said the Texans have a starting 5 right now as follows. Titus Howard, left tackle. Laken Tomlinson, left guard. Jarrett Patterson, center. Juice Scruggs, right guard. Blake Fisher, right tackle. Mr. Optimistic points out, all 5 have been starters in the league. Good coaching can help them improve. I think we'll still bring in a vet guard and address the line. I largely agree with this tweet. Reading that starting 5 left to right is a little jarring, especially a tackle when Titus has never played, not never, but he's largely played right tackle and left guard. And Blake Fisher has a lot to improve upon in his rookie year. It is a big leap of faith if those are your 2 tackles. So my question is this, Seth. I still feel really good right now, like about this Tunsil trade. When you and I get talking about this trade, I still feel really good about the spirit behind it and what it means in terms of moving forward. I have the same excitement that if I leveled a house and I'm looking at the blank spat of dirt there, I'm like, there's going to be a nice house there someday, man.
Yeah.
But then at some point, the Toradol wears off and you go, oh, crap. We got to build this house. Like,
right.
So when is the Toradol going to wear off for me, do you think? And I start to get nervous about what this looks like.
I would feel better. I'd feel a lot better if they sign another veteran interior offensive linemen.
Now,
and then if they draft a tackle in the first round, I'll get myself all hyped up about that dude. If it's Tyler, well, it wouldn't be Tyler Booker, obviously. If they draft an offensive tackle in the first round, and we feel good about that, then you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And then you've got options, whether Blake Fisher is a starter or a swing tackle. Titus Howard at right tackle is not playing up to his contract, but he's just fine. There's plenty of really good offensive lines that have a guy like Titus Howard playing right tackle. So it's going to be a multi-month process, I think.
Is it a lock that Titus Howard is a tackle on this team next year? Either left or right?
I think it's it depends on how they fill out the rest of the squad in free agency and then what you have in the draft and how does a rookie offensive tackle or a rookie guard perform. The other thing that I saw, your actual Willingham guy or whatever his name is, the Washington radio host, I saw him and multiple others accusing us of hindsight reasoning, that we're trying to tuck ourselves into feeling good about this trade. So I had I replied to him specifically because he's a colleague of sorts.
Yes.
A tweet of mine from January.
You got the receipts.
It was just simply
here.
this.
Yep.
I hold Tunsil to a higher standard. He could be an all-pro, genuinely top-tier guy if he would just run block the way he should. It's glaringly different from the Trent Williams, Penei Sewell strata, and those guys commit about 1 to 3 or 4 false starts per year. The inattention to detail from a team leader is frustrating. So when the whole O-line is as ineffective as it's been, it's hard for me to heap praise on a bell cow who sets a poor example. So that's our feeling and has been for quite some time.
Dude, go back. This is what I would also say to somebody like Willingham, which is go back and watch. The Minnesota game took place in week 3.
Yeah.
He had 3 straight plays where he had silly
Pre-snap
line
penalties.
of scrimmage pre-snap penalties. Are you telling me that for a guy who had a history of pre-snap penalties, it was almost like this is your life in one sequence of plays in that Minnesota Vikings game? Do just a little bit of research and say, really, you think a smart person sits here and says this is no big deal after a game like that? Come on, man.
And he wouldn't accept any responsibility for it. By and large, throughout his entire duration here, it was never his fault. The league was out to get him. Yeah. It was the center's fault. The center doesn't know how to do the silent count correctly, even though the center didn't seem to be an issue for any of the other players. So it's and the other part of it too, though, is honestly, this is disgusting to me by a lot of people who also I feel like should know better. They cite this PFF pass protection grade, this Pro Football Focus pass protection grade, as if it's the only thing that matters in assessing offensive linemen. So I asked them, why are they not clamoring to go get Kendall Lamb, the 10th highest graded pass protector amongst offensive tackles last year? And why are they so adamantly ignoring stats like, the ESPN run block win rate, which had Laremy Tunsil as the 39th best offensive tackle in football last year. 39. He's not a complete offensive tackle. He's a really, really good pass protector.
Okay, 39. There's 32 teams, right? 32, yeah, so he's 30,
64
starting
He's
tackles.
a middling run blocker, which, given his physical potential and athleticism, is unacceptable and inexcusable.
Yep.
He's capable of so much more.
Yep.
We saw it for a stretch of about 4 or 5 games where he was really dialed in and doing things right, and then he started getting lazy again. The second Titans game was atrocious. He'll wheel on a guy, because I probably won't get graded down on this play, but I won't really try to keep reaching him. I'll just wheel on him and seal him off and basically allow Joe Mixon to get destroyed by the inside linebacker.
How high on the list of things you're rooting for this season, outside of the Texans, non-Texan stuff, how high is the failure of the Washington Commanders and specifically the offensive line on your list? It's very high on mine. Yeah.
For the Pettycast, I'm very engaged in this.
Very engaged, yes.
I can't talk myself into being down on the Commanders' offense. I think that they'll probably continue to be a pretty good offense. Mm-hmm. So I'm not handicapping it as something that I'm going to be able to be petty about. But if it does happen, I'll be incredibly petty.
Yes.
I'll be the pettiest of all petties.
Good.
I'll be a damn petticoat, Sean.
That's when you're at your best, petticoat.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are off and running on a Thursday, man. Good time to be alive here in Houston. Speaking of which, Rockets win last night. We'll get to that. We'll dig deep on that one in headlines. We've got news around the NFL, news that we're waiting for still, a lot of people around the NFL that we'll get to. Busy day here on the show. Stay there. We'll do headlines coming up next.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what. When you went on
Lakers live. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
4 straight wins for the Rockets and their 41st victory of the season, equaling their win total from last season where they had improved their record by 19 games, continuing to take steps forward.
All right, that was Craig Ackerman on the call. The Rockets win last night, 111-104 over the Phoenix Suns. Actually a game that finished closer than the game really felt. The Rockets kind of holding them at double-digit bay all during the second half of this game, and they cruised to a win, 111-104. 4 wins in a row, as Craig mentioned there, and they matched their season win total for last year. We know last year they finished at 500, 41-41. They're 41-25 now, man. They're still 5th in the West, but they're only 2 games back of number 2 in the West. One of the teams in front of them is the Lakers. Have 7 games over the next 9 days. So, and the Rockets are still in the midst of a homestand and a patch of schedule, Seth, that is very manageable. They've won these last couple games against lower-level teams pretty easily without Amen Thompson, and last night without Amen Thompson and without Steven Adams for most of the game.
I'll tell you what, there's a part of the Rockets that I don't know what Udoka's acronym of choice is, but whatever his equivalent of swarm is.
They're very swarm,
D'Amico Ryan's special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Yeah.
I mean, this team, you can almost just pick it up at any given point or several different points in the game and see how scrappy they're playing and figure out whether it was close at the end or if they won. At the very least, okay, did this team disappoint me this week or not, or in this game or not? And when they're getting a lot of offensive rebounds, when they're engaged defensively, they tend to do pretty well. Injuries have mattered, but last night was a scrappy performance. They got 11 steals. They were getting in lanes. They were putting pressure on them. They got 18 points off of 17 Phoenix turnovers. That was the brand and version of Rockets basketball that works for this squad. And obviously Fred VanVleet helps a lot.
Yeah, him being back, he only had 10 points. He didn't shoot the ball all that well, but they just, I don't know, they just look more composed. They look more organized when he's out there. And he played like 28 minutes. It's not like he had his full workload going last night. So yeah, it was good, man. All 5 starters in double digits. Steven Adams got ejected for getting into a scrape with one of the Plumleys. Here's what it sounds.
The right eye of Plumlee. Let's see what happens. They were just going at it.
It's an elbow from Plumlee.
And they get locked up.
No, I'm not letting go. You don't let go. There's the takedown. WWE style. And again, I don't know. Look, nobody could get them off each other there. There's a lot going on, man. And hey, man, I like it. Nobody's shaking up. Those two going at it. And
we're good, Ben. We're good. Yeah, so the two. So Steven Adams and I think it's Mason. I get all the Plumleys mixed up. And Mason Plumlee kind of got tied up with each other. Plumlee had an elbow up in Steven Adams' face, and then they both kind of fell to the floor.
Well, no, Adams got him in a forklift.
Oh, okay.
And was kind of holding him there.
Okay.
Very emasculating for Plumlee at that point.
Yeah.
I could understand what was going through Plumlee's mind. It's that, this guy's almost just completely holding me off, but we're face to face. But Adams had both his arms extended up underneath Plumlee's armpits.
Okay.
And it was just it was impressive. It was impressive.
Yeah.
So they start tying up. Adams goes for a bear hug of Plumlee, and then it looked like he was trying to hit a suplex.
Yeah.
That's what you call it in Olympic wrestling.
Yeah.
You guys in WWE would call it a suplex.
Yes.
He could have pulled it off, but he had no hip thrust to it.
Right.
You got to thrust your hips and twist.
Yeah.
But instead, they both kind of fell like two redwoods in the forest. And so Plumlee landed on top of Adams, where Adams could get just a little torque into the situation.
I was impressed with Steven Adams in that, yes, they both tipped over like two redwoods. He took the brunt of it. I mean, Plumlee's a big dude. He's a 7-footer.
Yeah.
Fell right on top of him, like right into his sternum. And Steven Adams just got up and was like laughing about the whole thing. Like, it was, like that hurts. You get sandwiched in between hardwood and a 7-foot human being. That hurts, I would guess. It would hurt me.
But the cut eye above Plumlee's, the cut eyebrow on Plumlee didn't look like it came from a fist or anything. It was some kind of the melee and the scrapping that happened.
They both got ejected. I was a little surprised. Here's Ime Udoka after the game. He was a little surprised, too, that the two of them got ejected.
What did you think of the rest of the match? There wasn't much. Steven could do a lot more if he was really trying to wrestle. So, like I said, it looked like they got in a little bear hug and fell down, and I thought that'd be maybe a technical at best, but surprised to be ejected.
See, he basically said Steven Adams would have kicked his ass.
Yeah.
You know what? If it was a wrestling match and they actually were allowed to go fight each other, I think Steven would have done a number on the guy. That's what I heard.
It did. I mean, at first, it was a tussle that turned into Steven Adams kind of holding Plumlee at bay, and then everything escalated. It was almost one of those situations where it seemed like the peacekeepers added to the melee because one of them lost their feet, so they go down, and then everything else looks a lot worse than it was. The audio of it actually sounds more exciting than it actually was.
Yeah,
and the fact that they're just two gigantic
they're
human
huge,
beings
and Steven Adams looks like Aquaman. You know, like he looks like he looks like a Marvel movie. It adds to it for sure.
I'll tell you what, there is something that's fun, though. Steven Adams made out. I'll say he won the fight just because a lot of times when you get in a fight and somebody gets cut on their face, even if it wasn't from a fist, the optics are that you kick that guy's butt.
Oh, if they're bleeding? For sure.
I got in a fight in the locker room once with another lineman, and I had him under control because of wrestling, because I knew how to wrestle and this guy didn't, and he thought he was just going to come up and kick my ass. He sucker punched me. I didn't even expect the punch coming. Long story. I had pissed him off, and so he sucker punched me, and I just grabbed him and put him in a headlock, and I kind of like tapped him in the face a few times, like kind of like Nolan Ryan with
Robin Ventura.
When Ventura charged them, where they weren't like devastating blows or anything. But like, I'm going to get some points here.
Yeah.
I'm going to win the round.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really worried about it. I had him complete and under control. But at the same time, I was throwing him into a locker. And I think he hit his face on the locker. So he ended up bleeding all down his face, and his eye was all swollen up. And that's when things got really interesting, because I think at that point he was embarrassed. And he had to be held down by like 5 guys. And I was like, all right, man, whatever.
Tasted his own blood. Oh, man. Okay.
Later on, I was working out in the weight room. He came in and grabbed the dumbbell and was walking around with the dumbbell like he was going to hit me with the dumbbell.
Menacing you?
Yeah. He was a young player. He was a rookie that I had hazed. I didn't haze him. I gave him some discipline.
Okay.
Because he was getting his ankles taped past the deadline from when rookies are supposed to be. I took his pants, and I had one of the athletic trainers soak them and then put them in the freezer, like fold them up and then put them in the freezer. So when he came back in from practice to get dressed, his pants were frozen, and he wasn't happy about that at all.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. He was really, really upset about it.
I have so many questions that I know you won't answer on the air about this whole thing.
He was a good guy. We had fun. We had a beer later.
That's good. Yeah, you got to make up your teammates at the end of the day.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
NFL news: Cooper Kupp released yesterday. I would imagine that is a name Texan fans will be keeping an eye on. We'll talk more about that as the show rolls on today in the 7 o'clock hour. Waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Boy, some of these Nugget Hussies are getting very impatient with Aaron Rodgers yesterday. I saw a Schefter clip where he's like, Aaron Rodgers is working on his own time frame, like he does. Yeah. But it sounds like it's down to the Steelers and the Giants, maybe the Titans for Aaron Rodgers. I guess if there's a scenario I'm rooting for with this, it's the Titans, just because it would spice up the AFC South a little bit. I'm not scared of Aaron Rodgers on the Titans as a Texan fan. I think
what you saw out of Aaron Rodgers last year was, I think what you see out of a lot of aging guys who are coming off of Achilles tendon tears. Kobe, in his later years, after he had torn an Achilles tendon, it was an Achilles tendon for Kobe, right?
It was, yes.
It was, yeah. Like, he would have these flashes and these stretches. And you'd think, oh, there's the old Kobe we know. But then he'd be banged up and nagging injuries a lot, or just not be playing the same way.
Not Kobe, yeah.
That's what Aaron Rodgers had last year. The second half of the Texans game, that was all pro Aaron Rodgers. Made some brilliant throws in that game window, and but I just don't think you're going to expect that out of the course of the season. So I like him coming to the Titans just for for one, retribution for last year's Jets game.
Oh yeah,
and
2 chances at it. Yeah,
because it makes the AFC South more interesting.
It makes it spicier, no doubt about that. What do you make of Micah Parsons tweeting last night that it's my time?
I thought the most interesting thing about it was that he put a lion emoji there,
right?
Which apparently he does pretty regularly.
Yeah.
But when he said that, he said, it's my time.
Yeah.
I think you read into it and you think, okay, it's his time to get paid is what he's thinking. Lions fans interpreted it as, oh, he's trying to get up to the Lions. He wants to be on a winning team.
Okay.
But I don't think that's I think that was just him with his avatar of choice, or his emoji of choice.
He did go to Penn State, the Nittany Lions, and so there may be something there with that. Look, Micah Parsons would be a great addition to any team. I would tell them, you got to pay Aiden Hutchinson. You got a lot of guys you got to pay, and you'd have to trade to get Micah Parsons.
What have the Cowboys done in free agency?
Nothing.
They've re-signed their own.
Nothing.
That's about it.
They've done nothing in free agency, and it was to the extent that Ryan Clark literally on ESPN yesterday said, I don't know if they care. Literally said, I don't know if Jerry cares about winning. Let's see, what else? Real quick here. Oh, Cam Smith's in right field today, Seth. Cam Smith getting the start in right field for the Astros today.
And all
that's big.
The big thing that kind of turned the baseball world on its ear, including us locally, where, listen, I listen to the smart baseball people. The smart baseball people are telling me and writing that, look, roster. No, yeah, that makes sense. He's not going to be on the opening day roster. It looks very possible that there's an avenue by which Cam Smith ends up on the opening day roster.
Yes.
Now, early on in spring training, Dana Brown had said, well, we wanted just to focus on third base right now and let him progress. Okay, he got to focus on third base and has been really, really good at the plate. So now the next step in the process is, hey, we've got a huge, gigantic hole out there in right field, and none of these guys have really impressed us so far. Let's see how he does with the next step in the progression.
Chaz is 2 for 13. This, to me, the message is clear. This is basically a 2-week tryout for Cam Smith to make the team. Out of spring training. He's going to be a big part of this team at some point down the road. But this is essentially when I say 2 weeks, I mean, hell, opening day is 2 weeks from today. This is like a 7-day tryout in right field for Cam Smith to be the starting right fielder for this
Opening day could be a whole lot of fun if Cam Smith is in right field and Jose Altuve is in left field.
Dude.
Just for the sheer novelty of it all.
Thank you. Yes, I am there for that, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast heading into the 7 o'clock hour. Hey, Brooks and Dunn tickets today. That's a big one. I'm going to that one on March the 22nd. That's what we're giving away on a rodeo ticket Thursday in the 7 o'clock hour. So be listening. Your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to go check out Brooks and Dunn at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, we'll circle back. We mentioned Cooper Kupp. We'll talk about that. Are the Texans in the market? One big name taken off of the market yesterday, but experts out there have a backup plan for the Texans at veteran guard. A lot more, and we got a busy show. Good to have you with us this morning. I want to get you guys also, as long as we're talking about open.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a lot of stuff moving, a lot of moving parts in free agency still for the Houston Texans. Cooper Kupp is now available. He's out there, and he's expected to have a pretty robust market. Here's Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network yesterday, kind of laying things out. Rams wide receiver, now former Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp, out there on the marketplace.
This is kind of a weird situation because we've known for weeks that Cooper Kupp is available. No one's traded for him, which sort of creates the perception publicly that, like, his market is kind of meh. Like, I don't think it is. I think it's pretty strong. You know, I don't think it's going to be $20 million a year. Otherwise, somebody would have traded for him. But, you know, if it's 11, 12, like Josh Palmer and free agency got, I believe it was 12. Like, I could see Cooper Kupp in that range. You guys mentioned the Jaguars. Makes a ton of sense. Texans make a lot of sense, even though they traded for Christian Kirk. The Saints, what about the Seahawks, who have some familiarity there, just scheme-wise, system-wise, and personnel-wise from the Rams?
All right, so first of all, the one thing I would point out to Texan fans, I take zero of Ian Rappaport rattling off teams there as that he's heard of genuine interest. That
he done makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, this is him, knowledgeable football fan, looking at things here, because he did this with a few other free agents, and you can tell it's just him spitballing teams that he thinks make sense. I don't think it's he talked to somebody in the building and they're hot on Cooper Kupp. They may be, but I don't think that's what that comes from. Now, I guess the question would be, Seth, that matters to the people listening to this show right now, would be, is what Ian Rappaport said true, do you think? Like, do the Texans, and he even mentioned they traded for Christian Kirk already, do the Texans makes sense? Is there a scenario where Cooper Kupp makes sense for the Texans in your mind right now?
I highly doubt it, and I think that in going after Christian Kirk, that's clearly going after a slot receiver. Christian Kirk is a slot, does his best work in the slot. He's the size of a slot. They went after a slot receiver. Cooper Kupp, different body type, but does the majority of his work in the slot. And at his age, I don't think they think, oh, yeah, this is the year we're going to just line him up on the outside all the time. So I think that they probably had a column on their whiteboard of guys who were potential availabilities. Cooper Kupp and Christian Kirk were in the same column. Yeah. And they ended up getting Christian Kirk. So it's I'm not saying it can't happen, but I don't think that's the object of their desire. And then things really shift after they find a trade partner for Laremy Tunsil. I don't know if they were dead set on trading Laremy Tunsil. I know they shopped him to multiple teams, according to reports, and some teams said, nah. And this is in an offseason when a lot of teams are paying a lot of money for guys like Dan Moore. But they got a package they liked for Laremy Tunsil, and now the focus shifts towards the offensive line more so than probably any other area.
Yeah, I think so too. It's really interesting, and we'll get to Kevin Zeitler here going off the board in just a second. But to that end, the odds boards provide a compass for me at least as to what kind of what people are talking about or interest level with players with certain teams and things like that. Before free agency started, the Texans were on the board and fairly high up the board, too, even after Christian Kirk, the trade for some of these wide receivers, the Keenan Allens, the Amari Coopers of the world. And even on running backs, too, they were on the board. They put betting odds out yesterday with about 12 to 15 teams each for J.K. Dobbins, Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett. Texans were not on the board for any of these guys. They weren't one of the 15 teams on the board for any of them. And I don't think Christian Kirk takes you off the board for guys like Amari Cooper and Keenan Allen when you were on the board for them before. In other words, there's still a need at wide receiver for this team at the right price. I just think I think it's an indicator of the market is looking at the Texans going, man, you got to fix this O-line now. You got to you've torn it down. And now whatever resources you have, you need to throw them at the offensive line instead of throwing them at some of these other positions right now.
Yeah. Amari Cooper, he's still out there, right?
He is.
Amari Cooper is still out there. Obviously Stephon Diggs is still out there. I don't think that's going to happen. Guys that you could bring in as a veteran, but also they've got two good wide receivers. They've got other guys that they're hoping to develop. I mean, Noah Brown I don't know if he's signed anywhere yet. Noah Brown is still out there. I think if I had to gamble between Noah Brown and Amari Cooper, I think it's going to be more of a Noah Brown type before it becomes an Amari Cooper.
You can get him for $3 million probably.
Yeah, the Texans have Noah Brown. The Texans have about $6 million in cap space right now, and they can create space whenever they want to. We haven't seen a Danielle Hunter extension or restructure or anything. I think that's still in play and in the cards. Of course, as you pointed out, Danielle Hunter might just be looking at what defensive ends are getting paid and think, I'm just going to I'll play this as a one-year deal, and maybe I'll sign up with the Texans as a free agent on another 2-year deal, or some other team a year from now.
I would do if I were Danielle Hunter. Look, I hope he extends with the Texans, and if it's beneficial to create more cap space so they can make this coming year better, that's what I'm rooting for as a fan. If I were advising Danielle Hunter, the second that I saw the headline of Myles Garrett getting $40 million a year, I'm not saying that's what Danielle Hunter's going to get. I'm not saying Danielle Hunter is Myles Garrett, but he lives in Myles Garrett's neighborhood, and he's only a year older than Myles Garrett. I think there's this perception of Danielle Hunter that he's 34 years old because he acts like he's 56 years old. Like he's just got that personality. He was drafted in 2016. Myles Garrett was drafted in 2017. They're a year of NFL football apart from each other. So, Hunter, but to your point, if they need to go make a move, they'll find a way to create cap space. They can go do that for sure. Kevin Zeitler coming off the board yesterday. I thought of you immediately because Zeitler is a name that you've been bringing up for a while now as a guy who would be an absolute perfect fit for the Texans, a guy who at this stage of his career in his mid-30s is probably playing on one-year deals, just a year at a time. He goes to the Titans of all teams for 1 year, $9 million yesterday. Was that a kick in the gut to you when you saw that?
A little bit. Yeah. There's still guys out there that are viable guards. I liked Kevin Zeitler's age as a positive because he's been very durable. But I would have preferred Kevin Zeitler, for instance, to Laken Tomlinson. But you know what? I'm going to give myself a ding. I haven't said LaDainian Tomlinson once since Laken Tomlinson was signed.
It's true. Even reading tweets with his name in it, your brain goes LaDainian when you look at it. It goes
LaDainian instantly.
Yep, it's true.
I'll tell you what, LaDainian Tomlinson, the fact that they never tried him at guard in his waning years, that's a real tragedy.
Yeah, that is.
I would have felt better about Zeitler than I would about Tomlinson, but that's the type of veteran guy. Now, the one thing that I really like about Tomlinson is that if you're going to sign an older guy, he's been very, very durable. So if you want a guy that can perhaps play either guard position or swing interior offensive lineman, I like him there. The one thing I get nervous about with guys like Tomlinson is that, D'Amico obviously has had exposure to Tomlinson and probably really, really likes all character type stuff that he brings to the table.
Yeah.
And I think they want to establish that culture. I've seen this time and time again, and I've actually been that guy at one point in my career where a coach has an affection for a player, an older player, and sometimes they have too much of a blind spot. I think Nick might have had that with Shaq Mason a little bit.
Maybe so.
And Nick giving Shaq Mason the deal that they did, and then Shaq Mason really underperforming compared to what he had been in New England. I don't want that to be the situation with Tomlinson. When I was coming off of my third ACL tear going into my 11th year, I was a free agent. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to play anymore. And Tom Coughlin brought me into the Giants. And they made me an offer, and it made a lot of sense. In hindsight, I should have taken it because the Giants would go on to win the Super Bowl that year. But I also knew that, I knew I wasn't the same player I used to be. And I know Coughlin wanted to bring me in for just because I could be a veteran leader and all that stuff. And I just know what it's like when a coach's pet comes onto the team and you're the veteran guy. And meanwhile, the guys on your new team don't know you from Adam.
Right.
And all they see is a guy that's getting paid millions of dollars to be an average or sub-average player. I don't want to do that. I mean, Kubiak did that. They did that with a couple of players. Sherman had his running back from Green Bay.
I'm on Green.
Sherman brought in the center that year too, who I can't remember.
I don't remember who that was.
Mike something.
Yeah.
And he was an awesome dude, but way past his prime. And that leadership doesn't start to look at you as a guy that's just here because you're the coach's pet. It negates the leadership aspect of it.
Flanagan
Flanagan. Mike Flanagan. Awesome guy.
Yeah.
Awesome guy. Had been a really good and solid player, but he was past his prime.
Yep.
Did he play anywhere after he played in Houston?
I don't know. I just Googled Texans signed center Mike Sherman, and it pulled up a 2006 article from March of 2006 of them signing Flanagan.
So I always have a little bit of a hesitation when you bring in the aging veteran that the coach really liked when he was with him, because the coach forgets the natural aging cycle sometimes.
That is interesting. Your particular story is interesting in that not that you didn't have great leadership skills or anything like that, that you would have been going into a room that had Michael Strahan, O.C. Humaniora, Justin Tuck. Like I see the names there, and I'm like, doesn't feel like, and maybe it was an overall thing with you, not just that room.
Well,
kind of thing,
okay,
you know?
this is the thing though too, and this is why it was especially a coach's pet dynamic.
Yeah.
It was, and now Coughlin shows his love in weird ways. You know, like I knew that he respected me as a player, but I don't know if he had any coach's pets. But headed into that season where they won their first Super Bowl, Strahan hated Coughlin.
Okay.
You know, and Coughlin was still old school Coughlin in a lot of ways. And he kind of made a switch midway through that season to where he became a kinder, gentler Coughlin, and that ended up being the big difference.
Yeah.
So I would have been the guy going in who especially was looked at as, this is Coughlin's guy.
You'd have been the mole.
This is Coughlin's boy. Yeah. Dumb move.
So you
dumb move.
So you sacrificed.
Really dumb move.
Seth sacrificed the Super Bowl championship because he didn't want to be that guy.
Well, the other part of it was I didn't know, because they had just named the GM that year. Was it Jerry Reese? And so I didn't know if there'd be any kind of, conflict as Coughlin's telling me, like, hey, listen, you're going to make the team. I don't want you even practicing. He said, we're going to make you PUP. Yeah, we probably won't even put you out there or expect you to practice until 6 or 7 weeks into the season. We want you to rehab and all that. That's the part where I really screwed up, because I needed that structure of like the team rehab and everything.
Yeah.
You're working with private trainers on your own and everything. It's just not the same. You need to be, when you're rehabbing as an NFL player, I believe that you 100% need to be around other NFL players, because when you're rehabbing next to racquetball players and stuff at a public facility or even at some private clinic, you're not holding yourself to the same standard. You're like, hey, I'm more athletic than this 37-year-old racquetball player.
Right.
I must be doing pretty well. Yeah.
Dude, I'm schooling Harvey right now. This guy's he's a nerd.
No, you need to be around bloodthirsty killers.
It was Jerry Reese, and that was his first year as the GM of the Giants. You're having a good day today, Seth. I'm just saying.
Hold on a second.
Thank you. Yeah, give yourself multiple
positive
things
reinforcement.
Yes, that's right. That's absolutely right. All right, Payne and Pendergast. So Zeitler goes off the board. This is A.Q. Shipley, who's a former offensive lineman who goes on with Pat McAfee. He has this
in the market for Mekhi Becton. Who?
If I'm Houston, I go get him right now.
Okay.
Houston clearly has made the moves to go get skill, right? But they've unloaded their entire offensive line. They've gotten rid of Laremy Tunsil. They got rid of Shaq Mason. They got rid of Green, the former first-rounder who they obviously sent to Philadelphia in the trade, right? They've bolstered areas of their team skill-wise with C.J. Stroud, obviously Mixon, and they went and got Christian Kirk. Like, they have skill galore, but we all have seen it. If you don't have an offensive line, you can't win games, guys.
Yeah. I don't feel like they have skill galore yet either, just saying. Like, I feel like the tight end position is a question mark. I feel like wide receiver from wide receiver 3 on down is a question mark. So that part I don't necessarily agree with. The Mekhi Becton thing is interesting. It's a name that's been brought up on this show many, many times. This is what I wonder about Mekhi Becton, Seth. A couple things. Mekhi Becton, who was a first-round pick at tackle for the Jets, didn't work out there, goes to the Eagles, becomes a guard, and he becomes a mainstay on an offensive line that goes on to win the Super Bowl. And he had a really good season. He's now a free agent, and he appears to be another one of these free agents that the Eagles are going to let walk. Man, the Eagles are going to have compensatory picks out the wazoo 2 years from now. This is what I wonder. Came into the league as a tackle. So in your mind, you start to think of yourself as a tackle down the road, that when you get that second contract, there's going to be this big payday. He's a guard now. So that obviously whatever he was thinking about as a tackle is not there. I wonder if the league is looking at him as a system guard, I'll call it, a product of
in front of an athletic running quarterback.
Athletic quarterback with Jordan Mailata.
Quarterbacks make offensive linemen look a lot better than they are a lot of times. Yes.
With an all-pro left tackle next to you, and with three other good offensive linemen, you're one of the fingers in the glove there, as you like to make that analogy. That's what I wonder. Why is he not signed yet? And again, we're only 3 days into free agency technically, so it's not earth-shattering that he hasn't been signed yet. I just wonder if he views his value. Do you think Mekhi Becton gets a better deal than Kevin Zeitler gets?
I think this is where the Texans are positioned well. If they're trying to spend their money frugally, not stingily, but at least frugally.
Yeah.
And interior offensive line is a classic place where, man, just give me guys that know what they're doing, that I can trust and depend on, that can pick up games and stunts and all of that. Mm-hmm. And there's quite a few of those types of guys out there. Yeah, I could see Mekhi Becton maybe feeling like, hey, look, I'm a first-round pick. I'm athletically different than all these guys. I was just on a Super Bowl winning team.
Yes.
And maybe he was expecting a bigger payday than some of the offers that he's seen so far. So now that some of the other guys are starting to come off the board, if you could get Mekhi Becton for 3 years, $10 million per year, you could sign him today without having to do anything on the salary cap. But I just don't know if maybe his expectations were higher than that.
I got to believe that Mekhi Becton, well, I don't know. I don't know Mekhi Becton. I think it's perfectly plausible to think that Mekhi Becton looked at Will Fry's contract. That he got his second contract. Again, Kevin Zeitler's on his seventh contract. Mekhi Becton, this is the payday for NFL players, right? Like, as an NFL player in this day and age, with the CBA the way it's structured, your rookie contract is going to keep your income at a moderate, by football standards, a moderate level, and then the goal is to cash out on the big second contract. That's Mekhi Becton's not in a 1 year, $6 million frame of mind right now. Probably
he might be trying to figure out whether he wants to go somewhere on a prove-it deal. And
maybe.
Offensive line isn't typically the type of position you think of guys having prove-it year types, but it might be a good pitch for the Texans. If he doesn't have a Trey Smith type of deal out there that maybe he thought he was going to get, then, man, do a 1 year deal with the Texans. They can mess around with some void years to make it palatable for themselves.
Yes.
And then maybe you think about extending him at some point if it works out or something. That it could be a perfect environment for him. But at the same time, I think there are other guys out there like Tevin Jenkins is out there. Brandon Scherf is still out there. Brandon Scherf is at a stage in his career. He's going to be 34 this year. He's either 33 or 34. But Brandon Scherf from the Jaguars, viable offensive guard who would probably cost a lot less than Mekhi Becton. Those guys are in play. Mm-hmm. I am getting a little antsy. I do want to have some. I want options on the interior offensive line. I don't think Laken Tomlinson is a guy that bars you or prevents you from signing another guard.
Yeah.
And left guard and right guard doesn't matter than you think. But there's enough versatility there that somebody like that signed today, I'd feel better about. And then you can worry about offensive tackle either via trade or the draft or wherever else it is.
Yeah. Yeah, the draft is going to be big, man. This draft, depending on what the Texans do, and based on what they've done so far, and somewhat dependent on what they do over these next handful of days and weeks, the draft is super interesting, man. We'll get to the mock draft injection for today in about 25 minutes or so. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Laken Tomlinson was terrible with the Jets. And I didn't watch a minute of foot. He was with the Jets after he left San Francisco.
Yeah. And no, that's the thing. He hasn't been. He was a Pro Bowler a few years ago, and he's
old.
He's a more durable version of a lot of guys like Shaq Mason or what have you. So I don't think for a minute they're thinking, oh, yeah, we've got our starting guard right now. I think he'll compete for the job, but they might be thinking about him as more of a swing guy that can be a reliable backup. And you know how it goes these days with the offensive linemen. You're going to have to play multiple different guys. So he's a piece right now.
Yeah.
And I think he can operate the way that they want to. You know what I would add? I would maybe. This isn't a fair comparison because Jerry Hughes was really, really good well into his 30s. But Jerry Hughes is a guy they signed without really anticipating. At least I think with D'Amico keeping Jerry Hughes, it's not a guy that you think is going to be a starter for you, but he's an awesome guy to have in the locker. Kind of the defensive lineman version of a backup swing tackle on the interior offensive line.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. Dan Orlovsky, let's talk about we talked a lot about the Colts yesterday because they signed Daniel Jones. There's going to be a quarterback competition. Colts are highly relevant to the Texans because they finished in second in the division last year. Quarterback is their big issue right now. Anthony Richardson makes some real highlight plays, but it's just those damn 20 incompletions when he throws the ball 30 times that are the big bugaboo for him right now.
Yeah.
So close.
When he pulls himself out of games, that didn't seem to be very popular.
No, not at all.
Myself, I thought, hey, that's just what a veteran leader does. Keep your heart rate below 95 so you can be calm, cool, and collected.
Took a look down at his Fitbit and said, I got to do what's right for the team here.
Coach, my whoop ring says that it's time for me to take a break.
Yep, that's right.
Anthony, it's 3rd and goal, and we're behind. Yeah, but
a leader
longevity over performance is my motto.
Yeah, a leader doesn't look at down and distance. They look at the heart rate.
Yeah.
So there's obviously been a lot of rumors as to what Anthony Richardson has been like in the building there. Pat McAfee's been very skeptical based on what he's been hearing and seeing. Former Colt Pat McAfee with his big radio show has heard a lot of things about Anthony Richardson and troubles with professionalism and whatnot. Dan Orlovsky said on the McAfee show yesterday he's hearing the opposite of what others are. He's hearing that Anthony Richardson's been great in the building.
I've talked to people that have kind of disagreed with the not saying that is in the building.
Really?
I've had people say, nope, works hard, prepares the right way, he's working hard. Now maybe it's not to the extreme that you want your starting quarterback, but people in the building, I've heard that. So whether it's true or not, I just think it's hard that once people within the building, I would imagine some people, because it has to come from somewhere, believe a certain thing about a player, it's just hard to shake that. And so I think Daniel Jones got a great opportunity, but I think it's very clear Anthony Richardson, the organization's telling you, it's time to put up or shut up.
Okay. McAfee, it doesn't do justice on audio. The look on McAfee's face the whole time Orlovsky's saying that just says, I don't believe a word you're saying right now about Anthony Richardson.
I know people in the building as well.
Yes, exactly.
I know. Now, there's nuance here because nobody along the way has said that Anthony Richardson is a bad dude or anything from inside the building. It's just that the level of preparation and obviously his understanding of what the expectations are of a starting quarterback, it just didn't. And one of the veteran players for the Colts actually put his name on it, did he not, last year? It wasn't an anonymous quote. One of the offensive linemen basically said that, it's not up to what.
It might have been Quentin Nelson, if I'm remembering it correctly. Yeah.
So I think that there's a good chance that Anthony Richardson, since he had the come to Jesus meeting with players, might be on a more straight and narrow and, I guess, mature path. So two things can be true. That Anthony Richardson didn't get it over the last couple years, but maybe now he gets it. And the embarrassment of being lambasted by your own teammates and others can sometimes do that for you. He had to grow up a little bit.
Yeah.
So now the question is, just like with Jalen Green, all right, Jalen Green had to grow up a little bit. He was a really, really young guy. And it looks like, lo and behold, with advancing age, people sometimes grow up. So I think both things can be true.
Dan Orlovsky, you point this, I saw what you wrote down in the rundown. It seems like Dan's gotten very the opposite of whatever trigger happy is. He's gotten very conservative about being overly critical of quarterbacks.
He got dragged hardcore. It became a national talking point when he said that people in the building had told him that Justin Fields didn't prepare a certain way or wasn't this or wasn't that. Basically made some character judgments on Justin Fields, and Orlovsky got destroyed for that. And I wonder if we'll ever hear Orlovsky really ever question anybody's work ethic again.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he'd, it's tough. It's tough sometimes because, for one, you can relay something that somebody told you and people take that as that you're deciding to character assassinate this guy. Mm-hmm. But I do think that whatever Anthony Richardson has done since the end of the season, I'm guessing it looks a lot different how Chris Ballard, the GM, has gone out of his way to really stress that, no, it's going to be a genuine competition. Richardson needs to show and demonstrate that he operates the way good starting NFL quarterbacks do. So I think both things can be true.
This is a lot. As we're hashing this thing out, Dan Orlovsky's got his person that he's talking to that's telling him something. McAfee's got his sources that are telling him something else. These are two guys now with Orlovsky and McAfee that are really just relaying stuff that they're being told. Neither of them are in the building on a daily basis. And this reminds me a lot of the Laremy Tunsil situation, where you've got different factions of people saying, no, this is the issue in the building. No, this is not the issue in the building. And none of them are sitting in the offensive line room. None of them are in the meeting rooms. None of them are in the building for any of the things that are affecting what it is we're talking about. But they're stating as fact as if it's, no, it's not. For example, like this is, and I like DJ Bieniemy. I think he does a good job covering the Texans. This was DJ Bieniemy on I have the name of the podcast. I'll find it during the cut here. But this is DJ Bieniemy on this podcast talking about Laremy Tunsil was not a culture issue in the building.
All that culture, like they got to redo the culture and the blah, blah, blah. Bro, he's just too expensive. It's really that simple. Like, he's an expensive player. And the Texans have one more year of quote-unquote cheapness of C.J. Stroud, because next year, if he has a good year, he'll get extended next year. And then they gotta pay Stingley, they gotta pay Will. Like they both of them cost, all those three guys will cost a lot of money. Then Nico, if Nico wants to, play a little hardball, he can ask for a new deal next year too. It's not about they need to redo the culture, blah blah blah. People like to throw in cliches because that's so easy, right?
No.
The Trap or Dive podcast is what it was.
Yeah. So, and as I've said multiple times, I don't care about what the culture in the building is or anything like that because of everything you just alluded to, that people have gossip here, gossip there about what this player will do, what they won't do. You can turn on the film and look and see how Laremy Tunsil, in terms of a guy that you want to spend more money on and commit to, it doesn't operate in a way that you want your younger offensive lineman to emulate. He is a very, very, very good pass protector, but he's a finesse player who, by evidence of his film and his film alone, does not care all that much about run blocking. You can bring up his PFF pass protection grades all you want. Kendall Lamb was 10th highest graded last year, everybody, in case you didn't know. Nobody's clamoring for Kendall Lamb. I don't know why. I don't know if you've been whipped, if you've been P-whipped by PFF pass protection grades, why are you not clamoring for Kendall Lamb? But, by ESPN's run block win rate, Laremy was 39th amongst all offensive tackles.
Yep.
So, he is not a complete and total player, and he doesn't care about the physical aspect of the game at all. And then when you stack on top of that, do we want to pay him that much money, and do you want him to be the leader of the offensive line? From writers who are buddy-buddy with a player or anybody else, to know that I could see where they're comfortable moving on from that huge salary.
Yeah.
And it can be both things. It can be cap management, but also, look, there are other high-priced players that the Texans are going to commit large money to.
Right.
It's not like you can't. If Laremy Tunsil was Penei Sewell, they would find a damn way to pay him.
They'd find a way. And that's the part, and I'll get to the he said part in a second. The part that didn't make sense to me about what DJ was saying there was that it wasn't culture reasons, it was financial reasons they're moving on. You've only got 1 year left of C.J. Stroud being cheap. Well, yeah. So this would logically be a year where you hang on to Laremy Tunsil while C.J. Stroud is still cheap. Like, that's the nature of the rookie contract, is you use those first 3 years to keep guys like Laremy Tunsil around. As far as the reporting of it goes, I fully believe that DJ Bieniemy was told by somebody that there's not a culture issue with Laremy Tunsil. I think it's highly likely that that person is Laremy Tunsil. Whereas, so if we take that and then take Albert Breer's report, which is the direct opposite, that the room was borderline toxic and that there were issues with the way in which Tunsil played. I believe that Albert Breer was being told that by somebody. Neither of these two guys are in the rooms where these things are taking place. They're being told by people. I believe that there's a good chance that DJ Bieniemy's source is Laremy Tunsil himself. I believe there's a really good chance Albert Breer's source is somebody who was close to the decision-making the trade. Maybe not the person who pulled the trigger on it, but was at least in that same radius that was making
Sean,
these types of decisions.
Sean, you're more right than you know. Because honestly, and it's a very good distinction you're making there. I've been, as a player, once I had a conversation with a veteran scout who basically was having a casual conversation with me and brought up something that I had supposedly demanded in a contract negotiation. And I'm like, that's 100% false. Where did you hear that? From another player. So, I mean, the gossip mill, he didn't hear it from the GM. Nope. He didn't hear it from anybody else. The gossip mill within the building of NFL teams, it's like gossip anywhere else. Yeah. There are multiple different stories that multiple different people believe are 100% true. Mm-hmm. And it's just, it's a sloppy business. So that's why I honestly, with Laremy Tunsil, I try to restrict it to, I don't care about how he dresses on Instagram or anything else like that. Strictly by what you see on film. When it comes to him run blocking, when it comes to him on screens, I mean, how many times did we have to watch Laremy Tunsil on a screen block nobody?
Nobody, yeah.
0 people.
Yeah.
0 people. It was alarming how many times on a screen he would block nobody. One of the most athletic offensive tackles in the league couldn't find it within himself to put shoulder pad on jersey of another player. And the penalties continually year after year after year, that's not leadership, man. Like, you guys can watch football movies and think that leadership comes in the form of comes from playing football a certain type of way. Laremy Tunsil was a finesse player. This D'Amico, in my opinion, does not want finesse players, especially on an offense that was soft as one-ply tissue paper last year. Yeah. They couldn't run the ball on first or second down consistently. The number of pancakes on that team was probably at an all-time low. That was a soft offense. Not all the players were soft, but it was a soft offense. So no, I don't want to have a guy who continually demands to be the highest paid offensive tackle in the league on my team as the example for those younger guys who are still potentially hard, but kind of veering off towards Softville. I don't need those guys.
Right.
I need Viagra in here. Sign a Viagra.
Jim Adler, the Texas
Sign
Hammer.
a Blue Chew left tackle.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Probably not what you wanted, but Seth just sold me on Kendall Lamb.
I mean, honestly, there's so many people out there that are they're pee-whipped by that PFF pass protection grade. Yeah. And if you're one of those people that only puts out that PFF pass protection grade, which, by the way, is fraught with all kinds of issues. Yeah. The whole PFF grading system. Why do you not put up the other run block grades from other statistical sources, and why are you not clamoring for Kendall Lamb?
Right.
10th highest graded pass protector in the league last year.
We're going to turn
He's
into
everything you want at a much cheaper price tag,
yes,
apparently.
We're going to turn into the show that clamors for Kendall Lamb before the week is over.
I wouldn't be surprised if they signed him for potential upside. I don't know. He's 34 years old.
Well, someone...
Kendall Lamb's 34.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, he's 34. God, good for him, man. Hanging around the league till... If someone told you after that Week 1 game against the Jags in 2017 that Kendall Lamb would still be not only hanging around the league, but would be among the better free agent tackles out there in 2025, I would have said...
Tom Savage still speaks coherently.
Damn you, Kendall. Oh, my God. You're getting some love on the Jim Adler text page, Seth. Seth's on fire this morning, making points, saying people's names, pulling stats like a boss.
Pulling stats without making statistical errors.
Give it to me. Yeah, bang that thing, man.
I feel like I'm operating at like 9th grade algebra level mathematics.
You're doing good today, man. You're having a hell of a day.
I'm not making any inroads on my plans to take calculus and then advanced math so that I can one day have a better grasp of space-time. But I'm saying Laken Tomlinson instead of LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yes.
That's close.
Every stat you've pulled sounds right to me, and I'm like...
sounds good enough for
me. So we're good, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. Man, I had a ton in that segment I wanted to get to, and we didn't. So we got a lot of stuff on the back end of the show here to get to. Let's do the mock draft injection, though. Are we able to find guys that are picking guys other than offensive linemen for the Houston Texans? Actually, one respected, I think, mock drafter. We may have found that. Would you make this pick if these guys are on the board, knowing the Texans' offensive line situation right now? That's coming up next. But first, Daily and Black. I'm actually headed out there today. Rick Daly. Bailey, if you're listening, a little video.
league. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's where I love having Reggie Atatula as a teammate. He's a wordsmith, man. Reggie's got words. Gun-shy is the word I was looking for. The opposite of trigger-happy. Gun-shy.
Gun-shy. Who was gun-shy that you were mentioning?
I don't remember who the opposite of trigger-happy was supposed to be. It was 10 minutes ago, and yet I can't remember.
Our listeners will remember.
Reggie will probably remember.
I need to do a better job of listening. Yeah. I vaguely know what you're talking about.
I do too. I need to do a better job of listening to myself. Yes.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Sean, listen, we're streamers, not sports radio hosts.
That's it, man. I ain't worried about
Go watch us on the YouTube. The tip I was giving you during the break.
Yeah.
Palms out. It's a good body language. A good body language tip for anybody out there who speaks at all publicly or anything, or just in interactions. Yeah. When you use your hands, the more your palms are out, the more people interpret that as, hey, this is a guy who's confident, and he's not scared that you're about to throw that you're a bear about to attack him, or that there's you might throw a spear through his heart. He's exposing his body, and he's open. Yes.
Orlovsky. Thank you, Reggie, again.
Oh, okay.
Orlovsky.
He's a little gun shy to make character assassination takes
of
quarterback
quarterbacks
after Justin Fields.
Yeah. He's a little gun shy. Yeah. Palms up, but not like waka 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 palms up. Like forceful.
It's tough, with body language recommendations.
Yeah,
it's because I naturally I'm a hand talker, so it serves me well as a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough because you can't force it.
No.
It ends up being really bad if you try too hard and it's not natural to you. So you just got to bring it along slowly. So don't watch a TED Talk on body language and then try to emulate everything all at once.
Good call. Yeah.
When Mark Zuckerberg tries to use his hands to speak, you're like, oh, this weirdo doesn't know how to do it.
Yes. Yeah. All right, let's get to this mock draft. This was the first one I picked off the top. So I'm not sifting through trying to shape narratives or anything. My feeling was it's going to be awfully hard to find a mock draft right now that's been done since free agency started, really that's been done since the Tunsil trade, that has the Texans doing anything but taking an offensive lineman. And ironically, I think Nate Tice is somebody whose opinion you respect, Seth, right? Have you been on there?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's the son of Mike Tice.
Mike Tice, a former offensive lineman.
Yeah, okay, great. That's a resume pedigree. Who cares? He's pretty intelligent. He knows offensive line play. So, yeah, I like Nate. I like Nate Tice.
And Mike Tice, his dad, was a guy, not only an O-lineman, but an O-line coach for a number of years, too. He comes from an O-line house, is what I'll say. And yet, with the 25th pick in the Nate Tice Yahoo Sports mock draft, the Houston Texans select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. He says this, Nate Tice. They added Stephon Diggs to this group last year, and even if he walks in free agency, it's clear the Texans could use an infusion of talent at wide receiver to stabilize the offense after last season. Egbuka is good all around, can play inside and out, and he brings toughness. I agree with all these things. However, Seth, if the board were sitting there at 25 and it was Emeka Egbuka along with Donovan Jenkins from Houston here, offensive lineman, Ohio State, Josh Connerly, an offensive tackle from Oregon who I've seen going earlier than 25 in a lot of the drafts, hasn't been on our radar throughout this exercise because tackle had not really been a position of high need on this team. Now it is. So he's on the board. Jackson on the board. You got the Ursary kid who's a tackle, 6'6", 331 from Minnesota. You've still got Gray Zabal out there on the interior.
This is where I think, especially when you're picking at 25, you can debate all you want about taking best player available or drafting for need. I think most GMs are not so in love with their own analysis that when it comes to the difference between a guy that's 24th on your board or 25th on your board, you're picking nits at that point a lot of times.
Oh, yeah.
If you have a strong feeling about a guy, then that guy's at 24 and you don't at 25, okay, then that's best player available. I think at 25, the Texans will take the tiebreaker might be position of need. And I think Nick talks about bands of players all the time. And I think there might be a band of players at 25 that maybe includes Egbuka and Donovan Jackson and perhaps Tyler Booker or somebody like that, then it becomes a tiebreaker where, all right, we judge all these guys generally about the same. We want an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
And I think it's just that makes – and because of the way the draft is this year with the defensive tackles, with the guards, and with the tackles, and a lot of these offensive tackles this year are kind of protect. It just feels more and more like it's going to be an offensive lineman. And maybe one of these – I don't think versatility is going to be a tiebreaker. I think the tiebreaker is – who's the nastiest?
Mm-hmm.
Who's the guy that looks like, man, this guy wants to do it all, and he's gritty. He wants to physically embarrass people, all that kind of stuff. I think that's going to be the tiebreaker more so than some of the more classic scouting traits.
Yeah, man. All eyes turn to this 25th pick now. Because I just assume they're going to make some moves here in free agency that are going to be okay moves, not sizzling moves. They're going to bring in some bodies, and I'm cool with that. You know, I get where we are with rebuilding this offensive line. I totally understand the rationale behind it, and I'm cool with it. I understand there was some misevaluation that may have gotten us here in the first place.
Yeah.
Water under the bridge. Although, you know, there are Texan fans bringing that up, like, okay, you know, what's the trust factor with Nick Caserio in getting these new offensive linemen when he was the GM that extended and selected the ones that are getting swapped out right now? You know, he brought in Shaq Mason. He drafted Kenyon Green. He extended Laremy Tunsil. I think these are all fair things to wonder. I think I'm confident in Nick getting this right. I do think when you look at the guys who have been, you know, cut loose or let go, they were all – well, Shaq Mason wasn't, but he got here early in the DeMeco Ryans tenure. This is where – I know DeMeco Ryans is a defensive coordinator and a defensive coach at heart, Seth, but I think some of the same things that went through the filter on the defensive side is it doesn't matter what position they play, in being able to sniff out the characteristics, having that opinion of a former player who's looking for guys who are kind of in the mold of himself in terms of love of the game and things like that. I think DeMeco's opinion, if I'm trying to make Texan fans more confident that they'll get this round of evaluation right on the offensive line, it would be, I think Nick respects DeMeco's opinion tremendously, and I think DeMeco is key to finding the football culture and ethos of these guys.
Well, and I think, too, it's correct that Nick hasn't had a huge win at offensive line in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ignore free agency for the moment, if you look at the offensive linemen that he's drafted in the draft, it's not like it's a huge sample size. So he whiffed on Kenyon Green, and it was a double whiff because he traded back and ignored Kyle Hamilton while doing so. But then Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs the next year, I think, are still works in progress. And Patterson was a sixth rounder.
Yeah.
So that's very few sixth. If Jarrett Patterson works out, I think that's a check in his favor.
Yeah,
I think Jarrett Patterson has already done better than most sixth rounders.
Yeah.
Juice Scruggs, very much, we don't know yet. And that was a second rounder. That was a pricey one. And then Blake Fisher, who's still very much a work in progress. So he's only drafted 4 offensive linemen. Only 3 of them have been high draft picks in the first couple of rounds. And I say Blake Fisher, it's still wide open as to how well he develops. Juice Scruggs, I'm especially being used the right way, but so far it doesn't look awesome. And then Kenyon Green was a big whiff, but it's not like we're looking at this huge track record of, whiffing horribly on offensive linemen. It's that Kenyon Green was a big mistake that's glaring.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, the evaluation coming out of college is still, you're going to miss on some, and unfortunately you missed on one that was a first-round pick. I think probably where the most criticism comes from is extending Titus Howard. And now extending Laremy Tunsil. Like, why'd you extend him if you're trading him for what reportedly are culture reasons a year later?
Yeah, it's a combination of multiple things. Whether in the culture, that's where culture is such a loaded term. There's a matter of, okay, who do you want to be your bell cow and what type of a player do you want him to be? The way Laremy Tunsil plays football, it's really good from a pass protection standpoint, but it's not a style of football that feels like a DeMeco Ryans football team.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to try to paint Laremy Tunsil out as a cancer in the locker room or anything. I don't know. I'm not in the locker room.
Right.
And I don't think he was. I think he was probably well-liked. But you're continually rewarding and making the highest paid offensive tackle out of him, well, he plays a completely different version of football than DeMeco Ryans likes.
Yep.
He's a finesse player, and he doesn't really seemingly care about the run game at all. Or at times he does, but not much. Screens, he doesn't block anybody at all. And he false starts to such a degree that it's selfish, and there's no other excuse for it other than selfish. How he is in the locker room or culture or anything else like that. He's not a DeMeco Ryans type of guy.
I think that's fair.
And DeMeco Ryans inherited Laremy Tunsil.
Yep. All right, it's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. Let's do it. Brooks and Dunn. I can't wait. I'm going to be at that one. Second to last night of the rodeo. Saturday, March 22nd. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Brooks and Dunn. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5. And you are on your way. Keep listening all day long for more chances to win rodeo tickets. It is a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. All right, Matthew Stafford told a story on the New Heights podcast. That's the Kelsey Brothers podcast that dropped yesterday. It's an Aaron Donald story. It shows how maniacal Aaron Donald was, and it's an hysterical story. And Seth hasn't heard it yet. So we will get to
I intentionally didn't listen to it.
Yes.
I want you to hear the first reaction.
So you're going to react to it with Seth. We'll do that as we head into the 8 o'clock hour coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Men'sTeaClinic.com is where you need to get to make that first appointment. I go every Friday. What's today? Thursday? Tomorrow's my Men's Tea Clinic day. Ladies over at the Durham and I-10 location, if you're listening, I'll see you tomorrow right after the show. That's where I go to get my testosterone boost every week. Super friendly, super welcoming. Awesome people, and you're never going to be more informed on what's going on with yourself physically than when you become a patient at the Men's Tea Clinic, where they test your blood every few months. They come back with a full dashboard, a full report on how everything's going, prostate, cholesterol, testosterone, obviously, all of that. So get there today. This treatment can help you do that. Men'sTeaClinic.com, 5 locations around town, Men'sTeaClinic.com.
Texans GM Nick Caserio is at it again. Houston trades left guard Kenyon Green to the Eagles for safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Another big move to strengthen the defense. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 610 for all the latest Texans updates.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number. But when one is a collection of many, of families and communities, partners and teams, one can stand for all. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we've been your one local and trusted healthcare partner for over 95 years. And through every journey, our one true focus has remained the same: expanding access to the highest quality, affordable healthcare for our members and the communities we share for every stage of life. And as we continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, we look forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything we do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Gear up for baseball season at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get top brand gear and officially licensed Astros jerseys, tees, and caps. Shop orders 25+ with sign-in, plus easy pickup. Swing by your local Academy or visit academy.com today.
This message is for employees in the oil and gas industry or any employee who has been laid off. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and when it comes to your 401k, you have options. Don't feel like you should cash it out or that you should roll it into your new 401k. Both of those could prove disastrous. Trajan Wealth specializes in 401k and have helped thousands of people in your same situation. If you've been laid off, don't cash out your 401k or roll it into a new 401k without contacting Trajan Wealth first. Our fiduciary advisors are experts on options and tax implications. If you're not with your past employer, don't make a costly mistake without a complimentary consultation with Trajan Wealth first. Call today, 346-371-3330. 346-371-3330.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The stars are out. Catch John Pardee on the Star Stage Thursday, March 13th. Full lineup and tickets at RodeoHouston.com. Let's rodeo.
Fellas, it's 2025, baby. It's time to get your testosterone levels checked. Don't put it off. Make it a priority. Get tested ASAP. If you're lacking energy or muscle mass or have low libido, it could be low testosterone. Testosterone therapy or TRT may be the answer, and nobody compares to the experts at Low T Center. Here's the deal. We all have different T levels, so whatever you do, don't settle for a standard doping plan, which is exactly what you'll get at Low T Center. Right now, for current patients, Low T Center offers $150 referral credit when you refer a new patient. So go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service.
Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's get right to it here. This is Matthew Stafford as we go into the 8 o'clock hour here. Good to be with you on a Thursday. Got a lot to get to. We're going to get to the Rockets and the Texans. Cam Smith, the start of the right field era. We'll get to that in the next segment.
Yeah.
That's today, big day.
So you teased a story that Matthew Stafford tells about Aaron Donald, the defensive lineman.
Yeah.
When I first read this at 3 a.m., I thought it was Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
So it's a Matt Stafford with a story of Aaron Donald making a Make-A-Wish kid puke.
Yes.
My first thought was, I read it Aaron Rodgers, and I was like, did he take him on an ayahuasca trip?
Right.
Because ayahuasca, they vomit afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me this is a funny story?
It's a funny story, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a funny story. It's not like he took some kid in a wheelchair and made
This
him
isn't
puke.
like I've got a feeling I know where this is going because Aaron Donald and his reputation for like how he operates. Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I think you're on track here. Here's Matthew Stafford. This is from the New Heights podcast, the Kelsey brothers, talking about this hilarious Aaron Donald story.
He's a maniac in the weight room, right? I'll never forget, we had like a Make-A-Wish kid had been like, my dream is to go like be with Aaron Donald for a day kind of thing. And thankfully this kid at that point had kind of beaten the odds and had beaten the cancer that he had, I believe. And like was, oh man, this is like doing good, right? High school kid, bigger kid, loved to play football. And AD was like, cool, come work out with me, right? I'm walking by, I'm like, yo, what's about to go down? Yeah, right? I'm over there doing like banded something, and like 30 minutes in, and AD's just ripping curls out. Next thing you know, this kid is puking in the trash can.
Oh my God!
And I'm like, AD, can you please like have a little couth, a little understanding? Like,
The kid got what he wanted.
You want to be AD, you got to work like AD. It was
on chemo for months, AD.
I'm like, God, can we just relax on the bicep curls for a little bit? It's like, how many do we do till we throw up? You know what I mean? It was just like unbelievable.
That kid is probably in heaven, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Especially because the way Aaron Donald probably treated it, you know, like he was probably patting the kid on the back saying, yeah, that's how you know you're working hard.
Yeah,
Good
you're
job,
puking.
kid.
You're puking.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. It couldn't have gone, honestly, if you're that kid, it couldn't have gone any better.
Right.
Because you're probably not going to puke unless you're working pretty hard.
That's right,
and you're
man.
trying to keep up with Aaron Donald. That's awesome.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
That was, I had a coach once in college, Pete Noyes, who was like one of the toughest old dudes that's ever lived.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a year when he was an offensive line coach, and he was running the hell out of these guys, just putting them through a gauntlet of all these different drills and everything. And one of the players puked on the sideline, but then ran immediately back out into the drill. And Pete Noyes goes over and is out. Here you go, Gilkey, I am dancing in your vomit. And he had his arms upraised and was like dancing a little jig in the vomit. That's the way you work. I am dancing in your vomit. Yeah.
I always think of that whenever I see a player on the field during a game throw up on the field. I'm like, oh, God. If I was a player, I'd be like, please don't let me. I'd avoid that side of the field. I'm like, Coach, can I just run to the wide side of the field the whole time? I just don't want to slide down in that puddle of vomit that guy just puked up over there.
We had a guy in college, Mahinga Silver, who had some kind of – he was a nose tackle.
Hold up. What was his name?
Mahinga Silver. He's Native American.
Oh, my God.
He's awesome.
That's
He's
an
like
amazing
a 330-pound Native American guy with long hair. Was just awesome. He was the best dude ever. I loved him.
Let me just workshop this real good. Mahinga Pendergast. No, it doesn't work. Never mind. Silver has to be the last name. So tell me your Mahinga story.
He was a beast, and he had like these huge hands, and he didn't wear gloves. Just strong. But he went through this phase where, like, all of a sudden he was vomiting a lot. And it was probably some, undiagnosed medical condition. It wasn't like he was out of shape or anything.
Yeah.
He wasn't in the best shape. But he'd start, so he was vomiting multiple times in a game, but sometimes it would be while he was in his stance, and he'd vomit on the football, and it worked to his favor. Like they had there was one time the official had to he stopped play to go clean off the ball of its vomit and everything. Can you imagine being a center trying to get things straight and make the calls and everything, and meanwhile some dude with this long flowing hair is puking on your snap hand.
Named Mahinga Silver. Yeah. Oh my God. There was a player back in the day in the 90s. He's no longer with us, but his name was Darren Drozdoff, and he was a center for the Denver Broncos. And there's a very famous clip of Vince McMahon with him, actually. He played in the league for a couple of years, but his thing was he would puke on the field. Like, that was just it just would happen. He puked a lot.
Yeah.
And when he got a tryout with WWE, this is actually in a documentary about WWE in the late 90s, and he's interviewing with Vince McMahon to get a spot in WWE. And Vince McMahon he goes, I hear you have one specific skill that you've got. Because that's what Vince will do. He'll be like, tell me more about yourself, because that'll shape what your gimmick is in WWE. Yeah. He says, well, I was a football player, and I had this thing, I used to puke. He goes, oh, yeah? Vince pulls the wastebasket out. He goes, puke right now. He hands him the wastebasket. Couldn't do it. Couldn't puke.
Oh,
yet that was his gimmick. They ended up worst gimmick. They ended up calling him puke.
So he was able to do it eventually?
Eventually he was able to do it.
Well, he could do it in the moment, probably when he was doing something physical or anything.
Maybe, yeah. But that's... Do people throw up on the field more than we see out there?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's not usually thought of as all that big a deal.
Yeah.
The nice thing about pro sports is that you got so much support staff that kind of take care of things immediately.
Yeah.
Which can turn you into kind of a jerk when it comes to... some guys will just start, they throw their gator even like, man, somebody's got to pick that up. Just go ahead and, that was the kind of veteran leadership Coughlin was looking for when he tried to sign me. And I'm like, I'm not going to be that guy.
I ain't picking up the cups. I'm picking up the cups. You go win your Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Did you have any Aaron Donalds on your team where like they were just like the maniac you point to in the workout room like that?
I mean, I wish he hadn't asked me that. For the first few years, I was the guy that Dan Riley, the strength coach, would have work out in front of the rookies.
Oh, really?
To show, especially leg workouts.
Yeah.
Like to show how it should look and how hard it is if you're doing. Because Riley was a guy that kind of bucked the trend in a lot of strength coaching ways. Like he did more higher rep stuff by football player standards.
Yeah.
So you'd be doing, leg press or squat machine of 20 reps, it's a miserable experience. Like, you're in hell when you're in a 20 rep set.
Mm-hmm.
And usually the gauge you want to go by is it feels like you're done at 10. And then you just keep pushing to the point where you can't feel your entire body. So yeah, I guess I was that guy with the Texans for a while.
Yeah. That's okay. I don't see that as bragging.
And that's how it was when Brandy first met me.
Mm-hmm.
And she admired how hard I was because she works out a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and I would work out with her in the off season or something. She was always like kind of impressed by how hard I'd go.
Yeah.
And then almost the day I retired, that all left me. And I'd go work out with Brandy, and she'd want to do like run hills and stuff, and I'd be like midway tired, done.
You're thumbing through a magazine on the treadmill, walking at 2.8 speed, like.
Oh, well, Drew Hodgson, my old friend who was an offensive lineman with the Texans for a few years.
Yeah.
He was a young offensive lineman when I was in my last few years, and he, as a rookie, he watched me work out in that group and everything. It was like, it was funny because Dan Riley would bring all the rookies in and gather around a leg press machine to have them watch me do leg press.
I love that.
And Riley's like adding weight, sitting on the sled, all this stuff. So when I hooked up with Drew Hodgson a couple years after I was done, and Drew was still working out real hard. He was done playing football too. And he tried to take me through some kind of CrossFit workout. And I got like 5 minutes into it. I'm like, nah, I'm done. And Drew's face looked like he just found out there's no God.
He lost a hero.
Seth
Payne. Yeah. Seth Payne, squat master, was a hero.
Yeah.
Super
like,
squat. Seth
I'm
Payne.
done. I'm gonna go ride the bike for a while.
Wow.
It's gone. It's out of me. I'm not that guy anymore, man. This is stupid, is what I told him.
It's like Drew. It's like a basketball player watching Michael Jordan, just like after, and I don't even feel like playing horse. No.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play video games. Like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Text messages coming in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I was playing in a high school game one time, and our offense used to run a no-huddle attack. We went on like a 16 or 17-play drive going down the field. It was 100 degrees in North Texas during this game. The opposing nose tackle on the line of scrimmage over our center. Not on the ball.
Yeah.
On the player.
It's one of the best things that can happen to you in terms of mental toughness. I was never a puker. Some of that's just physiological. Some people
More
puke
prone.
with exertion
Yeah.
more regularly than others. Like,
Sure.
but like it's what I try to tell young athletes sometimes. I first heard it from my brother when with wrestling when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
My older brother, he would tell his athletes, "You're never as tired as you think you are. You're not as tired as you feel." And like once you can get to the point where you realize, okay, even though you can't feel your legs, you can still run fast.
Yeah.
Or even though you just vomited, you can keep going. It's like that's a powerful thing. And there are a lot of guys that get to the NFL, and because they've been such dominant athletes their entire career at lower levels, there are guys in the NFL who still need to learn that lesson that you're not as tired as you think you are, and you can actually move a lot faster than it feels when you just literally can't feel your legs.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you're hovering over the ground. But yeah, if you're a young athlete listening, that's the reason you do the off-season conditioning. If you can win the wind sprints when you feel like you're about to die,
Yeah.
you're going to have an advantage over guys who might be otherwise more physically gifted than you.
Yep.
If you can embrace pain and you can look at the ability to endure through pain it's an athletic trait.
Yeah.
It's just hard to measure, but it puts you head and shoulders above a lot of other guys who have better measurables than you.
I hear you describing that phenomenon, and all I picture in my mind is Andre Johnson. About how he practiced the wind sprints and everything else. Like that guy feels like he would have been the biggest maniac of all time when it came to this stuff.
That was the other big shock when I got to the NFL, and I remember doing wind sprints for the first time. You talk about being more gifted athletically in high school and college than the guys you're around. So I was used to just winning all of the wind sprints by 20 yards in the off season and everything. And you get out and you're doing wind sprints for the first time, and I'm like, I got to work my ass off just to beat these veteran offensive linemen. Yeah. Like Tony Baselli is out there running like an obese gazelle.
Yeah.
And wow. And it's 98 degrees out. I'd never felt that kind of heat that we feel in Florida and Houston before. And it was an eye opener.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not in Kansas anymore.
That's a
This
wake-up
is
call,
bad.
man.
Yeah.
That is a wake-up call. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Back to Kenyon Green and the Texans offensive line. Kenyon was pretty high on a majority of teams' boards when we drafted him. It's not like the Texans reached for him. Fair. I don't know that he was 15th high on a lot of the mock drafts. I remember saying it the night that they picked him. I'm like, all right, well, this is higher than I've generally higher generally than I've seen Kenyon Green go, and higher than generally you see guards go, period, unless they're Quentin Nelson or somebody like that.
Yeah.
It's with Kenyon Green, I think for most people, it's that they moved back off of potentially either Jordan Davis or Kyle Hamilton at 13 to take Kenyon Green at 15.
Right.
That's the big criticism.
And I think the big thing, too, is in my point was that lineman. So it's really not fair. It's not fair to say that Nick can't draft good offensive linemen. It's that his biggest move was a big whiff. He's got 3 other guys that are still works in progress. I would put them in order of, I don't know, let's see, in order of how promising they are.
Okay.
I would put it, just because he was a 6th-round pick, Jarrett Patterson. I think Jarrett Patterson has overperformed your standard 6th-round pick.
That's been a great pick.
Yeah, because as a 6th-round pick, usually about 10% of those guys end up becoming everyday starters or reliable starters. Jarrett Patterson could become that.
A lot of them don't make the team.
So I think Juice Scruggs still has potential, but he's a 2nd-round pick, so there's a higher standard when we're talking about just drafting offensive linemen.
Yeah.
And then the guy that we just don't know about yet, but I feel promising about, is Blake Fisher. He hasn't had enough time because he was drafted as a guy that a lot of people thought, well, man, if he stayed in school one more year, he needs some seasoning and maybe some physical maturing to be he could be a 1st-round pick. So I'm going to be patient to a degree with Blake Fisher, but I'm not down on any of those 3 other guys
Well,
yet.
if we look at it through that lens, we actually had a texter kind of making this point earlier. I think this was the point they were making. But if we look at Blake Fisher that way, if you're the Texans, you've now got Blake Fisher, and he's in line to be one of your starting tackles. Would you rather, and if he stayed at Notre Dame, he probably would have been a 1st-round pick, if I had to guess. He would have played left tackle all year instead of right, because Joe Alt was the left tackle when he was there. So Joe Alt would have been a Charger. Blake Fisher would have played left tackle for a year. Would you, on March 13th, whatever it is, having spent last season playing for the Texans and starting some games at the end of the year and being in an NFL building, or having played another season at Notre Dame playing left tackle? What do you feel would have better prepared him for March 13th, 2025?
Right. That would have prepared him better for 2025. I guess the big question is, okay, how does he play in this final year?
Which would have prepared him better, being here or being at Notre Dame?
If he had played at Notre Dame,
Okay.
how would he have played? Like, what does he look like as a prospect?
Yeah.
Because maybe he would have, if he didn't take that, you can't just assume that he was going to take a step forward and look more like a 1st-rounder.
Yeah.
That's the big unknown thing that you'll ever know. But in terms of just headed into this season, I'd rather have him right now than as a rookie.
Yeah.
So I guess I might have screwed the order up on that. I guess I should put Blake Fisher as the 2nd most promising, or at least that because of his youth. Juice Scruggs, I think the one thing I've learned about him is that if he's going to make it, it's got to be as a center. I just don't think he has it in him to play guard.
Yeah.
But I'm still holding out hope that with the right coaching and in the right scheme, and with perhaps good guards next to him, if they can find them, that he might look like a different guy.
Yep. Also have to factor in Caley and what he wants in a player. I'm sure Nick Caley's had a lot of input on these moves that have been made so far. Guessing they've gotten his opinion on him before moving forward with him.
Yeah, particularly with Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Because you're trading for a slot receiver there. He's not a versatile guy on the outside. He does his best work in the slot. That's something where you're definitely talking about, hey, what kind of guys do you want? What are you looking for? And, and then in conjunction with D'Amico and Caserio and the rest of the scouts, who do we like best as a fit?
Yep. Texter pointing out Zion Johnson out of Boston College was still on the board when they took Kenyon Green. He's been a good player for the Chargers. Yeah. No, the Kenyon Green.
Yeah. No, I'm not excusing the Kenyon Green pick.
No.
But it's also, I'm trying to look at it at the context of, whether you're the best GM or the worst GM in the world, you're going to be about 50-50 on your 1st-round pick.
Yes.
So it just so happens that the criticism for Caserio at this point should be more that the sum total of it all is that he hasn't put together an offensive line that they feel great about. You just got rid of 3 of your starters from the opening roster last year. That's a pretty good indication that you don't feel awesome about the way that you've put together an offensive line.
This is a big couple months for Nick Caserio when it comes to the offensive line, no doubt about it. Text message, sounds like Seth could have been a Navy SEAL due to his mental fortitude. Could you have been a Navy SEAL?
I would have been intrigued by being it, but I don't want to be one of these guys that goes up to a veteran and is like, yeah, if things were different, I was going to be a Navy SEAL, because like it's pretty damn insulting to the guys that actually lived through the training that it takes to be that guy.
Of course.
Yes, it appealed to me. My plan was to join the Marines if I didn't go to college.
No kidding.
I was gonna go work on a fishing boat in Alaska. And if I survived it, I was gonna like have a wad of cash and then join the Marines.
Wow.
So, and I don't know. Likewise, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go up. I'd have joined the Marines. Who knows if I would have made it or not? I never like the big thing about a Navy SEAL that I don't know if I was emotionally mature enough yet for is like there's a steadiness to their mentality.
Yes.
You know that it's. I remember talking to a guy that I was working out with at a facility when I was old. I was trying to get my body right when I was done playing, so I went to a place in on the Gulf Coast of Florida, Pensacola, and they do a lot of work with NFL players, but also special ops guys in the military. The military will send special ops guys to basically get them as healthy as possible before they retire, or as I would learn, one of the guys that I was working out with had a prosthetic leg from the knee down. And, I was just talking to him one day. He was super, super cool. He was a Navy SEAL. And I was like, so, like, how long have you been out for? And he said, no, I'm training to go back to the Middle East. And I'm like
these
to
guys
serve? And he said, yeah, I'm still active. And I was like, oh, yep. There's a different class of dude than I'm. Yeah.
Although I think with the vocation you ended up choosing, you're more equipped to tell a Navy SEAL you at least thought about doing it. Like if they go, well, what did you end up doing? I played in the NFL for 10 years as a defensive tackle. Like, okay, that's a physical thing. Like for me, if I were to do it, like, yeah, I thought about doing that. Well, what did you end up doing? Sales. I got into sales.
Well, I think the cool thing about that environment was that the special ops guys had a lot of respect for the athletes too. They're intrigued and everything to just chat about training and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the one in talking to that guy, that Navy SEAL, there's a certain like an even-temperedness, almost like a baseball player.
Yeah.
To where you don't get too high, you don't get too low. He called it the gray zone.
Yeah.
You're in the gray zone a lot.
Stay there.
I tend to run hot and cold, so I don't know that's where psychologically I don't know if I would have had it in me to be.
You might have learned gray zone. You might have adapted.
Learned it.
You might have adapted. Yeah, you might have adapted.
But I would never say like, oh yeah, I was gonna do that.
Right. And I totally would, and I would look like a fool. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Cam Smith right field era starts today. We're going to talk about that. And Justin Verlander, what cap are you going to wear when you go into the Hall of Fame? That was a question he was asked. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, Daly and Black, looking forward to going and seeing my friend Rick Daly.
on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Cam Smith, right field today. I don't know if this is a TV game or not. You know my beef with the Astros not being on TV during this spring training, Seth. It doesn't look like the games are on TV today.
So, but Cam Smith will be in right field.
Yeah.
And this is a path and an avenue by which, man, he might actually be on the opening day roster.
Yep.
Which I will take one on the chin and be happy to do it. If this would be like in the movies when somebody's like, all right, you earned it, you take a shot, go ahead and swing on me, and I stand with my hands behind the back, and Cam Smith punches me in the face.
Yeah.
Said, yeah, this blowhard said that there was only a 1% chance that a rookie would be, no matter how good he looks in spring training, it's very unlikely he's going to be on the opening day roster. He's been so good, though, and done so many veteran-type things in a very small sample size in spring training that it makes sense. And Dana Brown's known as a GM that advances guys very, very quickly. Last year was by necessity as much as anything else, but he ain't scared to potentially play Cam Smith on opening day in right field.
No, he's not. And I think it's just as much an indicator that right field has been bad in spring training as Cam Smith has been great in spring training. Like, I think this is being done in equal amounts necessity, need push from that right field spot, and reward. Like, Cam Smith deserves to be in this conversation right now. And I think what makes this really fun to me, and by the way, the Astros actually have split squad games today. If you're looking to follow this, he's going to start in right field and bat cleanup in today's split squad game against the Cardinals. So they play the Cardinals in West Palm Beach, and they play the Marlins, I believe, on the road. I may have that screwed up. It's whichever. The Cardinals game is the one he's going to be playing him in. So he's been acclimating himself on the backfields there at the facility, playing right field. This will be the first time that he's done it in an actual spring training game. And this is Houston's A lineup they're going to be running out there. So the split squad, he's with the big boys here with the split squad. I think what to me is really cool about this, just symbolically, more than anything else, is that it was the Kyle Tucker trade. And if he winds up actually playing Kyle Tucker's position, I don't think anybody thought that when they made this trade. I think it maybe thought of as a possibility, but I think most people thought that the chalk after making the Kyle Tucker trade, the most likely scenario was Isaac Paredes is going to be your starting third baseman. Hayden Wisniewski is going to be at the back end of your rotation, which they both are right now. And that Cam Smith is going to go to the minor leagues and hopefully tear it up for a couple of years, and then you find a spot for him somewhere, probably at third base with moving Paredes over to second or first or whatever, whatever that may be. That obviously they address first base with Christian Walker later. But the fact that he has potentially a direct replacement for Kyle Tucker. And now we get a chance. Boy, and I'm not saying he's going to hit 600 at the major league level, but if it just turns out that he, at age 22, having been through college baseball, he's a more mature prospect than a lot of first-round picks who were drafted in high school like Kyle Tucker was. You got to let them get their feet wet for a few years. If it just so happens this kid's ready to hit major league pitching, and now we're doing like direct comparisons, not just like, oh wow, they got Cam Smith and they got 14 years of team control on all these guys collectively. It's, dude, he is Kyle Tucker's replacement now. Right. And maybe it turns out he's good at right field too.
Oh boy! So for the future Pettycast stuff that we're keeping an eye on. Oh, yeah. We are really hoping that for the Cubs, even if Kyle Tucker plays reasonably well, you could hope for the Cubs' demise and disappointing performance maybe this year if they don't do anything with Kyle Tucker. And even if Kyle Tucker plays brilliantly but it doesn't work out, but especially if Kyle Tucker doesn't play well, I mean, he's going to play well. But if Cam Smith is just taking off on Rookie of the Year type performance, that would feel awesome. We've got that on the Pettycast watch. We've got Commanders on the Pettycast watch because Commanders fans, pretty much the entire population of Washington, D.C. right now, including the bastard Senators, hate Sean Pendergast.
Yeah.
Because we've gone on their airwaves and kind of said, like, yeah, he's a nice player. He's all right.
Right.
Yeah, he's a good pass protector. Doesn't like physicality if that's what you're into. I don't know. Is he a hog? No. They wouldn't drink drink beer with him. Beer with the old hogs from back in the day.
That's really interesting. You know, like if this new age
I dropped
of
that on my appearance yesterday.
You did? Oh, that's tremendous.
I mean, look, he ain't one of the hogs from the 80s.
He ain't Joe Jacoby.
I mean, you want him in a barroom brawl with you? No, he'll be we had that. He had that opportunity when C.J. Stroud was mixing it up with the linebacker from the Broncos.
Alex Singleton, yeah.
And all 4 offensive linemen rushed to C.J. Stroud's defense.
Yeah.
Aren't there 5 offensive linemen? Sometimes. Laremy was chilling.
On
It's a line of scrimmage.
Yeah. On certain plays there are, but
you got to conserve your energy.
Scrappy.
So, yes. So Cam Smith, not just for the good of the Astros, but for the good of the Pettycast, really needs to go off.
I'm with
you.
And
then especially if the Cubs underperform, then it'll be sweet, beautiful music.
It'll be great. It'll be great. All right, let's get to this. Justin Verlander asked on the Dan Patrick Show, what cap are you going to wear when you go into the Hall of Fame?
What hat will you wear when you go into the Hall of Fame?
Oh gosh, I honestly do not know. I don't think I would tell you even if I did, but
it's a good problem to have, Justin.
It is a good problem to have. You're right. You know, who could have known what would have happened in Houston when I got traded there in 2017? You know, like how much success I was able to have. I couldn't have forecasted that. You know, nobody really could have. I just have this mentality that head down, I'm working hard, and however far this career takes me and where it takes me, you know, when the dust settles, when I sit back and I look back, that's why. I mean, I asked a fair amount, and quite frankly, I just haven't even tried to make that decision yet. It's obviously been thought of, but I'm trying not to make the decision.
I really wish the Hall of Fame would change this policy because it's from a bygone era where players that were much more stationary. You know, like this is, Sean, this is like taking a great moment in somebody's life and then also lopping on top of it. It's like when you win the lottery or you win a prize.
Yeah.
And then you find out that you got to pay taxes on the prize.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I won a Tahoe.
Well,
but you also have to pay taxes on that now.
Or you win tickets to something and you've only got one plus. You got a +1 and you got 4 friends and you got to pick one of them. You know, like that's what this is for Verlander, you know?
You win Father of the Year.
Yeah.
But one of the requirements is that when you get up to accept Father of the Year, you have to rank your children. And
you have to wear a T-shirt. You have to wear a T-shirt with one of your kids' faces
Only
on
one
it.
of your children.
Yeah.
Listen, thank you for Father of the Year. It's nice to be recognized as one of the best fathers who ever lived in all of fatherdom. My favorite child is.
Yeah.
It just sucks,
A little
man.
stressful.
It's got to be the Tigers, though, right? Realistically.
If I had to predict, I would predict the Tigers.
Yeah.
Now, and this is, I don't know intimately what Verlander's connection still is with Detroit. I mean, obviously came up through their system, had won an MVP and a Cy Young there.
Spent 12 and a half seasons.
Yeah,
there.
like he was the face. I could put together a good argument for the Astros, though, and it sounds
100%.
at least like the Verlander is still struggling with it. Yeah, did you get over the hump with the Tigers as a team? No. Did you with the Astros? Yeah, twice. Were you an integral part of both of those World Series? Because you missed some time along the way, Justin. No, they only won World Series when I was on the team. You know, in 2017, they picked me up in 2017, and I was the catalyst, one of them, for that run to a World Series amidst a hurricane. And then in 2022, I came back from Tommy John, and I won a Cy Young Award.
Oh.
I've made the argument that he's the best starting pitcher in the history of the Houston Astros. And the counter argument to that is always, well, he really only played 3 full seasons with the Astros. And my counter argument to their counter argument is, and he won 2 Cy Youngs and was the runner-up in the other one. Like, he was the best pitcher in baseball.
This is what he needs to do to make the decision. He needs to go King Solomon on their ass. And this is how you do it in this situation.
Yeah.
He gathers together super fans from the Tigers and super fans from the Astros. I don't know how you identify.
They fight each other.
In a room, he gets them all together, and he says, "This is what I've decided to do. I've decided that I'm going in as a Met." And based on the reaction of those super fans, if the ones that say, you know what, Justin, I support your decision. It's a personal choice. I get it. I understand. That's who you go with. The ones that say, like, oh, you bum. How could you forsake us like all of this? Oh, I you. I hate you.
I love that solution.
They don't genuinely love Baby Verlander if they want to split him in half. Like
okay,
that.
You seem a little on the edge about him having to pick one or the other. What if he said he was going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, and the cap he was going to have on his plaque is these ones that just got pulled off the market because it says the team name with the big letter over the middle of the team name, the big letter H. If for those who haven't seen it, it's an Astros hat that says Astros with a gigantic H over the middle letters. So it says.
So it reads. It reads asshos.
Yeah.
Yeah. It reads asshos. The Angels had one that basically, if you look at it at first, your first thought is, does that say anal?
Yes. It
that's
does. A little misspelled, but yes. Yeah.
I'm just fascinated by how a company like New Era, who've done pretty well.
Yeah.
It's got to be intentional, right? This is one of those things where they're creating a collector's item because these are hot tickets now on eBay or various places to try to get your hands on one of these banned items.
The Rangers ones are going for $1,000. The ones that actually made it out onto the market because it says instead of Texas, it's Texas, but there's a gigantic T over the X, so it says Titas.
How do they make it? I believe it's intentional. How does it make it through multiple different levels of the organization?
If this is intentional
and everything else like that.
This isn't. Then they pull them off the market to make it look like they're concerned about kind of what the wording looks like and whatnot. But then they put them back out there, and there's just a land rush for them. Which one would you be most likely to wear of those if you weren't an Astros fan? If you had to pick one of those hats. The anals.
I guess. Well, okay. So our listeners need to help me out on this because there's a vulgar Spanish word that the Rangers looks like.
Yeah.
Is that just?
Should I have been dumped just then for saying it? I have no idea.
I don't know. What is the word? Just basically another English word that starts with T.
I think a lot of people are construing it as a kind of a synonym for boobs.
Right, right. But they said specifically that there's a vulgar Spanish word that might sound like it might be worse.
Am I going to get canceled because of these hats?
I don't know. That was when I went into Mega one day and I was like, "Hey, I just said a word that starts with P in Spanish."
Yeah.
Is that actually cool to say on the radio? And they were like, "No,
you'd be fired.
Right?
You'd be fired if you were on Mega." All right. So tell us on the text page which one would you wear? Would you buy one of these? All right. I've been listening to radio in a lot of QB needy cities, thanking God that we're not a QB needy city anymore. What if we were? What if C.J. Stroud was not on the Texans, but we had the current roster intact? Which of these guys that are getting kicked around right now would we most want? I think it's going to be a good exercise for all of us to be grateful for C.J. Stroud. That's coming up next. West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land, the newer of the West Point Lincoln locations where Ruben Mendez.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, I walked across the hall and talked to Jerry and Valentine from the Mega Morning Show across the hall, and I asked them, I said, hey, these Texas Rangers hat that have TETAS on the front of them, I've been hearing rumblings that that's a word that describes a body part in Spanish. Is that accurate? They're like, oh, yeah, it's boobs. Yeah, it's boobs. Several texters.
We're basically fluent in Spanish.
Yeah. I asked them.
When it comes to vulgarities.
I then went into self-preservation mode, as I want to do, and I said, well, I just said it on the air. Is that something that you guys, if one of you were to say that on the air, are you immediately reaching for the dump button? Is it?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, no, we don't use it all the time, but it gets used on the air. I said, okay, good.
Okay.
So you're stuck with me for a little while longer, Seth, until I drop a couple F-bombs or something.
I already
like
emailed
that.
the FCC.
Thanks, narc. You big narc. All right, so as you know, Seth, I love to schadenfreude every day. I like to poke my beak in on radio in cities that aren't as lucky as we are to have our future quarterback on the roster. Cleveland is a go-to for me on the way in, oftentimes, and it was fun today to listen to them debate whether or not their interest in Russell Wilson. He's there today in Cleveland visiting the Cleveland Browns. If they were to sign Russell Wilson, should they still use the number 2 overall pick on a quarterback? And I'm sitting back going like with a cigar, and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad this isn't us right now. Let's pretend for a second this was us. If C.J. Stroud was abducted by aliens or something, if he didn't exist for us in 2025, but the Texans had this same roster intact, pretty good roster, even outside of C.J. Stroud, right? Defense really good. Of the guys that are floating around, and I'll even include Sam Darnold in here because he would have been available at the beginning of free agency. Yeah. If you had to pick, if we didn't have C.J. Stroud, and you had to pick from the guys that were available to all teams for this round of free agency, Russell Wilson, Sam Darnold, or Justin Fields, which one would you have? You're Nick Caserio, which one would you have pursued? Presumably at whatever their market price. You're comfortable paying whatever market is for each of these guys.
This is like asking which venereal disease do you want to contract.
Exactly. You're even by not picking, you're making my point.
Which one of these is curable with penicillin? Sam Darnold, I think. I don't know. I don't, because there's still a potential upside there. Yeah. Obviously, there's still upside with Justin Fields. I think that we've just seen Sam Darnold versus the Texans themselves play some pretty damn good football for a good chunk of the season after only having been in that spot for 1 year. Yeah. So he was horrendous down the stretch and in the playoffs. So did he turn back into a pumpkin? Oh, I guess it would have been Sam Darnold. For guys that are currently available, if I had to choose between Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, I think I'd go with Russell Wilson because likewise with Russell Wilson was more consistently competitive this year.
Yeah.
And even in that final game that he played, it was mistakes down in the red zone, but at least he got them into the red zone. If I had to choose between Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, I think there's still more consistently competitive football in Russell Wilson than there is in Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to have some flashes like he did versus the Texans last year, but I think for the duration of a season, I trust that. You know what Russell Wilson did last year? His age affected him as much as it did Aaron Rodgers.
That's a fair point, and then the Achilles factors into that. And Aaron Rodgers is literally older than Russell Wilson, too. He's on the wrong side of 40. Sam Darnold had by far the best season out of any of these guys last year, so that's a perfectly acceptable answer. Based purely on personality, let's pretend the performance is equal. Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson?
Okay. Now, Russell Wilson, at various times, it seemed there were many, many reports that he wasn't popular in the locker room. And a lot of that came from the Legion of Boom type guys or what have you. So you take all that with a grain of salt because, Richard Sherman and Marshawn Lynch have said things publicly and attached their names to it.
Yes.
They would suggest Russell Wilson wasn't all that popular in the locker room. Aaron Rodgers, I think there's two sides to it, is where he rubs people the wrong way for various reasons. And not all of them really, like this was before the vaccine or anything like that. But that's more of a outside perspective issue. It's never seemed like he's all that. It seems like he's well liked by his teammates. I think even him getting into it with Garrett Wilson at practice last year was probably overblown.
Yeah.
So just from a personality side of things, I would have to go with Aaron Rodgers, just because you never heard the reports out of the locker room or from former players nearly to the same degree with him that you did out of Russell Wilson.
Neither one's perfect. Neither one's neither one's perfect.
Look, Randall Cobb absolutely loves him, but the one other receiver that is receiver.
Oh, it was Greg Jennings.
Yeah, Greg Jennings.
Yeah.
Greg Jennings has kind of almost made a cottage industry out of bashing his former teammate Aaron Rodgers, but by and large, he seems to have had a different locker room relationship or team relationship with his teammates.
The original purpose of this segment was captured before you even answered the question. It was the angst with which you addressed answering the question, the rubbing of your face, the groaning, the groaning that solicited or elicited this text on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Damn it, Seth. I pulled up the Starbucks window just as you're groaning over the radio. Got a nice awkward look from the barista. Can you imagine?
It's not my phone. It's not coming from my phone. It's coming from the radio.
Can you imagine pulling up to Starbucks? Yes. Can I take your... That's great. Oh, man.
That's the worst. Whenever you might be scrolling through TikTok or something, and there's some even if it's not anything obscene, but there's groaning of any sort, it sounds immediately in our dirty minds as humans that that's some kind of smut this guy's watching.
Yes.
No, it's weightlifting videos. I swear, it's weightlifting videos. Does it kind of turn me on? I'm impressed. Yeah, that's a lot of weight.
Yes.
But it's not sexual.
That's funny. Yeah, CJ. That was CJ Gardner-Johnson. He's got a good groan. Someone points out Jameis Winston is still available. He is. That'll be a big signing when somebody lands old Jameis.
Would you have Jameis Winston or Davis Mills as your backup quarterback?
I'd rather
now?
Jameis than any of these guys.
As a backup quarterback.
On the team, yeah. Yes.
Right, no, I'm asking you. Do you want Jameis or Davis Mills as the Texans' backup quarterback?
I was pondering him instead of Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. I would no, I'd rather have Davis Mills. I'm saying this, full well that I would love me a good Jameis Winston press conference or pep talk.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a better chance. I say this all the time about backup quarterbacks. My expectation isn't that they're going to take you to the Super Bowl. My expectation is that over the course of, say, 3 or 4 weeks, when your quarterback gets injured, that they can go win 2 games for you out of those 3 or 4 games. I feel like Jameis has a much better chance of going and losing you games than Davis Mills does. by definition, you're not putting a ton on your backup quarterback's plate. You know what I mean? To go like we're leaning on Davis Mills or Jameis Winston to go win this game. If you're doing that, you're sunk already. I just feel like Jameis could go take a conservative game plan and still find a way to throw 4 picks. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah, I'm just looking at. I mean, I'm doing the stat comp.
Yeah.
Now this takes into account Jameis Winston previously in his career, where he was a different type of quarterback. I mean, they're remarkably similar. In terms of touchdowns to interceptions, Jameis is actually better in terms of touchdown to interception ratio. But that's weird. Yeah, but his interception rate is a lot higher.
Percentage of times he throws it.
That's more of him having thrown as many, like he doesn't throw as many touchdown passes. Jameis will throw a lot of incredible receptions that easily could have been pick sixes. Yeah. I don't know. See, I'm more along the lines of, okay, if you want him to win 50% of the games, if Jameis Winston comes in for 4 games, he will totally win you 2 of those games, and he will totally lose you 2 of those games.
That's fair.
And I like that kind of drama.
Yeah, that is spicy. You're absolutely right about that. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We saw a little something from the Rockets last night that we haven't seen much of this season. We did see last season. We haven't seen much. I liked it last night, and I like this role that they're on right now. We'll talk about it coming up next.
In the Loop. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Four straight wins for the Rockets and their 41st victory of the season, equaling their win total from last season where they had improved their record by 19 games, continuing to take steps forward.
All right, that was Craig Ackerman on the call. Space City Home Network. The Rockets beat the Suns last night, 111-104. There are a lot of interesting angles in this game. Considering the Suns have been such a big disappointment this year, the Rockets have been such a big surprise, and there was nothing in watching that game last night. And the Suns had their three stars out there last night. They had Devin Booker out there. They had Kevin Durant out there. They had Bradley Beal. They were all playing last night. No excuses.
Yeah.
The Rockets are just a way better basketball team than the Phoenix Suns. The eye test of the standings matches the eye test of that game last night.
And when they play the way they did, they had 11 steals. They scored 18 points off of 17 turnovers. They were the scrappy bunch. And the formula that works for the Rockets is when they play that way, when they're grabbing offensive rebounds, they're gonna beat inferior teams. So we've seen that stretch out of them now for a few games now. The better version of the Rockets. Fred VanVleet, even though it's having that stabilizing presence out there, it makes a difference. I think even in the minutes when he's not on the court, there's just that presence and that flow feels like there's more of that in the game.
Yeah, there's something. It's interesting you say that. There is something about a guy like that who's clearly brought in to be a good player, but also a leader for the team. There is something about him being in uniform doing that as opposed to street clothes that just the optics of it feel different and probably feel different in the huddle.
Yeah, it kind of sets a certain standard, and it kind of sets a tone, and it's leadership by example in that regard. That this is all that the gears are all in place, and we're running the way we should.
Yep, yeah, they were I thought the composure was much better last night with him out there. Jalen Green,
Steven Adams kind of getting ejected, but whatever. That wasn't his fault. That was that damn Plumlee bastard.
That was look, there was a stretch last year where it felt like for about 3 weeks the Rockets got into a scrape in every game.
That's right.
Remember, they were like, we were talking about them like they were the damn bad boys Pistons last year. They were getting into fights every night, it felt like. And we hadn't seen anything like this that I can remember this year since Amen Thompson hip-tossed Tyler Hero into the first row. Mm-hmm. Exaggerating a little bit, but he did hip-toss him to the ground. But if you missed it, what Seth is describing, I'm going to let you describe it because you described the maneuvers and everything. So Steven Adams and one of the Plumlees got into a scrape last night. A couple 7-footers going at it last night.
Yeah, and it started off with just signing kind of some just tussling and pushing and grabbing underneath the rim.
Yeah.
And he forklifts Mason Plumlee.
Thank you.
Basically puts both his arms out up underneath Mason Plumlee's armpits, and he's kind of just holding him at bay there. And Plumlee doesn't like it none too much, and he starts driving into him. And then Steven Adams gets Plumlee in a bear hug, and then it's not really clear. It looks like Adams is trying to pull off a suplex on him, but he doesn't make any kind of a hip thrust or any kind of torquing motion. So I think it was more that they just got toppled over by the would-be peacekeepers, and it made it even look worse than it actually was.
Timber!
So these two redwoods fall down in the forest on top of each other, and all the scraping continues. But it wasn't like there were fists thrown or anything like that.
No.
Both guys get ejected. I would say if you had to declare a winner, even though Plumlee landed on top of Steven Adams, it didn't look like he knew what to do once he was on top of him.
Yeah.
Plumlee ended up with some blood over his eyebrows, so he loses, in my opinion.
Yeah, Plumlee loses based on a few things to me. One, he went to Duke. Two, he got cut, as you just said. And three, Steven Adams got up and was laughing afterwards. Plumlee looked legitimately agitated, like, oh, I cannot believe
He put hands on me.
Pushed me
I'll
to the
have you know, my father's attorney will not think highly of you, sir.
That's right.
Yes,
that's right.
He's probably already got the motions in both the United States and New Zealand right now. Yeah,
that's right.
His family is taking care of it.
That's right, in both countries. Here's Ime Udoka after the game talking about the scuffle between Adams and Plumlee.
What do you think? Wasn't much. Steven could do a lot more if he was really trying to wrestle. So, like I said, it looked like they got in a little bear hug and fell down, and I thought that'd be maybe a technical at best, but surprised to be ejected.
That got a smile out of Ime Udoka. You can tell the things he likes talking about because you can actually see his teeth. He's smiling when he says them.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing sometimes because there's so few actual fights anymore in sports, which is probably a good thing. But some of the fights, things that are described as fights are like usually it's just a couple guys shoving each other or not even shoving each other, but they get in each other's faces. This was as close to a fight as you actually get anymore.
Yeah.
This is not the punch by a long stretch.
No.
But it's I can see Udoka kind of like, listen, yeah, all right. I guess if you want to call that a fight, sure.
Right. Yeah. Alpi was really good last night. 7 of 7 from the field. He had a pass. I didn't get to see the SportsCenter top 10 today, but if his behind-the-back pass he had to Tari Eason down the stretch in this game wasn't in the top 3, then I'm storming the gates at Bristol, Connecticut over that. So it was good. They've matched their win total for last year, Seth. They went 41-41 last season. The Rockets are 41-25 now. Brado put up on Twitter, who's a big Rockets follower. He has a podcast that's very good on the Rockets. Put up he listed the record for the last 5 seasons for the Rockets, and it reads like a team that is doing a rebuild from the ground up the exact right way. You know, like they bottomed out. James Harden requested a trade, and they traded him 3 weeks into the season, whatever it was. They go 17-55. They go 20-62 the next year, and then they start drafting guys. They're finishing low enough to be drafting really, really high. So they go 17-55, draft Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün. They go 20-62, and they draft Jabari Smith and Tari Eason. They go 22-60. They draft Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore. And so you had 3 horrible years, and you draft 6 guys that are all, I would say, working out to various degrees. Like Cam Whitmore may disagree with me on that since he's tucked at the back of the bench. But they've done a really on the whole, they did an amazing job drafting in those spots that they did. So now they're 41-41 last year, and now they're 41-25, and they're a team whose upside is the 2 seed in the Western Conference, having sprinkled a couple other veterans in with this young core. They're executing this rebuild perfectly right now.
Yeah,
the Rockets.
no, it's and it's still we can say all this right now. When it comes to the playoffs, we've reset our bar. I think we've set a bar higher for the Rockets, and it's okay. It's okay to be PO'd if they underperform in the playoffs.
If they underperform,
because I think they've played well enough to do that, and we've seen the lulls here. The good, especially in the first half of the season, then the lull in 2025 until this stretch where you're playing against bad teams or teams that aren't emotionally checked in. So, yeah, don't let anybody try to you expect anyway. I want more. Constantly, always, and forever. I want more. And I think they're capable of it. As long as they play scrappy, as long as they play physical.
I'll come away incredibly excited about the future. I'm already excited about the future. And even if they were to lose in the first round, I'd still be excited just based on the guys they have. But in terms of excited to where, wow, next year could be really special if they do a couple more of the right things in the offseason. If they get home court advantage in the first round, so that means you just got to get to the 4 seed. They're the 5 seed right now. They're 2 games out of the 2 seed right now. So as long as they wind up as one of the 3 best teams in that 4-team jumble in the middle of the playoff hunt right there, if they get home court in the first round, win a playoff series, and then in the second round of the playoffs against, say, a better team than them, take them to 6 or 7 games and look like they're standing toe-to-toe, I will go into next season, can't wait for October to get here kind of thing for basketball, if that's what they end up doing.
As I'm looking at the seasons laid out, by the way, Sean, since I fixed baseball earlier by saying that the Hall of Fame shouldn't have guys have to choose a hat or a team anymore.
Good job.
'Cause that's from a bygone era.
Yeah.
I fixed it. Don't worry, everybody. I fixed the Baseball Hall of Fame. The NBA, can we please just start describing the season as the season in which – can this be the 2025 season? Can we just say the season in which they play the NBA championship game?
Oh,
that's
the
hyphenation of the seasons annoys me.
Yeah.
They play the majority of the season in the postseason in 2025. Just call it the 2025 season.
In football, they do that. In football, the Eagles are considered the champs of
you even call it. Most people say the 2024 Super Bowl, and you're like, oh, you mean the one that was in 2025,
yes,
right? Of course,
that's exactly
I do,
what
idiot.
we're talking about. Yeah,
because that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
So there, you're welcome, basketball. I fixed you.
Someone's saying on the text page that the Astros are on Space City Home Network against the Cardinals today at noon. I know where I'll be. I will be watching that game in Cam Smith in right field. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll be watching that.
What about, speaking of the Astros, did Carlos Correa get himself in a little bit of a scrape?
I thought so. When I saw this headline yesterday, and I saw it on Twitter, Fox 26 had it, and the headline just says contractor. I'm shocked that the headline I'm looking at didn't put in the name Carlos Correa.
That's what I did when I saw you put it in the show rundown.
Yeah.
I thought, it says Carlos Correa arrested for more than $500,000 in default judgment.
It's a true story.
And in my mind, I'm like, what? What the hell is this?
It's a true story. Now
in the Antonio Brown did he do?
The title on Fox 26's website, we got to get with their social media people, says contractor arrested in Harris County, alleged default judgments of more than $500,000. And it turns out the name of the guy is Carlos Correa. His company is Correa Construction. And I would say the transgression that's getting the most attention here is that of the $500,000 in default judgments against him, one of them is he basically stole $30,000 from a 92-year-old woman in Harris County.
He took the money to do to redo her bathrooms and then just didn't finish the job.
Stop showing up. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, man.
Contractor's big deal.
Yes.
You gotta get ideally somebody that you know, but man, do your research a little bit.
I'm sorry that confused you, that headline.
I really did. There was, it's 3 a.m. and I'm just kind of cruising down through this one. Usually I'll cruise down the show rundown to see what we've got planned for what you've planned for the day.
Yeah.
And then I go and then I click on my links. This one I clicked on immediately instead of going back up to 6 a.m.
Good tease.
I was like, well, what the hell is this all about?
Yeah.
It's like Deshaun Watson not paying the lease on his his cheesesteak places after he left.
No.
So, no, I was happy because I like Carlos Correa.
I do too.
He makes enough money to shop at the Dior store. I would hope that he wasn't screwing over 92-year-old women with that Dior store money.
It so happens this is some scumbag that shares the same name as him. That's all.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to chill.
Okay, well, that's the other Carlos Correa. That was
the most confused 15 seconds I've had after reading that headline that you put in.
Yeah.
Since as a young boy I saw my parents having sex. I didn't know what the hell was going on, and it really shook the core of everything that I just knew about human beings. The Carlos Correa, who turns out was a contractor, Carlos Correa, has screwed over a 92-year-old
This is the
woman.
most confused you've been since that.
Since that day. I remember as a 7-year-old thinking like, "Whew, this is going to be the most confusing thing I'm going to see for decades."
Did you have to get the talk right after that then? Like, did they say, well, normally we explain this stuff when you get to whatever age?
No, they didn't know. And actually, it was my dad and my sister expected it out of her.
We definitely went further down the rabbit hole.
She was a trollop. She would do something like that.
Strumpet. Yeah. Do you ever get nervous that people that share the same name as you are going to do something where, like, your name gets poisoned? Like, there's that Seinfeld episode where Elaine was dating a guy named Joel Rifkin, and he shared a name, the serial killer. Yeah. So, like, okay, we got to change your name. You know.
Seth Payne is unique enough.
Yeah.
Luckily, the most prominent Seth Paynes that I know through basically social media and the internet, you figure this stuff out over the years. One was a Yale theology major who had a blog that was kind of famous. So there were people. I knew this because somebody had met me and told me they didn't realize how learned I was in religion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I know a couple things, and it was because of this guy. But then the other notable Seth Payne is the Western Michigan defensive line coach. So now I'm heavily invested in the Western Michigan defensive line this year.
Yeah.
He just got the job, and I feel like my reputation is at stake. If they underperform, there's going to be enough people that will think like, oh, I hated that bum back when he was a player, and I hate him now as a defensive line coach.
Charlie Casserly texted you to congratulate you on getting that job last week, right?
Yeah. Kylie Wong sent me a note. I got a lot of people asking if it was me that didn't know for sure because they knew that I wasn't in coaching.
Mm-hmm.
We're just jumping into coaching now. That is, the more notable names like Marshall Faulk, for instance, getting the running backs job at Colorado, and various other guys. That I think a lot of people are like, oh, I guess this is what people are doing now.
Yep.
Plus we got what's his name there, Doug Gottlieb. Is still a radio host and a head basketball coach.
Yeah, he's doing two jobs where you'd be like, oh, that must be two different guys.
I think our time is
No, it's
right.
just one guy doing both jobs.
Would you be cool with that if I just went out and tried to get myself a coaching job and we kept doing the show?
I think depending on what the coaching job was, I think we could handle that.
I think it would be a disaster.
You do?
Yeah.
I mean, you would be
I'd
stretched thin.
Yeah, I don't think I'd do well at all.
You need your rest.
I'd probably get fired from the coaching job because I'd flip out. Not because I hate kids or anything, but because the stress would get to me.
Yeah.
Me and time management are not friends, and it would be ugly.
I'm just telling you, the show would be ready to go every day. I would do my part to make sure you could maintain that dual income. And now that I say that out loud, you'd at least be chipping off
most of the work.
20%. You'd at least be chipping off 20% of your coaching salary too. Sure, it'll be ready to go. Yeah.
My day typically starts at 3. The way it works with our show is that you do a really good job. You're very good organizationally, and you kind of lay things out. Mm-hmm. And then at 3 a.m. I go in and I've done my own stuff yesterday, but not in an organized fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So I go through and I look at the show prep, and I'm like, okay, this is what Sean wants to talk about. I'm gonna try not to drag him down today. So my time management would be from 3 a.m. to 11 a.m. or so, because I think.
Yeah, you'd have to give up on that, yeah.
But from 3 a.m. to 11 a.m., I'd be radio host. But then all the stuff that I do in the afternoon, just like watching games and everything and reading articles, I'd have to be focused on coaching. So I don't think it would be as good. I'd end up I'd be sprinkling all these little anecdotes in from my job at Southeast Western Presbyterian College or something, and I don't think it would be good.
Now that you talk it through, I think let's just stick with what we're doing.
Yeah, we're cool.
Put it this way, we have a better chance of becoming the best in the world doing it this way than with you being a coach.
yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's circle back. Texans, names on the market right now. Are you in on this one? And one that got yanked off the market that I think has pushed another one up to the front of the offensive line free agency list. I'm going to check, too, and see if there's been any signings in the last couple of hours. So we'll get you updated on everything going on in free agency coming up next.
flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, quick check of the news, and then we'll get to players the Texans could be in on. David Andrews, the former center for the New England Patriots, was there for a number of years. Super Bowl rings, the whole 9 yards. Obviously, he was in the building when Nick Caserio was there. He has been released by the New England Patriots. There are Texan fans saying, bring me David Andrews. David Andrews has been released. Bring him in. He is coming off a shoulder injury and is pondering retirement, reportedly. So do you want somebody who is pondering retirement as the new tone setter in the middle of your offensive line?
Probably not.
Yeah.
And given that he played 193 snaps last year, he'd been solid and steady leading into that. I wonder, look, you know who was pondering retirement at one point? Charlie Morton, like 10 years ago.
That's true.
So I think it was before the World Series season. He'd been kind of thinking about whether or not that was going to be his last year, and obviously he kept on playing.
Still playing.
Yeah, you're right. Like, and just with multiple different teams after he left the Astros. So no, it's not. I'm not overly worried about the fact that he's pondering retirement. With one team in the last couple of years haven't been so pretty, especially after coming in and riding such a high. He got there in 2015. You're there on awesome teams, and you get to taste all that glory. Maybe emotionally it's going to take him a little bit of time to get back into it. But I would take a flyer on him depending on how bad his shoulder injury was, just because it's just this 1 year this last year where he didn't play up to his normal caliber, and he was probably trying to play through the shoulder injury for a while.
Is center just as big a thing they should be looking at as tackle and guard right now for you?
I think, yeah, because I think that there needs to be genuine competition there. And I think you might bring in David Andrews and maybe doesn't even make the team if you feel good about some of the other guys there. But you also want to have a backup center and a backup guard, a swing guard that you can feel good about. And I think with Laken Tomlinson, who they just brought in, I don't think they're planning on him 100% being a starter. He's getting up there in years. He hasn't been as good recently as he was before. But they feel like they can probably rely on him to go in and do his job. But I don't think that by any stretch of the imagination that it's set in stone he's going to be a starting guard.
Yeah, I'm just going to admit, like I watched, other than the Texans playing them in Week 6, no Patriots games last year. I have no idea how David Andrews played. I know he's been a really good player.
He didn't play much at all.
Yeah,
right, yeah. So he's certainly a possibility. Yeah. And I don't think there's any veteran out there right now. There's a couple of them. I mean, Mekhi Becton, if they sign Mekhi Becton, I think he's your starting guard next year.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly what Mekhi Becton is. He's been very up and down. He's played both tackle and guard. The best work he's put together that looks best on his resume is this last year with the Eagles. As you brought up earlier, there might be teams that are looking at Mekhi Becton and thinking, okay, you did this underneath an awesome offensive line coach and with a quarterback who's a rushing threat. And having a guy like Jalen Hurts as your quarterback makes the entire offensive line look better than they actually are.
Yeah.
So I'm not, 100% convinced that teams are looking at Mekhi Becton the same way Mekhi Becton might be looking at himself. But if they can come to terms with him and they like him, I'd feel really good about that. David Andrews would be a guy that, all right, he's there, but we don't know for sure if he's going to start.
Yeah. Here's A.Q. Shipley, a former offensive lineman, on the Pat McAfee show yesterday saying he thinks that Mekhi Becton is a fit for the Houston Texans.
Who would be in the market for Mekhi Becton? Who?
If I'm Houston, I go get him right now.
Okay.
Houston clearly has made the moves to go get skill, right? But they've unloaded their entire offensive line. They've gotten rid of Laremy Tunsil. They got rid of Shaq Mason. They got rid of Green, the former first-rounder who they obviously sent to Philadelphia in the trade, right? They've bolstered areas of their team skill-wise with C.J. Stroud, obviously Mixon, and they went and got Christian Kirk. Like, they have skill galore, but we all have seen it. If you don't have an offensive line, you can't win games, guys.
Yeah, and that's not breaking news to anybody in Houston, obviously. The fact that they're willing to tear it all down to the studs and try to rebuild, but now you got to go through the really hard business of finding good offensive linemen to put on that team. So, I mean, as a fit, He played right guard last year. Could he play left guard? Sure, I'm sure. Yeah, he's a big dude. I mean, he is, which was an issue at tackle.
Yeah,
he's like 365 pounds. Yeah. A.Q. Shipley endorsing him, I feel like that's good. A.Q. Shipley pays attention. He does film breakdowns on offensive linemen on social media all the time. He's a really bright guy. That makes me feel intrigued by Mekhi Becton.
Yeah.
If you could get him on 3 years, $10 million per year, the Texans could sign him today with that contract. You know, his first year cap hit wouldn't have to be the $6 million of space that they have or whatever. I feel like he might want more than 3 years, $10 million per year.
Yeah.
You look and you see the guards that are making $20 million per year. Mekhi Becton might be thinking, okay, yeah, but look, I played well last year. I'm a first-round pick. I've got these physical traits and skills that I'm going to hold out for more than just a 3-year, $30 million contract.
Yeah, he's at the stage where I think most NFL players, especially first-round picks, who probably have in mind coming into the league some sort of blueprint for what it's going to look like. It only looks that way for half of them, but they still think, I'm going to play my rookie deal, and then I'm going to get to free agency and my second contract. He's only 25 years old. He turns 26 in a few weeks. So he's a young guy still. If I had to guess, he's really going to take care of my family moving forward. Whether it's a 3-year, $40 million deal, whatever. This contract he's about to sign will be the biggest contract of his career probably.
I think the part that we're probably way more uncomfortable with than Caserio is right this moment is that I think Caserio's open to multiple different scenarios on the offensive line, and that he might not even know what those scenarios are, because part of it is who's available in the draft if they pick at 25 or when they end up maneuvering to wherever they inevitably take.
Yeah.
Then what's it look like after the draft? And that's always an interesting period, because that's when a team that drafted a tackle might think, all right, you know what, we've got an aging offensive tackle on our roster that we'd like to get rid of his cap hit, and maybe we'll put him on the trading block. So he becomes a guy that, you know, like a George Fant type. That George Fant ended up playing way better for the Texans than I thought he was going to when he was here as a swing tackle, and he ended up having to start a bunch of games. I think it's very possible you end up with a scenario where Blake Fisher and Titus Howard are your starting tackles, with a veteran guy like a George Fant type of dude who's your swing tackle. And it's not the ideal situation, but they feel good about it moving forward. I think there's more blue-collar, average caliber starters available in free agency right now than there are offensive tackles. So going after some of these guys on the interior offensive line makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, really counterintuitive, because you traded away your best player for assets that largely can't be used to replace him in the near future. I mean, the best pick you got for Laremy Tunsil, best player on the offensive line, not best player on the team. The best asset you got can't be used until next year. It's a second-round pick next year, and yet I'm really optimistic that this is going to be a better unit this year than it was last year.
I mean, that's the whole thing. We probably haven't talked about the cap savings enough, because they do matter when you talk about it in context of the whole offensive line. When people say, oh my gosh, they were horrible on the offensive line, how do you get rid of your best pass protector? Leave out any of the things that make me feel like Laremy Tunsil is overrated as a left tackle. I think he's an awesome pass protector. I think he's middling at everything else, and awful at some things, like the pre-snap penalties. But leaving all of that out of it, we've just saw what it's like having one really good pass protector and then 4 so-so to bad other guys.
Yep.
It doesn't look pretty. So if what you need to do is get stability and have a functioning offensive line, taking some of those cap savings and spending on guys who can do their jobs, that's a lot better than having one good left tackle and then a bunch of other questionable guys. So without any animus or anything towards Laremy Tunsil, it just makes more financial sense. Yep. We already saw where they were with Laremy Tunsil and his cap hit. You got to figure something else out, and that means that you got to figure out how to have 5 competent 1 and 4 so-so guys.
We were talking in the previous segment about a contractor locally here named Carlos Correa, who's arrested for over a $500,000 in default judgments against his contracting business, including $30,000 that he took from a 92-year-old woman to fix her floors, allegedly to fix her bathrooms, and just he didn't show up, allegedly. So we were asking the question. Obviously, he shares a name with a very famous former Astro. Do you share names with anybody where it's become an issue for you? Seth, the only issue you have with the other Seth Payne is that you got some extraneous texts from Charlie Casserly and Kylie Wong congratulating you on your new job at Western Michigan last week.
The defensive line coach, especially, from former college defensive tackle Seth Payne.
Right. That's the name. You're a tackle. Get the name.
And he said, and everything. You look at it, you're like, oh, yeah, he was a college defensive tackle. Like, oh, this must be, okay.
Very similar. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. This happens all the time. My name is Justin Thomas. I get so many pictures of me winning on the PGA Tour from my family all the time.
Yeah.
So that's a good one, actually.
That is a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The opposite side of the spectrum is sports broadcaster Jerry Sandusky.
That's the gold standard for the bad side of it.
For the worst side of it is that he shares a name with another sports figure that couldn't be worse. Yeah,
couldn't be worse.
Gets all kinds of. Like, that's obviously when somebody goes after you on social media or something for that, they're idiots.
Yeah.
And yet, he has to deal with it.
Yeah.
And not to mention, there's the subliminal buddy, and you're like, hi, I'm Jerry Sandusky.
That's the big thing.
There's something in that person's brain, even if they consciously know that you're not Jerry Sandusky, that probably hesitates a little bit,
right?
That makes it feel like, even if you don't consciously realize it.
Your name is an icebreaker, but a terrible icebreaker. Like, oh wow, how is it?
I'm Jerry Sandusky.
How is it sharing?
Not the monster,
right? How is it sharing a name with the worst pedophile of all time? Yeah. Last one here, and then we'll hit the break. A couple years ago, when I was renting an apartment, they did the background check. I had to prove I wasn't the same dude with my name that did weird stuff with kids. He lived in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's not me. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Let's we're going to give away the tickets here. Is the next big contract the Texans need to keep an eye on coming up? Because that player is agitating for it. Not a Texan, but it's a contract that could affect the Texans. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Also, let's give away those rodeo tickets. 4-pack to Cody Jenks. So we're doing this all day long. We got Brooks and Dunn and Cody Jenks, and we're doing this all day long. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Cody Jenks Thursday, March 20th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Caller number 5, and you're on your way. Keep listening all day long during In the Loop this afternoon. Tickets all day long here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday here on Sports Radio 610. I want to talk about
Hi, sir.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you here as we, final segment, we'll hand things over to the guys on In the Loop. They will be getting started here at 10 o'clock. We'll talk to them in just a few minutes. Micah Parsons tweeted yesterday, "It's my time," with a lion emoji after it. This is on the same day, we should point out, Seth, the same day that his now former teammate, DeMarcus Lawrence, signs a 3-year deal with the Seattle Seahawks. I didn't see the terms of the deal. DeMarcus Lawrence has been a really good player for the Cowboys. They let him walk. And Micah Parsons tweets, "It's my time." Do we think that he is referring to is it time for his contract? Is that what Micah Parsons? I think he's saying
it, yeah, because he was very, very quiet last year, to his credit, when a lot of other players might have gotten their extension. He didn't make a peep. His agent is David Mulligetta. Yeah. You know, a lot of David Mulligetta clients have agitated for things. Yeah. So I guess I don't want to say it's a feather in the cap for David Mulligetta, but in terms of being a fan, you don't have to worry that David Mulligetta a certain way. You know, Deshaun Watson didn't make a peep before he got his extension. Then he peeped hard. Yeah. But there are other David Mulligetta clients who haven't made any peeps at all and have just gone about their business. Kind of the same way that, Altuve is represented by Scott Boras, and he's re-signed with his own team a couple times. So it's more about the player than it is the agent. With Micah Parsons, he was quiet last year. Now he's peeping, and he's peeping at the beginning of free agency. Do you think Micah Parsons is agitating for a trade, or he's demanding that the Cowboys pay him?
No, I think he's demanding the Cowboys. I think he likes being a Dallas Cowboy. You know, we see Micah Parsons is one of the easier players to go out and find out how they feel about things because he's got that podcast. I recall him. The complete delusional assessments he's had of the Dallas Cowboys through the years. Him talking about the NFC East back when it wasn't very good, like it was the greatest division of all time. I think he likes being a Dallas Cowboy. Now, I don't know how much the Dallas Cowboys themselves like Micah Parsons being a Dallas Cowboy. You've pointed this out many times. Our sister station up in Dallas, 105.3, they had a report up there within the last year or so that there'd be people in the building at Jerry World or in Frisco, where their headquarters are, that would be they would be none too sad to see Micah Parsons in another uniform.
Sean, I know you like basking in the misfortune of others, or the drama of others.
My hobbies.
So one of your more admirable traits. This is where it gets interesting. We know that Micah Parsons, from time to time on his podcast, will say things that rankle his teammates, or that feel like, oh, okay, well, maybe he shouldn't be talking about this on his podcast. The part that gets interesting is that one of the things that the Cowboys have done so far is that they re-signed the defensive tackle, Odighizuwa.
Yes.
4 years, $80 million.
Big money. Oh, yeah.
So for a guy like Micah Parsons, who feels like, okay, it's his time to get paid, and you just paid Odighizuwa, I love Odighizuwa.
Yeah.
But I could see Micah Parsons saying something like this on his podcast. I love Diggy, one of my favorite people. But come on, let's be real. I'm Micah Parsons. You're going to pay Diggy, but not me?
I could too.
Oh, I need this. I want this in my life. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I want Micah Parsons to do that thing he does where he thinks he's saying the right thing, but it comes off incredibly wrong.
Yes.
And he's gonna start off acting like he's giving prey to Odighizuwa, but it's going to end up basically being like he's half the player I am.
Yes.
How come you're paying him and not me?
That's exactly what will happen. Yeah, no,
yes,
he's a runaway train when he starts talking, man. Just train starts rolling down those tracks, and those words are going to come out, whether you like it or not.
He's not going to have CJ to bail him out.
No, CJ's not doing your podcast this year, Micah. Not anytime soon. So yeah, I think the reason you're keeping an eye on this as a Texan fan is, does the price of poker at edge rusher get even higher than the Cleveland Browns have already put it? Is there to rush the passer?
I think the $40 million per year, man, makes things super interesting next year when Will Anderson is up, when it's possible to renegotiate it. For those of you who don't know, you're not allowed to renegotiate a guy's deal until after his third season. And it's becoming more and more common to lock down players like, for instance, maybe Derek Stingley this year after their third season because these salaries just keep going up. Will Anderson is the prime guy where you'd say if he builds on last year's performance and if he stays healthy, the price tag is only going to go up.
Yes.
And he's the exact guy you feel good about paying. I think Will Anderson is the guy that gets a huge contract like that and feels obligated to go work out for 4 hours to prove that he's worth it.
Yes.
You want the guy who gets a contract and doesn't feel like, oh, I've made it. He feels like you want the guy who feels like I've got to justify this payday. So I would say that the Texans are going to be paying a defensive end $40 million per year when it comes to when it's 2026.
When the bill comes due. I think if they could, I think they would sign Will Anderson right now to that type of deal. I think I think they're that confident in him. And plus the fact that Aiden Hutchinson and Trey Hendrickson are both still in line. Like there's going to be more guys before Will can even put a pen on a piece of paper,
Well, this is the whole thing. And I know, call it culture or call it whatever you want. I think the specific type of player that DeMeco Ryans really wants is a guy like Will Anderson.
That guy, yes.
The reason a much criticized price that they paid at the time to go up and get Will Anderson, it was for those intangible traits that a lot of coaches really misjudge. I think they want character guys, but they don't identify character well. I'm always very, very skeptical of it. But Will Anderson is one of those rare individuals that brings a whole lot more to the table than just his production on the field. And that's the kind of guy that DeMeco wants. So, yeah, I think 100%, as long as he can stay healthy, they're not going to have one issue paying him whatever the market rate is there. And likewise, I don't think Laremy Tunsil is that type of guy.
Nope.
And it's evidenced by the way he plays on the field. Not looking at anything in terms of reports about toxicity in the locker room or anything. I don't care about any of that. I can judge it based on the way Laremy Tunsil plays football. That's not the type of guy that DeMeco Ryans wants to be the bell cow in the offensive line room.
Yeah.
He just isn't. He's a finesse player. He does just as much as he has to do and not much more unless it involves pass protection. So Will Anderson's a no-brainer. I think with Derek Stingley, the only thing that would scare them is the injuries.
Yeah.
He just hasn't – last year was the first year he played an entire season and really tied it all together. So that's perhaps the stumbling block in giving Derek Stingley a new deal. So we'll see how that all works out.
This is the new world we're living in, man. And I guess Nico Collins was probably a little bit of a tell last year, giving him that deal. I think the difference with Nico about these are guys that are going to be market setters. Nico moved into the neighborhood. He didn't move into the biggest house in the neighborhood when it came to wide receivers. He lives in that number one wide receiver salary range. He lives kind of, on a busier street on the fringe than the bigger ones do. Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., C.J. Stroud. These are all going to be guys that have an argument to be, if they play the way we hope they play, they're all going to have an argument to be the number one guy at their position when the contracts all come up.
I think the cool thing with Derek Stingley was that I know a lot of people had questions heading into the draft about what his relationship with his father was, just because his father was very involved in coaching him and everything else, that without even looking into the relationship, I think there's an X factor there, because sometimes that father is Earl Woods and it works out magnificently. Sometimes it's Norv Marinovich. Was it Norv Marinovich?
Marv
Marinovich.
Marv Marinovich.
Close
yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
You know what?
Give it. Yeah, take that. Yeah. You're up by like
Sounded
2 letters.
Vaguely the same for the guy that wasn't the actual. So it can go. You can be Jennifer Capriati, or you can be one of the Williams sisters.
There you go.
Sometimes having an overbearing parent is a good thing. I think with Derek Stingley, he and his dad have a great relationship, and I think just by virtue of watching Derek Stingley work, he's not a guy who's doing it because he's got an overbearing father. It's probably more one of those relationships where the father realizes this kid just wants more and more. Like, he just wants to learn and he wants to do it. So that's that part of it. One of those big question marks, I think, that some people, their son, really close-knit relationship. It's worked out really well for Derek Stingley.
Well, and I think Stingley's dad, too, has to look at what this organization has evolved into. and feel really good about it. When he got drafted 3rd overall by that version of the Texans, the Lovie Smith coached version, which was completely bereft of talent, like completely bereft of talent. You're coming off a year that you went 4-13, and you're finally getting first-round picks again for the first time in 3 years, and had to feel like, all right, well, it's cool my son's getting drafted 3rd overall. Like, he's going to get paid, but no. He's got to feel now where it's almost like he feels like his son chose the perfect college for him. I know the Texans chose him, but it's almost like where he is now, like, oh, this is the perfect place for my kid with the coaches and everything.
The feeling on defense, the really cool thing about it is it's rare in the NFL that you really end up on a team or on a unit where it feels like, man, I'm around my kind of guys, and this is awesome, and they're all in it for the same reasons I am. Mm-hmm. You don't just have a bunch of money-hungry mercenaries, et cetera. Mm-hmm. Just based on Derek Stingley's social media post from a couple weeks ago, that's how he feels, I think. I think he feels like he's in the right place.
Yep.
And that's the part it's hard to judge above and beyond the money part of it, because there's nothing wrong with wanting to make a boatload of money. That's a very human thing. But there's got to be something more than just that if you want to be special.
Yeah.
And D'Amico's done a great job of identifying it on the defensive side of the ball. It's really, how do we get more of those guys on the offensive side of the ball? I think Nico Collins is a great start. I think that's one of the reasons they love Damian Pierce.
Yeah.
It's just a question of, all right, but you also got to be a really good football player.
Yep.
And you just need more guys with that attitude on offense.
Bring me Cam Scattaboo, by God. Bring me Cam Scattaboo. I'm just saying.
All the grit.
We have a listener texted in there. They must have been doing one of those mock drafts online that you can do, and they just sent in their first 4 or 5 picks here. Which, by the way, like, it's not very radio-friendly, but I would tell people, keep texting them to this show because I love reading them. When I see some of the names on here, I get very excited, especially Cam Scattaboo with the 89th overall pick. Bring him to me. Bring him now. What's up, boys?
Hey, how are you?
We're doing great, man. We're doing fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Any more words you need me to help you with?
No, thank you, though, Reggie. Reggie texted me earlier. I had maybe a senior moment, I guess. I don't know. But I was like,
it happens to the best
what's
of
the
us.
opposite of hair trigger, where you shoot the gun, but but it's the opposite of that. You really don't want to shoot the gun. And Reggie said, you're thinking of gun shy, sir.
You know what?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reggie. And also, I apologize, Sean, because I was, this has been a rarely pretty sharp day for me mentally when it comes to looking up stats and things, getting names right.
Yes.
You're on your game.
I was probably triple checking a stat that I had looked up when you asked me to help you with that. So I apologize.
Don't apologize.
No, you had a great day today. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
It was one of his good days. This feels exactly like the conversations I've had about relatives with Alzheimer's.
Oh, no.
It was a good day. You remembered who I was. Yeah, it was a really good day.
You knew my name. You crushed it.
It really is so paternalistic. I'm sorry.
Reginald, it's funny. I guess it's not that funny, but I find it funny that as a player, for if you have dementia or CTE or something, you only get the benefits after you're dead. So there is a part of me that I hope, if it's not going to go great, I hope I spiral downward quickly and that my family doesn't have to be a caretaker for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
If I end up with dementia or CTE, that they can at least capitalize on it, you know?
Yeah, get some money out of the settlement. I see what you're doing there.
Yes.
I can selfishly hope that, hey, if I get CTE, then, at least my family will benefit.
Right.
After 10 years of me acting like somebody completely different than myself. So there you go.
It should
There's your
benefit
payment.
for that.
Yeah.
Is that what percentage of the show ends up being moribund like that particular portion of our handoff?
What, like this right now?
Yeah, just general, how because that was a little morose. I'm gonna be honest.
Right now? Oh, we can get to dark places on our show.
I'm very, very comfortable with my own mortality, and I know sometimes I feel like maybe I need to talk a little less freely and loosely about. How one day, I'm totally going to die.
Part of your
sometime
charm.
Probably realistically within the next 30 years.
Yeah.
So I don't try to waste too much energy on, pretending like it's not going to happen.
Your nihilism is what makes you so popular, Seth. Absolutely.
It's part of it, at least.
Yeah. So what's the question of the day, boys? Give it to me.
Question of the day. Actually, you guys were talking about it earlier, but when has your name put you in a very uncomfortable situation?
Okay.
Has to do with the Carlos Correa, with Seth Payne, to be honest. Maybe not uncomfortable. unique. Like your name was.
I'm not that guy.
Yeah. You're not that guy.
Yeah.
The worst thing about Sean's name is that I'd say 57% of the time when I listen to an interview he does outside the market, they were like, and coming up next, we've got. Let me scroll down the Wikipedia. Sean Pendergast.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I'm sure you're getting that all the time.
Just making
all the
up
time,
letters.
Pendergast.
Yeah, man.
I get angry.
It happened on Monday.
Yeah.
At Washington Station. That's why I took a flamethrower to the Laremy Tunsil trade on their show.
And that's the only reason why.
Pooped all over the whole. Yeah, well, it was more flames. It was. I turned it up. It was going to be at 8. I turned it up to 10.
Oh, very nice.
Flame the entire thing. I would imagine your name is a difficult one to pigeonhole into this question here, Reggie. I don't want to be, overgeneralize here, but Reggie Atatula is a very unique name.
It's fairly unique, but there's still instances where it can get a little uncomfortable.
Is it like John Smith in any area of the world? You know how like sometimes they're like, oh yeah, down here in Cajun country.
Well, John Lopez.
Robert Thibodeau is like John Smith.
Right.
Yeah.
John Lopez is the Hispanic John Smith.
Is it John Smith? Right.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that. Like even the surname Atatula, like there's a few places in Nigeria where you can kind of track it to.
Yeah.
So no, not quite that. But I mean, names can be uncomfortable in various different ways.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to exploring.
I feel like John. I feel like with you should add something to your name, like John Lopez of the Heights or.
That's
whatever.
why I always use my middle initial.
Juan Felipe.
That was my mother's suggestion when I sent my first story ever that I was printed in a newspaper at the battalion at A&M. Home, and it just said John Lopez, and she says, "Why don't you use John P. Lopez on your middle initial P?"
Every one, huh?
Every single, except the first one.
Okay, wow.
Back in 1981,
Okay.
1982.
I'll tell you what. You know what the weirds about that though, Sean or John? Okay, so Seth Payne, the Western Michigan defensive line coach.
Yeah.
People have confused him with me for a long time. We've talked to him a few times, and we joke about it. I DM him on social media, congratulating him for this and all that. But I believe. So my initials are Seth C. Payne, SCP. His name is Seth C. Payne, middle initial Cornell.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So, the SEO is just awful on
weird.
that.
That's a mind-blown moment right there.
That's weird.
Yeah.
God, that's probably really impeded the stated desire you've had to me of changing your middle name to your alma mater.
Yeah.
Seth, ever heard of it, Payne?
I've been wanting to do this forever, and this guy hijacked my efforts.
When we used to have on the radio,
Lopez.
Yes.
There was a stretch of time where we were calling. I was white Seth Payne and he was black Seth Payne. It kind of fell out of fashion somewhere by like 5-6 years ago. We're like, let's not invite any criticism we don't need. Yeah,
that's funny. Yeah. Sean Go Irish Pendergast. Got a ring to it.
Touchdown Jesus Pendergast.
Touchdown. Oh, yeah, the T, because it's T. Touchdown Jesus, all one word.
Yeah.
Or hyphenated. Either one. It works. All right, fellas. Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
No, antibodies and an excised R from your last name to you.
Thank you. I know. Where are these people put these extraneous R's? They
Teddy.
Yeah.
It could be Sean Teddy Pendergast.
That was my nickname in college, was Teddy. They call me that because of Teddy Pendergast.
I like it.
Yeah, it's Teddy.
You got any crooning in you?
No, God, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. In the loop, Reggie Atatula, first of his name and only of his name.
John
Lopez. John P. Lopez.
Yes.
Probably still one of many John P. Lopez, I would guess. Figgy Fig, there's only one.
That's right.
They're in the loop, and they start now.
Thank you for a grand introduction,
Got
Sean.
that, brother. You got it.
Not Pendergrass to Pendergast. Yes, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Not Sports Lopez 610. I have since corrected that. Happy Thursday to you. Hope that you all are doing well. I did want in the handoff, listening to the show, which you should, 6 to 10 a.m. every weekday here on Sports Radio 610. I heard at one point Seth is having this really interesting conversation about pushing yourself beyond the physical limits that you believe yourself to have. And at one point, anytime he starts talking about pain, I'm like, dude, there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity to use your name here, and he doesn't. Because he's all about the point. But I'm like, man, a more gimmicky version of Seth would somehow wedge his own identity into this conversation about pain, and that'd be great.
He would hate himself so much doing that. The self-loathing that would happen when he did that.
No self-loathing.
Where your head's at. Yeah.
And that's why I'm not Seth C. Payne. All right, let's get going here on a Thursday. And maybe you're saying that about the Thursday. Go ahead and text in. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713. My bad, Jim. 713-572-4610. There's also, courtesy of Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, the Mo Karam Injury live stream, both on Twitch and on YouTube.
We keep it 100.
You sure do. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. When do you change an incomplete to a not great? Because we have, I think, locally here in Houston, we've all kind of gotten defensive. We got our armaments all on us when all the national voices looked at the Laremy Tunsil trade and then just in general, the offseason thus far. I saw someone give the Texans a grade of an F as of this far in the offseason. And I'm like, yo, y'all are hasty as hell, man, to try and give the Texans a failing grade. We were all like, y'all just don't get it. You don't understand, Mom. Like, it's not a fake. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're all in that place.
It's just the midterm.
Yeah, like, come on. We're still growing through this.
It really is kind of like just the midterm. Look, hey, man, look, I know. I blew that test, but, you know, I was whatever.
It was just a pop quiz.
It was just a pop
ain't no
quiz.
big. It don't count to the real
6-week grade comes in 2 more weeks. Y'all,
it's September.
She said I can make it up. All right, I'm going to go into tutoring. She said I could get the grade better. Right?
He said that like he said it before. Mom, it's September.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, that test don't matter.
Not at all. Not at all. It's the pre-SAT. It's not the real SAT. Come on now. But, yeah, we're like, no. It's incomplete. There's still work to be done. We've gone through 3 days of free agency, which, again, 3 days. However,
feels like forever.
We were all in this place. We're like, look, we know what the timeline is. Day 1 and 2, you sit pretty. Day 3, we pop off.
Yeah.
Day 3 came and went. Wasn't no popping off.
There was not.
So, like, what are the vibes? Where are we at? But then I know that it's not today. But when does that change happen when we start going, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, like when impatience really hits. I will say this. You know, my regular morning routine, as I was opening my phone after I poured my coffee, I literally said to myself, I don't think I said it out loud, I was like, all right, do something. I know, I really did. As I'm opening my phone, I wanted to wake up to some sort of news, some sort of nugget, some sort of, update on the Texans are in on this or have done that or whatever. I literally thought to myself, all right, do something. So we're kind of traipsing into that uncomfortable, impatient grounds right now. When does it become like, all right, I'll tell you exactly when. You know, when more of these guys are clearly off the board, and a lot of guys have come off the board.
Okay, I thought you were going to stop there, and I was going to be very uncomfortable.
Off the board.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why you feel the way you do, and I feel the way I do.
There's that, and then there was the idea that one of the ones that was coveted, to try and help, particularly this offensive line. I feel like this
That's the one I'm talking about.
This all kind of cycles, or this all kind of centrally focused. There we go, on the offensive line, because that's the place that feels like, not even just feels like, that's the place that feels like lacking quality of what you would want going into a game, which, again, you're not playing no games for many, many months at this point.
Yeah.
But you want to start getting it to look like it has a level of cohesion in and of itself, and it does not feel like that. Maybe you could say in various other places, maybe the only other one that you go is maybe like wide receiver where you go. Still, I don't know if you feel like you're great running out there with what you got. But Kevin Zeitler was a name that we had thrown out there a lot on these airwaves. I think a lot of people in just the general Texans fandom had looked at the opportunity at the veteran offensive guard that last played with the Detroit Lions. As, man, that's a possibility to add like somebody who played well, right? Yeah. Add a talented free agent, but then add a guy who has experience, a guy who is a veteran who has played the right way for whatever that means and whatever that is worth to you. Nope.
Yeah.
Kevin Zeitler off the menu. And so I'm interested, what was your instant reaction? Because mine is one that is not FCC friendly.
Yeah.
When we found out that not only did Kevin Zeitler go for a 1-year, $9 million deal, something that feels so damn doable,
very much,
to get you a valuable offensive lineman, a valuable player to fit in to a space that you desperately need, not just this year, but you kind of needed last year. He went to the damn Titans.
He went to the Titans. That was my reaction was the same. And the other thing that it made me, and see, this is why we're in this space, of when does it happen where you start going, all right, well, are you going to do something or not? Because it was very doable, as you said, and it made me think. made me think all the good free agents are gone. What was the purpose of clearing money? People are starting to think like that.
That's going to be the question, because that was the
purpose. What were you doing?
Right. That was the place where a lot of people got to. Like, what are you doing sending Laremy Tunsil elsewhere? I don't know. There were some people that seemed to be there with Kenyon Green, but I'm like, all right, that one is.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you get there as like you don't understand. Like I don't know how you get there just in general, right? If you watched him play this past year, which I know a lot of people did, because remember they lost to the Jets in front of national TV.
Yep.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna reel that.
We can reel that one back in.
Yeah. But like. Yeah, that was the place that people got to. Is like, what are you doing? Like, are you clearing space for what? Like, to go get who?
Yeah.
And there was thoughts that, okay, yeah, maybe there's some people that you can go and get out. But yes, on the YouTube, Pals is like, you just need to calm down until May. This team will be fine. Possibly, but in the moment, it's worth kind of examining, like, at what point that is. And is it May, right? Is it once you go through the draft in full and you see exactly what comes out? Or, like, is there any point in the intervening time where you go, all right, that's the place? But Kevin Zeitler, right? Like, what was your reaction when he goes?
Well, I was upset. That was a guy that was clearly affordable at that price, especially now that we know what it is.
That was a thing. Yeah.
And beyond that, an absolute need where you need it the most. Now, the texter's not wrong. We've been down this road before where we've been a little bit impatient and wanting to see something happen.
Correct.
And we'll probably dig into that a little later because, something probably is going to happen, but what's out there, et cetera. But doesn't make it like start going down these lists. That's the other thing I did this morning. I went down the best available free agents still on the board. That whole thing. You start going, well, the numbers are shrinking, especially at the positions you think where the Texans need it most.
Do you think, because we got a text in that said, I think we may, fellas, I think the autocorrect got you and said Bella, and I was like, who are we calling Bella on the show?
Yeah.
Who would be most likely to go by Bella? Texting. But they said, I think we may have to come to the realization that, and I know you guys may not like this, they believe they can roll with what they got, drafting interior linemen and run it back. Do you think that it is that simple as just go and get the likes of maybe a Tate Ratledge, who, by the way, Georgia had their senior day yesterday, or their pro day, rather. Is it just going and getting like the likes of a Tate Ratledge or getting another interior offensive lineman? I'm trying to think. Or Grace Abel, obviously, is the name that people really appeal to. Getting one or two of those guys and then just going, all right, that is enough with Titus on one end, whichever one you want to choose, Blake Fisher on the other end, Drew Scruggs or Jared Patterson in the middle, and we ride.
Yeah, look.
Maybe even Lakin Tomlinson in one of those guard spots.
I think we have to start thinking that maybe that is their game plan. And obviously, there's reason to wonder about, their evaluation of offensive linemen. We know that. But there's also reason to wonder, where is this saved money going to go then? Do they have something else up their sleeve? I refuse to believe that. I think we're just maybe a little bit early in the game here, and they have someone in mind, and they're working on someone kind of waiting it out. But it's on the table at this point. Right now, Rattler gone, others gone, and the draft seems to be where they're looking.
Real quick, a little tangent. I'm sorry. Zeitler going to Tennessee. Again, 1 year, $9 million. He slots in on a new offensive line for the Titans where they have Dan Moore on the left side. They paid him big money, and Dan Moore was like a so-so tackle. That's interesting. Peter Skoronski at left guard. Lloyd Cushenberry at center. Kevin Zeitler on the right side, on the right guard side, and J.C. Latham right tackle. Especially with them at one and the possibility of maybe like taking a Cam Ward. What did that at all shift any level of concerns that you have about Tennessee in this division?
Let's be honest. I've been saying don't worry about Jacksonville. Tennessee's somewhat interesting, but I think they've got a ways to go, and they need a quarterback. But it did. It did. I think they're by looking at their moves, you can kind of see them working. And I think what their moves they're doing means it's pointing to them drafting a quarterback, right? Bolstering the offensive line, not really being mentioned in all these quarterback stakes or having gone out to get any quarterback.
Correct.
I think what's going on here is they're bolstering their offensive line, and they're going to draft a quarterback. I think it's more and more obvious that they are.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Don't you think that?
I mean, that's what they're doing. Yeah. I kind of look at it, and I do wonder, though, how much better it is just overall, especially with that big Dan Moore overpay on the left side. But, again, Zeitler on that right side.
But they're doing it. In their mind, they're bolstering the offensive line.
They're doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. There's some voices on the text line trying to calm us down.
Okay.
One that says, is it what offensive line last year?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, it was.
Does that at all go anywhere to kind of help calm your tensions on this, especially when you also consider when you say who else is out there? Mekhi Becton is still out there as a guard, which is like probably depending. I mean, we were listening to A.Q. Shipley, who had talked on the Pat McAfee show, and his perspective was maybe Mekhi Becton is just out here asking for a lot, and maybe that gets you to a point where you're like, okay, now we want to go try this guy, right? Does that, or Tevin Jenkins still being out there?
Brandon
Scherf, absolutely. I hate to forget him as I'm naming guys that could potentially come in as a guard and help you on this line. Do those names, in addition to remembering that, hey, last year you were in this similar spot with defensive line, you came out A-OK, does that help kind of quell some of your concerns?
Well, it does, because Nick Caserio showed us he's willing to play the waiting game. And one thing I have confidence in Nick about is, and we've talked about this, he always has the next move already in line when he makes a certain move. So you whether it's Laremy Tunsil or Shaq Mason or whomever, one thing that you got to have confidence in, he's already sort of have the wheels in motion for the next move. So yeah, he's done this before, and I think this is his sort of his MO here.
From the 713, looks like they're using free agency for depth and culture on offensive line, and then draft at the top. Do you feel like that works, right? If you're trying to figure out if it is indeed a cultural conversation in the offensive line room, do you think it works just in the kind of abstract? Be like, hey, we'll position, and then get some young guys in the positions that actually play, and that'll kind of even out in the wash.
I think it's very obvious that that's what they're doing. With the moves that they've made, they want the proverbial dogs, leaders, guys that just grind and lead the way, and that's not always a starter. But they like those guys to have that attitude and have the influence on younger guys, not just someone they're going to draft, but younger guys that are here right now. Blake Fisher's young. Even Blake Fisher, obviously Juice Scruggs. I think that they're one thing. As much as they kind of keep things under wrap, one thing that's very obvious with the Houston Texans when it comes to the offensive line, they want to change the dynamic in that room. Argue all you want about who's a leader, who's not. We've had that conversation. But they're clearly trying to change the dynamic in that room, and they're doing it with these kind of guys.
Yeah, but how much does that dynamic change if you have dudes that are not actively playing in that same way? It's one of those things that we kind of talk about in all sorts of sports where, yeah, you can have some leaders on just like the roster, but there's got to be some guys that are actually impacting what's happening. It feels like inherently, and this is something I probably would like to ask, one of these guys that we have at our at our fingertips that have played that game, get a feel for what it is like in that locker room, in that clubhouse. What is it like, or like what is the impact of a guy who maybe does not necessarily have that play? Like what is the multiplier, if there is one, of influence on a guy who's a culture setter, but then also impacts the game? Like I feel like that changes the dynamic of influence. Like Zeitler was so interesting. Like he is somebody that is going to be on that line playing, not just in that room. Yeah. And I think that comes with a different level of influence.
That's what you want. But let's keep this in mind. Who's the head coach? D'Amico Ryans. Who's the general manager?
Nick
Caserio. Both those guys believe that the culture can sort of go up. The culture can make everybody better, even if you're not a starter. I mean, we've seen it with guys on the defensive side. I think that's what they're trying to do in the offensive line.
Yeah, you kind of seen it with somebody like a Mario Edwards, who we kind of didn't really think he was that important until Will Anderson. He hopped on with us and said, "Hey, Rio, he in there helping." We like, who?
Yeah. Yeah,
and now we really see the difference.
It doesn't matter if it matters to us or we have a different viewpoint of it. Their viewpoint is it matters, and it makes a big difference.
All right, well, again, we're still in incomplete mode, right?
Yeah,
it was a progress report, and the progress report right now is a little shaky. However, there's still plenty of time. Still a lot of time to get this thing figured out.
It's early.
Today's another day.
Early, boys.
Today's another day, and there are still opportunities, right? There's still makeup tests, I guess, in this tortured metaphor that we built. There's still extra credit that are there if we can get the likes of, man.
It's kind of weird, too, because I felt like they got a good return in the trade.
100%.
It's just who we got now. Like overall, it's just like, is this it?
Invoking something that I know makes any basketball fan, or myself in particular, mad. It feels like we're in a trust the process moment, right?
That's exactly what it is.
what it is.
Just get going on a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, it's a rodeo ticket Thursday, ain't it?
It is.
11 o'clock hour, 1 o'clock hour. Keep yourself, just stay locked in just all the way around. But in those hours, we will be giving away a pair of 4 packs of tickets. One of them, Brooks and Dunn. The other one, Cody Jinks.
Yep.
Oh, okay. We're getting you squared away here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets get a victory over the Phoenix Suns. A question occurred to me that I think is going to impact just how far this Rockets team can go in the postseason. I'll tell you what that question is next.
All right, so you've decided to go ahead and
Let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572.
Houston sports leader, Sports
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. It's John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Thursday. Sorry that my voice seemed to go down in excitement. John Lopez decided to show me sad news. We were just talking about at what point, you look at the offseason as it's currently going and you go, oh, I don't know if this is going to or at what point do you kind of start changing your grade from an incomplete to something that's not the best? Am I seeing that right? Can you confirm what you're showing me?
No, I was just showing you the handlebar mustache.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was seeing something different. Okay.
No, look at that. That's a glorious mustache.
Never mind. My
right
apologies.
From
I thought
Will
that you were telling me that Will Hernandez, who was a guard, last played for the Arizona Cardinals, one of the few guys that's out there that I'm like really, really interested in the free agent market. You just showed me a picture and I was like, are you saying that he just got signed? Like, I thought that's what you were telling me. That is not what we're saying. I want to make that abundantly clear.
So he's still out there.
Will Anderson's still out there. Will
handlebar mustache and all.
Okay.
Hernandez. Sorry. Will Hernandez is still out there. Will Anderson's still on the team. Don't let my missteps change anything for you. But he just also has is that a handlebar mustache?
Yeah, it goes
the ones that flip, because I've always thought the handlebar mustache was the one that kind of goes almost like a goatee.
No, that's a Fu Manchu.
Oh, okay, my bad.
That's a Fu Manchu.
Sorry,
Fu Manchu down, handlebars up.
Yeah, my
it's glorious.
Is that a different America's version of A-Town? Peace up, A-Town down?
It could be.
That's hilarious.
Because I could see that.
Handlebar mustache.
These days you could.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a visual medium, right?
Can I give you some weird news too that really
Why not?
That really doesn't affect the Texans, but just weird. The Steelers have in fact signed Mason Rudolph.
I mean, you have to have a backup quarterback.
He's back, baby.
You have to have a backup quarterback.
He's back, baby.
Someone that knows the system. Why wouldn't you?
Or is that another message to the dragging his feet Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, you say dragging his feet. He just got released at the start of the new league year yesterday.
Officially just got released, but yeah. They're tired of his stuff.
I was kind of hoping Mason Rudolph went to the Browns just so I could see how that locker room will work out.
Yeah.
Would you want him
with
to
old
die?
Myles Garrett.
There's more things that are like
I'm messy.
You want him to die?
I'm messy.
There's a lot of things that could be used for blunt force trauma.
I just want to see a bunch of mess.
Yeah. I did kind of tease this. There was in watching the game yesterday, the Rockets get a victory 111-104 over the Suns, continuing to build the case and the value of the draft capital that they have that has the Phoenix Suns name on it, right? All of those things are there. We'll talk more about that as we go along in the program. But a question occurred to me, and it was actually inspired by Space City Home Network themselves. So in watching the game, if you watched it last night, or if you just watch Rockets games on Space City Home Network, they like doing what they call Wired Up Wednesdays, where they put a microphone on one of the dudes that's either playing or coaching. And yesterday, it was Ime Udoka's night. Are you familiar with the gentleman?
It was really good, by the way.
It was good.
Lots of coaching. That guy is
sounded in the first. I think there was a few of the mic'd up segments, but this is the first of Ime Udoka's segments.
Stay, Jalen. Stay, Jalen. Go. By yourself. Say again. That look at what? Flare. Tori, get corner. Come on, Tori. Up. Hey. Stay there, Albie. Stay with yours. Good. Go.
That's all defensive call-outs.
Yes.
And I don't want to make it clear. This is not something that's entirely uncommon for a coach from the bench to kind of have defensive call-outs.
Or several coaches.
100%.
Because his assistant was really vocal too.
But that's also not just like, nothing. He's in multiple times we've seen that, and it's just like constantly doing the defensive call-outs. And that made me think, who is the vocal guy on the floor for this Rockets team? And the reason why I asked that is, and I guess actually let me ask it as a question to illustrate why I asked that. Lopez, you've done some coaching of basketball. What is the difference particularly defensively in a team's output when they're quiet on the floor versus when they're talking on the floor?
It's night and day. It's especially away from the ball. Away from the ball and on screens are probably the two most where, and you could actually hear him talking. You didn't even have to see what was going on the floor. He was talking about screens, stay with him, et cetera. But also away from the ball because, like, the skip pass, the swing or whatever, make sure you're in the right spot. You can recover, you can close, all that stuff. It's absolutely night and day, and especially with a coach like Ime Udoka and a team like this that is the side of the ball, which, for them, you have to have players communicating defensively. It's not even a choice.
100%.
Yeah.
And so I had that thought, and just so you know I'm not blowing smoke, and thank you to Jackson Gatlin of Locked On Rockets. This was a question that he had asked Ime Udoka in the past, maybe about a month ago or a few weeks ago, in fact. This is Ime Udoka talking about whether or not he believes his voice has an impact on the court, particularly defensively.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm pretty loud, and you see things from our vantage point with just the entire court. It's a little bit different from guys, and so when I see things happening, I can obviously call them out early. Not the way I'd prefer it to be. I'd prefer the guys on the court do the talking and see things and be ahead of one step ahead. But until we're there, I'll happily do my part. And so, it's easy to say, when you have a remote and you're stopping clips and showing guys, or I see it from my view. It's a little different than being on the court, and so I'll try to help out as much as I can and call out sets and plays and coverages.
Key element there is when he said it'd be a little better if they did it.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be a little better if they did it.
That's one of the things that I think is going to be a major growth point for this team, and in the next, we're getting closer to the end of the season.
Well, we've talked about basketball IQ several times.
Right.
And that's not to say they're dumb. It's your IQ to be able to recognize things in the flow of the game.
But then also, there's kind of a personality aspect of it, maybe just like growing your personality to a point where you have to be that guy calling things out. And I feel like the guys that they have maybe the best, particularly if we're talking defensively, Jabari Smith Jr. is one of those guys. Fred VanVleet is vocal. I mean, that's one of the reasons why you have him on the roster, is to be that kind of vocal guy. And maybe you could say Alperen is getting better at such things.
Oh, I don't know. That to me was one where it was very eye-opening. If you watched, the whole game and you saw several of those clips, he was talking to Alpi like 10 times.
Yeah.
12 times.
Giving him, and again, it's not something that is like it's not him trying to punish or chastise him. He's just giving more information, and that information is helpful on defense. The only thing is, when I mentioned some of these guys, Jabari, Fred, you had a long period of time where those guys either weren't on the floor defensively, or now you're having Jabari kind of more rotational. He's less on the now he's not on a starter, and I do wonder if he ends up kind of being in your closing lineups. But ultimately, who are the guys, especially when you're the majority of the time on the floor, who are the guys that are helping organize this? Because you can see a difference with all of those call-outs. And especially, you talk about a young team in the playoffs where you want to go, where you're trying to develop to. That's some of the stuff that makes a huge, huge difference, is guys on the floor not just knowing what they're doing, but knowing it to a point where they can call out for the rest of them. That's how you know and how you make yourself a defense and a team just in general that is like rock solid.
You took the words right out of my mouth. A young team. The best three to me would be Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and Steven Adams. And so,
even Steven Adams, that's a guy that's going to come off the bench. I'm trying to make it seem like they're not part of it. Yeah.
But vets. And so I think I love this discussion because I think it speaks a lot to how young this team still is. It speaks a lot to how much Ime Udoka is still coaching them up. You just heard like a very small clip of it, but I think it's nonstop. And it speaks to how much they need to grow, like in some very crucial areas. Like you have to have Şengün communicating. It's a must.
Is it because of his position as a center?
Because where he is on the floor,
okay.
And he can see more players than anyone else. Şengün can see, and I used to tell my guys that all the time. You see everything, so you got to be the most vocal guy.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that.
Yeah.
361 Dylan is pretty vocal too. I think so, but I think also,
Yeah, I said Dylan.
And talking somewhat, like Dylan, Tari, and Amin are the guys you probably go, oh, those are your better defenders, especially in the kind of nucleus of your rotation. Those guys can kind of lock in, especially when you're a perimeter defender, when you're playing on the outside. I don't know how much you are to be the vocal guy, helping everything. Now, if you're off ball, maybe that helps And really, I think the answer ultimately you want it to be everybody is talking.
Well,
everybody is giving information to each other. That's how the best teams operate. Sometimes those guys can get a little locked in, and I understand that. But I think that just as a whole, that might be a place for this team to develop, and seeing them, if you want to see them be able to make a run in the next, obviously in this postseason, hopefully you want to see them be able to do a little something special, win a round, maybe go and win 2 if you're really lucky. Or, into ensuing years, that's also something that still you want to see a level of growth.
And to be clear, during the 4-game win streak that I thought, okay, they are showing improvement. This was a good game for the Rockets.
And Fred was there?
And they had the double bigs. Both guys, obviously
for a period of time,
for a while, yeah. But
until Steven Adams left the court for a reason.
Then something happened, and we'll get to that later. But no, I feel like those two guys, Şengün especially, just really needs to be stepping up, and he's showing his youth still.
Yeah, then there's still opportunity for growth in that regard.
Yeah.
100%. But I think that was an interesting thing that kind of came out of that game. So again, appreciation to Space City Home Network for that, just like inspiring that question.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how they continue to go. Big win though, good win. And they played. I think the brand of basketball was more fun. We'll talk about that more as we go on today. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, because Carlos Correa inspired this in a way, except he didn't at all. When has your name put you in an uncomfortable situation? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text in. We'll talk about it next.
Yeah, Low T Center. If you haven't gone on to the
People love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into the question of the day. When does your name put you in an uncomfortable position or situation? 7135 text line.
Did you see this story?
I didn't until you brought it to my attention.
It was wild.
I really and truly did.
I did see that.
There was a dude named Carlos Correa in Houston. Arrested.
Oh, he out there on that north side. See, this is what happens with y'all north siders.
That's a shot.
That's right. Hey, look, we know what time it is. It's all in good fun. I love all of Houston, man, but
arrested
Waller County. Waller County.
ISO.
That's exactly
Waller County.
That is Reggie.
That's all I'm saying.
Man. I got love for everybody.
No, I got love, but
for all sides.
This is that sibling. You know what I mean? Like this is that sibling rivalry stuff.
And I should probably say this off the top. Not that Carlos Correa.
What?
But a guy named Carlos Correa arrested for allegedly stealing more than $500,000 from people, including, get this, $30,000 from a 92-year-old woman.
Bro.
Dude, you're going straight to hell.
Under the jail.
You're going straight
That's
to hell.
crazy, bro.
When you said stole $500,000, I'm like, dang, he got the twins like that? But then when you said the old lady, I'm just like,
no. So it wasn't him. But, people jumped to conclusion. Hell, when Seth Payne, got a
Which
job.
one?
When got a job as
Cornell?
Defensive line coach at, was it?
Western
Michigan.
Yeah, directional Michigan. Yes, sir.
Western Michigan, where he was getting texts and stuff. Hey, Seth, congrats, man. I'm like, no, not me. So it got me thinking, like, when has your name kind of put you in an uncomfortable spot?
Yeah, for one of those places where you have more of these conversations. There's a couple of things that came to mind, but I don't think they're nearly as crucial as I imagine yours would.
Well, the two that jumped immediately to mind, and this has been probably 10, 15, well, probably more than that, probably 15, 20 years. I was coming back from a trip overseas, and I went through U.S. Customs on the way back. Keep in mind, I was gone for probably a month. I don't even remember what trip it was, but those were long trips back then. And U.S. Customs said, "Can you step this way?" And I went, sure. I thought, whatever. Do you have any cigar? One of those stupid questions that they asked me.
Actually, you probably did have some
I
cigar.
did.
I bet you were sweating.
I often did, and usually they just let you go anyway. But they took me into a room, dude.
Oh, man.
They took me into a room off the side.
Hold on. What are we about to learn about you right now?
I was in there for more than 2 hours.
Oh, bro.
Keep in mind, as I arrived in Houston after a 30-whatever-day trip, and I'm like, good gracious. And they start asking me questions like, have you ever been to, I don't know, some third world country? I don't remember which one it was.
Have you ever voted for the Communist Party?
No. A couple of questions were, do you know this person? And they would show me a picture and a name. And I'm like, what is going on?
Brother, you better answer these questions right. You about to end up at Guantanamo, brother.
My man had Olivia Benson in there.
I was like,
who is this guy? Stabler?
He was on First 48.
I was like,
he didn't know it.
I literally put my hands up and shook. Like, no, it's not me. It's not. Apparently, some John Lopez was
out here wilding.
Some list with some relationship with some, I don't know, terrorist. And I got out of there, but it was 2 hours. It was 2 hours. And so that's one that jumped immediately to mind.
I imagine that it would jump to mind. That seems about right.
On a more positive note, I often get confused, and I'm going to show you some of his work. He's awesome. For a sculptor, apparently world-renowned sculptor, named John Lopez, who does all this.
That work is kind of
really good.
Wait, can you scroll back up a little bit?
Yeah.
Those bison on the
Look at
right
that.
side.
Look at that.
That is crazy.
World-renowned John Lopez sculptor, dude. I can't even build anything with Play-Doh. But a lot of times I'll get an email to this John Lopez sculptor. Hey, I'm looking to commission your work for blah blah this ranch. I said, sure, I'll do it. I'm like, sure, I'll do it. It ain't gonna be you got the wrong guy, but sure, I'll do it. So, and I know some of our listeners are gonna come in strong because
they already have. So I appreciate this one. They're like, hey, nothing bad. They said, just people think I be winning golf tournaments. Apparently, the name is Justin Thomas.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I like that.
Yep.
See, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Another one, somebody said name is Christopher Jones, and they were buying their first apartment. I bet you had all the eagerness, a little bit of the, a little bit of the butterflies. All right, is this all going to go the way I want? Almost got denied because a dude with the same name had a warrant out for his arrest for murder.
Man. Oh, man.
How about this one? And this happens a lot, I bet. When you call in an order, dude's name is Steven Adams. He says, I swing.
Especially in Houston.
Yeah. That reminds me of that. Remember that ESPN commercial with a white dude named Michael Jordan?
Oh, there's a lot of Michael Jordans out there, man.
Yeah, and he went to dinner, and they thought it was Michael Jordan, and the guy did the neck slash, like, don't bring that champagne out. No. Like, this ain't him.
No.
I have a guy from the 713, guy with the same name and birthday. He has a lifetime he's been a lifetime criminal, and I have to answer for him on a lot of background checks.
Yeah.
That happens a lot too.
Yeah, but what's interesting is when you have that and you're used to it, it happens a lot. You kind of know what the rapport is. You know exactly how to handle that. I know that when we were talking about this in the toss, in the handoff, Sean was like, well, you've got a name, Reginald Atatula, that you would imagine is unique. And yes, so I'm not in the same vein as any of those situations, but the first thing that came to mind having a name like that is substitute teachers, man. You have a substitute teacher. That was uncomfortable. And it's not for the reason you think, right? You would think, oh, it's a Nigerian name. Maybe not everybody is hip to that on Atatula. It was the name of Reginald that got people. And like just regional, I'm like,
they messing up Reginald?
It's so easy.
Yeah.
It's so easy. That's the part that made it uncomfortable. It's like, all right, here they go. They're going,
yeah.
All right, I'm like, that's the
Reg?
part? That's it? So there's that. But then also, when I was in middle school, there was 3 Reginalds in my grade.
Oh, wow.
And so we had to do the thing where one of them was Reggie.
Reggie A.
One of them was Reggie. One of them was RJ. And I had to, everybody knows, like Reggie, or like, people still are going to call you Reggie. One of them was in mess, and that happened to be the one whose name was Reggie. So like, oh man, Reggie did this, Reggie. And there was a point in time, I can't even remember what the mess was in particular. But like, I got accosted by a couple of girls in middle school on some, I heard you, and I was like, who? Me?
Yeah. Man, we're getting some good ones, but I do want to ask Figgy, Edward Gilliard is not real common, but that can also work both ways. Because when there is a Gilliard, people tend to think it's you.
Yeah. So I actually got 2 situations. I go with that one first. So my name is Edward Gilliard, and somebody randomly hit me up on social media, and she thought I was her nephew. So I'm thinking like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So her nephew name is Edward Gilliard. Spelled the same exact way.
Yeah.
To the point, so we went down the rabbit hole, and we was just like, Gilliard? And I'm like, where are you from? And so she's from, I think she's originally from North Carolina. But yeah, her nephew had the same name as me. No middle name, no. I got the middle name, but yeah, so now we still keep in touch to this day.
That's cool. So now you got extra family.
That's cousin.
You just found extra family.
I don't know if we are related at all, but yeah, I call her cousin, and I think she like a celebrity hairstylist. So she do a lot of people hairs on movie sets, so she be around people. So we just like, oh, cousin. but then the other one, I got in a lot of trouble with. Remember my hood name is Bootman.
Oh.
That we from the same hood and everything, around the same age. His name was Boo Man without the T.
Oh,
so it was Boot Man and Boo Man from the same hood. And one day, it was a girl around, and I started talking to the girl, and I'm like, "Yeah, my name Boot Man," and she was like, "Boot Man from 123rd." I'm like, "Yeah," and, I ain't catch on.
Yeah,
and she was like, "You ain't bleep."
Oh, no.
You messed around on my friend.
Oh, God.
She started, I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, who is your friend? And you know who my friend is? Stacy. She da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, I don't know it's Stacy. So I had to put 2 and 2 together and realize she was talking about Boo Man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that's Boo. And she still
you weren't gonna win.
I never, I'm just like, that was not me. Like, I've never been so adamant about, no, that
wasn't
not
me.
me.
It was
I did not do that.
We're getting some great.
A lot of some of them are really long that I have to go into. Apparently, there's a Michael Moore who said when they book hotels in California, they'll get the penthouse suite for free. Yeah, go ahead and just milk that one, man. That's one of the good associations here. Someone said from the 346, them and a mechanic had the same name and stayed in the same apartment complex as well. Apparently, other dude was cheating, and the lady's husband thought it was him.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, like thankfully, the misassociation was cleared up. Because, hey, man, if somebody knows that you are sleeping with their capable, in that instance, man.
Minor league baseball. One of our listeners played minor league baseball, and they had they announced that Tim Tebow was going to be throwing out the first pitch. Packed house. Wasn't that Tim Tebow?
Not that one. Not that one.
Tebow.
Same that Tim Tebow.
I always feel bad for those people in particular where you have a more famous person that has your same name. It's in those instances, like our friend who went to the Wingstop.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what it does to your psyche to walk into a room and know that everybody is disappointed to see you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what that does to you. That's got to, like, at first you're like, I understand, but at the same time, there's got to be a part of you that's just like, damn, y'all can't just be happy to see me.
I love this one too, because it reminded me of something else. Hey Arnold really ruined it for all us Arnolds out there. You know those poor guys. They were born before Hey Arnold came out, and everybody says, Hey Arnold! Hey Arnold! And I went to college with a girl named Eileen at the same time that Come On Eileen came out.
Dexter Midnight Runners?
Yeah, like literally in the 80s it came out. Like she couldn't walk into a room. Come on, Eileen.
I know a Roxanne, so she got the police a lot. And then finally someone also said their name is Toby, so people start doing the roots. Which I think you win. I think you win that portion of it. If somebody is immediately going to the slave movie every time that they see you, not a good place to be.
Did people do this to you, Reggie, with your name like associated with marijuana? Like smoking on that Reggie?
Yeah. I got
Reggie Jackson?
I got a friend who every time that I walk in the room, he say, I got that Reggie. So every time there's that one. But then also, let's say a little bit younger no, I never got that, unfortunately. That'd have been nice, at least. I would sometimes get, if you're familiar with Rocket Power, because Reggie was the girl, like it was a girl's name on the show. So it was like, Reggie's a girl's name. I'm like, you don't believe that. It's not true. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL.
Free agency is here. Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL. I feel like just every day I have to do this because you guys come strong during the break after question of the day.
So good.
Y'all have had a lot of mix-ups, including people who have thought that you have had children because they have the same name with the junior tacked on out there.
Oh, man.
Yes, there's that.
You are hiding a child.
You are hiding a child. Somebody else, and this is wild, from the 832, went on a date with a girl who was married to a guy who had the same name, first, last, juniors, and they went to the same school as well. Yeah, buddy, you are done. There's I don't know how you overcome that. Yeah. I really don't. And then I loved this one from the 281. They said when they were in college, the college would always bring back former players, and they saw that there was going to be a Steve Smith. And I imagine it's like, oh man, this is one of the ones that we know. Nope. Stephen Smith, who works in accounting, he went pro in something other than sports.
Yeah.
So a lot of those those situations that are kind of uncomfortable. Apparently, y'all have gone through a lot of them. Appreciate you guys getting involved right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's go around the NFL. Actually, I mean to mention this. Before we go around the NFL, we're in the 11 o'clock hour, which means rodeo ticket Thursday in effect. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets, or trying to steal some myself. 4-pack of tickets to go and see Brooks and Dunn on March 22nd. So we'll do that during this hour. All right, now for real, we go around the NFL, and we begin with NFL Network, in fact. Cameron Wolfe, he covers the NFL for NFL Network, a good insider. In this instance, he was talking about the Cincinnati Bengals. And it makes sense, and it has a tie to the Texans, please believe. This is him giving a little bit of update on the Bengals in general, but in particular, they've got a high-level wide receiver that has not gotten an extension, Jamar Chase. Just listen to what his update is on Jamar Chase, and I think you could figure out why I was a little flabbergasted hearing it.
The number one priority is getting Jamar Chase re-signed to a huge number. And Duke Tobin, the lead Bengals exec, said at the Combine he is going to be the top non-quarterback in the league, and that's still the plan there. The number is just going up. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Myles Garrett reset that number at $40 million, and so now the Bengals have to eclipse that $40 million number for Jamar Chase, but everybody I talked to believes that deal will get done.
Sure.
40?
Sure.
40 million, Lopez.
Who do they think they're trying to fool?
Themselves, apparently.
I guess. Who are they trying to fool?
Because on top of that being a lot of money for a wide receiver, like also, hey man, they cheap. Like the Brown family, like they're typically fairly cheap. I mean, and he went further talking about other instances with T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson that we could circle back around to. But I want to stay here. Just how do you think that affects? Do you think that affects Nico Collins at any point? Like you got him on a really cheap deal, but at some point, if the deal is so far out of lockstep with the market, are you going to have to find a way to give him some more money?
I think so. But first of all, I mean that itself is not going to happen. That's just the Bengals being weird.
You sure?
Yeah, I do.
Because it's kind of wild to get out here and for so long have a hard time getting a deal done, and then in public talk about how you're prepared to give him the most money of any non-quarterback. Like it feels like that's kind of counterintuitive into getting a deal done.
No, it is. Not? But I mean, keep in mind we're dealing with the Bengals here, and I just can't see any of that happening. On Nico Collins though, that day's coming, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that day is coming where they have to restructure, redo, whatever.
I think it's coming real soon. I think if he's top 10 in receiving, again, and stay healthy and all that stuff, I think pretty soon he's going to be like, yo.
Yeah. No, he is. And frankly, probably should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just for your edification, currently the highest paid wide receiver by average annual value. Actually, I'd like to play a guessing game. Who do you think it is? Do you know? Have you kept up with such things?
I have. I'm trying to think who might be who might be. It's not Justin Jefferson, is it?
It is Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
$35 million on average annual value, Justin Jefferson. So we're talking about at least a $5 million jump there to get to the next level.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Well, that's not in Cincinnati.
For who?
Not in Cincinnati.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you was talking about Nico.
Oh, no.
$20 million average annual value. That has him at 13th at this moment. And obviously, in this conversation, you're in a place where that's probably going to, or it's definitely going to be a eclipse, but by how much more? If he's $15 million behind the top.
Yeah, let's say Jamar do get that $40 million. You $15 million under that,
exactly,
and y'all all top 10, or you flirting around wherever his numbers are.
No, it is absolutely going to happen.
We're gonna have to move that up a little bit,
which might be some of the things that they're considering.
When you talk about trying to save cap space, because you definitely need to pay. We can go through the roster again. You need to pay Stingley. That's coming that needs to happen this offseason. Will Anderson Jr. is coming. C.J. Stroud is coming.
And maybe the Nico redo. Who knows?
Yeah, it's like, do you then have to do Nico? Does that put a little bit of a difficulty on Jalen Petrie? Because, it feels like they are very in and pro on the Jalen Petrie experience. Maybe you have a little bit of a holdup when you look at injuries. However, with all that being the case, does he end up being like odd man out just because there's only so much pie to go around?
I think it's possible. I think they have more leverage with Petrie. He had the 1 year, but it was 1 year. And so maybe they can kind of
they could probably get a cheaper deal.
They can get a cheaper deal or wait. They can certainly wait a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So I found that to be wild to see here that Jamar Chase could end up with a $40 million average annual value at least.
Yeah.
I will say if they don't pay him, somebody will.
Yeah.
You're right. And I love this on the text line. It's life is a duality at times. $1 million is too much. And then immediately after, 713, Jamar Chase is the Triple Crown receiver.
Pay the man.
Which is correct. That is correct.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody is going to pay him.
And he, again, top 2 wide receiver. And a lot of people say not to, if we're being honest.
And tying in with this and the last segment, apparently I suck at owning the Bengals. Signed, Mike Brown.
That's what you call
That's what you call combining two segments.
Convergence, a little bit of synergy going right there. All right, let's keep it going here around the NFL because quarterback stuff, the carousel is still of great interest. One of the things when it comes down to it, Russell Wilson, he's set to visit both the Browns and the Giants today. Or actually, maybe not today, but he's set to visit both of those teams in the near future. Which of those teams do you like better for him?
I would have to say the Giants, believe it or not. Browns, I just would stay away as long as I can. The Russell Wilson thing, when I saw this, I don't know why, because I don't know the man, and doesn't really affect.
He's Mr. Unlimited.
And he kind of has been irritating with that being at the top of the list.
Oh, my bad.
But I kind of feel sorry for him. Like, his legacy is just all of a sudden, like, he's just a dude that is just sort of bouncing around, not considered. Like, he'll never be considered, like, a great, but dude carried a team to a Super Bowl.
Did he?
Well, he helped a team to a Super Bowl.
And this is the thing.
Helped a team to a Super Bowl.
This is immediately the thing that I wanted to say after your statement, which I'm glad that you brought it there, right? You talked about his legacy, and this is why it's so dumb that we do legacy conversations early in the middle of people's careers.
Yeah, he was on it.
He shouldn't have been.
Yeah, but he was.
Yeah. In conversations for what?
Like, he was an upper tier NFL quarterback.
Oh, okay, yes. He absolutely is.
Especially where he was drafted and how he won that starting job.
Yeah.
I know.
And now I think it's all getting kind of tarnished.
But I don't think. I feel like you should be able to easily, and this is my same issue with the college football playoff, right? In a different league and a kind of a different thing, but they're in the same vein. Wait till the end, right? Like, we could wait till the end and then evaluate all these pieces together. We get into weird places and we work ourselves into weird corners when we're trying to get ahead of ourselves early. And maybe I should be talking to myself from earlier in the show, talking about free agency with the Texans, where we get ourselves into weird places without letting things kind of play out at times. When you look at it and people go, oh, man, they won a Super Bowl early and went to another one. At that time period, that was a legion of boom defense with an incredible running game. What are we doing here? And not to say that he did not factor in. You still need good quarterback play, but, I mean, come on, dog.
Yeah, but see, when I talk about legacy like that, I wouldn't just point to the Super Bowl. Like, just him as a quarterback.
He was a good quarterback.
He was a really good quarterback. Especially for a third-round pick. I think he was a third-round pick because we were always having that conversation because of him. Oh, you can pick a quarterback in the third round. Look at Russell Wilson. He was always that poster child at that point.
Right. And I think this text is correct from the 281. Not a Dilfer or a Flacco. In fact, definitely not a Dilfer because that dude just got carried. I mean, he was abysmal in that run. to the playoffs.
It's like some players, even in their twilight years, Aaron Rodgers is probably in this category. You still think nothing's going to tarnish his legacy, but he's in another stratosphere.
Absolutely.
I get that. But some players...
He got MVPs on him.
Yeah, he does.
In fact, he literally has 2 MVPs after we were starting to talk about him being done.
Yeah, but so maybe that's not the best example. But some players, even when they bounce around at the end, like, his legacy is never going to be tarnished. Ever. Andre Johnson, never going to be tarnished, no matter what happened.
Hall of Famer.
And yet Russell Wilson seems to keep this in mind.
Is Russell a Hall of Famer? I hate that this conversation.
No, he's not a Hall of Famer. But get this, 10-time Pro Bowler.
Russ?
Yeah. And I just feel like that's not going to be how he's going to be remembered.
How many All-Pros? Sorry, I hate to be that guy, except I don't hate to be that guy.
Yeah.
Tell me how many All-Pros there are.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. I don't think any.
More than Mike Evans?
My point is made. I'm glad you mentioned Aaron Rodgers because apparently, look, a lot of people are fed up with his act, but he has a new, should I call it hater? He has a new person that's fed up what he's got going, and his name is Adam Schefter.
To me, this shouldn't be that hard, right? Like the Steelers want you. The Giants want you. We're seeing players across the league make decisions. It shouldn't be that hard. Either you want to play or you don't. You want to play Pittsburgh or you don't. You want to play in New York or you don't. Like, Chewy, what are you going to have for lunch? You're going to make a decision, you're going to drag it out for 4 days, 5 days, a week. Like, it's not that hard. Make the decision and live with it.
I love this. I love it so much.
He's so mad.
Adam Schefter, man. Usually Mr. Middle there throwing hot takes out there. Get off the pot, Aaron. Get off the pot, man. Do something. And he's not wrong.
The league year just started last
but he's
week
not
or yesterday.
Wrong. Aaron Rodgers knows what he wants to do.
Yeah,
he hasn't had the leeway to make a decision until yesterday.
But see, he's rolling around like he MVP Aaron Rodgers at this point. And it's like, dog, we ain't got to have a decision. This ain't LeBron going to the Heat and all this other stuff.
Exactly.
Like, dog, just make a decision and let's go.
Plus, he knows. I don't care what the official date calendar says. This has been going on for weeks.
Sure.
He knows.
Like, we ain't about to do this for 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers at this point.
But he's a strange cat that likes to play these games.
He is. I think they just sick of it.
All right, so I already did my little defense of Aaron Rodgers, and boy, I feel sick. Let me go ahead and get off of that. I will say, if this was another player, I think that you would take what I said and you'd be like, all right, that's fair. Mm-hmm. It's because it's him.
Yes.
It's like so much of this is look at me.
Yeah.
So much, and it's not even just the unashamed look at me, because at least there's a level of respect you can maybe find in that. It's like, all right, that's what you're doing. It's a look at me that's also like no, I'm not trying to be a look at me.
Yeah.
And I think that's what gets people mad, including a dude who's typically just kind of like, I'm an insider, I'm kind of strong in the middle. Adam Schefter, he was fed up. Like, you could hot. You could hear
he was hot.
Make a decision, damn it.
You're either going or you're not.
He's like, these teams want you. You don't have to figure this out. Just pick one.
Damn it.
Pick one. All right, you're in the loop on the Jim Out Texas Hammer text line from the 409. Legion of Boom defense with a great run game, you say? Sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate Brandon the Heights. Yeah. Oh, what is that? Is that Brooks and Dunn? That's Brooks and Dunn. Let's go ahead and give away a 4-pack of tickets on a rodeo ticket Thursday.
Lopez don't recognize
this is their best song.
What's the song?
What's the name of it?
Scoot and Boogie.
Boot, Scoot, and Boogie. Yeah.
I was about to say, like, this one is the easiest.
Yeah.
This is the easiest one. If you want to boot scoot, have a little bit of boot scoot boogie going yourself. Be caller number 7 right now. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Get on the phone and get yourself a 4-pack of tickets. And wow, they said Neon Moon is his greatest song. Come on, their greatest song.
Hey, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue.
Fight.
I would go Neon Moon.
You're going to be Neon Moon? All right. Yeah. I'm not going to argue.
I imagine they'll play both of them.
Yeah.
So
100%.
See caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. You can see him March 22nd at Rodeo Houston. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. The Astros got a split squad game going today, and you'll
who's in right?
Cam Smith's in right. I think, were you doing a who's on first? Yeah. Is that what you were doing there? I got you. Who's on the phone line next? Ari Alexander, KPRC2. We'll talk to him next.
Payne and Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday, Rodeo Ticket Thursday. In fact, we just gave away a pair of tickets to see Brooks and Dunn on March 22nd. If you didn't get those, don't worry. Giving away tickets all the rest of the day. We'll have a 4-pack of Cody Jinks tickets coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. And if you're like, nah, Brooks and Dunn, stay tuned to the drive. They got you a 4-pack of Brooks and Dunn as well. But right now, we turn our attention to the phone line. to talk to a man from KPRC2, a man who's got takes, and he stays pretty tapped in on all things in sports, including your Houston Astros. His name is Ari Alexander. Ari, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much. First and foremost, I need to start with a very important question. Best Brooks and Dunn song is...
I'm not done. I saw him on King of the Hill once. That's my knowledge of Brooks and Dunn.
Okay, all right. Okay, so a King of the Hill fan. I'll keep that in touch. That's actually good taste, at least there. The text line did point out a great point because they were like, no, Neon Moon is better than Bootskin Boogie. And that reminded me, My Maria is a jam. I love that song, and it's currently stuck in my head. Just if you're listening right now and you wonder what's in Reggie's head right now, My Maria by Brooks and Dunn. All right. We'll get to the Astros, but I do want to start here. Obviously, we're right in the middle of, or right, in the I guess in the meat of free agency season, things starting and getting heated up. The Texans have kind of made addition by subtraction moves necessarily to give themselves cap space and such, but not a lot of, especially offensive moves yet. Like, what is your vibe? What is your kind of take on where the Texans are at this given moment?
I think they're going to try to build through the draft on the offensive line and then wide receiver now that Christian Kirk is in the fold. And it's fine. It's not the sexiest thing. And if you look out at who's left at wide receiver, who's left at guard in free agency, it's not anyone that would really take them above the teams that they need to beat, the Ravens, the Bills, and the Chiefs in the AFC. And so you got to nail the draft picks. And that's one thing that Nick Caserio has been split with, right? Sometimes he's nailed the draft picks, CJ and Will Anderson and Kalen Bullock and some of those guys. But when it comes to the offensive linemen, he hasn't. Juice Scruggs is not a hit of a draft pick. Blake Fisher, we still don't know yet. Kenyon Green obviously was as big of a miss as you could possibly have him away. And so I think the expectation there is to build through the draft and get a guy in the second round and the third round, maybe at the end of the first round, but you got to nail it. And I'm not sure how much faith I have in Nick Caserio on that specific end, on offensive linemen. For whatever reason, he has just not been able to nail it, and he really has in other positions.
Yeah, no question. And we're obviously going to be talking about that and looking at that moving forward. But I want to talk about the Astros here because the Astros clearly.
Why? What could possibly be happening?
Well, who's on first? That whole thing, but who's in right matters. And Cam Smith. I mean, I've been on this from at least a couple of weeks now. He's got to have a legit chance. It looks like he is getting that legit chance. Is it going to be real?
Yeah, I mean, the signal for me that he's going to have a legitimate chance to win a spot on the opening day roster, and this would mean a starting spot. You're not going to carry Cam Smith on the opening day roster to put him on the bench and have him play once a week. Those two signals to me were he starts playing right field or Isaac Paredes starts playing second base. And Paredes is not playing second base, and Cam Smith is playing right field. So that's the signal that they are taking it seriously. I still think it is a long shot for him to break camp and make the opening day roster. He has 5 games of AA experience. He was in college a year ago, and the last 2 games that he's played, he's 1 for 7, mostly facing legitimate, very good pitchers, Kevin Gausman, Mackenzie Gore. He's going to have to prove it a little bit more, even though he's been super impressive throughout camp. And everyone, I believe, this is a multi-time all-star type player, that the makeup is excellent, the personality is top level, that on the field crushes the ball. Like, he's going to be one of the best Astros players here for a number of years, but not immediately. And a lot of the people I'm talking to think that you just don't start him on opening day because he still needs a little bit more seasoning. One guy I was talking to yesterday kind of had this quote: "It's not the NFL, it's not the NBA. These guys need to work on it against different levels of competition." And I could see him, I think, starting the year in AA, just like the expectation was. And if he crushes for like a week and a half, send him to Sugar Land. But I think that he's going to have to go above and beyond here in the next 2 weeks to make the opening day roster, because if you're going to carry 22-year-old Cam Smith with 5 games of AA experience as your starting right fielder, you have to be absolutely sure that the first 2-3 weeks of the season are not going to be a mess and you're not going to ruin this kid's confidence and then have to send him back to Corpus Christi.
I hear all your reason and your logic, and I hate it. I hate that you're doing this. You're probably not wrong, but I'm very much. I started in the the unreasonable camp of just, all right, bring him up. I don't care. And I was like, that's unreasonable. And it feels like there's even more of like a reason take to be there. But damn it, Ari. All right. I do want to talk about. I want to talk about this as well. I think I was looking at a list of potential breakout candidates in MLB, and the name that I had not we haven't talked a lot about. Spencer Arrighetti pops up there. I know that they got him adding another pitch as well. I know that he last year. Like, what is your outlook for Spencer Arrighetti this year, especially as he's going to be maybe a more important part of your rotation, at least to start the season?
So I'm a big fan of Spencer Arrighetti because in today's game, you have to be able to strike guys out. And for him to come in his rookie year, get knocked around the first half of his rookie year, and still have 171 strikeouts in 145 innings was very impressive to me. He struck out 7 MVPs last year. Like, he's not fazed by having Ronald Acuna Jr. or Shohei Ohtani or Bryce Harper or whatever at the plate. He wants those guys. He's competitive. He goes after them, and he is able to strike out 7 league MVPs last year because that's what he does. He's a strikeout artist. He can get knocked around, and the run value on his fastball was bad, which is a little surprising because he was sort of known for his fastball coming up. He's got the hop fastball where it's tough up in the zone, kind of like Christian Javier is the best way to describe it. He's the one that's given the most ink has been spilled about how the fastball looks like it's rising. So there's a lot of pitchers that have that. Garrett Cole was a good example on the Astros for a couple of years. So Arrighetti has that, but for whatever reason, he's not able to really locate that fastball up in the zone the way that he's wanted to, and it got crushed. And so he's working on it. The sinker added. I think Hunter Brown had a really good way of showing that if you can go fastball and sinker, that you can kind of get righties inside with the sinker and then use your fastball more against lefties up outside. He's a guy that thinks a lot. So I like Arrighetti on a personality level because he's insane. And it reminds me of Bregman a little bit. Where he will get all the numbers and the charts, and he's super into the analytics and just into determining every little bit of an advantage that he can find. And I like players like that. So I think he is going to be a breakout candidate. If Arrighetti can get to 162 innings, which is the qualifying amount, I think he can get 200 strikeouts. Is his ERA going to be, Cy Young level? I don't think so. But I think that as a number 4 starter for this team, or could even drop to number 5 starter if you have healthy Luis Garcia, healthy Lance McCullers, that's great. Like, you have a guy who was really good at the back half of the year, was insane during August, and he strikes out the world. And so I think he's going to keep getting better.
There's so many guys like that. And, he talked about breakout. I'm thinking more of kind of found money, maybe some things you didn't expect. Obviously, I'm referencing Lance McCullers Jr. You just mentioned him.
JP France.
But, hey, man, Rafael Montero all of a sudden, seems to have a little something going.
Yeah, Montero's been good, and he's got a shot to get back on this bullpen. Without Ryan Presley, beyond the 2 guys at the back end with Hader and Abreu, you kind of don't know what you have. Taylor Scott was really good last year. He's going to have a spot. Taylor Scott has been rough in spring training, and his career has not been what it was last year. He had a 9 ERA coming into last year and then broke out and was really good. But relievers are volatile. That's why Taylor Scott's exist, that a guy can be awful in the major leagues for years and then just be nasty out of nowhere. You got guys like Cade Smith on Cleveland who no one ever heard of, and he's just suddenly the filthiest reliever in baseball. That's the beauty of relief pitching. You have here, Rafael Montero came out of nowhere to be incredible in 2022, and then he was terrible for 2 years, and he can be incredible again, or he can be terrible, and no one has any idea. Caleb Ort is the name that I like for the bullpen, and he'd had an oblique issue. He's coming back from that. Stephen Okert has been really good. Logan Van Way, who's got kind of funky delivery. There could be guys that July we're talking about that no one has ever heard of, and you got Astros fans with their brand new City Connect jerseys sitting in the third deck going, yeah, I love Logan Van Way. You heard of this guy a week ago.
Yeah.
All right, real quick before we go, I do want to ask this because somebody asked me to ask you. Like, do we have an update or do we have any level of insight on JP France? There's a few guys out there that, like, obviously pitching-wise, the injury history has been a little bit down over the last year or so. I was even thinking I had completely forgotten Christian Javier is expected to return about midway through the season. But like JP France, do we have any updates or ideas on that?
Yeah, he just threw off a slope the other day. I saw a video of him throwing off a slope. I think he's on track to return the second half of the year. Similar timeline to Christian Javier. The big thing that you want to think about right now for my roster crunching nerds, when it comes to Javier and JP France is those are your two guys that are able to be put on the 60-day IL, which will clear 40-man spots for someone, meaning could Rafael Montero get his 40-man spot back and then you 60 IL Javier or France, and then maybe the other 40-man spot goes to, I don't know, Cam Smith, if we want to have some fun.
See, look, I appreciate you. You were like, I'm going to poo-poo your excitement on the front end, but I'll give you a little something on the back end. Real quick before we let you go, you mentioned King of the Hill. Best King of the Hill episode is?
Ooh, I like the one where Bobby becomes a llama. That's a good one. And That's My Purse, I Don't Know You is up there. Incredible. And then the one where they go to New Orleans and with Gilbert, the Daughtry family, and Hank with Dandy Don Meredith. So I would say those are three off the top of my head.
Those are good. That's a good selection.
You know you're King of the Hill.
That's a good selection.
I love King of the Hill.
All right. I feel like I found another place where we can bond. Ari, I appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time, my man.
All right, for sure. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Ari Alexander, KPRC2, joining us to talk a little bit about King of the Hill and the Astros. What else did we talk about? And he didn't give us anything on Brooks and Dunn, unfortunately. That's not his bag. But yeah, appreciate him joining us. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, yes, there were leaks when it comes to Astros City Connects. We'll talk about that and more next.
In the loop.
You send Kenyon Green and
Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Thursday. And I would like to begin with maybe not the most poppin' thing, but it is a poppin' thing, is that we know that the Space City Connect jerseys that the Astros wore last year and the last couple of years, in fact, they are no more. There's a new edition of the City Edition uniforms. Before we get to the new ones.
Wasn't a big fan of the old ones.
Thank you.
I knew where you were going.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't
blue kind of
I
weird.
didn't love them. I appreciated
they
the
weren't
effort.
that great.
I appreciated what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
I didn't love the execution. With that being said, there have been leaks.
Yeah.
There have been leaks as to what the new City Connect jersey. And have you seen any of
Who hasn't? It's the worst kept secret in town.
I always feel a little bad. I always feel just a little bad.
Literally everyone has seen them.
Because, like, clearly everybody go through various, different protocols to try and keep these things under wraps. But it feels like the ways that we learn this is always similar, which is they start sending them out, the logistics to get them to the store so that when they announce it, people can buy them immediately. And it's just some person.
It's always some delivery guy
who's probably getting paid.
Over in Harwin.
Right.
Somewhere, open the package.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Probably getting paid minimum wage.
Yep.
And they're like, why not? Why wouldn't I just put this picture on the internet? Y'all see this? So the Space City Connect jerseys, it looks like, first and foremost, they're bringing back kind of the star. Like, they're bringing back the shooting star, kind of image, but not with the brick red. Like, that looks like it's going to carry that orange, that typical Houston Astros orange color. But then they're pairing it with this kind of modernized space font Stros. Not Astros, Stros.
I like it. I do. Do you like? It sounds like you're not a big fan. I actually like these a lot. I really do.
I mean, if I'm putting it on a spectrum compared to where I liked the last City Connect, I like these more. It still feels something just a little off.
Yeah, maybe, but I actually like these, and maybe I'm comparing them to the last one. And I feel like at some point we just need to kind of give a little tribute, tip of the cap, to the greatest uniform leak in the history of sports, and that was the Houston Texans app. It was like those dudes that look like the most non-athletic athletes,
fake models
in there. The little chubby guy and a little wimpy guy.
Somebody in the 24, number 24.
And it made people just hate those uniforms.
It was so bad. I mean, what's crazy is I feel like nobody really have a problem with the way the uniforms are now.
Oh no,
there's some problems.
I mean, some maybe some.
No, but when
not like it was
when the leaks happened and they showed that guy throwing up the H. Everybody was like, "This can't be the uniform." I seen not one positive thing about that uniform.
No,
once they officially released it, then it was like, "Oh, these look much better on Derek Stingley."
It's a time that will live in infamy. It was so awesome, and I remember distinctly. Remember, I told you when we were walking in, because they were so careful.
Yeah,
like you had to leave your phone outside. You had to sign a whatever an NDA and all this other stuff. And I'm walking in next to Fig. I said, "Ain't no way this is gonna be."
And this was
not
like
gonna be leaked.
This felt. I
don't know who. I don't know how. But it's gonna be leaked.
This was like 2 months before.
Yes.
So this wasn't like 2 days before they released it. Like, we had the whole water for 2 months.
Dude, you cannot do this and it not get leaked. In today's era, you just cannot do it. It's going to get leaked. Fortunately, the leak here was actual Astros in the uniform. So that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do like them.
Yeah. 979. I feel like this means that they don't like them, so I have an idea of what the previous City Connect jerseys did for that person, but they went as far as to say now replaced by crappy throwback lookalikes. Do you think that these look like crappy throwbacks?
I could see where they're trying to channel that a little bit. I mean, I'm curious what everyone has seen them by now. What people think, because I kind of like them. I really do. The little, like you said, the shooting star. I
love bringing back the shooting
that
star,
holds
especially
a place. Yeah.
without like the brick red kind of motif, or even Oh, okay, I can't go that far because I was like, you go to that the blue and kind of gold. I was like, that one. That
was a bit much. That was short lived.
I kind of liked that one, and maybe I'm just really trafficking in nostalgia, but that one at least that one's clean. But I love bringing the orange into it. It's really is for me.
The font.
It's the font. The font is just a little off. I do love that they're trying to. I was about to say, are they trying to evoke a little bit Tequila Sunrise in the
maybe
in the arms? But no, those are just kind of blue and orange bands.
I like Strohs. I mean, that's what people say, and it's a City Connect. I like what they're trying to do. I do like these uniforms, but of course, you can't have any uniforms without thinking about the greatest moment in Texans history.
Yes, that's fair. That is fair. But yeah, they got that out there. So yeah. Very interesting to see. All right, not coming up next because what other things that are popping. The Rockets handle up the Suns 111-104. And look, there's some things to take from it basketball-wise, but we know why this became something that was very interested. They were scrapping? Question mark? Like, I mean, look, this is about as close in the NBA since they've legislated out fighting. But there was a moment where you get people bumping chests, you get people in each other's faces, and the energy, the testosterone
going
goes
to the
up.
ground. The whole it was close. And I loved Ime Udoka afterwards. Was asked about it. He goes, "Yeah, that wasn't anything."
Yeah, this is Ime talking about. Actually, let's get the play-by-play because I do want people to hear how this came together. This is the Rockets play-by-play of Steven Adams and Mason Plumlee, who was starting at center for the Suns, getting into it after, as they were trying to get a rebound.
A cut above the right eye of Plumlee. Let's see what happens. Here we're just going at it.
It's an elbow from Plumlee.
And they get locked up.
No, I'm not letting go. You don't let go. There's the takedown. WWE style. And again, I don't know. Look, nobody could get them off each other there. There's a lot going on, man. And
again, salute to Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins of Space City Home Network. Yeah, man, I was trying to figure out who do I want to put as fault. Not that was necessary to do here. Before I saw it run all the way back, I was like, that is a Steven Adams at fault there, right? Like, he turns. Well, first of all, he pins Plumlee's hand. Then he gets like kind of the forklift. He doesn't like bear hug him, but he kind of gets the forklift into Plumlee's body. And then when Plumlee gets mad at that,
let go. He just kept.
He then wraps him up and tries to suplex him. And I was like, dog, that's a lot. But then I forgot at the very beginning of that, in lieu of boxing out, Mason Plumlee just puts his foot Steven Adams like collarbone, not quite up into the neck, but right there at the highest point of the chest. And I was like, I feel like that justifies most of the other stuff. The suplex was a little far, but all the other stuff, getting in his face.
Plumlee said as much afterward. He was asked about it too, and he said basically, we were tired of Steven Adams always crash. Basically said they were more physical than us.
He said that. He said they were more physical than us.
And I had to do something. I actually kind of respect what he did. He's like, not going to take it anymore. We got to show some physicality.
We're not going to take it.
Yeah, that too. But I kind of respect Plumlee. But Ime, I mean, you heard him afterward.
What did you think of the rest of the match?
There wasn't much. Steven could do a lot more if he was really trying to wrestle. So, like I said, it looked like they got in a little bear hug and fell down. And I thought that'd be maybe a technical at best, but surprised to be ejected.
Yeah, they both get ejected, which honestly probably hurt the Suns more than it hurt the Rockets. So obviously, the Rockets have gotten into this bag of using the double big lineups, which prominently feature Steven Adams. They weren't able to circle back there, but like I mentioned, or actually I didn't mention this, my bad. Nick Richards, who was the starting center, I guess, of late for the Suns. Not that they have great options there, but he did not play yesterday, so Mason Plumlee became even more important in that game. When he leaves, it makes it real tough on him. But, Steven Adams was ejected, and he ain't stay for long. He got the heck up out the building after that, which is why I think we only heard from Mason Plumlee on this. But
he tried to chase him down the tunnel. Did you see that video?
I missed that.
They were holding him back in the tunnel, So yeah, Steven Adams, if you didn't know already, probably don't want to mess with that cat.
He also just looks like he's a pirate. You know what I mean? Like, if he was not so nice, I believe that and also clean, because he does not look like he is, disheveled. If he wasn't so nice and so clean, I'd believe that he sailed the high seas taking other people's booty.
Sorry?
You heard me.
Okay, but still, he's a cat that a lot of nice guys. There's a lot of nice guys out there you don't want to mess with.
I think these two had a history too, man, because I think these two got into it before, like for two different teams.
They did, but Steven Adams also kind of saved Plumlee once from a horrendous fall mid-play. So that was the good guy in him coming out. I still wouldn't want to cross that cat.
No, and
still wouldn't want to do it.
What's funny is he seemingly kind of did it with a smile.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he wasn't actually angry. He was just in an altercation, which those are the ones to be scared of. Like, the dudes that have not, like, they're not mad. They're just kind of like, all right, we can do this.
Yeah, I think Jokic did that one time. I think he got into it with somebody, and he just kind of smiled a little bit. Like, dog, you don't want, my brothers are in the front row right there, man.
They'll kill you.
They will jump on this court.
Jokic at what, like 6'11"? He is the baby of the family in all senses of the word. Those dudes are big. Those dudes are big and scary. But yeah, no, that underscores the physicality that Ime wants from this team. You see it oozing all sorts of places. And yeah, that was a part of the win. Real quick, I do want to mention a couple more things of this win. And one of those was that, there's the impact of Fred VanVleet.
Yes, 100%.
Like, one of the things that I noted in watching this game was that in this game. However, one of the things as you're watching is he gets more hockey assists than I think. Like he'll have the first action, which passes to the second action, which is more,
which makes it easier for an easy assist. Sengun had an unbelievably great bounce pass for one of those that you're talking about, and that's big time. No, that was I said it earlier. That was the one game in this streak where they have to win a lot of games that you're like, okay, now I see progress. You saw progress, and you saw VanVleet's impact. Can I mention something real quick that is popping literally?
Of course. Oh goodness.
Yes. You never want to wish. This is one of the ugly sports truths that are out there. You don't want to wish injury on anyone, but when it happens, you're lying if you don't think it's kind of good for your team.
If you can't take advantage of the sadness or the bad situation.
Like, no one wishes injury, but when they happen, you're kind of like, well, now we have a chance to take advantage. Cooper Flagg just went down ugly. Couldn't put any pressure on his ankle. Looks like an ankle thing.
Which better an ankle than like an Achilles or like, because that's the type of stuff where we got teams that are actively looking at the possibility of adding. Hell, if you don't trade the Suns pick, right, it's depending on how far they fall, you might get real lucky in the lottery and have a chance at Cooper Flagg yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking more tournament wise.
Sure.
There are teams in this state.
Sorry, I got right into the selfish bag.
There are teams in this state and particularly this city that are going to be numbered out here.
The University of Houston Cougars, who they play in the Big 12 tournament today, 2 p.m. They'll face off against the 16 seed Colorado, which feels like you can just check that win right now.
I mean, the NCAA tournament is next week, boys. I mean,
God, that's right.
If Flagg can't go,
because I think there are only two teams that I look at as probably better than the Cougars, and that's Duke and Auburn. And Duke, depending on what that injury is, that could put them in a bad place. Although, look, early on, Duke typically is good enough where you go, hey, there should not be too much of an issue in the first weekend. Yeah. But yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, I was wondering how is Duke without Cooper?
He's everything for them. They have incredible talent.
They still have some really good talent.
I was going to say, can they make a run without him? I know it's going to be
maybe a first round, second round.
Yeah, they can handle the first weekend without him. Hopefully, I mean, if you are a Duke fan, right? That's the place that I want to put this, which, to be fair, historically, there hadn't been a lot of them. Weirdly enough, we've made more Duke fans than I feel comfortable with in more recent days. However, if you're a Duke fan, I imagine that you've got to hope that this is like a 1 to 2 week type injury to where maybe by not the Thursday upcoming, but the Thursday after, the 27th, that he is back playing basketball. Because second weekend,
it didn't look good.
Yeah, second weekend, I would not like Duke going in without Cooper Flagg. All right, there's that. I mentioned Cougars playing today at 2. Texas A&M and Texas matching up in the SEC tournament today at 2:30. If you want to watch that one, that's on SEC.
Big game for both, obviously.
Well, bigger for Texas because give any level a chance or get a better chance of getting into
Texas right now is in the is it last 4 out? Yeah, last 4 out. I always get those confused.
First 4 out. Last 4 in.
Last 4, they're in the first 4 out.
There we go.
First 4 out. I was good. I told you I get it
confused. That's what I'm here for, I think.
But a win over A&M will get them in.
Would definitely help.
Yeah.
Would definitely help. Would go a long way. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what should the confidence level be in Nick Casario's offensive line evaluation, specifically when it comes to the draft? Let's do a little bit of an examination next.
Area 45 with Bijani. Audacy Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a rodeo ticket Thursday. 1 p.m. hour is when we get back to giving tickets away. This time a 4-pack to see Cody Jinks. So keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. All the way through the drive as well. They'll be giving away tickets too. In fact, I believe we still got one more day of B. Scott filling in for Ron, who's out in Florida spending time with the babies. I want to mention this one more time before we get into what we mean to talk about here, which is Nick Caserio and how much trust should be put in his ability to add offensive line talent. But you mentioned in What's Poppin', kind of literal breaking news in a way. It seems like Cooper Flagg, the injury that he sustained just before our eyes in the ACC tournament, I don't know if this specifically speaks to how the severity of the injury, but it possibly could. He actually ended up in a wheelchair, leaving the stadium
in a wheelchair.
Yeah,
I thought for a minute I thought maybe he just ran.
Yeah, it was clear he didn't put any pressure on when he left, so it wasn't great. And then all of a sudden he's leaving the stadium, which you can presume is going to be for more medical evaluation.
And it could just be that it's like a sprain and they just don't want to take any chances. They don't want him putting any weight on it.
You get that a lot in the NFL too, where they just take the cart just because you know it's not that big of a deal. But
it's going to change a lot of brackets, I think.
That look a little different, man.
It did look different. All right. What should the confidence be in Nick Caserio's ability to do some offensive line evaluation? That's kind of been a subtext of a lot of our conversations all the way up and down this particular station and all the way around, I guess, the Texans fandom you need to revamp the offensive line. I think since the moment that you saw, Shaq Mason was intended to be released, but even especially so when you go, oh, bleep, Laremy Tunsil is being traded, you're like, there are some big holes to fill. What are you going to fill them with? And, especially as we lean more to the idea of, hey, there's a possibility that they're going to do a lot more drafting to do the filling of those gaps. I think that has brought up a lot of people. There's various people that on this text line that have said, the Jim Aller, the Texas Hammer text line, mind you, that have said they do not flatly trust Nick Caserio's evaluation, and they'll point to a few things. And so I kind of wanted to go back.
Boy, this is a great question.
And look at some of the guys that he's drafted. Because if memory serves, and you can tell me
I've got them right
here,
in front of me.
There are 5 offensive linemen that have been drafted under Nick Caserio in his tenure here as the general manager of the Texans. Let me see if I can roll them off. All right. So obviously you have
draft.
Yes, I believe in 2023 you have the 2 centers that you have right now in Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs.
Correct.
And then you have Blake Fisher, who you drafted last year. And at some point in there, you also ended up with Nick Broker, right?
No, Ladarius Henderson.
Okay.
Ladarius Henderson was so he's drafted 5 offensive linemen since he's been here.
My bad, Ladarius. I didn't mean to do that to you.
Who's the best one?
That's a good question.
Who do you have confidence in? Who's a definite piece that you can build on the offensive line?
I think you would have to use Blake Fisher probably.
We always stumble upon every team in the NFL, has like a dominant draft story. This is going to be the dominant draft story for the Houston Texans. Now, there's still room for them to add offensive linemen, in free agency, however it might be.
Come on, Mekhi Becton.
Yeah.
Come on, Becton.
Yeah. There's still time for that. It still could happen. In fact, we should probably expect it to happen. And I don't mean to upward inflect my voice there, but we should probably expect it to happen. But the dominant story is they're going to draft at least one offensive lineman no matter what happens from here, right?
Yeah.
They're at least one.
That changed to a need. Remember, the need was wide receiver, defensive tackle.
Oh no, our offensive line was
been in there, but it's the need.
No, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm even going far as like maybe a tackle too. They might say tackle is a need like that.
No one ever doubt, at least on this show, and I think this station, most people have.
Don't tell me what I can and can't doubt.
Supreme confidence in Nick Caserio. But all we have to go by are his offensive line evaluations and draft picks. They're not good.
Well, Okay, so I wanted to dig deeper into this. I think I've already expressed my great respect for Dane Brugler, who's one of the kind of draft scouts in the media. He does this for The Athletic, and he always puts out something that I kind of use as my draft Bible. It's his draft guide that is entitled The Beast, for good reason. He goes into great depth with every player, including like their backgrounds, their family, that type of stuff. He does a great job. And so I went back and I looked at these various guys. I think 4 of them in particular that I looked at just to kind of see, or actually, looks like I missed getting Blake Fisher. I'll get that for you. But I wanted to look especially some of these other ones and just kind of see how the look is from the draft evaluator at that time to kind of what we've seen. And I want to begin probably with Kenyon Green. That's the big one that we all point to as that is clearly one to bust.
You get that guy at
you move back.
You're back, but you get a guy at a higher level than most expected.
Yes, I wanted to start there, right? So I will bring you to a segment that I like to call reading. His strengths were identified. Kenyon Green, this is a wide balance mover with plus body control, owns heavy physical hands to stun target, able to engage, lock out with NFL quality, functional strength. Actually, you know what? This gets a little heady. I will give you the overall. Overall, what Kenyon Green was bad habits and penalties at the next level, but he does a great job staying balanced before and after contact with mobility and brawling mentality to win matchups. He should establish himself as a dependable starting guy early in his NFL career. He was graded as a first or second rounder. But like kind of number 27 overall is one of those things. And I'm sure you'll remember that from that draft. Like he was probably mocked a lot more in that
lower
late first
20s,
round. And you end up going up and getting him. Like, how do you evaluate? Like, how much do you look at that? Because he was, if you're looking again at that evaluation on the big board of guards, he was second behind a man who ultimately plays for the Chargers, Zion Johnson. But if you look at Pro Football Focus again, here comes the caveat that's put in here: subjective, doesn't have the full ideas. You know, it can be kind of fraught with some inaccuracies at times. Their grades thus far are damn near exactly the same. Those two guys.
Yeah.
And Zion Johnson has taken two picks later than you select Kenyon Green.
Look,
how do you view that particular pick? Like, not just the idea of it didn't work, because that one's obvious. It just absolutely did not work. How do you view that within the context of knowing that was one of it was evaluated as one of the 2 best guards. The other guard is seemingly has like a similar grade again with that asterisk, but on a better line in a better circumstance.
Well, but the thing is, we're talking about like the confidence level of Nick Caserio and his staff. Obviously, there's a lot of scouts and pro personnel there, college personnel that help him. But ultimately, he wanted Kenyon Green badly. You know, because to take him there means that he identified him as a guy that could be, you know, a long-time starter, and it was a bust. I mean, I don't think anybody should write off Kenyon Green altogether. You know, now that he's with the Eagles, he's with a great offensive line coach, et cetera. But here he was a bust. And then you start going to some of these other ones. You know, you go to the next year with Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson. The best pick there so far might be Jarrett Patterson.
And Jarrett Patterson, the overall that Dane Brugler gave him at that time. Patterson has alert eyes and strong, stubborn hands from contact to finish, but his lack of ideal length and athleticism showed on his college film and will be even more evident versus NFL competition. Guard center experience will help the chances of earning an NFL reserve spot.
Yeah.
Rated as a 5th or 6th round.
Which, you know, obviously that's kind of what he's been forced into some starting time, but that's kind of what he's been. Juice Scruggs, it's total incomplete at this point. You see some things. I liked him last year. I thought he was going to have a really good year last season. He didn't. You know, it was okay. They like him at center. They say they like him at center, but he had communication problems. You know, and that's key when you're a center. So even Juice Scruggs, I mean, that's a big question mark.
In the Juice Scruggs evaluation, Scruggs needs to overcome his average recovery skills, especially in the run game, but he has the necessary build, strength, and football IQ to be a swing interior backup capable of fighting for starting reps. He was graded as you ultimately draft him in the 2nd round, which my thought is, what happened there? Like, what was the love affair there? But
see, this is why I keep coming back to. Nick Caserio wanted Kenyon Green to draft him there. Like that it wasn't necessarily like he could have gone any number of different directions. He went with a guy that was rated universally lower at 15. Juice Scruggs, 4th round. I remember him as a 4. You said 5th?
5th, 6th is what Dane Brugler kind of.
I remember kind of. I'm probably wrong, but I remember him kind of like as a 4th, type. But he, they had him at 5th and 6th. They know more than I do, and he drafted him in the 2nd round. That means Nick Caserio himself said, "I love this guy. He's going to be able to play for us."
Or the apparatus that they have in the front office ultimately determines.
Yeah, but ultimately he makes the call.
True.
Exactly. All these scouts, all these college personnel, et cetera, give him information. But ultimately, Nick Caserio said, that guy. That's a reach.
And I do wonder, especially in a place where now you have put yourself in a need. Like one of the things we talk about going into the draft is, I think in a ultimate or an optimum circumstance, you want to go into the draft not absolutely needing anything, but we're just like, hey, there's some spaces that we'd like to address. But if we did not, we don't want to force our hands to where we have to take a bad pick. It feels like they've had some instances where they've made themselves take picks that ultimately have not been been maximized or just have been kind of bad picks. And I do wonder, you're putting yourself in what feels like a similar situation, or 100%. A situation that could put you in a similar place to where now you are forcing yourself into a particular player. Although, admittedly, thankfully, it's a relatively deep draft kind of, I guess, talent. But that is a concern that really jumps out to me, especially if you do not end up with a starting caliber player in free agency. Still, there's time. There's still time. Right. They don't draft for another month and some days, right? But man, this makes it even more I think, important for me personally that you end up with one of these guys at guard, one of these free agents, whether it's Becton, whether it's Hernandez. Some people are even trying to push for the center that was just released from the Patriots.
We'll get to that in confessions.
Okay, we'll get there. Yeah. But I feel like you need to add something, because I don't love the idea of being in a place where you're like, we need to draft some players, because it feels like, I don't know if I want to go to a place where I don't trust Nick Caserio in the front office, but this clearly seems to be a little bit of at least maybe a weak spot in their game, in their development and their picking. Because I remember Rick Smith, one of the things I used to talk to people was like, he's such a good GM. Is there a possibility you could hire a second general manager just for quarterbacks?
Just for quarterbacks.
Because he had such an issue with quarterbacks, and I do wonder, is this his blind spot?
Yeah, that's fair, because that's why I was thinking, like, man, when they traded Tunsil, got all these picks, I'm thinking, like, maybe it's somebody that's not on the radar that Nick Caserio is calling up and said, hey, we'll give you a third for this guy or something like that. I'm not comfortable in just drafting some guys and saying let's roll, because you gave up Laremy Tunsil, and no matter how you feel about him, he was solid right there. So I'm a little nervous just rolling the dice on the draft.
Well, and especially the draft. Nick Caserio does so many things so well, and perfect moves. But Reggie, you hit it right on. You hit the nail on the head. This at least for now, until he proves otherwise and drafts 2 future Pro Bowl, offensive linemen this year. I mean, this is a blind spot. Blake Fisher is an unknown. Blake Fisher came in at tackle, sort of forced into action last year and got worked in his first game. I was sitting right next to you. We were like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But again,
then he came back, played, I'm not going to say played great, but played decently well. So the book is out on Blake Fisher, too.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a situation where there's no experimenting. You gotta
hit it.
Yeah, you need a solid offensive line, man. This ain't no rebuilding team where you could just let them work through the kinks.
Yeah.
Nah, you need somebody that can step in and be the man right there.
Yes.
100%. And so ultimately, I guess circling back to the question, what should be the level of belief or level of, I guess, comfort within Nick Caserio and the remainder of this front office in going out there, especially evaluating offensive linemen?
It's I'm a little nervous about it.
Okay.
I'm a little nervous about it. I don't see how you can say, oh, no, he'll be fine. Based on what? We just went through them. I mean, you can go year after year. It's a true, hey, love you, Nick. You better get this right, because this is important, Yeah,
is this – and one of the things that I've neglected to talk about on the text line, so I apologize. Multiple people have pointed to some of the other guys that you've had in there. That's like, all right, well, maybe they're not, those guys were not the worst. Draft is hard. It's one of the reasons why I view it as get yourself as many lottery picks, because, again, it operates kind of like a lottery. You're not guaranteed that even the guys that prospects that seem to be the best and profile well to the NFL are going to hit. So there is a level of kind of margin for error here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a coaching element, too, that I do wonder how much that factors in.
Maybe.
Into. Because, I mean, look, you had Strasser
There's
here.
a style element.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of their approach offensively.
Right. And I think we're going to keep an eye on Kenyon Green up in Philly. Like, I don't know how much he's going to play, but if he come out decent, where you be like, oh, man, he actually doing pretty good, then you will question maybe who's doing the coaching. And
and I think that's one of the reasons why the Cole Popovich thing is a space that we need to watch, but especially in the draft. I don't know. Is cautiously pessimistic something that you can say?
I think so.
I feel like
I think so.
I'm just barely on that side. Like I don't want to be like fully pessimistic and entirely out on the idea that you can develop. Again, it's a relatively small sample with the guys that you're drafting there. But I have concerns. I do have concerns, and I'm cautious because
warranted.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
But that I think just looking back, I was like, man, it's tough, especially when you consider the ways that they've moved for some of these guys in the draft. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 2A1. I don't think you can take anything from last year. Coaching on offense was so bad.
Okay.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. But we also saw the difference even within that. Kenyon Green to putting Juice Scruggs there or what have you. There was a distinction there. And I don't feel like that is nothing also in what we're talking about, even though I do think coaching clearly factors in. All right, coming up next, including one that Lopez already tipped his hand on. We talking about a center. You interested? We'll talk about that next.
Sheldon Rankins, come on down. 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, we were just talking about some of the offensive line stuff going on and confidence level, lack thereof, with the Texans. So David Andrews, the Patriots' longtime center, 10 years, I believe.
Correct.
Has been released, and immediately you kind of put two and two together.
Patriots South, baby.
Yeah.
I think there's a growing.
That's a cool Patriots South right there.
I think there's a growing sentiment that Patriots South is reemerging over on Kirby. With the Scott John Earl gang and all that stuff. But this is my confession with David Andrews. A terrific player, a staple, couple Super Bowls. No, thank you. No, thank you. It's what the Texans might need. We just talked about it. The dude, part of the reason that, he's out there is they say he's contemplating retirement. Well, I don't need that in my life, and I'm worried. The other part of it, Reggie, is I'm worried that they might just be lured to David Andrews because of the Patriots connection and having been there. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't like it. Now watch, they're going to sign him.
Nick Casario is pretty good with that type of stuff. Remember Danny Amendola and players like that when they on the last run, he give them a friendly contract to be around and all that stuff.
No, thank you.
I don't think that's entirely unfair. Here's the thing: is if he gets to the place where, because I know that sometimes dudes start getting to that place where they start thinking, do I really want to go through another training camp or what have you? And there's the common saying that as soon as you start thinking about retirement, you're actually retired. If he decides that he wants to play, I do believe that if there's going to be such heavy conversation about whatever culture or whatever, like building that with the offensive line room, there is something to be said for having a guy like that in there. The question that I bring up, I'm interested, is not the one that you brought up, which is, with all the holes, that's the one that you're trying to put somebody else in?
That too, yeah.
Because, like, Jared Patterson, what does he profile as?
Probably a guard.
You think he profiles as a guard?
Even though he played center out of necessity.
I feel like Jared Patterson profiles as a center. Drew Scruggs profiles as a center. Yeah, you moved him out the guard in a pinch and a necessity, but you're in the offseason. Like, the offseason ain't really the time or place for you to just be like, well, in a pinch and a necessity. No, this is the time to get it to a place where you don't feel that. You got two dudes that it feels like are centers.
Well,
and you're going to go get another one to put ahead of them?
Well, and the other thing is the whole Patriots South thing. They've done a good job the last year plus of saying, no, we're not Patriots South. And people have believed that. Look at their scouting department. Look at their coaching staff now. They're more Patriots South still in terms of the people they bring in, which is understandable to a degree because we all deal with, familiar faces and relationships that we trust and all that. But if they bring in David Andrews, come on. You're not even hiding it anymore.
I don't have a problem with the whole Patriots South thing. My issue with that was only looking at Patriots staff, looking at Patriots players, or if you had some type of connection. It seemed like they're not really doing that as much.
Yeah.
Nick kind of think outside the box a lot more than any other Patriots personnel person. But I was going to ask y'all the question, do y'all think we set at center? Like, set enough where you don't even look at a center at all?
No, I think that's fair, right? Because that's also one of the things. I do think that he can be a good player. And yes, somebody is mentioning that they looked at his PFF scores and they are worse than Scruggs or Patterson. Fair. However, I think you need to look at the longer history of things. I think that team just last year was just so
bad. They were bad.
They were just so putrid. Yeah. And look, I'm not trying to take away the individual you do add to the larger stink and bad of what was here, but I can imagine you being in a circumstance where you look around and you go, what's the bleeping point? What am I doing this for right now? So I don't know that he's entirely washed. He might be, right? I have not done enough looking into it to be able to tell you one way or another. So I think I just leave room for the possibility that he does still have it. I just wonder, is that something that you address, especially in the circumstance you are? Like, let's say that you have a couple of guards that you really like. Maybe you're looking at one tackle and you're like, all right, do you want to upgrade center? That feels like something you can do. I feel like you're in a place where, and look, maybe I have not seen the fullness of the plan. Maybe I'm just missing the forest for the trees. It just feels like at this moment you have so many bigger fish to fry that I don't know that, hey, let's see if we can maybe upgrade the center position, especially on a relatively limited budget. That's one of the undercurrents that we've talked about a little bit with the salary cap stuff. I don't know if that is the best move.
I'm good on David Andrews.
Are you good on the center, period? Or
that's
just
an interesting conversation.
For vet men?
I'm sorry, what?
For vet men?
Look, I as far as like good on center,
like if another center that's actually okay.
No, if it's I'm good on center with these guys. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
These are my confessions.
Not gonna lie, had a confession, and then Figgy, you were talking about something in the break that like I have not been able to stop thinking about. Obviously, this is my first time actually going to rodeo. I was talking to my moms about it last week because we've lived in Houston like a long time, and we never went to rodeo. And she's like, it's always something we talked about, we experienced it and enjoy it. And so I went to cook off. I didn't feel like I didn't tap fully into cook off, but I felt like I got enough for year one.
Yeah.
Went to the Bun B bonanza, the birthday bonanza. That was cool. Walked around a little bit. It got me 2 turkey legs. I gotta confess, I still feel like I need to go back a third time before the rodeo's done.
You should.
But it feels like it's a lot. Like, do people be going 3-4 times?
Oh, there are
like,
people who go 8-10 times.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all got a lot. Like, I'm having fun, but I didn't go on any rides, and I really didn't eat that much.
I know people that go 8 or 10 times a year. Yeah.
Man, they rich.
Well, it's...
Oh, no, they get the season pass.
Yeah, all that stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would. Go ahead.
All right. I was like, I don't know. Am I doing a lot?
No.
Nah, man.
No.
Okay.
Especially, like, if you
It's special.
Yeah, if you going to try some more foods or just kind of chill a little bit, nah, man, go. Especially if you got a season pass. I got a season pass, so
look at you.
I was thinking about just going. No, it was actually a smart investment to get the season pass because during cook-off, I had to go like twice.
Oh.
And if I would have paid twice,
you would have already had it.
I would have paid for a season pass at that point. So I wouldn't have got the season pass so I could kind of keep going.
And it's nice out, too. I'm talking myself.
It's beautiful
And
weather.
another reason to wear the boots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
That too.
I might be talking myself into this. I want to get that brisket burger.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So last night, a plane landed on the street that I stayed
What?
right by. Yeah, a plane, and no, I do not stay by airport.
Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on. Run that by me again?
Yeah.
A what landed where?
A plane landed on a street, and I was laying in the bed. It's night time.
Yeah.
It's after 10
It's
o'clock.
late, yeah.
Yeah, and my wife get a phone call from a friend. I'm like, what's she calling for? And she said, y'all good? I'm like, yeah, what's going on? I just heard a plane crash right by your house. We like, what? And then she was like, wait a minute, that do kind of make sense because I kept hearing a bunch of sirens and stuff. But I looked out the window, I didn't see anything. So her friend ended up sending her a picture.
Yeah.
And it was a full-blown plane in the middle of the street that I live off of.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so we like, what? But this is my confession. I actually got out the bed, got dressed.
You're that guy.
Hopped in the car.
You went rubbernecking.
Yes. I made a plan to go rubberneck. Not even just me being in the area. I'm like, I'm about to drive over here so I can
dressed,
see this.
got keys.
I was in the bed, like lights off, everything.
Yeah.
I get up, Jackson looking at me like, what's going on tonight? I thought it was night.
Where we going? Where we going?
Yeah. So I jumped in the car, went over there, and it was right by the railroad tracks. If you in that area, it's a street called Fidelity.
Oh, you really giving all the information.
Man, everybody's gonna show up.
Everybody's gonna show up at the yeah.
Hey, it's a bunch of Fidelity is a long street. So
they're cross-referencing.
Yeah.
They're figuring it out.
Yeah, so it was right by the railroad tracks. Everything was blocked off, so I couldn't see anything.
You that guy, man.
But the good thing is nobody was hurt.
Oh, good.
Reportedly, I guess the plane lost power. So they had to make an emergency land. It was like a smaller plane.
Dang.
Somebody was doing some training, I guess, flight
Nighttime,
training. Yeah. So they had to land in the street, and Fidelity is a long, straight street.
So basically worked as a tarmac, huh?
Yeah. So good thing nobody was hurt, and everybody, I guess they still investigating to see what happened.
I actually have a similar story, in college, I lived in an off-campus dorm, or off-campus apartment, rather. So me and my roommate, we college, just sitting around playing video games. We were playing Call of Duty or whatever. So, and we had it up loud because we were college students. So, a lot of the shooting or whatever. And then we just get texts that are like, "Are y'all okay?" I'm like, what do you mean, are y'all okay? Like in a similar vein where you're like, "Y'all good?" And we were just like, "What?" And it's like, apparently there had been a shootout with the police in our apartment complex. And we were like, we ain't hear nothing. Of course
you were in your own shootout.
Exactly. And I was like, how many of those bullet sounds were real? So like when you said that you got that text, like, "Y'all good?" It took me immediately to that place where I was like, we could have had something come through the window that we did not know about because we were so oblivious to what was happening.
Yeah. That's wild.
These are my confessions.
I have an embarrassing, you mentioned the rodeo, kind of an embarrassing rodeo confession. I go every year to the rodeo, cook-off, rodeo, both, for at least, as long as I've been here, 30 years. I just realized I can't remember the last country show I've gone to. I always go to
Brooks and Dunn?
I would.
No, you've never been to a Brooks and Dunn. You've never been to a country concert at the rodeo.
No, I know I have. I can't remember the last one.
Oh, okay.
Over the last 10, 15 years, I can tell you I've been to, Journey when the last time they were here, and obviously you can go back. I've mentioned the Selena thing way back in the day.
Yeah, you're right.
I go to a lot of the rock shows. I've been to I went to the first Bun B thing. Like an actual country act at the rodeo. I can't remember the last one I went to.
I was about to say,
it's always the other one.
I was about to say, let's go to Brooks and Dunn, but I'm going to be out of town on the 22nd.
Okay. Isn't that weird? Like the rodeo.
Yeah.
And I think I saw Reba way back in the day. I'll have to look it up. I know I saw Reba, but I can't remember what year it was. That's wild. You go to the rodeo every year and never see a country act.
Yeah, I actually, my first country act I went to at the rodeo was kind of recent. It was, I seen Tim McGraw.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it was last year or 2 years ago. I actually went with your daughter to to see Brooks and Dunn.
I remember that. Yeah, your wife was FaceTiming.
Yeah, FaceTiming my mother, my mother-in-law, because she a big country fan. But yeah, we had a little double date action.
Yeah.
Did your mother call it country and western? Or your mother-in-law?
I don't know.
I feel like
she's hardcore in the country game. So
no, for sure. But I feel like historically, like older black folks really lean into the country and western.
Really? No, I don't think she did.
Before we shortened it down to just country.
Yeah. No, I don't think.
All right, I was doing too much there. Okay, I apologize. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, Figgy, people are triangulating.
Yeah, they are.
People are planning on crashing this, but they're going to have a whole separate housewarming party outside, right out front of your house. All right. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on this Thursday. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. In fact, if you want to see Cody Jinks, keep it locked. 1 o'clock hour is when we'll give those away. But coming up next, it's a Thursday, so we're going to do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various people in sports are selling? We'll do that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio kicks off free agency by trading 5 times. Yo 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. It is. I appreciate various other stories that are akin to Figgy's where something crazy happened around you and you had no idea, because apparently we just be out here oblivious sometimes.
That would have been a good question of the day.
It would have been.
Yeah.
It would have been.
There's a bunch of those,
especially nowadays with so many people with headphones and earbuds.
Yeah.
Like, man, we be missing all sorts.
I had
of
an
things
aunt who came down here to visit, and this was during one of the big I don't know if it was a hurricane,
just a storm or something.
A big storm. She slept right through it, man. She woke up, didn't even know what happened. She was in her hotel. She had no clue what happened.
Why is everybody all excited?
That's me, man.
Everybody call it, "You okay down there? You okay?" And she like, what happened?
Yeah.
She slept right through it.
If I'm getting good sleep, which a majority of the time I am, thankfully, I will find out what happened in the morning. That's how that works. All right. You will find out right now whether we buy or sell. In fact, you should get involved on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. I'm so proud of myself for waiting that time. I think I did a great job. But yeah, are you buying what these various people in sports are selling? Let's do a little buy or sell.
Let's do a little buy or sell. Let's start with our Houston Astros. Dana Brown, I believe it was Saturday or Sunday, definitely on the week after last week. Dana Brown told Major League Baseball Network that trading Ryan Presley had, quote, nothing to do with money.
What?
He said it was about bringing back a prospect that could maybe be a starter and, whatever. But he said trading Ryan Presley had nothing to do with money.
And I don't even think that this has to be an indictment of the organization. You can take it there if you want, but I think as an organization, they're willing to spend to a point. Jim Crane has made it clear that he's willing to spend, but he would prefer to not be in the luxury tax, and especially when you consider that the luxury tax is a repeater tax. Right? It becomes more punitive if the more consecutive years that you're in it. So they're trying to do what I like thinking of as the big man in the paint playing defense. We in the paint this year, we're going to step out and reset.
Yeah.
And we can maybe step back into the paint next year. But right now, we got to be out the paint. And you know how we can get out the paint? $14 million of Ryan Presley not closing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm selling that too. Although I do think probably I would say a little percentage of it is trying to look out for Ryan Presley. He probably wasn't happy. And hey, let's send you somewhere else so you can start fresh. But we know this from free agency in the NFL. It's all
from
about the
Kyle
money,
Tucker, from Alex Bregman.
It's almost always about the money.
Yeah,
man.
Look, I do have a qualifier that ties in with what you just said. But yeah, it's been about money, and it's not like, they're cheap. But no, it's been about money and trying to find the money and move forward. But I will say this: he could have gone very literal with this answer, because actually, it wasn't about money because Ryan Presley asked to get out. It was about Ryan Presley saying, "I want out." So I guess conceivably about the money. All right.
Who they bring back? They brought back Juan Bello, right?
Yeah, I was trying to remember. I couldn't remember. It was Bello, something like that.
Juan Bello. Maybe it's Bello. I don't know.
Bello.
Oh, my bad.
He might be from Spain.
I didn't put all that. I'm not. You know what? Bleep the Spanish.
I don't know if it is or not.
I'm not doing Barcelona. I'm not doing that.
Exactly.
He's what, a ball player, ranked 25th in your farm, which is a 29th ranked farm system.
Potential starter, Reggie.
Yeah, okay. Look, bringing back the prospect clearly is not in the same place.
I like this one. It just happened yesterday. Gilbert Arenas on a podcast. I always forget the names of the podcast. I need to start writing them down. But was asked about Bronny and the LeBron stuff. And he said this, that if Bronny played 36 minutes a game, he'd average 12 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and be a top 5 Rookie of the Year candidate.
Yeah, because in order for him to play all those minutes, he'd have to be better. And I don't.
That's a good way to put it.
I don't say that being a hater to Bronny. I think that people have gotten a little far on this because of the connection to his father, clearly, right, and all of the things that LeBron has said to grease the wheels on the front end of this. He looks like a number 55 pick that goes to the G League. When you talk about that part is fine. It really is he's on a major league contract or on a NBA contract instead of like a two-way or a G League contract or whatever. That's really the big distinction here. The actual player, I think he's fine. Like he's a development player that is like kind of a second rounder getting G League minutes. It kind of makes sense all the way around.
I agree with him on this because I think, and now if he was if he was still on the Lakers and getting that minute, I don't know if he would average 12 points, but if he was on a rough team and they had him out there starting or playing 36 minutes, I could see him getting 12 points.
I'm actually not sold on the 12 points at the NBA level.
You are selling the heck out of this for two reasons.
I think on a bad team, I think he could.
Well, for a couple of reasons.
He's small. He doesn't have the speed to like get to the rim, and his shooting can be a little suspect. Now, mind you, I've not watched some of his recent G League stuff where he's actually putting.
He actually playing pretty well in the G League.
All right, so I'm selling it for this reason. First of all, he said 36 minutes. You want Bronny on the floor for 36 minutes? There is that. First of all, and then he didn't finish the stat line. I'll say 36 minutes, 12 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 19 turnovers, and a plus-minus of -38.
Oh, God.
So
you were a little. I think you exaggerated, but not by as much as we were probably. He's not there as a player yet.
Yeah,
he's not.
Yeah.
And from the 713, Bronny Suggs should not even be in the G League. You're wrong there. There's not a lot of places where I'm going to be flat about that because I think there's a lot of wiggle room and a lot of conversations
like that.
He
actually should be in the G League.
He is absolutely a G League capable player.
Yeah,
100%.
Now maybe he shouldn't be in the NBA right now, as much as he is and all that stuff.
Yes,
he is 100% a G League player.
Yeah. All right, buying or selling. Louis Riddick, former teammate of Deion Sanders, said that Shedeur Sanders' draft stock has taken a hit. Deion's personality, not Shedeur's, Deion's.
Ooh, this is tough because I kind of want to agree with him. However, we often view NFL teams as being too pragmatic, right? Almost too hey man, you have to kind of keep your job. Are you really going to let some just a little bit of an indifference with somebody's daddy stop you from going there? And I kind of have to go yes.
Yes.
There's Deion's personality impacts this in some way, but I think less in LeVar Ball way in which how much he's going to be involved, and more in doesn't Shedeur take after his daddy a little bit?
Yeah. See, that's where I was going. I was going to sell this because Shedeur got his daddy's attitude, man. He got his daddy's personality. Where if Deion was just Deion and Shedeur was quiet. I don't think that will affect anything. Maybe you'll have the conversation, do we want to coach his son, and is he going to the NFL to be a head, all that stuff. But I think Shedeur got a lot of daddy in him.
I'm buying it.
Yeah,
I'm buying it because I think you're probably right to a degree, but at the same time, there's some old heads in the NFL that just don't like that stuff, and it's a shame.
Right, and I think that there's always a scale that we're dealing with here, right? You can be that guy. If you're Deion Sanders, we'll put up with all that to get you out here playing defense and offense and a helicopter to go play a baseball game.
Yeah.
Sure. Shedeur is not that.
Yeah,
that's not even disrespect.
Yeah.
He's just not that.
I was going to say, if he's good enough, hell, on the squad if you want, if he's that good. But I don't know if he's that good, and people might not think it's worth it.
Yeah, got a couple more for you here, 3, I believe. I won't say her name, but this is one that, spoiler alert, I am selling the hell out of this, but I do have to bring it up because you guys might buy it. The high school runner that went viral for hitting her opponent over the head
with the baton and the relay
on a 4x200 relay at a state championship, I believe in Virginia or somewhere over there.
It was Virginia.
Said that her hand slipped.
Dog.
Slipped 3 times? It slipped.
I was trying to find every excuse to roll with her on why this was a mistake. But every time I watch this video, I'm like, this
was 3 times.
Bleep it. Bleep it. I'm doing it.
You're buying it?
I buy it. I stand with that young woman.
She said her hand slipped. Is that her?
Her hand slipped.
See,
mind you, 3 times.
See,
well, I mean, when you're running, you're pumping. You know what I mean? Like, that hand is going to come down a few times.
If she said that, then I would have wrote, because I was looking, I'm like, man, when you in the motion.
And then she threw it. Well,
and then it is worth noting that the runner that did get hit was real tight on that inside lane, almost to the point of crossing.
Come on, man.
I do want to put it's.
What are you doing?
I was kind of amazed by, because I was like, there's no way that there has to be some level of misunderstanding, and it's so hard to find a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I was trying to, man. Believe me, I was thinking like maybe she's just in the zone, and when you doing that run up and off,
she reared back.
It looked like it was on purpose.
It wasn't like this and then hit it. If you're watching on YouTube, it was running and then way back.
It looked like she tried to beat her, like she stole something from her, man.
For me, the thing that got me is just her form wasn't like quiet. If you understand what I mean.
She kind of reared
right?
back.
Like typically with one of the things I love about watching track, I love watching track, is just watching the form, seeing the minimized waste in movement from track, like especially sprinters. It is gorgeous. Just watching. They move like a well-oiled machine. She got a lot more lateral movement than you see in most sprinters. And I was like, what is happening there? It got a little wild, and I think it was because she was trying to make sure that baton swung out a little bit. Hey, you crowded my space. I don't know you. That's my purse.
No, she did know her. That was the understory. She did know who that little girl was, which... Come on.
From like a town over or something, right?
Yeah, I guess they'd been,
she was familiar with her work.
Yeah, familiar with her or whatever.
That girl got a concussion.
She did.
That is crazy.
All right, a couple more real quick here. Myles Garrett, I want to win.
I'm buying it. Just like he's buying a lot more expensive stuff with that money that he's getting in Cleveland.
Yeah, I think he wanted to win the offseason.
That's right, and he did it.
And he is the
technically,
winner. He wanted to win the offseason. He's the winner of I guess, the most non-quarterback paid person ever.
Winner at the bank, baby. That's the kind of win that I like.
You know what? I'm going to go the technicality like Figgy. He wanted to win. He didn't say what. He didn't say what. He said, I want. That's a direct. Well, he did. Well, he did.
I can't believe he did all of this. He did a whole press run at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Over this trade request.
That does make it kind of funny, though, because remember, on Super Bowl Radio Row, we were right next to Philly. In fact, you caught the video of the fellas at WIP trying to get Myles Garrett's attention. Hey, come to Philly.
Like, Myles Garrett, you're Eagle.
And Myles in his head like, 40 mil, dog. 4-0, brother. Y'all got it?
Yeah. All right, one more. Our friend DJ Bieniemy said the only reason Laremy Tunsil was traded was his contract.
Why you got to do this, man?
Because this is what we do. We cover We cover. He's a great dude.
That's
Love
my
him.
man.
Love his work. Respect him. One of the best around. But
also a track star. He ran
also
track
a track star in Louisville. Yeah, but Figgy, you know me by now. I'm not going to ignore things that are worthy of talking about. The only reason.
Yeah, if we're going to hinge this on only, I will sell. I do think that it is a large part of it, but I think there's a fair counterpoint that's been brought up.
Sure.
If you're talking about the idea of, and I think you were one particularly talking about this as well. If you were trying to, save money because of the other contracts that's coming, you could get another year out of that. And honestly, right now, again, incomplete offseason, there's still things to be done. Right now, you're looking at it and you're like, hey, you haven't put any of these things into place to go on and fix it. Like, yes, you could try and get better talent around Laremy Tunsil if he's there. So there's clearly something else factoring in besides just the money of it. I do want to offensive line class to get a lot of value, which it does seem like nobody's complaining about the value you got back. So I do think that makes a lot of sense. But I don't know that I could say that is the only reason moving off of it.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. I think, like I said before, if he was really that game changer, elite person, like in and out the locker, all that stuff, they would have at least kept him for one more year. And they wouldn't have been worried about, we ain't going to get that much for him next year because he's that good. And they would have kept him in the plans if he was really that elite left tackle, man. They would have, they keep who they feel like is important.
Exactly.
So I think, I kind of disagree with that.
Yeah.
All right. That's your buy or sell for this Thursday. Let us know how you feel on those various things. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And before I go, 713. Y'all keep on. LeBron going to show up and we're going to ride down on y'all and put his finger in your faces.
Get my son's name out of your mouth.
Hey, I said he could average 12 points.
It wasn't me.
I didn't say anything about his ability to be a daddy, to be completely honest. So I don't think he needs to come talk to me.
He can average 12 points. Hey, that's giving them credit.
Just in the G League. All right, coming up next, Look, man, we've been waiting, and maybe we're the ones in the wrong, and we just need to trust the process. We've been waiting for that big fish. The big fish hit last year, yesterday, a year ago.
A year ago yesterday.
Right? Who's the big fish? Who's the big fish that we're all waiting on? Who's the big fish that Nick Casario's targeting? Let us know who you think. 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
Texans GM. here on Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Y'all know my guy Lopez is a fisherman. And you know that I don't think you're going out here for minnows, right?
No, man.
Big fish. Big fish is the goal. And for Nick Casario, he's done that. He did that last year. You brought in Danielle Hunter, who already you probably need to consider what an extension maybe looks like, possibly, or some level of situation to that extent. But that brings you to the question: like, what's the big fish? What's the big move that Nick Casario has, or maybe just the one that you want? 713-572-4610. Because this Texas team, like, even if I do wonder, because it does feel like they've put themselves in a circumstance where they're playing real smart. Again, I point out the distinction with this word. I'm not saying cheap. I'm not saying stingy. Feels like they're being frugal, right? Smart with the money. But, we can hope, and maybe we can even, like, get ahead of something. Like, what is the big fish that you think could be coming for us?
I think we can expect something.
Okay.
He showed us. He kind of slow plays it at the start, and just when you're like, oh, come on, do something, boom. There's Danielle Hunter. A year ago yesterday, the Danielle Hunter news broke. And in how you're looking at Nick Casario, everything changed in how the Texans played and what they got bet, on the field defensively, especially. And we know how that worked out. So who's the big fish? Now we're going to all talk about some solid, maybe potentially very good offensive linemen,
that's right,
or receivers, correct, or whatever it might be. But is there a big fish out there? Do any names come to mind for you?
Just like outside of those,
like how could he shock you, so to speak, like what happened a year ago yesterday?
Oh wow, like a it's tough because it feels like you're either in spaces where you're largely good, or in spaces where we've been talking almost ad nauseum about the spaces where you could add some talent. I guess to your point, one of the things that you're really big on, I guess it would definitely be shocking also because of the amount of faith that they put in Dameon Pierce time and time again. But if they make some level of move for a running back, maybe a running back that you even look at some level as 1B, which seems like kind of impossible with the ways that
you're reading my mind.
Really, am I? Okay, where were you looking?
Well, I mean, I think there's three areas that were sort of like out of the box, not something we've really talked about. We've obviously talked about a lot of the things that are out there.
Yeah, 832 says they're in on J.K. Dobbins as their big fish in this way, especially in that shocking vein that you were talking about.
That would be a sort of kind of shift everything type move, like what Danielle Hunter did. All of a sudden you're thinking, ooh, and this was obviously. They knew was going to put them at an altogether higher level. I think J.K. Dobbins, and I've been high on him as a potential Texan for a long time. All of a sudden there's no more what if with Dameon Pierce maybe the new system and it wasn't a fit. No, I think J.K. Dobbins is really really good, and so I would that would be one of the big fish. Would that surprise you?
I mean, yes, in some ways, but also no. Like again, we were talking about the idea and the need to put pressure. And just have more competition, I guess is probably the better way of putting it. With behind your guy, behind Joe Mixon, is that a big fish? Is one of the things that people ask.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, fair enough.
Because the position, a lot of people are arguing. Let's just see or get a late round draft.
And maybe big fish isn't the right way of putting it, but just like a shock, a surprise, something that's outside of kind of the norm in some ways. Various people, Jordan on the YouTube says trade for Wyatt Teller. Or signing the likes of Tevin Jenkins, or Dalton Reisner, getting a guard. Wyatt Teller is an interesting one. Like that's a guard for the Browns, like actually making a trade for a veteran, which that has been the way that they've added thus far, right? I guess they've also added some various talents like in free agency, but those have been like kind of smaller deals. A lot of them 1-year deals that add in. The major pieces have been kind of trade situations like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And would you like a trade for a Wyatt Teller, like somebody who's going to come in and immediately slot in one of those guard spots?
Yes, but that's kind of along the lines where I'm going. Like the big shocker to me is if that brings it for a lot of money. because they were people talking about. We just talked about it. They're trying to clear money and all this other stuff.
That would feel that would make
everything look different. It wasn't about the money because they brought in these guys for a lot of money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was kind of looking at the tackle position. I don't feel comfortable.
You're doing the Figgy?
I'm doing the Figgy.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable with Titus going into training camp with Titus Howard and Blake Fisher as your tackles.
Yeah.
Cam Robinson is out there.
Okay. He's probably the top left tackle out there on the market right now.
That would be a shocker.
And he's a free agent.
Okay.
I was thinking more. I would be like shocked if they found some type of trade that's not out there right now, and it's like a younger tackle.
Yeah.
For that's obviously not super expensive, but like a young tackle that's set for good for a long time. Not like somebody that's there for a year or two, but this young tackle that ain't even on the market. It's like, wow, they got him.
Yeah. I have a hunch. I mean, this is what Nick did last year. It's what he can do. He just wait. All of a sudden, you're like, whoa, what a move, Yeah,
and the tough part about it is maybe I'm confining myself too much to a box because I keep being in this place where I'm like, I don't know how pragmatic or prudent it would be to do something huge like that. It felt like last off season was right for that because of the ways in which you had money and you were trying to kind of make that big swing. This feels, of course, the big adjustment to be had offensive line wise, but you're making adjustments to trying to take a team that had an opportunity to be dangerous in the postseason and was not able to fully exercise that danger to maybe like tune them up and make them more dangerous, which makes it feel like you're less likely for that particular situation. But there's some people that someone went to the Joel Bitonio space again, kind of going to that spot. I think the easy one and the one that immediately came to mind is pony up a little bit and go sign Mekhi Becton, right?
Yeah,
Dude, Super Bowl champion guard.
That would fit in the category.
Who is a free agent? He might be asking for a lot. That was what AQ Shipley was positing earlier in this week, offensive line guy. So, but I'm in that place where I'm like, I'm good. Like get a guy who is doing this at a high level recently and is young. Also, go ahead and put another stone or another brick in the wall that is your offensive line, and one that is going to be there for a while, as opposed to, I would have liked, I think I've already made it clear, I would have liked Kevin Zeitler. He's not there.
Yeah.
Give me something that sits there that I know Mekhi Becton is there for a few years to give you some real validity and solid play on the offensive line.
What about another big move at wide receiver, which would do two things? Obviously, it would set up your receiver room better, but it would also give you freedom to maybe focus on your draft picks at other positions. You know what I mean? Like with Keenan Allen, not only did you trade for Christian Kirk, but you bring in Keenan Allen. That'd be a little bit of a shock to me. He's probably 11 to 12, $13 million. All of a sudden, draft picks, you've got 6 of them. You can focus more on D-line, offensive line, obviously. It would kind of free you up there.
It would. It would. Yeah, I think that would be something that could be interesting. And I wouldn't hate it.
But do you feel like you need somebody young, though?
Yes. Yeah. And one of the reasons why is, again, I'm being beholden in my mind to the salary cap ramifications, all these things, and I'm focused so much on the money that will be coming down the road. It does feel like, hey, getting some young guys that you have a little bit of control over is going to be something that's important over the next couple of seasons as you're getting more and more into the business of putting big charges on the proverbial credit card of your players that you hit on. You've drafted and you hit on in a big way. This is the slight negative of that is that you have to be a little bit more frugal around the edges.
You do, but again, right now you need to draft a wide receiver. You need to draft potentially a running back. You need to draft interior defensive lineman. You need to draft.
Do you think you still need to draft an interior defensive lineman?
I think you could. Let me put it that way. You definitely need to draft at least one, probably 2 offensive linemen. So if you can, you got to sign someone somewhere to maybe kind of funnel down all those options into something a little more specific.
You are right.
Yeah.
How about do you agree with this from the 713? You guys are underestimating Blake Fisher. Texans consider him a first-round tackle. If he came out in the 25 class, he would have been left tackle. Notre Dame moved him to right there. Do you think that we're underselling Blake?
Yes. I don't.
I am
because I don't know.
I felt like I didn't see enough for me.
Well, that's why I don't think.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's kind of an undersell, but I haven't seen enough for me to feel confident where we're good at the tackle position.
Okay, so you and I are on the same page. He's saying we're underestimating how good he's going to be. All I'm saying is I don't think we're underestimating. I think we just don't know. We haven't seen him, so I can't say, oh, is there any way any of us can say that's your right tackle? I don't think there is any way you can say that.
Yeah, I'm there.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
You've seen enough that he can
for this year. This year, you know what? We good. We ain't got to address the tackle position right now.
Tackle.
That's our guy right there.
I think I'm good with him playing right tackle.
I mean, I think to me it's a difference between I think he's going to play right tackle and we're good at right tackle.
Yeah,
because I haven't seen. I'm with Figgy. I haven't seen enough because I haven't seen enough good play out of him.
If that was the case, he wouldn't be off the field. He will be he will be the right tackle right there, and we'll be having the conversation. Where is Titus Howard playing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I think the reason why you have the conversation of where Titus Howard playing is just I think the size and the mobility. Does he have that on the left side for you?
Mm-hmm.
I think the opportunity of moving him to left is the comfort that you have in the young guy that you drafted in some ways to have that. And I think the trepidation of him on the left was just seeing that early game.
Mm-hmm.
And is he too young to grab hold of that, especially in a situation where you don't, and that's a huge responsibility playing on the blind side of the court.
I feel like we would have been like, man, Titus Howard, he got to play at left guard at this point. Or was it? Yeah, he got to be guard at this point because Blake Fisher out there, we can't get him out.
Yeah, see, that's where I am. I think he's probably going to end up at right tackle.
He could be good.
No, I think he's going to end up there.
I can't look at last season and be like, yep, that's
our
guy right there.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm with you.
When you talk about kind of curveballs being thrown in some ways, somebody said, speaking of the running game, do you think Haley's offense will feature a fullback? And what do you think about Kyle Juszczyk? He was released from the Niners. The Niners have gone through a lot of kind of hemorrhaging of contracts, and some of the players that have kind of been looked at as almost the lifeblood of what the Niners have been doing. Juszczyk, one of the few guys at fullback in the league that seems to be a mainstay. You have something like the Patrick Ricard there in Baltimore. There's another one that I'm already forgetting in this moment, but Juszczyk out there, like, does that interest you at all?
I don't know how much it interests me, but I do think they're going to be using a fullback. I think they're sort of changing the way they're going to run the ball. They're going to be a little more power, a little more, not exclusively, but a little more power, a little more right in your face type. I mean, the way the Patriots used to do it, so
Patriots South.
So I do think that. I mean, but seriously, like the offensive line coach has those ties, so I think that's going to be a big influence.
And then, I mean, again, I don't know, big fish, but David Andrews released by the Patriots keeps coming up on the text line. People are
no, thank you.
And why is that?
And I don't know how.
All right, let's take the retire thing off the board because
you just don't want him because you're a Patriot.
I think that's part of it. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how good he is anymore. I mean, that's the biggest reason. And I think if they sign David Andrews, it's going to be like, oh Lord, I know why they're signing him.
If they sign him, I would probably be thinking like, dang, could they sign somebody else, another center that was better?
Mm-hmm. And then you brought up another point. How many centers do you have?
Yeah. And I mean, I can understand the perspective of, well, if you have an opportunity to make the center position better, just do that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
And I feel like that I would much rather put whatever resources are going to a David Andrews very much more into what you're doing at guard and maybe even the possibility of upgrading a tackle if you have an opportunity. Like, I do think that you have centers that I guess. Because I don't feel so great that I want to lock in on those guys, but it just feels like you have such bigger fish to fry on that offensive line that I'm like, hey, you can do another year of a Jaret Patterson or a Juke Scruggs and see if also the different coaching. I mean, hell, if we're going to acknowledge the coaching development aspects that maybe were not as strong in the prior year under the Bobby Slowick offense, I think that we can also acknowledge that maybe those things will allow your center prospects in Scruggs and or Patterson to play a little bit better football as they go forward, especially if Kaylee and Popovich in the roles that they're going to exhibit are able to do that at a high level. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know if if you heard it, baseball is on right now. Yeah, we're watching one of the split squad games that's happening. Unfortunately, I don't think it's the one that has Cam Smith. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I would love to talk more about that.
It does have Jose Altuve.
It does have Jose Altuve. We'll mention something that happened there in that game a little bit later. But we got to get to Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what you got?
Yeah, so we got to talk about the diet of a 73-year-old media guy. I want to get y'all thoughts on that. Shannon Sharp, Mike Tomlin analogy. I can't unsee it. And plus a throwback moment in sports that came full circle yesterday.
Okay. Throwback moment and more next.
Free agency is here.
news, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Day. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Real quick, Lopez, you're still doing your you still gave up the baked goods.
Yeah, man.
Right? How's it going?
Not well. Okay.
I've been meaning to ask you that.
Get the bleep out of here, man. Are you for real right now?
I am for real. It was going to be a confession, but I was actually too embarrassed. Okay, so hear me out.
No, I will not. You were already bending the rules as far as they would bend. You were playing bend not break defense.
God is up
on
there
Lent.
shaking his head right now.
On Lent, he was doing bend not break defense.
God up there,
and now
like
you
that
talking to
damn
me?
Lopez.
You couldn't even do that.
Allow me to explain.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
All right, so I am doing that. I may have had one hiccup because it was brownies on my wife's birthday.
You knew her birthday was
Boo, this man.
What's
Boo.
funny is he mentioned that. He was like, that's going to be a strong test because my wife's birthday coming up.
Yes.
And you failed that test,
I failed
man.
miserably.
Oh,
Jesus is sad.
Jesus is sad. He's not mad at me. He's just disappointed.
He's going to have to do you like Laremy Tunsil, man. He might have
But
to
you know
ship
what?
You out.
You got to rebound. You got to just stick to it after that. We'll see.
Yeah, but just get back on track and hopefully everything is all good. But Skip Bayless, I'm sure y'all are familiar with Skip Bayless, who is 73 years old. And, pause, but he looked good for a 73-year-old guy, man.
No, he does. He really does.
He's pause worthy.
I had to make sure.
We can't even do this.
Hey, people be petty out
Y'all
here,
strict, man.
But Skip Bayless, he works out a lot, and he's on a very, very, very strict diet. So here's Skip Bayless talking with a chef, just talking about his day-to-day diet.
I try to stay away from oil, butter, dairy, sugar, fried. Try to stay away from those, and red meat.
Red meat. Okay, no red meat.
No red meat.
Okay. Do you ever have a cheat meal or like something that you sneak a couple sweets here and there? What's your go-to for that?
Friday night, we each have one slice of pizza.
Okay, one slice. Well, that's got to be the hardest thing, just having one slice, because you want that second or want that third.
But you can buy it if you go to the right place. You can buy just the slice and bring it back, so you're not tempted by the rest of the pizza.
That's fair.
That's dedication. One slice.
And I know this man will probably be mad. Well, maybe he won't. I feel like I should not say this. Before second there, he kind of sounded like Nick Wright.
A little bit.
Which was odd. A weird thing that occurred to me at the very end.
I try to stay away from oil, butter, dairy.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Anyways, got that little noise.
That's not
kind of like he holding his nose when he talk.
Yeah, that's not the point at all. The real point is take me. Just take me if I got to do all that.
No kidding.
That is a callous thing to say. It's probably just the folly of youth, being in early 30s, as opposed to actually being in the 70s and living that long and recognizing that make the most of it. But really, if I can't do half of that stuff, take me, man. It's not fun.
Go ahead.
It's funny because I wish I could live life that.
I don't wish,
but I just don't. I feel like it won't be fun.
Yes.
So I won't do it. Maybe one day I could get.
No, you can eat healthy, but just don't be a maniac.
One
about
pizza, man.
Eat a little healthier.
Whenever I'm getting a pizza, I'm at least getting 3 slices.
We all know the drill. Eat right, exercise. We all know, but you don't have to be a maniac about it. You know what's a little bit ironic about this? His brother Rick, I watch his show all the time. World-renowned chef. And his specialty is foods from Mexico, which is the exact opposite of Skip Bayless. Like all these fats and porks and all this other stuff.
Man. I love that Skip Bayless is like, I got to eat good because who's going to criticize LeBron James if I die?
Yeah,
that's right.
I got to be here to do this. This is my responsibility in life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. But he on the strict diet, man. I wonder who you think got the I don't want to say better diet, but
more strict.
Who is more strict between him and Nick Caserio?
That's a great question.
Ooh,
I think Casario's right there. I think he's right there with Skip.
I feel like Nick Caserio might cheat a little more than.
I don't.
Nah, Nick Caserio doesn't strike me as a cheater at all, man.
This brother just said one slice of pizza.
I don't know if Caserio does that.
He said he stay away from sugars, oils.
Here's the thing.
He stay away from a lot of stuff, man. That's taking a lot of stuff out.
And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but at least it sounded like, it hurts him a little bit that he has to miss all this thing. Sometimes I wonder if Nick Caserio likes some of the stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, some of the things that he's talked about, I'm like, wait, you don't like that? You don't like it?
Yeah.
Do you think Nick Caserio eat pizza?
No.
You don't think no pizza at all? So he order his kids pizza. He's not eating pizza at all.
Yes, I do believe that. I think it's neck and neck between he and Skip.
I think Nick Caserio would do a cheese pizza.
He did come on and talk about that.
He might do a flatbread. I don't know if he'll do a pizza.
Yeah, one of those types.
Which is a difference that I don't know. I don't know what the actual
like
difference
a whole
is.
wheat or what is that that crust, that
cauliflower
crust.
I could see him doing 2 slices of that.
Yeah, that's that Tom Brady stuff, the 713 says. Absolutely. And look, he's probably better than me for that. Like, I can admit that 100%.
Nah, he's not
I just don't want – if being right is that, I don't want to be right.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So Shannon Sharp was on First Take recently speaking to Skip Bayless. His former colleague, Shannon Sharp, was on First Take. And he was pretty fired up about Mike Tomlin. Now, we always give Mike Tomlin a lot of love on this show because the brother never had a losing season.
Never lost.
Never lost. Never had a bad season or losing season. Here's Shannon Sharp, and I want y'all to I want to see how y'all feel about this analogy when he was talking about Mike Tomlin.
And what is the standard? We hear Mike Tomlin say all the time, the standard is the standard. Well, in Pittsburgh now, the standard is mediocrity. Because what do we always highlight Mike Tomlin with? He's never had a losing season. You to not have a losing season, we pay you the big bucks to win championships. What is 9-8? What good is that doing me? Bro, come on. That's like kissing your girl through a screen door. That ain't doing nothing. Ain't no lips touching. You don't get to hold no hands. That ain't nothing, Stephen A. I need more from Mike Tomlin.
Now, when I look at Mike Tomlin, I think, oh, he ain't nothing but just
mediocre.
A dude kissing a girl through a screen door.
That is so country.
Yeah,
that is so incredibly country. for that to be the image, he's like, look, man, I'm trying to kiss on the lips through the screen door.
No, ain't no touching, no nothing.
Can't hold your hand. Okay, so obvious question:
Is that the perfect analogy for Mike Tomlin as we speak right now?
Well, that's what I was going. Is he wrong?
I don't think he's wrong.
I don't either. And Mike Tomlin, we all laugh about Bill O'Brien, it doesn't matter, division champs, and we torched him because I will say division championships are for losers. If that's what you hang your hat on, not championships in the conference or Super Bowls. Mike Tomlin just has better PR.
Yeah, I think, I was kind of looking at him more. I feel, and I'm not comparing the two, but he's kind of getting into that Marvin Lewis territory, where you have good seasons, you make the playoffs, you get bounced out. Now, he did win a Super Bowl, and I felt like his locker room presence is probably better than Marvin Lewis.
And he's more respected, but better PR.
But now he's getting to that point where, you have a good season, you get bounced out.
Why are y'all saying Marvin Lewis like it's a pejorative?
Yeah, I mean, look.
I am here. Yeah. Lewis, this is my quixotic task. Y'all might just be out here like you are stupid, but this is my mission to civilize. Tell me when Marvin Lewis had a roster that was anything worth a damn.
Yeah, no, you're not
Marvin Lewis was out here constantly making chicken salad out of chicken, you know what.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And in that same way, I will ask you, when Mike Tomlin has had a quarterback, what does it look like when the Steelers look with the Steelers?
No, that
is either winning or second place in a division that is always competitive. What has been the problem? They don't have a quarterback. Why don't they have a quarterback? Because he is constantly making chicken salad out of you know what.
Yes, but the analogy is not off in terms of what they pay you for.
But here's the thing.
Right?
That's not what they pay him for. We have to talk about
absolutely what they pay him for.
What are the groceries? Like, what is he working
Mike
with?
Tomlin has one of the strongest voices of a head coach in terms of groceries that there is.
Not above what that organizational MO is. That is one of the things that, honestly, I have revered and respected about the Steelers is that as an organization, what we do is what we do. right? We do not go out of our way and pay big for free agent or what have you. And like even our guys, like when it gets too expensive, thank you for your service. I hope that you go on to your destiny or what have you, right? There's those things that they have within them. And those are also parameters that are limiting. Like, I don't know that you throw the baby out with the bathwater in this instance. I think the better circumstance is to find a way to actually get yourself another quarterback that can accentuate and really up the level of what he is already doing for you.
But look, we don't have to make this a whole Mike Tomlin discussion because I know Figgy's got more great stuff. All I'm saying is a team that has 6 Super Bowls. You can't.
How many times is he putting up 9 and 8 records? Like when he's had Ben Roethlisberger, like you know how many 11, 12. I mean, even the last couple of years they've won 10.
Yeah, I mean, how
6
many
Super Bowls, 7 Super Bowls, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it get to a point where now we got to have this uncomfortable conversation.
Yes, I agree.
Because if he keep going 9 and 8 forever, or not, I don't even want to say 9 and 8, but if he keep having winning records and getting bounced out, and no Super Bowls or nothing,
nobody here doesn't respect what he's doing or consider him a great coach because he is. But I don't think Shannon Sharp is all that off.
Like the one place where I'll give Mike Tomlin a level of critique is I'll be looking at some of the, especially offensive coordinators that he hires, and I go, word. But other than that, like I cannot argue with the ways that he continues to turn this around. I just keep looking at what are the mitigating factors, what are the things that are holding him back, and it seems very clear. And I don't know that like yes, he factors into that, but that's because he keeps doing his job to the best of his ability, which sounds like an organizational thing more than a him thing.
Yeah. All right, we can. All right, I'll get y'all out in here on this. So it's a Throwback Thursday, and 22 years ago, remember that moment when Portland Trailblazers head coach at the time, Maurice Cheeks.
Mo Cheeks. I covered him. He was on the team that I covered.
You covered Cheeks?
Yep. Yeah. I cover Cheeks all the time.
Speaking of that,
I'm not proud of myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna just move on. So remember that time when Natalie Gilbert, who was Adam, and then he came.
Oh yeah, he came and helped her out.
Yeah, he came and helped her out. That was right before the playoff game against the Dallas Mavericks. Remember this moment?
Proudly we hailed at the stars like stars.
Here's Mo Cheeks right here.
Stars like last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
So she ended up getting through it with him, and he gave her a hug and all that stuff. 22 years later, Mo Cheeks, who is now with the New York Knicks as an assistant, back in Portland last night, and you know who was singing the national anthem?
Get out.
Natalie Gilbert.
That's cool.
That is very cool.
This is
She got it this time.
She put some sauce on it too.
She's got it this time.
I like that.
22 years later, she's back to sing the national anthem. And Mo Cheeks in the house, they had a chance to talk before the game. It really was one of the most beautiful moments.
That was awesome.
That was cool.
That's
man.
a cool.
That is awesome. By human being I've ever been around. Just absolute. One of the best people you'll
That's
ever
one
know.
of my favorite head coaches that I feel like don't really get that much love.
Players.
I feel like players.
Yeah.
As far as head coach, I feel like he should still be getting some type of opportunity. I don't know if he want to be a head coach, but I felt like once he stopped being a head coach, that was it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, ain't nobody looking at Mo Cheeks.
Yeah, I love that guy. Love that guy because I was young on the beat and he was a veteran already. He'd come from Philadelphia, where, by the way, they should have won at least 2 or 3 world championships with Mo Malone, Charles Barkley, Andrew Toney, Mo Cheeks, and Dr. J.
I kind of like that Portland team he coached too, man.
Yeah.
They just kept running into the Lakers, man.
Yeah, he kind of took me under his wing as a player. It was like, okay, you know, this is what you need to do and all that. Just a good veteran. I love that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I got, man.
There you go. It's a mixtape. You catch that right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 every weekday at 1:20 p.m. Man, somebody said John Feinstein passed.
Really?
Oh,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Washington Post sports writer who became the best-selling author of more than 40 books passed today at his brother's home in McLean, Virginia.
Oh, wow.
Man, that is wild.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, age 68, so
that's not that bad. I mean, that's not
solid run.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, rest in peace to him. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, that's right. It's a rodeo
Cody
ticket
Jinks.
Thursday, ain't it? Cody Jinks.
Cody Jinks.
A 4-pack of tickets to see is when he'll be playing the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and you can be there. All you got to do is be caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. Again, 713-572-4610, and maybe you win the 4-pack of tickets to see Cody Jinks. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, but also let's get you up to date with some of the things that happen that are happening out there in Florida with spring baseball. We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, let's get you your new vehicle too.
Hughley.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, John Feinstein. That's a tough one.
Ain't it, man?
Yeah.
It's always tough seeing people that you have a lot of respect for go, especially in the world of sports. But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Still a rodeo ticket Thursday. We'll talk to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit as they'll continue that rodeo ticket Thursday on. Few things worth noting. One thing that also just came across the old timeline. Actually, it didn't just. It was about an hour ago. But Noah Brown, who caught a Hail Mary for the Commanders this season, obviously former Texan. He will remain on a year $4.5 million deal, so he stays there to be comfortable. And then one of the things that we mentioned, but we didn't in fact mention all day today, really.
What's that?
The Texans added a depth pass rusher.
Casey Tuhill. How many do they have, and how many do they need?
More pass rushers. No, I mean that's one of those things that, like, in a cliche way, you say you can never have too many pass rushers. And Tuhill is more like I think he weighs in at like 250 something, right? I think he ends up being kind of more of a speed guy almost.
He's definitely that, yeah.
But he's also another special teams guy. Like you were talking about how Frank Ross is just. He is in a land of luxury and excess this offseason with all the additions that they've had, all the special teams aces. And I don't know if Tuhill counts as a special teams ace, but he is a dude who is a special teams impact type player.
Right.
So, yeah, that was another one that was worth noting. But I was interested. I was like, okay, so you add another speed guy. I imagine kind of – it's interesting because there was him. There was Daryl
Taylor.
Taylor, there we go. I wanted to make sure I got his name right. Both of those guys kind of more speed rush. I was like, I wonder if that was intentional on this team to try and find guys that kind of bend the edge a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. They currently have 9 defensive ends, not 9 defensive linemen, 9 defensive ends.
Ain't no problem.
That's a lot of dudes.
That's what training camp is for. We'll figure out, can we get about 6 of these to beat you over the head with time and time again?
Yeah,
and then we move. So yeah, that was Astros participating in a couple some baseball out there at spring training, and Cam Smith played in right field. We were waiting for this, and of course, just like we were waiting for Jose Altuve, he played 5 innings in right field. Cam Smith did, and got nothing hit to him.
Oh, same thing.
So we will have to continue to wait to see like what kind of impact that him in outfield is. But I feel like it was less about his defense. In particular, like we were more concerned about what does it look like with him, like at the plate. Ain't that fair to say?
Yes.
So yeah, that's nothing hit to him in the outfield.
How about Jose Altuve?
Yeah, Jose Altuve. There was something hit to him in left and against.
Do I need to find the Benny Hill music?
Oh man,
you don't have to do all that. That might be a little much.
Not yet, but have it in queue.
Yeah. So Jose Altuve, he had a ball hit to him. And actually, do we have the audio as it was heard on Space City Home Network? This is what it sounded like with Jose Altuve.
This one hit high in the air to left field, wind blowing out that way. Will Altuve have a chance at the wall? He kind of mistimed his jump. It went off the wall, and Jake Myers is going to try and play it back into third base, sliding in with a triple.
It was we've talked about it. We're going to judge and overjudge and overreact all year long. It's not going to stop. It was a bad play.
I welcome you to the court of the honorable, or maybe dishonorable, Judge John P. Lopez. In the case of the high fly ball, just right on the warning track, just at the wall. Like, how do you rule with Jose Altuve here?
Okay, this is also one of those plays where I will not give him an error, but it was a mistake.
You wouldn't give him an error there?
I don't think it touched his glove. And a lot of times that's what official scorekeepers
yeah, but all right, we're not talking about the official scorekeeper.
Yeah.
What did
he missed time to jump.
He horribly missed time. It should be an error.
I'm not even sure he needed to jump.
Yeah, exactly. He might not have even needed to jump. maybe
you could say maybe the win, or I heard him saying
that's part of the game.
Win,
that's part of what we're talking about.
I think
here.
a lot of people would have had that catch.
Absolutely, a serviceable major league.
It kind of looked like a video game error, to be honest. Like you playing in the outfield on a video game, and you just kind of miss it.
Most serviceable outfielders would have caught that ball, and that's why we're going to overreact on good and bad.
Right.
Yeah.
I think for me, these are some of the things that I guess are a little bit to be expected. There's not been a lot of instances where he's had to judge a ball in that particular way and make a jump. So I do think that that's one of the things you can get better at. Joe Espada, in fact, on the television broadcast said, quote, his first step was good. His direction was exactly what we're looking for. He got to the right spot. He just needed to find the wall and leap. He just jumped a little too early. And I think that's 100% right. He did, especially on any given play, there's so many more things happening, and it's easy to just focus on the one that he got wrong. And yes, the one that he got wrong, he very much did wrong. I think that that's something that with time he'll get better at. I was impressed that he did all the other stuff wrong. Now, this is the thing that I actually take issue. Loop, right?
Watching it on loop, yeah.
All right, so you're at the place. He jumps, misses the ball. What does he do after that?
That's the problem. He just kind of stands there. He actually looked over the fence like it might have gone over, but I don't see how that, because he would have heard the thud of the ball hitting the wall, but he just stood still.
Right. And so Jake Myers comes in from center field. And describe where, this isn't left center, right? This is left.
This is dead, not down the line, but dead left field.
Right. This is dead left. So Jake Myers is coming in from center field to come and clean this up on a ball that trickles maybe 6 feet away from him, 7 feet away from him, maybe at max 10 feet away from him.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I'm actually, and I was saying this just a second ago to our engineer, Aaron, I'm not going to be the person that once you throw the ball in and you sulk, gets on you for sulking, right? I know that some people will, and it is your prerogative to get in that place where, no, you don't sulk in baseball, right? There's no crying in baseball, what have you. If he wanted to sulk about, damn, I messed that up, after he throws the ball in, I'm cool. I don't like that.
No.
I don't like that part. Go get the ball. Let's finish and see this play out. And then we can figure out, damn, that sucks that I missed that. I mistimed that, what have you.
I'll be interested to see if it was actually scored an error. Maybe B. Scott and Clint will know that by the time they get in here.
Let me see if I could pull up.
But if I'm scoring this game,
there are no errors on this game. So it cannot have been scored an error.
I've scored major league games in the past. That's not a humble brag.
Okay.
That's not.
Okay. Damn,
I've scored major league games in the past.
I know the game more than you guys.
That resume big as hell. If we I've scored resume.
But you never put your hand in the dirt.
But one of the
back when I was umpire,
but one I admit sounded really bad. But one of the things that you judge on as a scorer is, did it touch his glove or his body? It never touched him. It never touched his glove. So you kind of have to give the benefit of the doubt to the hitter that he hit one to the wall. But, dude, he not only should have gotten an error on that, if you're doing it just with the eye test, he should have maybe gotten 2 errors on the same play because the runner did get to third base on a ball that, had he gotten it and not sulked, might have prevented that from happening.
Yeah, and so and that's the thing that's a little bit, because, again, the other stuff, jumping too early, those are things that I understand, you being kind of new to the position, are things that you're going to need to get better a feel for. The idea of finishing the play out, that's just being a veteran. That's just being a pro, and I know him to be a veteran and a pro.
You see the runner looked at him not chasing the ball and went to third. That's another error. But it's not scored an error because he never made any type of attempt,
Yeah, and that's the only part of it that I had a little bit of an issue with. But yeah, that's one of the updates. If you were one of the people looking at it saying, why in the hell is he in left field? There we go. We got some ammo. Got some things to go with. All right, Rodeo Ticket Thursday. That will continue with these fine fellas that are jumping in right now. Is Clint, is B. Scott, and for Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Yeah, man, he's just not – he hasn't been good defensively in years. It's just the numbers spell it out. We've seen – we saw a few years ago when he had the yips, and that was just something that we fixated on. One thing that we don't do a lot of is like a ton of introspection on what the second baseman and what we won't really watch baseball from an enjoyment standpoint to just like evaluate the second baseman. But if you were to do that, it hasn't been good for a couple of years now.
Correct.
So this is pretty consistent with what he's been basically.
Yeah, and all year long we're going to be a lot of people are going to be counting errors and stuff with Jose Altuve. But I've said it with Reggie from the very start. You got to trust your eyes on this and judge the number of mistakes. He made 2 mistakes on that play. Yeah. But it is spring training. and he mistimed his jump. We'll see if it gets any better.
Yeah, still chances to learn. Fellas, I know that you guys are planning a show, so I don't know that you guys were like doing a whole bunch of just perusing your social media. Did y'all happen to see what Southwest Airlines did here? I want to get you guys your judgments here. Southwest Airlines, first and foremost, context. For the longest time, they had been the airline that, you can get 2 bags free, baby. Like, don't worry about all them other places that are trying to nickel and dime you. We love you. We care for you.
It's a hallmark of the franchise.
That's why you go. So apparently, recently they announced that they're getting rid of that. They want to see that money too. They're going to start charging for bags, which I still think wild, unforced error. This feels like another one, and I kind of want you guys to score this one as we're going. On Instagram, Southwest Airlines posts a graphic that just has these 6 words. It's not like we traded Luka.
That's funny.
That is good.
I said well played.
That is
but
good.
It is kind of like trading Luka. For Southwest Airlines, it kind of is.
Well, it just took them a little longer because you remember J-Lo. You remember this? I don't know. These guys may be too young, but they used to not have flyover states. Regulations, they couldn't fly over states. So if you like to go to New Orleans, I had to go to Little Rock a lot. If you had to go to Oklahoma City. If you like, to go to certain states where that were bordering states, hey man, it was nice. It was easy. It was good price, and you could check them bags.
Yeah, you could.
Boy, they once that contract came up, they changed that on us, and now here they go with these damn bags. It's like it took them about 5 years to trade Luka, but they damn sure did it. There ain't no doubt about that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you can't get out here trying to bag on. You also had an unforced. Nobody made you do this.
Hey, that is well played, though. That's what I said.
This is probably a little too much inside baseball, but as someone who does this exact thing, I really wonder how far up the chain that post went.
Very top.
Like whose idea was that post?
Yeah.
Fascinated by that.
Yeah.
All right.
But funny nonetheless.
And I do live by the mantra that sometimes you just got to go with the jokes are greater than facts. Does the joke land? The facts we'll figure out later, but does the joke work?
It did. It was funny.
Very good. All right. Funny. I'm sure that you guys got plenty of laughs. Y'all like having fun on this show, and that's why I enjoy listening. You should keep listening, whether just for the fun, for the info, or for the rodeo tickets that'll be given away today. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Yeah, baby, we're live.
Well, hey, boys.
Yeah, I hear you, Laura. Talk to us, baby. I see you. I hear you. I don't see you enough these days. Get your ass down here in this building every now and then and say hello. Why don't you?
I'm so excited that we can be together again.
Well, hell, we ain't been together enough, Laura. Come on.
Expect Laura.
I'm telling you, I'm doing everything I can to get that sexy traffic back on this thing, man. Hey, I'm trying to do everything I can to get that sexy traffic. Hey, when the people speak, man, old Dirty's listening now.
Love you, Laura.
Hey, no, look, Laura loves it now. Don't get it wrong. We just got to find a sponsor now, and it's gonna be on and popping, baby. We'll get that. That's well worth getting a little bread for right there. There's no doubt about it. As my man Reginald Atatula. By the way, Reg, I know you're still in the building. I can't say Reggie Atatula. It just don't come off right.
Look, I'll answer.
Hey, I'm just telling you. If I make up in my mind, which is a lonely place sometimes, if I make up in my mind like I'm going to use his whole name, it's Reginald Atatula.
It's a good one if you want to use it.
I like it. Reg. Like if I see you in the hallway, it's going to be Reg. But if I'm going to put that whole name out there.
Okay, I was going to say because Reginald feels very formal. It feels like we're not friends if I call you Reginald. It's like, am I your guy or not? Can I call you Reggie? Can I call you Reg?
I'm good with all of them.
I'll call you whatever you want. I'm just saying.
No, and that's the thing. I'm good with all of them. But one thing I said is I wasn't mad at my mama with the name she gave me. It's a good one.
No, it's a good one.
Call me that.
Reginald Atatula.
If somebody walks up and says, do you know Reggie Atatula? No, that just sounds foreign to me. Reginald Atatula? Yeah, I got him. Absolutely. I got that one. It just, I don't know, it just rolls off the tongue just right. It feels wrong when I say it any other way. But as Reginald Atatula said, is you need to be listening to the 3 o'clock hour, the 5 o'clock hour today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Brooks and Dunn, baby. 3 p.m. We're going to give away the 4-pack to Brooks and Dunn. And at 5 o'clock, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack to Cody Jinks, two big-time acts. Definitely out. It will be tough to park. It'll be tough to get in the building. But once you get in there and that music starts, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be one hell of a time, no doubt about it. Also, I want to thank everybody out there for listening on that AM/FM dial. Thank you for tuning in and visually and audio-wise on that Twitch and YouTube. We're doing some big things on those pages. B. Scott's got that rolling. I don't even know if I mentioned it, but B. Scott is in again today for Ron Hughley. But we appreciate everybody for listening the way you listen. I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. Take us everywhere you go, live and in the moment. You got us. There's also rewind features. You can go back and catch earlier segments. There's also a bank of all the segments and all that are podcasted, as well as all the podcasts that are published here at the station are on that Odyssey app as well. It is you got to have it, man. You got to download it, AUDACY. And stay plugged into Sports Radio 610, Houston Sports Leader, any way that you can. Right now, the Astros, they got a little split squad action going on for anybody out there that cares to get a spring training update. Spencer Arrighetti is on the bump, or was on the bump, versus the Cardinals. 3 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks. Abreu also with 1 scoreless inning. Taylor Scott, Otete, he had 1 scoreless inning as well. And I think the biggest note in this, again, split squad means they split the squad up. You got 2 games going at one time. We'll jump into that next game here in a second. But right now, this game happens to be the one where Altuve misjudged the ball. Word for Astros fans, right? I mean, look, I'm not going to everybody up at the mezzanine level that knows it's a long season, relax. It's a conversation we're having, right? But like this is one of the pain points, if you will, with the Astros this year, is what does Altuve look like in left field? And this is the fear. This was yes, he was at the wall, but this was a routine fly ball for an outfielder that's played outfield in Major League Baseball for a while. Right. Standing at the wall, missed times to jump. You know, the ball should have just stood there and caught it.
Which he is not, to be fair. Right.
No. Well, he is this year. He is our left fielder this year.
Well, what I'm saying is somebody that hasn't been doing. He is now, but he hasn't done it.
Right. But that's
it showed itself up.
That is the fear. I think this is the first time for me. I think the throw that he made, I don't know, it was a week or so ago where it was a throwing error, but he completely missed the catcher from shallow left field. To me, that's a fear as well. But this right here is when he's on the run and he's tracking the ball, I don't think there's going to be a problem. But when he is having to deal with the wall, the different dimensions of parks, and filling the wall and filling the warning track and things of that nature, I think there's a chance we can see some of this throughout the year. And this was the kind of mistake that could end up costing you a game.
Yeah.
The runner ended up on third base. This is what if you're an Astros fan, this is what you're looking out for and you're a tad bit worried about.
Yeah, so I can't stress enough, man, like when you reach a point with a guy and say the position that he's been playing his whole life or his whole career, he's not good enough to play that position, and then the solution is not we're going to move him to DH, or not we're going to move him a bit lesser but has also played before, but we're going to put him in a spot that he's never played. Like, that is a drastic move, and to expect him to be able to do that, especially at his age, I mean, it is a lot to ask, and everything that made us perk our ears up a little bit and kind of give it the side eye when we first heard about it is showing itself up. It's not like we were kind of looking at it kind of crazy for no reason, right? He struggles with it with his arm. And then he just has no experience tracking balls and tracking fly balls and being an outfielder. So to ask him to do that this far into his career, as if like you don't need any experience doing that, or you can just go out there and do it just because you've played baseball, is a lot to ask. So we're reaching a point where it's like, okay, so what is the way to get Jose Altuve's bat in the lineup? Is he passable in the outfield? Because you can only put him out there if he's passable. If he's not, then he's not. They've already kind of told you just by making the move that he can't do it at second base. Yeah. So what does it mean?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, look, it's one of the fascinating stories about this season, along with Cam Smith and along with some of the young pitchers that we saw earlier in the year, and along with what do they do in terms of replacing Bregman and how the hell do they replace at least the future of Kyle Tucker and what he meant in right field? Like, how do they replace those? The shift of Altuve is definitely going to be an interesting one, as well as some of those guys that are staples on this team now and in this lineup now. Can they take the next step? The Pena, the Jacob Myers fans out there had a diving catch in left center today in this game as well. That game right now, I believe, is tied up 1-1 going into the ninth inning. Alvarez had the lone RBI with an RBI single. We'll see how we'll keep you posted on how that game ends. The other spring training game, Astros. It is a split scorcher in this particular game of note. that I saw. Chas McCormick, he did lead off in this lineup here. He does have a hit. He also walked once. He scored once. And this would be the weaker of the two split squads that we're looking at here.
Yeah.
And again, Blanco's the only one of note that's been in the game so far from a pitching perspective. That game right now, bottom of 6. It is, top of 7. It is 8-5 Astros over the Marlins right now.
Yeah, you tell me that Chas McCormick, and not white boy Chas, but Chas McCormick is leading off the lineup, then that's all I need to know about what that side of the split squad is going on. You know what I mean?
Don't come at me about white boy Chas. That tells you enough. Maybe moving him around, seeing what he can do in the leadoff spot. Obviously, he's not going to be there in the season, but just I guess trying to get him as many to see if you can't get him going. Another note here. There are, back to the first game that I mentioned. That's a 1-1 game in the top of 9. It does look like Cam Smith played in this game. Cam Smith started in right field. He was 0 for 2 in this game. His average is down to 409 and his slugging's 773 right now. So there's your Cam Smith watch. As I mentioned, Yordan Alvarez with the RBI single there to lock that one up at tie that one up at 1 for the Astros. I don't know. I mean, when I look at the Altuve thing, for me, I'm not overly concerned. I don't want to oversell this and overthink this. I think he's actually going to end up being really good in a getting the jump and tracking in the line. Like I think that's going to come very natural to him. But when you look at the wall coming into play, which is probably going to happen quite a bit at home, right? I mean, you talk about it being a short porch, but that's a big wall. Ball bounces off of it all over the place. It's a short porch, so you have to deal with it a little bit more, I would imagine. So that's something that Altuve is going to have to overcome, man.
And so for me, I just set my expectations pretty low. Like I went into it with a certain level of acceptance. It's Jose Altuve. I want his bat in the lineup, and so I just have gone into it not expecting him to be like at a certain level. But we are kind of requiring him to be at a certain level because, again, he's got to at least be passable. Yeah. I do think about this, though, and this is almost sacrilegious given that it's Jose Altuve. But it does kind of make me think now how Astros from their championship core is now one that can't play his position. And look, I'm not saying don't keep Jose Altuve or that they shouldn't have or that I don't want him around. It's just that when you think about all of the business decisions that they've made, and of course, Altuve has taken hometown discounts and other guys haven't. I understand that.
Real as a true professional myself.
But you look just all of these years later, and it's down to the bare bones, and you got luxury Lance and Jose Altuve who can't play second base no more, and you're trying to get him to play left.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's an
interesting time to be.
Come out and swing the bat like he always has, and put the numbers up that he always has in that leadoff spot, and nobody will give a rip.
And that's why I'm good with it.
That's right.
Because I still want Jose Altuve to be the leadoff hitter for the Astros.
That's right. By the way, B. Scott, I'm gonna need somebody, fellas. So I have not been to the rodeo yet, but
okay.
my
I went last night, so I can talk on it.
My cousin Head. He went and saw Zach Top the other day, and
that made you. What's the matter, T?
I just was not ready for that name.
Well, Jason's his name.
Yeah, you got relatives that got different names. I had an uncle named Frog. My Uncle Frog.
I had a great grandmother named Bunnyhead.
Yeah, there you go. The deal is I always talk about him and I refer to him as Head because when all the fellas went to Baytown or whatever, they met him. He was introduced as Head. It's actually Jason, but for
shout out Dirty Bay.
Yeah, so he goes to the him and he's got two little girls that are high school, college age, and they love music, and one of them actually rides and performs in the rodeo. In fact, she's riding in the Houston Rodeo, showing in the Houston Rodeo this week, I believe it is, but. He went over there for Zach Top, and he said, look, man, he said, Zach Top was great. He said, the acoustics, great. Don't know what everybody's talking about.
Really?
He said, but I don't know that I'm ever going back again.
Uh-oh.
I said, damn, Jay, what happened?
Uh-oh.
Traffic, parking was a mess. Had to walk a country mile. And you know my people. We don't just go to the rodeo. They showed up really early to go over that little wine garden and get some drinks.
You gonna make me come into the city?
Clearly, they are not counting heads in that wine garden. They're gonna cram as many people as they can in that joint. And a crowd don't bother, Jay. It had to be like ridiculously uncomfortable. And then getting in the building was a nightmare as well. He said music, acoustics, Zach Top, Great. Everything else? Hell no.
Sounds like NRG to me.
Never again. No. I've had some bad experience. I don't know if I've ever had a never again experience.
Yes, it just goes to show you how different experiences could be. Because mine, I would say, was the exact opposite.
You had a good one, huh?
You
had that parking pass too, didn't you?
I had that parking pass. And so we just walked straight up to the front door.
Yeah,
and said, "Can we get in here, please?" They said, "Yes, sir, you can." Right. And I was right in there. But the acoustics wasn't as great as I would have liked for it to have been.
Okay.
Like I feel like I would have been like we went to go see Lauren Daigle. Now I will point out, going to go see Lauren Daigle and going to go see Zach Top, that's two totally different crowds and two totally different types of nights we're talking about. Like, this was more kind of a family-friendly type of night. It was probably not as many people, if we're being fair about it.
Yeah.
But, like, I enjoyed her here 2 years ago when she performed in our Odyssey Lounge in this big show, which was well-produced. And I could tell they were, good musicians and good singers, but it just didn't sound as good as I thought it should.
Well, when you hear somebody in that right there, that spoils you. That's like going to a Astros game or a Texans game and sitting in a suite every time and then having to go sit in regular seats. Like that crap will spoil you.
But you do still expect the stadium experience to sound, I guess, better than what I felt like it sounded like. And I enjoyed myself. I'm not complaining about it. It's just an honest critique. But getting in and out of the building, pretty easy, man.
I've been to one rodeo. Easy. One rodeo where I
in
thought
your life?
No, where the sound quality I thought was good. Like, I enjoyed the concert.
Can I guess the artist?
Please do.
Stapleton.
No. If I had seen him, he might be it, but I had never seen him.
I could see that one.
No, the one performer I've seen where I thought it sounded great beginning to end was Casey Musgraves.
Oh, yeah, she's true.
Okay.
I mean, she sounded album quality.
Yeah.
But other than that, every time I go to the rodeo, I'm like, man.
Well, it's either got to be a solo artist that carries the show and it's not about all the music drowning them out, or it has to be such a powerful voice like Chris Stapleton to where it don't matter what the hell he does and he's just going to overcome it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you got, and that's the thing, like the old school rodeo where you just had a bunch of traditional country music artists. That's what it was, right? So nobody gave a rip. I mean, it was more about a dude standing up there or a gal standing up there and just singing songs. Where now you've got these performers, these entertainers, and it's a little bit more difficult from an acoustic standpoint to pull it all off. So
yeah, you got to make it like. I saw John Legend like more than 15 years ago.
I bet he was good.
Man, like the acoustics didn't matter. Like John Legend sound good in any microphone with any kind of speaker going on.
That's
so,
right.
But it's got to be like that.
Yeah, that would be. Boy, I'm jealous of that one. I like some John Legend.
Yeah, and that was like prime, kind of prime John Legend at that time.
Hey, boy, that'd be nice.
Like 09, somewhere around there.
That'd be nice. All right, that's B. Scott. He is in for Ryan Hughley. T-Mill is on the ones and twos behind the glass. Once again, we greatly appreciate you tuning in and sticking with us here. Now, we've got it's still free agency wide open. The Texans got a lot of moves that they should make. A lot of guys floating around out there that have not signed yet, including Cooper Kupp. I know that's one B. Scott wants to keep an eye on. There's several guys that are out there, a couple of offensive linemen, interior offensive linemen, several receivers that are out there that I got to believe the Texans are flirting with. Now, the pot got a little sweeter overnight here, though. Another very good interior offensive lineman got released. There's an obvious connection with the Texans. Who is it, and what are the chances that he could end up being a Texan? I'll tell you who it is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, y'all. Power outages, they can happen, man. It's extreme heat.
Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress. Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. When it comes to the biggest story of spring training, the Big Orange Wagon has you covered.
This is going to be a very fair question to ask going forward as we go through the month of March. Are the Astros a better team offensively and defensively with Cam Smith at third and Isaac Paredes at second?
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Texans, they've gone pretty quiet on the roster building front, whether that be free agency or trades. The Texans have been quiet. This is show number 2. I think yesterday, B. Scott, when we were on air, it was pretty quiet. And today, up until right now, it's been pretty quiet. We'll see what happens. So we're looking elsewhere, just looking around the landscape of the NFL, free agency, cut line, who's getting released, who's getting snatched up. And, fellas, I got some decent news. What I like to think is some decent news. Could have a little bit of life here. There's been another really, really good, or a guy that has been really, really good in the interior offensive line that has some connections to the Texans. The Patriots have released center David in New England, 8 years, I believe.
Longer than that.
I'm sorry, he's been an 8-time captain. 8 years he's been a captain. How many years has he been there?
I think exactly 10 seasons.
Okay, yeah, he's early 30s, 32, 33, I believe.
Yeah.
8-time captain on the team, which is, to me, again, if that's kind of what the Texans need to be looking for. They need some. We're going to discuss this later in the show. They need some real captain-like gentlemen in this group. And let me rephrase that. Some real captain-like dogs in this group. He's a Super Bowl champ. Now he is coming off of shoulder surgery. This could be we're just going to retire, although I don't know why you wouldn't just say you're going to retire versus let the team announce they're cutting you, they're releasing you. But we'll see. This is a guy that came in, I believe he was a free agent pickup back in the day coming out of college.
Yeah, undrafted, yep.
Worked his way up. Not the most talented guy in the building, but from word on the street is an absolute dog, a guy that is, again, on the heels of the Laremy Tunsil move, and we're talking offensive line and kind of changing the culture and the dynamic in that room. This is a guy that I think would potentially take care of some of that. And I think the dots that you got to connect here is that David Andrews is and has been in New England. It's a Nick Caserio guy. Obviously spent some time with Nick Caley and Cole Popovich being in that organization as well for a while. They've all crossed paths. They're all very familiar with David Andrews. I got a couple of questions. Is one, does he want to play? As you said, 10 years in the league, the way he has to play, that can be pretty taxing. Not the biggest human being, not the most gifted human being. It's an uphill battle, and has been for him. But he's been unbelievably good, and went from undrafted to a 10-year vet. There you go, 2-time Super Bowl champ. Yeah, so, and again, eight times in New England, he was a captain. So, but here's the deal: do you want to play, and can he communicate? And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's absolutely right.
David Andrews?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Is he a guy? I don't think people understand, B. Scott, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just the luxury of having. I had this in college, and I had it in the league. The few starts that I got with Mark Stepnoski, I had it in college with my man named Grant Garrett. Was everything you could ask for in a center. But the value in having a center that when you break the huddle. As a quarterback, I got so many things on my mind when I break the huddle, right? My process is always going to be to check the play clock. As soon as I break the huddle, check the play clock, see the safeties, right? What am I looking at? Is it a soft zone coverage? Do I need to adjust to a pressure? I can see that right away by checking the safeties. Do I need to rush? Do I need to call a timeout, play clock? Okay, boom, we're in really good shape, right? When you come out and do that. Okay, now I get into we're going to slide the protection. Where's the mic? Hey, okay, what kind of coverage is Nico getting on him? Is it press? Is it soft? Is it inside leverage? Is it outside leverage? Is that route going to convert to this or that? Okay, do I need to change this play to a run because the pass protection isn't there? What do I need to do? You don't know how valuable it is on two fronts to have a center say, I can handle the protection part of this. Right now, as a quarterback, I can always trump you. I can always say, "No, you shut the hell up. I got this. This is where we're going."
Right.
But you're gonna handle that. And then on the flip side of that, to have a center that also goes, "Hey, play clock, man. We got to snap this thing." When you're in the middle of it and you're over here, you're jiving and you're trying to figure things out, and that play clock gets to 5, and there's something there that tells him there's a clock in his head that, "Hey, man, I got to speed this thing along." Like, that is so valuable, right? And then you look at where the Texans have been, and what they appear to have struggled with is just the sheer communication of what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
Right? So I just can't emphasize enough what the value of a good veteran center that can simply process and communicate, even if he's not the best in terms of pass protection and run blocking, and he's a little bit on the older side and doesn't have what he used to have. If you can communicate and process in this league and move your feet, you can play a long time, and you can damn sure help the Houston Texans.
Yeah, man. Never been to a Pro Bowl, never been named an All-Pro, none of that, but has all of those other things that you're talking about, the experience, the winning experience on top of that. And I don't think, like, the other side of this conversation is, and we don't talk about this a lot, but they have now gone back-to-back years with either a turnstile at the center position or an inexperienced center. Like, think about it. In C.J. Stroud's
with a rookie quarterback behind him.
With a rookie quarterback behind him.
And a first-year play caller on the sideline.
Exactly. Well, and that's the first year, right? Rookie quarterback, first-year play caller in the first year, and it's a turnstile at center. Yeah. Eventually it becomes Michael Dieter, who's a lifelong backup, right? And so that's probably not an ideal situation. And then last season, in C.J. Stroud's second season, and we understand all of the issues that they had offensively, but at center, it's supposed to be Juice Scruggs, who, by the way, didn't play a whole lot of center in his rookie season.
Right.
He was hurt to start the season and then ends up playing a lot of guard to end the season. And so he's basically a second-year guy, but kind of a rookie center going in there last year with C.J. Stroud's second year. So, and then, of course, they move him to guard, and now it's Jarrett Patterson. And then Jarrett Patterson is giving you probably the best that you could probably expect out of Jarrett Patterson. Yeah. But how much of a plan is that? He should be a guy that's around and given an opportunity to compete. But obviously you're trying to plan for more than that, right? So that's what it comes down to, like the fact that you have had either inconsistent or inexperienced center play for the last couple of years with C.J. Stroud, and this guy is the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
Two-time Super Bowl champion, a decade in the league, a part of the Patriots all-decade team from the last decade, and like as you mentioned, an 8-time captain. Oh, that leadership boy that you're talking about. If that is in fact an issue, not an issue. If you bring
I'm with you, man. I can't. We don't talk about it enough because it's kind of off in the weeds when it comes to radio. It's hard. It's a hard conversation to have, to always emphasize like the importance of that center, man, and the fact that the Texans haven't had a consistent one. Let's not forget about being great or just a consistent center. You don't know how important that is to winning and playing good up front, and how important that is to C.J. Stroud. I mean, that's just one more thing that's on C.J. Stroud's plate when you constantly changing your center, right? Whether it's just the cadence or taking snaps underneath or all of that stuff, the speed, the tempo of the snap and how it's getting back, how accurate it is or it isn't. One guy, hey, I gotta be aware this snap, he's spraying the snaps all over the place. I got to be really aware. Or one guy puts it in my chest and in my hands in my catch window every single time and gives me the laces 90% of the time. Like, that is a huge advantage if you can get that center. The thing that scares me, look, I've said it multiple times, I would have zero problem if Jarrett Patterson was a center for this football team. I would have zero problem for that. I think he did an admirable job last year, and I think as a center, as I asked here about David Andrews, can you process and can you communicate? I don't need you to be the best run blocker. I don't need you to be the best pass protector. 99% of the time, you're getting help anyway. Either you're helping somebody or you're getting help, right? So I don't necessarily need a guy that is lock, stock, and barrel, great in the run game, great in the pass game, great communicator, great processor. Like, I just need a guy to check the boxes of processing and communicating. And I think there's a chance Jarrett Patterson could do that. But if you get a chance to bring in a veteran that has the pelt play, he's still got that tread on the tire, and he can still go. Nobody would know that better than Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, Cole Popovich, and company. So keep an eye on that one if he does indeed still want to play ball.
And look, I want to be clear. I don't know that David Andrews is better than Jarrett Patterson right now. Like, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that for a fact. All I'm saying is if you tell me, hey, we've had C.J. Stroud for 2 years and it's been a turnstile at the center position, how would you like to give him a center that won 2 Super Bowls with Tom Brady?
Come on, man.
Tom Brady center.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
He said Houston Texans, baby. I like it. 2:30 in the show. We already breaking some news. T, what you got?
Yes, the Houston Texans and Nick Caserio, they're at it again. Another trade in Rappaport. Checking in here. There's been a trade. The Vikings guard Ed Ingram. That is a guard, folks. Ed Ingram from the Vikings is being traded to the Texans. Sources tell in Rappaport as Houston continues to rework their offensive line. The former second-round guard from LSU is on the move to Houston.
I don't know. Again, I'm not real familiar with Ed Ingram, but I love the move in a sense of we're not gonna take what's available just in free agency and sign these guys. We're going to go out and we're going to flip stones, as we all know Nick Caserio does, and we're going to find somebody that's available. We're going to find somebody important here, guys. We're going to find somebody in a system that's using similar terminology, speaking the same language. Their offense is a McVay Shanahan offense. So again, I'm not saying it's the exact same, but I would be shocked if like the big pieces, like, hey, here's how we protect our quarterback. We're going with scat right, and scat right means the same thing in Minnesota's offense as it does in Houston's offense. Smoke protection is a 5-man protection where you're getting everybody out, and it's just like the terminology means something very, very similar, if not the exact same. So that is key here. A Texas guy.
Yeah, I can at least tell you Ed Ingram has started 41 games over the last 3 years, started all 17 his rookie year, 15 games his second year, and then last year started 9 of 16 games. So it has a lot of experience over the last 3 years. Obviously, as mentioned, was a second-round pick. So a guy that's played a lot of football.
Yeah, 26 years old, played a lot of football. Obviously very talented, being a former second-round pick. You're talking 6'3", 307, and played a lot of football, to your point, young. So if this is if they hit on this move, I would think that this is a guy that's going to be good for years to come here in Houston, give you a handful of years. Anyway, so I love this move. Desperate need at the interior offensive line position. If you can go out and get a guy that again comes from a team that's playing a similar style of offense, using some of the same terminology, that is a huge plus. That guy comes in here, he doesn't have to spend a month now learning the terminology. It's really picking up on the advanced classes of this offense, and he should fit in very, very well. Again, a guy that, given the Texans' situation offensively, it needed to be a plug-and-play offensive lineman. This is a plug-and-play offensive lineman in every sense of the word. All right, we'll react to this on the flip side of it. I didn't realize, T. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go over there. It's quite a bit of a run there. We'll talk a little bit more about Ed Ingram, the Texans' new offensive lineman, on the other side of this break right here.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Now, the spotlight is on them. They've got to find a way to improve the performance of the offensive line without Laremy Tunsil. Right now, there's no, we got rid of Laremy Tunsil. That's not an excuse. Well, we have a new offensive line coach. That's not an excuse. They have to put together a line that will be better than last year.
Radio hits different at night on Houston.
Texas Sinus and Snoring is the name of the practice. He fixed my deviated septum a year ago, and now I breathe better the entire day long, not just while I'm sleeping. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron is out. Brandon Scott is in. T Mills on the ones and twos. We're rocking in. Finally, in 2 days, they went radio silent on us, and then Tyler hits that breaking news button over here. The Texans are trading for Vikings former second-round pick Ed Ingram. He is a guard. Definitely adds depth. They gave a sixth-round pick for him. I think he's got little over $3.4 million left on his contract. 1 year left on his contract. Be a free agent next year. They got a sixth-round pick for him.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan.
Obviously,
man.
A guy that started a lot, played a lot of football in Minnesota, but was benched this year. Yep. And was piled on a bit this year with Minnesota. So we'll see what this means for Houston. But to me, this is I'm going to go ahead and couch this as kind of the Laken Tomlinson, just definitely for sure a depth piece, a piece that'll be competing for a job in the in camp. And we'll see what comes of it. Obviously, a big talented former second-round pick out of LSU, big talented kid. We'll see if again Nick Caley and Cole Popovich can get the best out of him.
Yeah, this is a guy who's got some experience, but it feels like more of a reclamation project. Like if you look at it, he's not particularly he struggles in pass pro. That's a red flag because that's the issue that the Texans have had. And he's not particularly great in the run game. He's better in the run game than he is in pass pro, which they need to be probably better in that area as well. But his weakness is in pass protection. He was benched for this reason. Now he's got experience, but there's a reason why they considered the weak link of the Vikings offensive line last year. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he can't be worked with or that there's no value in him at all, especially being a second-round pick. He's been actually, I was kind of looking at this during the break. He's been pretty open with some of the things that he struggled with. I think it's more of a reclamation project more than anything. Somebody that can come in and compete, a potential depth piece. But if, let's say that, Nick Caley and Cole Popovich can do something with the guy, it could be one of those one man's trash is the next man's treasure type of things. And that's not to say he's like some kind of all-pro or anything. But can he be better than Shaq Mason was last year with a change of scenery and a new coaching staff? I wouldn't rule it out.
Well, look, here's the deal. You some of the stuff that was going on here, I know Minnesota won a bunch of games, but as it pertains to pressuring the quarterback, some of the things that were going on here is what we watched late in the season from Minnesota. Quarterback holding the football too long, play caller continuing to try to drive the football down the field at the mercy of the offensive line. And now look, that's I'm not saying that the offensive line shouldn't have been better. But there were late in the season the demise of the Vikings was sure not the inability to handle pressure, but a lot of that again had to do with the play caller and the quarterback as well and their approach. So look, to me, I go back to the Laremy Tunsil trade. Like this ain't moving the needle for me in terms of the things that have been said from this organization in the offseason this year trading Laremy Tunsil. Right? You absolutely cannot have Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, Cole Popovich, and Nick Caley, and every decision maker, either with the team or on the offensive side of the football, talking about we got to fix this pass protection, which was one of the worst in the league from the inside out. We got to fix it from the inside out. We got to fix it from the inside out. We got to fix it from the inside out. And we go get Laken Tomlinson, and we go get Ed Ingram for a sixth round. Like that can't be. That can't be we're going to move on from Laremy Tunsil to allow ourselves to change the culture, to allow ourselves to sign other guys, to allow our coaches to coach, to allow, whatever leadership, whatever culture, whatever standard is going to be set on the offensive line. We're going to allow all that to take place. And we're going. The only other thing we're going to change is we're going to bring in Lakin and we're going to bring in Ed.
But see,
like that's not going to add up.
But honestly, Clint, this is what goes back to my lack of celebration a couple of days ago.
Absolutely, 100% fair.
Because to me, we are here because of a failed attempt at doing exactly what you're talking about. Like I'll give them credit for this. They tried to do exactly what you're saying. It just did not work the way that they wanted it to. But they paid all of that money to Laremy Tunsil. They extend Titus Howard and give him the money because they think he's the right tackle, and they draft Kenyon Green high. And Juice Scruggs is a second-round pick, and Shaq Mason is somebody that they trade for and give extra money. And they tried to throw money and resources and didn't work. And so now this is like the flip side of, okay, now we got to blow it up. What we did the last time didn't work. Do we use a different strategy? And if that strategy is different, like what exactly does that look like? And I know I get what you're saying, but now this is like, to me, the consequences. Okay, we had the big money offensive line, so now let's get this small money offensive line and see if we can just make them work in concert together.
Well, I mean,
it's the risk of it.
If you want to go from a market setting left tackle and get that off your books, and then you want to spread it out across your O-line, cool. I mean, Ed Ingram and Lakin
that's not enough.
You're not even accomplishing that.
That's not going to get it done.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're not that can't be the plan. Like the plan cannot be, we're going to create this cap space and move on from a great player so that we can then go out there and get these bottom of the barrel guys to come in here and hopefully it works out. Like that absolutely cannot be the plan. I like the move that they're trading. Look, I don't want to poo-poo the move because I said it yesterday. When you look at their interior offensive line, hell, at this point they need bodies, right? And if you're not gonna use a first and second round pick on the interior offensive line, then you better go sign them in free agency, and then on top of that, you better bring in these caliber guys that could potentially be depth and compete for a spot, sure, but could potentially be depth. You got to do it all. Like you just from a body perspective, like you're looking at what you're looking at right now. And people say, oh, what about the draft? Okay, even if you draft one in the first round.
Well, I'm good with.
You still ain't moved the needle.
I'm good with bringing in guys that have experience and bringing those guys in to compete, for these positions that they have of need.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like, my concern is that and I don't think either of us know exactly what the plan is. We don't think that this right here is the plan or that the plan is finished. My concern, at least for you and anybody that's wanting to see any of the sexy moves, and I include myself as one of them, I'm concerned that whatever the plan is does not overwhelm you, does not, does not impress you in that kind of way, and it's just going to kind of be this like nickel and diamond, like the whole plan is going to make you feel like this. I feel like it's just going to be a lot of guys coming in here to compete, and they're going to do that cliche of let's put our best five out.
Can't do it. We got to move on from that. I mean, that's going to get – that's like we're going to – what they do with this offensive line and what let's be honest, what D'Amico does with this offensive line, this is going to shape the narrative around D'Amico Ryans. Right now, great coach, hot new coach, great defensive mind. Hey, took this team from a dumpster fire to winning 10 games and winning the division. Awful division, right? All right, cool. If D'Amico Ryans can't figure out the offensive side of the football, this is going to be the same book that we've read before with defensive-minded coaches that can't figure out the offensive side of the football and can't get it right and can't take that next step. This O-line has to get right. And I'm going to tell you what they've done so far. What these moves, like Lakin Tomlinson and this Ed Ingram move, what this has done for me, in your depth, like your potential depth, like last year, you were one play away from Kendrick Green, who should be a fullback in the NFL, playing left guard. You were an injury away from Jarrett Patterson, who's a center, having to play guard because you didn't have nobody else. At one point, you were a snap away from having to play Kenyon Green again late in the season after coming back from an injury, knowing damn good and well he had no business being out there. Right? These two moves right here should be moves that at least solidify those worries are a thing of the past. You're at least going to put a 6'5", 300-pounder out there that can ideally physically handle the NFL.
Clint,
at that guard position.
Everything that we have laid out over the past hour is exactly why you can't really trust this organization's evaluation of the offensive line right now. Like how they go about building an offensive line. I'm not saying that
they're supposed to change that for me, damn it.
I'm not saying that they can't do it. I'm not trying to put limitations on it. I'm just saying based off of the receipts we have so far, it ain't good. And they threw money at it before. So like it's hard to really it's hard to be confident in until they do it.
You say that, B. Scott. The two people that they threw money at were like integral pieces all year.
No, I'm not saying not to throw money at it.
Now, Shaq messed the bed, but you look at Titus and Laremy.
I'm not saying not to throw money at it. I want them to continue to throw money. I'm saying we don't have the receipts that say that they are actually good at it.
Right.
Because money is a first-round pick in Kenyon Green, right? Money is the extension for Shaq Mason.
Yeah.
I mean, we just don't.
All right, the Rockets, man. The Rockets got a nice little win at home last night versus the Suns, y'all. They equaled their win total from last year with 16 games to play. Obviously moving in the right direction. Durant and Booker, obviously on the Suns, they were on the floor last night. Both played. But the best player on that floor was in a Rockets uniform. B. Scott's going to tell you who that is and what all it means next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you about that good night's sleep that I got. Why? Because I don't have no sinus allergy.
Success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on them ones and twos, and we appreciate y'all listening to Sports Radio 610 H-Town. We sure enough appreciate it, baby. Stay plugged in. We got a little movement on the Texans front. If you hadn't heard, the Texans traded a 6th-round pick for former 2nd-round pick guard with the Minnesota Vikings, Ed Ingram. Again, I think this is at the very least a depth play here, not the trade or not the news that I'm hoping for in either free agency or a trade to shore up these guard issues with the Texans, but definitely a competition piece in camp. We'll keep you updated on anything that pops new with that move or any other new moves with the Texans. Now, the Rockets they've won 4 straight. The Rockets have won 4 straight. They get the dub last night, 111-104 over the Suns. I mentioned earlier, that's 41 wins, which matches last year's win total with 16 games to play. So you can rest assured at the very least, the Rockets, Ime Udoka, and this young crew, they're heading in the right direction. They're getting better, obviously. I don't know if they're going to climb up to the West a little bit here and get a higher seed than the 5. I don't know if they're going to slide back a little bit with these next 16 games. But either way it goes, we know they're better than they were last year, and they're moving in the right directions. As I said, 4 wins in a row for the Rockets with 5 straight that they should be favored in, according to my man B. Scott. 5 more now after winning 4 straight. The Rockets could have one hell of a little winning streak going here when they bump up against the Denver Nuggets next Sunday if they go out there and handle their business, which they did last night. Again, this is I can't remember how many times the Rockets have played the Suns, but this is, I know for me personally, this is the second time that I've sat down and watched a Rockets-Suns game, and I believe last time Booker was hurt.
Yeah, they played them right before the All-Star break.
Okay,
they were the game before the All-Star break, and it was right here at Toyota.
Yeah, and Kevin Durant, they just hassled his ass all night long.
Yep.
They made it hard on Kevin Durant all night long.
Yep. He had a big night, but they made it hard on him.
Yeah. Well, it was like, they were just, everything they were doing was get him the ball, and they made it hard to even get to. Of course, he's one of the greatest scorers, if not the greatest scorer of all time, so he got his. But look, here's the deal last night. I watched him with Booker and with Kevin Durant, and they still defensively, B. Scott, made it very, very difficult on those two guys. I'm not even looking at the box score. I'm sure they got some points and they did their thing, but they never could get in a rhythm. They kept them, made them work extremely hard just to get touches. And I don't want to steal this from you, but Booker and Durant were not the best player on the floor last night.
Nah, man, I think that's the big takeaway from last night, man, from the game is that, and I'm gonna be honest, man, I want to amend something that I said yesterday. Look, I got a little bit ahead of myself, and look, even if it's true that you would trade Jalen Green for Devin Booker, I want to just go on record for myself and say I would never say it out loud, and I would want you to never say it out loud. Like, just keep it to yourself. It's bad negotiation. Don't even talk like that. And to the point, man, Jalen Green looked like the best player on the court last night, on a court that included Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, of course, his own teammate, Alperen Sengun. Like, Jalen Green was the best player last night. And so to me, you are in a space for the Rockets, and we talked about this yesterday, of kind of like the whole dynamic of when you watch the Suns, you think about, okay, what's next this summer? Are the Rockets interested in Devin Booker? Are they interested in Kevin Durant? Are you interested in those players as a Rockets fan? what is supposed should include you still having Jalen Green on your team with Devin Booker, with Alperen Sengun. And if I'm the Rockets, I'm doing everything I can to keep those guys out of the conversation because I have all of their draft picks.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Jalen Green and even Sengun thing, right? It's a fluid situation because there's some nights you're just like, damn, is he ever going to figure it out? Last night was not one of them. I mean, you look at what Jalen Green did last night. He was 50% from the field, 50% from the three-point line, had 7 rebounds and 29 points. I mean, he was the show last night by far, and it wasn't even close.
And the big thing was getting to the free throw line. Like, that's been a talking point with Jalen Green of is he not finishing enough around the rim and in the paint. This was earlier in his career, but throughout it's like, okay, a guy with that type of athletic ability and ability to get to the rim should take more routine trips to the free throw line, and he shoots free throws well. He should take more trips to the free throw line, and he doesn't. Now, there's also the conversation of does he get a friendly enough whistle, how he's officiated. And I can tell you somebody that's around. Jalen Green doesn't like to complain about it in public, but it's like in his head a little bit, right? So does he get a favorable whistle, and does that deter him sometimes? Like, hey, man, I'm driving, I'm getting hacked, and I'm not getting the call. I'm going to start settling for these jump shots to get mine.
Right.
To stay with it, or for it to just go well to where you're going to the line, you get 11 foul shots. I think it was 10 of 11 from the foul line. Shot way more free throws than anybody else in the game and kind of controlled everything. The best version of him that you can find.
Yeah, it's interesting, B. Scott, because as you're talking about that, I'm just trying to recall, like, as I watch, and there's obviously, still some inconsistencies. I mean, if he was a guy we saw last night every night, there would be no question about anybody in the league, right? That guy would be the one you're building around, no question.
Yep.
And that's probably the case anyway. But as I watch Jalen Green, for me, and I said this, I know I've said this to you for 2 years now, right? Is like, it's just, the crazy athletic ability is great, and you can see it, damn near every time he touches the ball. But there's no body control. There's no like processing what's going on and making calculated decisions. And it's crazy, man. Like, when I think about last night's game, it was the exact opposite. And my point in saying all this is it's just I'm watching a different guy right now than I was, 6 weeks ago.
But also, to your point and to your concern, that's why you want to go out and get Devin Booker.
Sure.
It's not because it's like Jalen Green's not talented or you don't see the potential, but it's because of that exact thing that you mentioned. And then Devin Booker is exactly that. Like, you know what you're going to get. You know what to expect out of his game. He is a very methodical player, gets to his spots, a reliable mid-range guy, and can shoot the three as well. So, like, and I could see him playing well with Jalen Green. And on the nights when Jalen Green isn't looking the way he did last night against Phoenix, you got that old reliable. Like, instead of right now, their most reliable player in a lot of ways being Fred VanVleet, and no disrespect to Fred VanVleet, but instead it'd be Devin Booker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In that bit.
Well, as I watched Jalen Green last night, I just saw the polar opposite of what my concern was for Jalen last year, right? Which was just always relying on the athletic ability and wild shots and wild decisions. It was extremely calculated. He was in control. If it wasn't there, he moved it. I mean, it was, I don't know, man. I'm thinking back. I don't think there was one shot, and he took a bunch last night. Yeah. I don't think there was one shot where I was like, well, what in the hell was that?
Yeah.
Right? Like it was, I don't know. I'm watching, I'm thinking, man, this is an effortless 29.
Yeah.
This is an effortless best player on the floor type performance for Jalen Green last night. And that's I don't know. I guess my point is that's what I've been waiting for with Jalen Green, which is, as a casual fan, to turn the TV on and go, hey, this dude's commanding the floor. This dude's got great feel. He's not just an AAU athlete that's better than everybody.
But to be honest with you, Clint, like, and I know it was tough to watch them in his first couple of years because they were just such a rough watch. But if you compare it to where he started, like, it has been a steady progression. I give him credit for this. Like, even last year, when you would watch and it'd be frustrating, it's hard to say, but, like, man, he's still better at it than he was before. And it's been a steady progression from then to now. So I feel like you got to give him a lot of credit for that. And let me say this too, Clint, like, and this is going to make us all feel old, but this just speaks to the patience that you kind of have to have with these guys. Jalen Green was born in 2002, Clint. 2002. So, like, recently.
That makes me feel old.
He's 11 years young. younger than my wife.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
2002, we all remember it. 2002.
I feel young till I hear stuff like that.
I'm just saying that's how young the kid is, though. Yeah. Like, right? Like, I remember his rookie year, he's working out, and I saw a tattoo on his, everybody's got a tattoo on their thigh now, right? Got a tattoo on his thigh that says 2002. I was like, oh man, I remember 2002. It was a cool year. I remember, like, what's the significance? Three-peat for the Lakers. The Patriots would start their dynasty. Well, I mean, what's the significance? That's the year the man was born. So, like, you got to have a little bit of patience with a dude that's that young.
Hey, T, that's one, like, there's several layers to when you're getting old. Like, there's going to come a point, like, where, I mean, it's going to hit you and you're going to feel it and your body's going to start responding differently. Like, you're going to drink 18 energy drinks and eat the way you eat kind of deal at some point. But, like,
all right,
one of the things that hit me hard was when it was like dudes that are, like, established in the league are 20 years younger than you.
Yeah.
Like, damn. I mean, how did that happen? Because when you're playing and even when you're watching, you're like, oh, these dudes my age.
Yeah.
These dudes or they're older, right? They're my age or they're older.
Yeah.
And now you're looking back and you're like, I mean, the only guy that's my age in the league is, hell, there ain't one now, but, at the time it was Tom Brady. And you're like, damn, man.
Yeah, I'm sure that hits harder. But I do remember, like, not too long ago when I was getting into kind of like my mid to late 20s, like, I remember there being a moment where maybe it was the NFL draft or something I was watching, and I was just thinking, man, these professional athletes making these millions, like, it had gotten to the point where they were at my age or just slightly younger.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
the Rockets got Jeff Green. I think is the only Rocket that's older than me. Jeff Green, the Rockets got Jeff Green, and the Texans had.
I want some of whatever Jeff Green's taking, man. Jeff looks like he's old too, but when he gets on that floor, that dude can move and he can still shoot it.
Oh yeah, man, he's in just as good a shape as anybody. I mean, the only thing that's old on him is that that kind of got that ball spot up top. But other than that, man,
that old camera up top don't do him no favors.
Yeah, man. But other than that, he's in shape. Skin is good, man. Jeff Green is doing something right, man. He's living right.
I got one more thing on the Rockets. I got to come back to this Şengün. And B. Scott, I know you're tired of me talking about it.
No, not at all.
Şengün last night, my man was 7 for 7. I mean, he could every time they made it a point to get him the ball one, it was either a dunk or a layup.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
And even when Jalen's doing what he was doing last night, Jalen talked about this in the post game with him and Şengün working together. It's unstoppable. Right now, I don't know if I'd go there, but it's to me it is clearly the best offense that the Rockets have to offer. And I don't know why. Like, I'm sitting there at one point and Şengün in the second half dunks, and they go, oh, he's perfect 5 for 5. And I'm thinking, why in the hell does he only have 5 shots?
Yeah.
Like, why? Because it's not like it's not there. Like, my frustration is what we talked about yesterday, where, like, it's night and day. When he comes down and he's just running around the three-point line and passing the ball and kind of move, and then all of a sudden it's like they're calling a play for him, and him and Jalen are doing really, really, really good and creative and savvy with the ball. And it's like, why in the hell, with as wild, I think, as as a group you have, why would that not be more leaned into? Am I crazy to think that when Şengün and Jalen Green are doing their little pick and roll to the bucket kind of thing, that is not the best offense they have to offer?
Nah, that is the best offense that they have to offer, but I would just push back and say that he was still the focal point in the center of the offense. Like, to me, it was more of a matter of, and this has been a thing with Şengün, like, how do you handle the double team? And I'm not saying they were doubling him all night, but he is still the focal point of the offense, and everything else sort of plays off of that. Sometimes that means he doesn't get off as many shots, and he's got to just be as efficient as he can with the shots that he does get, and that means somebody else has to go off. Whether it's Jalen Green or some nights it's been Dylan Brooks, right? It's been Jabari Smith at times, or it's been Amen Thompson. Somebody else has to go off because everybody's focusing on Şengün. I point out he had 7 assists, almost double anybody else on the team. So, like, he's still impacting the game, and everything is still sort of centered around him. I think that is their best offense right now. There's no question about that. I would agree with you, Clint. I think the question is, what is the ceiling with that being your best offense? Like, how good can you be with an offense centered around Şengün and him being your best offensive player? Do you need Jalen Green to be better, to be the best offensive player, or do you need to bring in a guy who's better than both of them? I think that's the big question for them. Well, right now, Şengün's the best option.
I mean, I just plays are called, and it's Şengün centric to me. Like you're right, the ball goes through him, and he's, especially last night when Steven Adams got kicked out of the game, it changed like the whole flow. He had to play the damn near the whole game.
That was hilarious moments about
right? The old bear hug, but
too strong.
Which, by the way,
older guys.
Steven Adams. I mean, is he got some kind of background in some kind of martial arts or something? Because Ime Udoka said after the show, like if Steven wanted to do more than that, he could have done more.
Yeah, I don't know about his background in martial arts, but he's widely known as being the strongest guy in the league for like a decade now. Like everybody knows that there's not. You're not going to find more than 2 or 3 guys stronger than Steven Adams in all of the NBA. You know what I mean? Like, like NBA associated with being weak and, like they soft. This guy would be an exception.
Yeah, okay, I got
you. You don't want to find him in a dark alley.
The old bear hug takedown last night. I don't know how it happened, but old Plumlee ended up with something on his little pop knot on his forehead, and I thought maybe Steven Adams gave him the old headbutt or something, but it looked like they must have just butted heads.
Yeah.
When they fell. All right.
But Plumlee big and strong too, and 35 years old. So that was a clash of titans right
Some
there.
of that old man strength right there. All right, the Texans, they've made a move, y'all. They made a move. They traded for an offensive lineman. Let's lay this thing out for them, B. Scott, left tackle to right tackle, what it is, what it looks like right now, the landscape of the Houston Texans offensive line. And I want to hear from y'all. 713-572-4610. Text in, Twitch, YouTube on the chat line there. Let us know what you think about this offensive line. This is me. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Kushada now.
By Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. Free agency is here, and we've got you covered. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have the latest on every potential Texan signing. Every night from 6 to 7, right here on Houston Sports Leader.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out, got his family down there in Disney World doing their thing. If you're out there in Disney World listening to us on the Odyssey app, man, go ahead and see if you can't find old knucklehead Ron and tell him we all said what's up. I hope he's making some great memories with his babies.
The showman.
With his mom, with his in-laws. I hope he's traveling safe and having a good old time. He's out there playing with some kind of wands earlier this morning, wasn't he? What was that, Tyler?
He's always doing that, man, you know?
What was he playing with?
Always playing with wands? Oh, that wand. My bad.
Yeah, get your mind out of the gutter.
It's they must be doing Universal and checking out Harry Potter, man. Pretty cool spot. One of my favorite things about Orlando is all the Harry Potter stuff they've done over there at Universal.
Harry Potter. I think his wife was getting into Harry Potter there for
my wife is
for a while.
Huge Harry Potter fan.
Yeah. I don't
know.
I don't know if I've ever asked if mine is or not. I probably should.
My lady just got into it. She waited until she was 31 years old to do it. But yeah,
it's good stuff, man. Movies, books, all of it.
I'll get around to it.
All right, we've the Texans made a little move, y'all. They made a little move and traded a 6th round draft pick for guard Ed Ingram from the Minnesota Vikings. He's played 40 some odd starts in Minnesota. Played a lot of football. He's a former 2nd round. Apparently, a pretty talented, just from a talent standpoint, size, speed, that kind of deal. Was a big time prospect coming out. But there's some trying to weed through all the different opinions on social media and reports out there. But Ed Ingram seems like Minnesota's just excited to get rid of him as they were to have him. So I don't know kind of how well he's thought of in Minnesota for what that's worth, but nonetheless there is another move for an interior offensive lineman. Where I think this lands the Texans, whether we're looking at Laken Tomlinson, who they brought in, or Ed Ingram, who they traded for. I think these are guys that put our offensive line, our being the Texans, that put our offensive line in a place where they're not one play away from a guy like Kenyon Green, who is built like a fullback and needs to play fullback at guard.
Kendrick, you talking about Kendrick
Green? What did I say, Kenyon? Yeah, I meant Kendrick. I'm sorry.
Kendrick. That is confusing, though.
Yes, Kendrick Green. It was the backup guard that with the short arms and the smaller fella. Gave it hell when he was in there, but it just ultimately at the NFL level, you'd like to have a little more something to lean on if we're being honest. So, you're not going to be one play away from him playing at guard. Jarrett Patterson at one point had to sub in at guard. He's obviously a center. He's too light in the ass to be a guard, but when you're got to live with.
Damn, Clint.
What happened?
He's too light in the ass to be a guard. He had to
He's
go
too
out.
light and nasty.
He had to go out there and play a little guard too at one point.
He did.
And gave it his all.
Yeah,
man.
he gave it his all. He got a concussion doing it. I'm just keeping it real with you. I mean, Jarrett Patterson is a center. He's not a guard. There's a big difference.
I hear you.
Whether it's Jarrett's size and his strengths, if you will, he's a center. You look at Kendrick Green, whether it's his arm length or his size, his foot speed, he's a fullback. Right? We get these guys. We got these guys playing out of position. Now, I'll also say, at one point last year, you were one play away from Kenyon Green having to go back in the game late in the season at the guard position, knowing damn good and well he wasn't capable of getting the job done. Right? So what I think of the Laken Tomlinson move and the Ed Ingram move is that you've got some solid depth. That if your new offensive line coach Cole Popovich, who supposedly has been really good with developing young offensive linemen, if he can help these guys take the next step, then you're going to have some good, healthy competitions at your interior offensive line spot. It's a far cry from the move that I believe the Texans need to make at the interior offensive line position, whether it's guard, center, or guard. I believe they need to make a move, whether it's a trade or sign in free agency, a surefire starter. A surefire plug-and-play. This guy's not competing in camp. This is a surefire starter, and he's going to be maybe not a captain with a C on his chest, but he's going to be a leader in the O-line room, and that's what this guy's bringing to the table. I think they need – but let's talk about the offensive line, B. Scott, real quick. Right now, just to catch everybody up out there, what we have left tackle to right tackle if the season started tomorrow. You got Titus Howard at left tackle. Which I am 100% okay with, by the way. I'll eat that. If that doesn't work out, I'll eat it. I'm 100% okay with that. Laken Tomlinson is your left guard. Jarrett Patterson is your center. Ed Ingram is your right guard. And Juice Scruggs, by the way, could fill in anywhere in any of those three, left guard, center, or right guard. I think, to me, Juice Scruggs in the NFL is going to be a damn guard. I think that's who he is. I think that's where he needs to play. But we'll see what the Texans think. He will figure in that interior offensive line as well, obviously. And then at the right tackle position is Blake Fisher. Are we comfortable with that? Are we nervous? Are we where are we at, B. Scott, with that being the current situation for the Texans offensive line?
I didn't hear not one name that wasn't a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear not one name. Now, and I'm not saying that it can't be good, that it can't work out, but I didn't hear not one name that I could not make a case against. If you just go down the line, Titus Howard even, and I might feel best. I think that says a lot, actually. If I feel best in that group about Titus Howard at left tackle, who has played basically everything but left tackle over the past 2 years, or has played guard and right tackle over the last 2 years, and I feel best about him. And I know how a lot of people feel about Titus Howard. We feel probably a little bit differently, a little bit more positively. What does that say? I mean, you go back down to Laken Tomlinson at guard. It's Jarrett Patterson, who was probably drafted and more so designed to be a backup, to be a depth piece, but has been better than the guys that were drafted ahead of him at both guard and center, that being Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green when he was still here, right? Like, so that's not ideal. And then the other guard is one of the few who was worse than Kenyon Green last year, from what I'm understanding, and Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
And then, of course, right tackle, I think we feel good about Blake Fisher's trajectory, but I think that's still a question with him going into his second season and exactly how ready he might be for that role. I feel decent about the tackle situation, but still, from guard to guard, center, guard, I don't feel necessarily great about that. And I don't think this is the final product. But if we're just standing here now looking at it, no, I would not feel comfortable with this.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable at all with it. Like I said, I think you've got some good, solid depth. I think you've created some good, solid competition. I don't think you've upgraded the protection for C.J. Stroud one bit. I do not think that you have. I don't think your counter move to trading Laremy Tunsil is even remotely close to making sense at this point if you're the Houston Texans. I know Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans aren't done right now, but you can't move on from Laremy Tunsil, who, by the way, you're going to pay him $21 million this year. You're giving Christian Kirk $16, by the way. You can't move on from one of the best pass-protecting left tackles in the game and ship out two other interior offensive linemen, which I have no problem with, but making those moves and then filling them with seventh-round picks, that's not going to get it done.
Yeah, and I don't think we're saying that they got to go out and get somebody who necessarily is a 4-time or 5-time Pro Bowler in Laremy Tunsil's case. Like, the likelihood that somewhere within the interior, or even at tackle, you're going to get somebody that is as accomplished as Laremy Tunsil to come and join this offensive line feels pretty low, but it still has to be better than what you've seen so far, and I anticipate that it will be at some point.
Well, look, the reality of the situation is again, and I'm going to beat this dead horse, sorry, but I mean, you can't be this organization. You find your quarterback. He has a rookie of the year first season and turns your organization around. The second season, very similar as an outcome, but the offense and your quarterback take a step back. And your number one goal, your number one priority in the offseason is to protect that franchise quarterback, and this is what you do. Absolutely cannot be even remotely close to what you do in terms of just that effort. What are you going to put a solid foot forward to help this quarterback? This can't be it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens from here on out. I've got to believe. Damn it, Nick. Damn it, D'Amico. Don't do it to me. I just simply got to believe that this is going to swing in a major way.
I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, well, I mean, we ought to.
A little bit nervous about it.
We ought to, based on the radio silent and the two moves that have been made at the interior offensive line. You should be a tad bit nervous. All right, the Astros, they had a little split squad action today. That is wrapped up. We'll cover those for you real quick. Break those down. I think a lot of Astros fans have been worrying about or have worried about this spring training. It happened today, y'all. It happened today. We'll tell you what that is. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you, man, Twin Peaks.
up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There's always room here for the lonely. To watch your broken dreams dance in and out of the beams of a neon moon. I think of
two young lovers are running. I close my eyes and sometimes see. I feel sorry for my old lady. I sang these songs in her ear real loud. I know it ain't no good, y'all.
I might sing this at karaoke tonight, man.
Just deal with it. You got what else you got in there, man? You got a little Mama Maria in there?
Oh yeah.
Let me get a little bit of that. Let me get a little bit of that, baby. Hey, there it is. You know what's going on. Y'all know what that means, baby. It's time. It's that time to give away them old four-pack of tickets to the Brooks and Dunn Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We're giving them away right now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 4 worked so well for us on Tuesday. We'll stick with that good old number 4. Brooks and Dunn, a 4-pack of tickets to see them at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Just in case you're wondering, because everybody can't win tickets. If you want to go and you're wondering, that is a Saturday show. That's a Saturday, March the 22nd show, ladies and gentlemen. So if you don't win, you know you can get some tickets. You know what time the show is. And also, make sure you listen to 5 o'clock hour. We got a 4-pack of Cody Jinks to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We got a 4-pack of tickets there for you as well. So stay plugged in. Tell your mom and them. Tell your friends and them. Stay plugged in. We appreciate y'all listening, Houston. We appreciate it more than you know.
Best thing I've ever heard at the rodeo is Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon 2006.
Boy, they were at their peak, wasn't they?
Best thing I've ever heard. And I told you I saw John Legend there before. I've seen Beyonce. I saw Destiny's Child. Everybody didn't think of Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon 2006, Feet on the Dirt. Best experience I've ever had at the rodeo.
Feet on the Dirt, huh?
Feet on the Dirt. I don't know how I lucked into that because I was a teenager. But somebody got me tickets.
Did you sneak in down there?
No, I didn't sneak. I had real legit tickets. But probably still wasn't supposed to be there. Did not belong. Because I didn't have a full appreciation for what I was about to witness.
Yeah.
You know, I had no idea.
That's a good one.
But once I got there, it was pretty clear. It was pretty clear. I was like, hey, there is something to this.
Yeah, when you get into your 90s country, which I would consider Brooks and Dunn 90s country, right? I mean, obviously you're doing them in early 2000s, but and you kind of, you got those artists again, George Strait and Alan Jackson and all these solo artists that are really, really good that I enjoy the hell out of. But then if you want to take it up just another notch, man, that Brooks and Dunn and what they can bring to the table just takes the entertainment value to another level. A little bit more of an entertainer in those two guys than I think your traditional 90s country just kind of standing around and singing. Obviously, Garth took it to a whole different level. But the Brooks and Dunn's a good one. I've seen them multiple times in concert, and they are absolutely tremendous. We may get out. We may get out and see them on. That's a Saturday. We may be able to get out and do that. Actually, there's no way we can do that. I believe that's the weekend my sister-in-law's getting married. So I don't think that's going. I don't think we're going to be at the rodeo.
Still highly recommended for the rest of y'all though, even if we can't do it.
There you go. If you can't go to the rodeo, catch one of these Astros games. They'll be at Dyken Park before you know it. Now split squad action going on. They had a group playing the Cardinals. Finished in a tie, 1-1 tie. Spencer Arrighetti was on the bump, 3 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks. Good little outing. He did give up a triple to right center field, which scored that one run, but he obviously got out of that bind with a runner on third, and apparently had a good little outing right there. Abreu also came in, 1 scoreless. Taylor Scott, Otete, had he pitched 1 scoreless. But the story in this game here, before we get to the other one, the story in this game here, B. Scott, is simple. I think it's what all Astros fans are watching. I don't know if the worry or the concern level is there as it may be for some of the guys that live it day to day, but there's definitely something to watch. Altuve in left field. A ball's hit, skied out to the warning track ultimately, and I think a good left fielder, a major league left fielder, makes that catch, and 10 out of 10 times fairly easily. Altuve misjudges the ball, half-ass jumps, ball bounces around, takes him forever to react and play the error kind of deal. That right there in a nutshell is I think where, if there is concern out there in Astros Nation, that's where the concern is, because those types of plays can cost you a game.
Yeah, I would honestly say that like, for me, the most positive is that's what spring training is for.
Fair.
Like, I mean, that's the most positive spin on it, because everything else is basically what you laid out. It's a routine play, and it is the concern of having Jose Altuve out there, and it is the cost of just the simple fact that he can no longer play his natural position at a replacement level, even, like to the point to where they feel like they need to replace him. So him not being able to play his natural position means you have to force him into a position that is unnatural to him. And look, if he doesn't get much action, any action in some cases, like, hey, you can withstand it because it means that you still get Jose Altuve in your lineup. But in a situation like this, when you need him to respond the way, a natural outfielder or an experienced outfielder would, he's not able to do that. That's what spring training is for, is both for him to get that experience and also for you to evaluate, okay, what do I think is the likelihood that he can figure that out? Like, maybe I can give him a pass for not being able to make that play right now, but based off of what I see from him and the work that he's putting in, do I feel like at some point, or when we really need him to, that maybe he can make that play at that point? I don't know what the exact answer to that is, but it is a question. It's a real question, because you're looking at it and you're like, man, he ain't played no outfield, and when he goes out there, he doesn't exactly look like a natural.
Well, look, I was just hoping not to see that in spring training. I mean, that's one of them things. It's not an I told you so, but it's definitely one of those things where you look up and you're like, well, now the concern grows a little bit, and when you watch it, other than just the greatest all-time Astro move from second base to left field and how cool it is to watch, regardless of the outcome, once you get beyond that, you're talking about the Astros winning and losing. Plays like today are the ones that could haunt you and become a real problem down the stretch if it indeed does happen. Now, the good thing is I think the low-hanging fruit convenience of Yordan Alvarez's knees are still being talked about at this point in time. I think that's a little bit more of a crutch than a reality, if we're being honest. So good thing is, in a pinch, Yordan Alvarez can play out there, and Yordan Alvarez makes those plays.
Yeah, and that's the awkward part about it. It's like, man, we thought that Yordan Alvarez was just locked in at that DH spot, and that you had the luxury of, hey, you know what, he doesn't have to play out in the field. He's the DH. You got enough defensive players to make up what he's probably not ideally out there doing from both a skill standpoint and wanting to keep his knees fresh. Now the awkward thing that I'm not like, I don't know how much I really want to have this conversation, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it out loud. Like, are you better off with Yordan out in left field?
Hell yes, you are.
And Jose Altuve as your DH, which sounds crazy.
Yordan,
because Yordan's not necessarily great in left field.
That's exactly what it's going to be in a playoff.
It might be. But he's not necessarily great out. He's not terrible, but he's not great out there. And you want to preserve him. You're trying to, keep those knees fresh. You don't want to risk injuring Yordan.
Did Ryan come back early from Disney World?
No, I'm just reiterating some of the talking points. I don't necessarily kind of a concern. Now it's got to be less so, because you got to think about, the guy that we need to hide defensively is not Yordan, it's Altuve.
Yeah. Speaking of Yordan Alvarez, he did have a hit today. He had an RBI single, which was the Astros' lone run. That thing ended in, obviously, spring training game. Not going to play extra innings, split squad game, no extra innings, 1-1. It ended there. For those out there counting, covering, interested, Cam Smith 0 for 2 today. He's now down to hitting 409 and slugging 773 right now. So those two numbers were through the roof a week ago. So we'll see if he can get back hot at the plate. Now the other game, Astros We're up against the Marlins 10-5. The Astros won that game 10-5. Ronel Blanco was on the bump here. Rough outing, but hey, we can always say that he was working on something, right? 3 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs. 4 of those runs were earned. 4 strikeouts. Ronel Blanco, not a great outing, but who knows what he was working on. I think the thing that stands out here, the Astros scored 8 in the top of the first, and there was a couple of guys that had monster days. Brendan Rodgers, the likely second baseman in terms of how things are working out right now, 4 RBIs today. Bases loaded double in the first inning to score 3 and a late single to score 1. And then Salazar, who we're all familiar with, your reserve catcher, we saw him multiple times last year, 5 RBIs. He had a grand slam and another single late to score 1 as well. So I think Blanco obviously is the headliner there, being out there, but a couple at the plate.
So, yeah, this is another thing I don't feel like we talk about a lot, but for me, one of the reasons to feel optimistic about the Astros and things that were revelations for them last year were Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti. Like, it's the reason why I talked earlier in the week about feeling so good about the Astros pitching and feeling like they got a puncher's chance out there while they're nobody's favorite to do anything necessarily. They're going to be just as competitive as anybody because they can throw out there at least five quality starters, not to mention the guys that they could potentially get back from injury, whether that's Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers Jr., Christian Javier, and guys like that.
Yeah. That's B. Scotty's in for Ron Hughley today. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston Sports Leader. And again, I always want to remind y'all, man, we greatly appreciate y'all. Look, we have talked a lot about leadership with the Houston Texans as it pertains to Laremy Tunsil. And contrary to popular belief, I believe it was a real deal. Call it a style of leadership, call it a lack of leadership, call it whatever you want to call it. It is at the root of the issue and why Laremy Tunsil is not a Houston Texan. But let's do Laremy Tunsil some justice here. There's a real leadership issue on the offensive side of the football. I'm gonna break this thing down for you. This you want to talk about concerns? I probably use that term too loosely, but you want to talk about concerns? This is one I think that has got to be on D'Amico's mind, got to be on Nick's mind, and they've got to get this thing figured out on the offensive side of the football. They need leaders. Period. All right, take your live sports viewing experience to the next level now. Cash in with Underdog Fantasy, y'all.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports.
Hard if you play us.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, big shout out to Pablo in Houston, man. He won them Brooks and Dunn tickets, 4-pack of tickets. Pablo and his crew is going to be at NRG Stadium watching Brooks and Dunn. It's a Saturday show. You're going to have you a hell of a time, man. Appreciate you listening. We will give away another 4-pack of tickets. This time it is to Cody Jinks. That will be done in the 5 o'clock hour, so make sure you stay plugged in. Now, you never know. I might do it in the 5 o'clock in the 5 o'clock segment. I might do it at the end. You got to listen to that whole hour now. Stay plugged in to Sports Radio 610. Not to mention there might be a trade happen here for too long as well. Pablo, good luck with your surgery, man. Good luck with your surgery, man.
Said we made his damn day and his week, man, with those tickets.
Look here, man. Go on, get that surgery knocked out, get your little week's worth of recovery, and then go enjoy a little Brooks and Dunn. Now, don't get out over your skis at the rodeo though with Brooks and Dunn. Now, if you ain't feeling right and you need to take it slow, I'm not saying don't go. I'm just saying ease on into it now. Don't get out there acting a fool and rip them stitches open or get carried away with them cold beers like your boy Dirty has been known to do. Be smart now. Be smart.
You only live once, but you got to pay yourself.
Hey, in that ER now. We don't want that to happen. All right, look, guys, we've talked a lot about leadership with the Houston Texans. And most of it has been on the Laremy Tunsil front. And B. Scott, I think you made a couple of great points about the leadership. Any way you look at it, Laremy Tunsil was a leader on this football team. Now, I just don't think his leadership style was a good fit for what DeMeco Ryans and what Nick Caserio want in the O-line room, or maybe what they have been put in a position to need in the O-line room, given what all's been reported with the toxic, toxic meeting room and all that, which it doesn't surprise me. There's never been an offensive line struggle as much as the Texans struggled. And at some point in time, they tried everything under the sun. And at some point in time, you don't have some guys pointing fingers, some guys getting, tuning some dudes up, telling them to get right. Like it wouldn't shock me one bit. In fact, I would be blown away if there was never any toxicity in that meeting room, given how bad that offensive line was. Any way you slice it, where I want to go with this is, I don't want to just reserve the leadership conversation for Laremy Tunsil. I think it's a very accurate conversation to have. I think it's a very fair conversation to have. But if we're looking at the Houston Texans in general, and we're looking at the offense, overall, when it's all said and done, this is a pretty talented group. You got Nico, you got Joe, you got C.J. Stroud. Up front, they get some folks in here, and they're going to figure it out up front. They're going to be better than they were last year up front. I don't doubt that. Even in this moment when it's hard to see, with what they're doing on the roster. I still think they're going to be better. I'm hard on Dalton Schultz, but I do believe Dalton Schultz has the ability to be a good player in this league. We've seen it. We've seen it. Christian Kirk, big fan of that. Him if he's healthy. Tank Dale, obviously big fan. I think they're not done working there. Talent is not going to be a problem for this football team. We've seen teams win with a whole lot less, I guess is what I'm saying. Right? But we can't just revolve the leadership questions or concerns around Laremy Tunsil. I mean, we got to be honest, B. Scott. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if I'm out of pocket here. One, I think my overall point is there is a leadership problem on the offensive side of the football for the Houston Texans. And I'll run down a list and I'll explain this to you. The thing is, guys can't be what they are not. They can only be authentically who they are. The fake stuff don't work in the NFL, right? The fake stuff doesn't work in the NFL. And when you look at the top guys on this offense, right? You got C.J. Stroud, who I love C.J. Stroud, right? But C.J. Stroud, from a leadership style, he wants to be more your friend. He wants to pray for you. He wants to be in your corner. He wants to encourage you. He wants to. It's hard to lead 24/7 that way. It's hard to lead in adverse moments that way. And I think that is a flaw. Personally, I put it on me. I think that is going to in this league, and I think it's been a struggle to this point. Nico Collins, nose down and grind. Don't say much. I mean, he's a lead by example, work as hard as me. That's about the extent of Nico Collins' leadership, right? Dalton Schultz, I know he's been a sounding board. Some people call it leadership to C.J. Stroud. He's been a sounding board for C.J. Stroud at best, but I've heard Dalton Schultz himself say, man, I just keep to myself. I just do my role, right? Titus Howard, I think Titus Howard is a guy that wants to be led. I've thought that from jump. A lot of interaction with Titus, and from a media perspective, I don't know him personally. I think Titus Howard has a chance to be a much better player with Laremy Tunsil out of the building, because I think he is, and I mean this respectfully, I think he's more of a follower than he is a leader. He's more of a guy that's gonna fall in line to what the offensive line room is doing instead of necessarily lead that room, right? And so you get the point. I'm going down the list and I'm going, man, where's the leadership going to come from? And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Because I guarantee you right now on that text line, anybody we talk to, they're chomping at the bit to get to me and go, hey, man, you're leaving Joe Mixon out. And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon, say what you want about Joe. Joe is a dog. Joe has got no problem saying, hey, man, we ain't getting it done. Hey, man, we got to be better. Hey, we got to protect better. We got to throw it better. We got to run better. Joe has an authentic dog in him to where he doesn't have to watch what he says. He has the ability, and a lot of it comes because his teammates respect him, but he has the ability to check in a sports sense and in a positive sense. He has that ability because he is a true, authentic alpha leader of men ultimately. And yeah, it has to do. He works really hard. Sure, all those things are great. Hell, CJ and everybody does that. They all work hard, but to me, Joe Mixon's the only dude over there that when the mess hits the fan, I ain't got no worries about Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I would agree with you about Joe Mixon. As far as like the leadership style for C.J. Stroud, I think just the way that the team has been constructed, it hasn't been as much designed for him to take a leadership role beyond just what the natural leadership spot of a quarterback is, right? Like you understand that better than I do. But as far as like the emotional leader or locker room leader or culture leader, if you will, I mean, they had Joe Mixon. Stephon Diggs is honestly somebody who probably didn't get enough credit for that when he was first signed, but I think it became clear to us after he became a part of the team. So you had Diggs, you had Mixon. Honestly, I think Shaq Mason, even though his play did not reflect it, I think he was a little bit more of a leader in the offensive line room. But that doesn't necessarily work when a guy's not playing well.
You got to play well, man.
And maybe a guy is on his way out. So I say all that to say I do think that leadership is going to look different for C.J. Stroud in this new era of Texans football. Yeah. And I'm not calling him a bad leader, and I don't think you are either. But I think it is going to have to take a new step and a new progression in year 3 with a new offensive coordinator gone now, and that being Laremy Tunsil and Shaq Mason. Those are two guys that, for however you want to talk about the leadership style or lack thereof, were leaders and voices in that room. Stephon Diggs, we don't think is going to be back, right? So that's 3. Robert Woods is a guy who I think was a leader behind the scenes, is not going to be back. So with all of that turnover, there is going to be an expectation, and I think C.J. Stroud is built for it and will be able to make the adjustment as he becomes a veteran, a third-year player. But this is, I think, the season where he's got the most pressure on him. Yeah. Like, to hell with last year when he was coming off a historic rookie season. What it looked like after your offensive coordinator get fired, they blow up your offensive line, and you're changing a new offense, and you struggled a little bit last year. Like, this is going to be a big year for him, and leadership is going to be a part of that whole process of like sort of changing or adjusting to the new role or the new kind of just the new world order, if you will.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that the C.J. Stroud is still young, obviously. I'm really curious to see if he can make that move.
He's gonna have to. Like I'm
gonna tell you,
it's his franchise. He has to.
I've been around. Well, yeah. But if it's not authentic, it can't. I mean, that's the thing. Is you, if it's not an authentic change, you can only be you, and that's the part that you worry about, man. Is in a locker room in the NFL, the guy the Mr. Nice, and I don't mean it negatively, but the guy that wants to be your friend and wants to pray for you, at some point that guy has to put his foot down and get in somebody's ass. Yeah. At some point, especially when you start making $60 million a year, at some point you got to be that dude. And I'm just being honest with you, like I don't see that in CJ.
Well, I mean, look, time will tell, but I will point out this, though. Like at the end of the season, the last time we heard from CJ Stroud, and we'll see if this actually goes into motion, if he actually practiced what they preach here. But he did talk a lot about it. We talk about accountability here. He did talk a lot about having tough conversations, difficult conversations with different people. And I don't think he was talking about Bobby Slowick. I feel like he's talking about within the locker room and maybe stepping up in a way that he's more comfortable to have these type of tough conversations. Like that was a bit of a theme in the last time we heard from him. So I don't know if that's actually something that they're gonna do. But I do think he's in a different position now going into year 3 as opposed to year 1 as a rookie or even year 2 coming off of the rookie season. Year 3 now having seen both good and bad, having a taste of a little bit of success and some failure, and also knowing that you've been kind of given the keys to the franchise. Nobody expects CJ Stroud to fall off of a cliff to the point to where he's not going to get that second contract, to where he's not going to be a part of the future. He is the franchise quarterback. This is his team. And so I think he understands that. He knows that. What is his leadership style going to look like? How is that going to evolve? Still a young guy. I think we will see. But it's definitely set up.
It's set up for damn sure. We'll see how it all goes down. I don't know. I hope he has the ability to handle it all, because boy, if your quarterback is that good, if he's a $60 million guy and he ain't afraid to put a boot in somebody's ass, then now you got something. Now you're on to something. I don't expect CJ Stroud to be laughing and talking about vets not doing any extra work like he did about Laremy Tunsil. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it ain't funny. Like that, you know what I mean? Like that stuff. That ain't it. That ain't the way. Unless times have changed that much, that just can't be the way.
Look, I just want to give you this. He was asked, how close do you think the team is to getting to the next level? This is the first thing he said. I think we're really close, and I know you hate that. But he says, and to get to that level, it starts with communication, and hard conversations have to be had. That was the first thing he said to that question. What does that mean? What does that look like? We'll see.
Yep. Well, it looks like some of those hard conversations have taken place, because there's a lot of movement. Now, can they get the right people in here to weather that storm? I got a quick question for you, B. Scott.
What you got?
I've always wondered this about you. I grew up with a smoker.
All right.
I got a pretty good nose for it. I've known you for almost 6 years now. I've never smelt smoke on you.
Well, I think that's just maybe a coincidence, because it's definitely obviously we've been around each other quite a bit, both in work and non-work settings.
I mean, because Dad smoked at the house.
Yep.
Like it was so. I mean, the ceiling was yellow in the crib. He smoked in the house somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, so it is when I walk. They ain't got to be fresh off the smoke pit. If I just walk by a smoker, I got old bloodhound nose. I told Ron the other day, I said, how? B. Scott is always smelling fresh. I ain't never smelt it.
I have taken a break in every one of these breaks that we've had during this show today.
Got you a couple pulls?
Yeah, man. I've got the elevator situation down to a science.
You got old bloodhound nose. You ever smelled B. Scott?
No, not that I can think of.
At work, you may have. I mean, if he's standing next to you, smoking a dart, then yeah, you smell that. But I'm talking about like
not off the dome. No.
I mean, there's a couple of folks that smoke in this building that are outside every time I walk in, and every single time I see them, they can be in the lunch line, bro, and I'm like, yep, so and so just walked in. I can smell them.
So I think it's because I'm self-conscious of it. What it really is, honestly, man, is car spray. Instead of perfume or cologne, right? Car spray is it has a way of being strong, but not like pronounced, but not overwhelming.
I've used that to cover a scent,
and so that's
what kind of scent was that, Tyler?
I'm just saying.
We'll talk about it off
there. But if we're being honest, that is the heart of what's going on here. You know what I mean? So it's I smell like what the car spray smell like.
I mean, but I don't even smell like a strong cover-up or anything. Like, I don't know. I just always thought
it's not strong. It's faint.
It pisses me off at my dad. I'm like, you just didn't even care enough to try to cover it up. I mean, at least B. Scott, at least he got 6 years worth going here, and we're strong.
The natural smells.
You spraying this car scent on you, or
I spray it in the air. And I'm kind of just around it.
Always wondered why B. Scott smelled like a brand new car.
Smell like new leather?
Yeah. No, I don't spray it directly. You just spray it in the air and you kind of just be around.
Go out there and B. Scott's got new leather spraying it in his hair, in the back of his head.
But cologne is too strong. Cologne is too strong. Car freshener, just right.
I don't know how in the hell this happened, boys.
And Altoids, too.
I have no idea how this happened, boys, but we've got an Astro that's been sidelined. We got an Astro that's been sidelined, and his opening day status is uncertain.
Uh-oh.
This ain't gonna surprise nobody, but damn it, we'll see what y'all think about it. We'll do that next. Before we do that, I got
for your comfort and guaranteed for life. When it comes to the biggest story of spring training, the Big Orange Wagon has you covered.
This is going to be a very fair question to ask going forward as we go through the month of March. Are the Astros a better team offensively and defensively with Cam Smith at third and Isaac Paredes at second?
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. B. Scott, Brandon Scott, B. Skeezy is in, and we are rocking and rolling. Got a little action here from the Texans. Trade for sixth-round right guard Ed Ingram from the Minnesota Vikings. We'll break that down here before too long, but we got an Astros problem, boys. I don't know how much of a problem it is, to be honest with y'all. I may have just set y'all up here, but this shouldn't come as a surprise. Houston Astros pitcher Forrest Whitley sidelined by bruised knee, opening day status uncertain.
Little knee bruise.
Does that surprise anybody? Is anybody surprised with?
I'm a real boy.
What's going on here, man? I feel for him, bro.
So
I'm in B. Scott. I'm in a spot. Very rarely do I like with a pro athlete that I know has got plenty of money. And my man can't get. You talk about can't get right.
I'm a real boy.
How in the hell he's finally getting a little bit of run, and there's maybe some opportunity somewhere along the way for him to pitch in Dyken Park for more than a couple outings, and it ain't even the elbow. It's not the arm. It's not an oblique. It's not a shoulder. It's how you bruise your knee. The hell was he doing?
So damn side table.
Yeah, West Palm Beach. That old strip Sean and Seth was that one must got him.
Hey, and look, Forrest Whitley, he's has some money in his pocket for a little while now. Probably can have a good time or two. But to be serious, man, when you ask, does this surprise? It tells you a lot when what would have surprised you actually would have been him being healthy, him being an actual contributor to the team. Like, you can't tell me that when you heard that, hey, Forrest Whitley is of this Astros bullpen, he's going to be a serious force for the Astros this year. You can't tell me that you either were not surprised by that or just simply not confident in that being the case. So, man, I would have been, honestly, Clint, more surprised if this did not happen than I am that it did. And that's sad to say.
Yeah.
And I don't
sucks.
And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but it's just the reality that the man has had so many detours, so many instances where he just couldn't get right. It seems to kind of be just the theme with him. I'm hoping it's just a blip though, right? It doesn't mean that it's the end of the world and that he can't contribute, a little bruise on the shin or the leg or the knee or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, this is par for the course, I think, with Forrest Whitley right now.
Yeah, look, I'm at a point with Forrest Whitley. I just feel sorry for the guy. I don't care. In terms of, I don't care to talk about the pitches and this and that and what he may or may not be. Damn, I just feel bad for the guy. Even if you're going to just get ran up out of here, just stay healthy and get ran up out of here.
Yeah.
Like, just quit getting sidelined. At some point, he's got to be just like, I'm tired of these damn injuries. On another Astros note, by the way, did y'all see, and B. Scott, you could probably help me on this, but apparently the City Connects leaked.
Oh, yeah. I did see that.
And I saw a report where they tried to say that the City Connect, those weren't the real City Connects. It's not. So they're going back and forth and trying to. Some people are denying it, but I'm gonna tell you, them City Connects are clean, man. Did you like them?
I loved them. Like, I'm not a jersey guy. You're not gonna really see me in too many jerseys. If I get a jersey, that means I'm probably hanging it up or I'm just keeping it as a souvenir. But I'm not gonna probably wear it. Just not a jersey guy. These,
dude, they are fire.
I might be making an exception. I like them that much. And honestly, man,
Little tequila sunrise, tip of the cap.
The glow up, the upgrade, and I didn't hate the Space City Connects that they had before.
I didn't either.
I didn't hate them. I thought they kind of
They had a lot going on.
The logo was good. The uni stunk.
Yeah, I know they got a bad rap when they first got out there. I think I got a little bit more used to them, and I agreed that, hey, when you wore the socks, they looked a lot better. Like, they look bad when it's just a straight line pants, and
Looked
it was
like pajamas.
Yeah, or like navy slacks. I don't know. It wasn't good. But this is a glow up right here in City Connects. I'm thinking about getting a jersey, man, and I don't get them. I don't normally get them.
This is going to be here's what's beautiful about these City Connects, and by the way, go to at Clint Stoerner on Twitter if you hadn't seen them yet. I'm retweeting Ben Verlander right now with I am. Forget about wearing them. I'm not wearing them. I'm not going to wear. I'm not much of a jersey guy, but never have been. But my squad's going to look super clean.
Yes,
taking them and taking the field in these. And the thing about it is, I love the Stros instead of Astros.
Yep,
I love taking the A off because I've always growing up in Astros. My dad say Astros.
Yeah,
I think my dad has always said, "Hey man, what are Stros looking like?"
Go Stros.
He's never. I don't know if he's ever said. I'm sure he has, but I don't.
Go Stros.
He referred to him as Stros. And the other thing is, the Stros with that star is going to look clean on T-shirts. It's going to look clean on a hat. It's going to look clean on everything that they put it on. Now, the only way they screw this uniform up, boys, is if they try some silly ass sock like they did with that last City Connect.
Yeah, simple is the way to go here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, luckily if it's a sock, the guys can wear the long pants and cover it up. It's not a big deal. But man, if this is the real City Connect that the Astros are dropping,
but see, these are not blue though. See, I had an issue with I thought the socks helped the blue because it was too blue. It was blue on blue. It was like
real blue.
Yeah, like color rush in football is one thing. This color rush in baseball, I don't know. Like, you're supposed to have whatever your color is up top, but on your bottom is supposed to either be white or the tannish, grayish.
Wasn't it. There were several problems. It just wasn't it.
Yeah, but this is it though. I'm with you on this. I think this looks good with socks or no socks or whatever you go with. Like, to me, especially with the Stros and they go to the star that you got on yours from the 90s right now.
Yes,
that star is my favorite star that they've ever had, and then you go Stros. Nah, I like it. I think this is perfect.
B. Scott, what's your favorite overall Astros uniform?
It's that one, the cap that you have on right now.
That you like
the 90s
navy and gold,
navy blue. Now it could be nostalgia too, because those are really the Astros that I grew up with.
Birth of the Killer Bees,
Tyler.
But I do think objectively that's the best looking one.
Those are up there for me as well. The navy and gold, they're pretty tough to beat. But if I had to pick just one, man, I probably got to go Tequila Sunrise, the rainbow, the real throwback unis with the orange, yellow, red all working together. That's tough to beat for me.
Yeah, y'all picked both my two favorite. And I'm probably going to have to go with the navy and gold.
Mm-hmm.
I love the star. I love that. It's simple, but you're right, man. That Tequila Sunrise was nasty. What do you think the worst is? What do you think the least favorite is?
I was about to say there's only been one era of uniforms of the Astros that I didn't like at all, and I hated them. Still think they were awful, and that is the brick red with the khaki, and also for some reason we had some pinstripes going on. Like, that era can just, as Seth would say, go die. But other than that, they're all fire.
It was not good.
The City Connects this year I did not like. The brick red I did not like.
Brick red came with a terrifying ass mascot too. Old Junction Jack.
I like was the Tequila Sunrise. It was the one like you can buy in the stores now that has the sunrise stripes on the shoulders, but it just says Astros in blue. And was that kind of just a tweener jersey, or what was that?
That was
that before or after?
Yeah, I think it was after for a little bit on
That's
its own.
clean with just the hint of sunrise on each shoulder with the blue number and star, and that's clean now.
Yeah.
I can't remember when that was, but anyway, I'm with you, B. Scott. The
star, the Colt 45s, really from early. I don't know if it's just the nostalgia, but I could even get with that, man. I loved literally all the Astros uniforms except the red brick. Like, I think they've done a good job overall. Right. Like, I could take them all.
All right, the Houston Texans. We told you a little earlier the Houston Texans made a trade. We'll tell you what they traded for who and what that looks like for the Houston Texans. Have they solved any problems? Have they filled any gaps? What's the history and the vibe around this particular player that the Texans now have in uniform? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, Orchard, if you are –
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos. Stay plugged in. We got some Cody Jinks rodeo tickets to give away in the next hour, the 5 o'clock hour. We're giving away a 4-pack of Cody Jinks rodeo tickets. We just gave away a 4-pack to Brooks and Dunn. That came and gone. It came and went, if you will. You still got that opportunity for Cody Jinks, so stay plugged in. The Texans have made a move. They went radio silent there for about a day and a half, but the Texans have made a move. They have made a trade. They gave up a 2026 6th-round pick to the Vikings, and the Texans get Ed Ingram, a guard, in return. So 2026 6th-round pick for Ed Ingram, a guard. 2nd-round pick out of LSU. Minnesota inserted him into the starting lineup damn near immediately after drafting him in his first training camp. He struggled for a couple of years. They then brought in Dalton Risner. I don't know if that was a trade or free agency, but Dalton Risner came in. Dalton Risner was competing, hurt his back, and so Ed Ingram remained the starter for 8 more games. Immediately when Dalton Risner was healthy, he was plugged in to the starting lineup and started the last 8 games, and here we sit with Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram's got 1 year left on his contract, a little over $3 million, I believe, is the number there. And the Texans get at the very least some depth at the interior offensive line position. B. Scott, there's obvious concern here with Ed Ingram. I mean, Ed Ingram coming in, they need the Ed Ingrams and Laken Tomlinsons of the world. They need just depth and competition for sure. These aren't the kind of moves that I expected the Texans to make when, one, they announced that they absolutely have to priority number 1 fix the interior offensive line, and then when they decided to trade Laremy Tunsil. These are not the moves that I expected them to make. Ed Ingram, there's a high upside. Like I said, former 2nd-round pick, big, strong dude that is physical as hell and will finish. There's no doubt about that. He brings a level of physicality to this offensive line that is much needed. But there's in the pass protecting game, there's been some real struggles, not just with struggles with Laken Tomlinson. I'll give you a stat real quick. Now these are advanced stats, so take it for what it's worth. But the Texans shipped out the 3rd highest, the guard that allowed the 3rd highest one-on-one pressure rate among all guards in the league. That's Kenyon Green. They have now turned around and acquired the guards that would rank number 1 in that category, which is Ed Ingram, and the guard that would rank number 4 in that category, which is Laken Tomlinson. So I don't know.
So one guy who ranks worse and as the worst, and then another guy who's just right there with Green.
One guy that's very similar. In fact, I mean, it's just the more you read about Laken Tomlinson, he gave up. He was in Seattle last year. He gave up more sacks than any left guard. He gave up 11 sacks. Gave up more than any other left guard in the league that had 300 or more pass blocking snaps. And so, whether you're looking at Laken Tomlinson or Ed Ingram, again, I think these are guys that come in and look. Change is good. A new coach is always good. A new scheme is always good. And these are 2 guys that. One guy in Laken Tomlinson was with D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco, so D'Amico Ryans knows what he's getting. And then when you look at Ed Ingram, he's coming out of Minnesota, which what the Texans are trying to do offensively, at least what they've been trying to do offensively, is very similar to what Kevin O'Connell does in Minnesota. Now, I don't know if we're going to have a little bit more of a New England twist here in Houston now, probably so, but the San Francisco, LA, Miami, like that whole McVay, Shanahan, Kubiak twist is where both of these guys have experience in that system. So that is a plus. Their inability to protect the quarterback is a real problem that puts me in even more of a bind in trying to make sense of what the Texans are doing up front.
Maybe these guys are depth. Maybe they end up competing for starting jobs. But I do think it's worth pointing out with both of them that in Laken Tomlinson, you're talking about a guy with a lot of experience, starting at left guard specifically, and with Ed Ingram, you're talking about a guy with some experience starting at right guard specifically. So you've brought in, whether you like the advanced numbers or you like the tape or you like the narratives or anything like that, you have brought in two guys who have a lot of experience at those two specific positions, left guard specifically, right guard specifically, with Tomlinson and with Ingram. I would say the only way to really view it as a positive at this point, aside from just like not thinking that the sky is falling just because they brought in a couple of guys and this must be the answer and this must be the end. We understand that we're very early on in the offseason and the free agency process, haven't even gotten to the draft yet and all of that. But the only thing, like the main positive spin I could put on it right now would be, hey, maybe this is the physicality and the sort of tone-setting offensive lineman mentalities type of stuff that they're bringing in that we've been talking about. Maybe these guys, rough guys, maybe not the most productive guys, maybe not the most analytically friendly guys right now based off of what they've done recently. But when you talk about an attitude, when you talk about an approach, when you talk about everything that we complained about with the Texans offensive line in the past, aside from the lack of production, but just not feeling like that tone was set, not feeling like they were nasty enough. I know there's people on the internet that felt like they were more interested in designer clothes and social media posts than they were just smacking the sun gun across from them in the face. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like you want your football team to reflect that and your offensive line to be that more than anything. If nobody else is, for them to be that way. And it never felt like that was what it was. I do think you can expect that to be the case with these two guys, if nothing else, even if they're not quite as talented or as productive as you would like for them to be.
Yeah, I'm with you, B. Scott. Now we're getting back into like the fix for the offensive line goes beyond just like superior talent, right? I mean, and I'm not making excuses for any of these guys. I'm not making an excuse for D'Amico or Nick or any of them, what the moves that they're making. I think this is underwhelming. I don't think this is going to get it done. I don't think this is backing up your words or your actions, if we're being completely honest. So I don't want to come across as if I'm – but I've said this before. There's so many layers to fixing the Texans' pass protection and the Texans' overall offensive line play. There's so many layers to it that if you can just fix two or three of them, you're going to be significantly better. Right? There's so many move a little bit at several of the layers, you're going to be significantly better. And so to your point, and to these guys' defense, one, you can get any player, no matter how good or bad that player is, and you can find an advanced stat that paints a negative picture about them. Now, these are pretty damning in terms of what the Texans have to fix versus what they're obviously not very good at.
Yeah, they're in King and Green conversations analytically.
Yeah, that's one thing I'd rather them not do. But here's what I think about. So your point, I think, is very, very valid of like if these two dudes right here bring a level of dog, whether they ever touch the field or not, if they bring a level of dog to the O-line room and they're going to practice every day and they're going to piss people off and they're going to be more physical and they're going to do what Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and these guys do, Azeez Al-Shaair do on a daily basis on the defensive side of the football in terms of pissing everybody off, and it's hard to practice against them, like, then so be it. That's one of the layers that has to get better. Now, here's the other thing, that, like, just from an O-line perspective, I think that these two guys being added at the interior O-line position, I think it puts the Texans in a place, assuming they make the necessary moves to bring in better than these guys. I think this makes the possibility that a guy that we've already seen fail miserably in Kenyon Green be inserted back, be one injury away from being on the field. Kendrick Green, a guy that should be playing fullback, being one play away from being inserted at the guard position. Like that, the Texans' starting offensive line and the product was bad last year, but there was also a piss-poor backup plan, and why they continued to struggle over and over and over and over again every time there was a little injury here or there. So I think these guys do bring in a level of competition, yes. To your point, experience, yes. But at the very least, man, at the guard position, you're going to have some dudes battling it out that if they do have to play it in a pinch, they're not going to be they're not going to be overwhelmed physically. Whether we're talking mechanics and technique like Kenyon Green was, or we're talking just physical abilities like Kendrick Green was. Like when you start depending on those guys or having to play Jarrett Patterson out of position.
Or even Shaq after being injured and old and all of that.
Like your problems are compounding in a major, major way when your backup plan is a flunky as well, right? Like these guys, I think, are at least softening that issue. Like I think those guys are at least going to feel that void, if not better. So we'll see. What comes of it. But boy, the more you dig into Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, the more you find that there's some similar problems that Kenyon Green had. That's a scary.
And Ingram, I was reading up on this. Like after he got benched, he has been pretty open about saying some of his issues were technique and a lot of the little things, some of the smaller nuances of playing the position, technique. And he said the biggest thing that he needed to do was kind of sit back, watch a little bit, ask questions, and kind of just own it. So I have seen, just from researching him in the last couple of hours or so, or hour or so, that he was accountable for where you just hope that he brings, that other element, that attitude, that nastiness, and you see that he's at least willing to be coached and to improve wherever. Now, that does not mean that you and I still not longing for them to go out there and make a more buzzworthy move.
Well, Cole Popovich is said to be. I've not seen a lot of evidence of it, but Cole Popovich is believed to be been really good with the young offensive linemen here in developing them, and again change the scenery. You never know what can pop there. If Cole, no pun intended, Popovich. If Popovich is as good as D'Amico is telling us he is, and Nick is telling us he is, then we'll see if he can't, make these guys, turn the corner, allow these guys to turn the corner and be better players. We'll see about that. All right, the Rockets got a nice little win last night. They're on a little bit of a streak. The best player on the floor last night, it was not Kevin Durant. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, it was not Devin Booker. We're going to tell you who that is and what the Rockets took care of business last night and what they've got moving forward. It's going to be a good week for them old Rockets. It should be a good week for the Rockets now. Also, Rockets and rodeo tickets. Coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The PGA Tour split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up. It's golf.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Spit on that name.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in, and we are rocking and rolling. T-Mill, I ain't leaving you out. Old T-Mill's in behind that glass doing his thing now. There ain't no doubt about that. We're rocking and rolling, baby. And speaking of rocking and rolling, how about them Rockets, y'all?
Yeah.
How about them Rockets, fellas? They defeat the Phoenix Suns last night at the Toyota Center, 111-104. That is 4 straight wins for the Rockets. We were talking about, right now there's a log jam in the West to the 5 seed where they're at. They're within a couple of games of each other, and it's a hell of a time right now for the Rockets to get hot. They've won 4 straight, and as B. Scott mentioned yesterday, there's about, a 6-game stretch here before they get to the Denver Nuggets next Sunday. There's about a 5 or 6 game stretch here where they can turn this 4-game streak into a hell of a run, for 8 or 9 games here. So also, I think worth noting here that the win last night was the 41st win of the season for the Rockets, which matches their win total from last year. So, again, just for you casual fans out there like myself, if you wondered about the Rockets, are they trending in the right direction? Are they getting better? There's your number that tells you absolutely. We got 6 games to go, and they've already equaled the number of wins from last year at 41.
And even last year was the best turnaround in the game last year. It was like 18, 19 game turnaround or something like that for the Rockets. So when you look at year-to-year improvement, they were the most improved team last year. And obviously, this speaks for itself that they're matching their win total from that.
Well, and with 16 games to go, if you get hot at the right time, you could turn around and double-digit improve this year. That'd be a hell of a 2-year run.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be a hell of a 2-year run.
That's exactly
Ime
right.
Udoka clearly has things rocking and rolling in the Toyota Center with the Rockets. Again, the defense was impressive. That's the one thing you can tune into the Rockets right now and fully expect to see is, regardless of who's healthy or not, you're going to see a bunch of guys that are bought in on the defensive end of the floor. There's a level of physicality that I just greatly appreciate. You're on the floor with the Phoenix Suns, and you're on the floor with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. You just expect one of those two guys to be the best guy on the floor, especially when you're playing the Rockets, a team that offensively just don't really have much of an identity. And there ain't no doubt about it last night, B. Scott. The best guy on the floor was in a Rockets uniform, and his name was Jalen Green.
Yeah, it's the ideal situation for Jalen Green. Efficient, getting to the free throw line, being in control. And to his credit, man, I feel like a lot of the criticism and analysis on Jalen Green, part of it is he is answering for the very, very beginning of the Jalen Green experience, right? So, every time he has a bad game or every time he makes a bad decision, we revert back or think back to the time where that's all he did. What now is every now and then it doesn't look so good. Every now and again he'll have an inefficient game, but for the most part, he's improved a lot in that area. And I think last night, not enough. I don't want to give him too much of a pass, but a lot. And I think last night was a good example of what it looks like or what it could look like when it's at its best. Just the simple fact that you can say definitively what you just said, and it is objectively true. Jalen Green sharing the court with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, guys who if you're a Rockets fan, you got to kind of be reading the tea leaves and putting a pin in this for when do the Rockets go after one of these guys. They want to trade for one of these guys, so they don't feel like a night when you're going up against those guys and they're sharing the floor, that Jalen Green would look like the best player on the floor. And then that Şengün, even though he wasn't as aggressive as you wanted him to be, Clint, even he looked like he belonged in that class, 7-7. Obviously made every shot, had 7 assists. And just overall, the operation looked a lot cleaner last night.
All 5 Rocket starters were in double figures, and I believe was Jabari Smith in double figures too. I know he got off a few shots. I can't remember if he was in double figures or not.
Was Jabari Smith had 8.
8. He was close. He was close. But
missed all of his threes. That was the hit, the killer there. He was 0 for 6 from 3. Jabari Smith.
Yeah, and Amen Thompson's still out. You got any timeline on that when he's expected to be back?
Oh man, look, what did they say? It could be 4.
They said 10 to 14 days.
So 10 to 14 days. So I think that's probably consistent with that. Couple weeks.
A couple weeks.
Weeks, yeah.
So he's been out for I don't know, a couple days, 2-3 days. So we're still on the front end of that. So we'll stay up on that.
I do want to say this though, man. My fixation right now. This is like my. This is not something we'll talk about a lot on the radio, but like my nightly fixation with the NBA or as a Rockets fan right now is when the Rockets play, rooting as hard as I can for the Rockets to win, but also with the same type of energy, rooting against the Golden State Warriors. Because I talked about this yesterday too, man. This is the game within the game. And I do want to point out the Warriors over the next few days now have turn on TNT or turn on ABC. And tonight, TNT against the Kings, they'll play late, root like hell that the Kings beat the Warriors. And then on Saturday, they'll play, I think, during the day on ABC, hosting the Knicks. They're at home both games. Root like hell that the Knicks beat the Warriors kind of simultaneously, like the game within the game. And I know that Rockets fans shouldn't have no trouble rooting against the Warriors.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I knew that the Warriors were going to make a run, but I did. I remember when they got Jimmy Butler, just thinking, man, it's going to be fun to watch the Rockets, in the same area with LeBron and Luka, and then also trying to keep Steph and company from catching you on the back end. That's good company to be in, and as a Rockets fan, it's entertaining as hell to watch and keep up with and follow for sure. All right, the Rockets next game, they got the Mavericks 7:00 Friday night. That's in the Toyota Center.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it's at home. That's right. Mavs come to Houston 7:00 Friday night. That's when I think they start that run of 5 or 6 games where as B. Scott said, they ought to be favored, man. So, you want to fend off them damn Warriors and maybe catch the Lakers and catch a couple of them teams ahead of you.
And the Mavs have a G League team out there basically right now for after the trade and all of the injuries. I mean, they are basically hanging by a thread.
5 o'clock fire.
Loud thunder, heavy rain.
Y'all know what that means. 713-572-4610. Cody G ticket, y'all. It's time to give away these tickets. Caller number 4. Caller number 4, a 4-pack of Cody Jinks. 713-572-4610. Pick up your phone. Get in now. It's going to be a hell of a show. It's going to be a hell of a show at the Houston Rodeo, no doubt about it. Thursday, it's a Thursday night show. I can get down on one of them more thirsty Thursdays. Cody Jinks is kind that you can get real freaky with on a thirsty Thursday in H-Town, couldn't you? Caller number 4, 713-572-4610.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, real quick, just let everybody know that just got off at 5 o'clock and they're listening. The Texans did make a move today after going silent for a day and a half. They did make a move today. We talked about it in the last segment, but I do want to circle back to it real quick for everybody out there that just tuned in. The Texans made a trade for an interior offensive lineman, guard Ed Ingram from the Minnesota Vikings. They traded a 6th-round pick for Ed Ingram. Ed was a guy that came in highly touted, 2nd-round pick out of LSU, was given the job pretty quickly in training camp. Didn't fare well for a couple of years. They brought in a replacement. The replacement got hurt, so he started 8 more games. Once the replacement got healthy, they benched Ed Ingram, and he started a lot of football. Came out of a similar system to what the Texans are going to be running from a terminology standpoint. He's a big, impressive prospect or potential, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah, probably project at this point after 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's played a lot of football and comfortable, and to your point earlier, but he knows what he needs to work on. Hopefully, the change of scenery will help. But either way it goes, I think the Texans at this point in time they're still in no man's land as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you get rid of, you ship Laremy Tunsil out here, and you bring in Laken Tomlinson and you bring in Ed Ingram. That just doesn't make sense quite yet. Even if you were to draft somebody in the first round, it still doesn't make sense. If your number one priority is to protect your quarterback and give him a chance to play at a high level, give Nick Caley, your new offensive coordinator, a chance to play to coach at a high level, to give Cole Popovich, your offensive line coach, a chance to coach and put a product out there that you can be proud of. You can't tell me shipping Laremy Tunsil up out of here and bringing these two cats in is the honest effort that you're going to put forward. But I do think it's some depth at the very, very least. And it's going to create some hellacious competition with, I think, Juice Scruggs. I mean, maybe they push Juice back to center, but to me, I don't know why. But I'm just stuck on it. I think Juice Scruggs is a guard, but they are bringing in some interior offensive linemen, to say the least.
Clint, I could have more confidence in it, or really any confidence in it, if the Texans themselves had a better track record with evaluating and acquiring offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. Like, I cannot separate the reason why we're here with what's being acquired. So, like, what I'm saying is, if you tell me that they're going to acquire offensive linemen who are experienced but have struggled as of late, but you could also tell me that, hey, the Texans have a track record of, like, they're the Eagles. They're the Eagles, or they're the Astros with pitching. You can go give them scraps, and they can make the most out of it. No, this is a team that couldn't make the most out of the most. And so bringing in guys that have either been lesser or that have struggled, part of it is their own struggles, but I'm even more familiar with the Texans' struggles in acquiring offensive linemen that endure confidence. So that's the problem. It's like not feeling like, hey, these offensive linemen themselves have been very good, nor have the Texans themselves been good at developing offensive linemen. Now, the difference is they got a new offensive coordinator. They got a different offensive line coach. You got to figure that things are going to look different. But until either there's a sexy name or just an actual result, it's going to be hard for me at least to be like, yeah, that's the way.
No, I mean, yeah. Look, to me, this is if we're looking at, again, even if it's a first round pick that comes in here, I mean, it's a failure if that's the final product of this offensive line. I mean, if that's what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio thought when they were going to ship Laremy Tunsil up out of here and talk about fixing the offensive line, and this is the answer, it's a failure, period. Ain't nobody going to have no confidence in that. And you can't even sell me that they believe that that's the answer. Even if you do add a first or second round pick, it's still not. It still can't be the answer to fortify your interior offensive line after what we watched.
Mass Italian brain.
5 o'clock fire.
Well, the Kansas City Chiefs got them old backup quarterback, boys. This old fella always lands on his feet, man. Gardner Minshew, he reached an agreement on a 1-year deal with the Kansas City Chiefs.
That is awesome.
Gardner. And look, you let not. I mean, he's not Pat, obviously, but you let Gardner Minshew get in with Andy calling plays in that offense in Kansas City, he'll sling that damn football all over the field, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope we don't see him because I hope Pat stays healthy, and I hope that the Texans can beat beat Kansas City with Pat. But that damn Gardner Minshew, he always lands on his feet. Hell, he got cut in with the Raiders talking about some kind of injury issue.
Yeah. Hey, look, you want to talk about finessing, but at least for the Chiefs, though, I think about it, like Gardner Minshew I don't think is a good starting NFL quarterback,
no,
but he can start for you.
Great emergency quarterback.
But in terms of backup quarterbacks, he's got to be somewhere close to high on the list, like actual backup quarterbacks. Not if a starter loses job, like real true backup quarterbacks. To me, I look at Kansas City's quarterback situation and it's one of the better ones in the league because you got the absolute best in Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and then
as far as Gardner Minshew goes, he's got to be right there with any guy that you could have as a backup.
Yeah, you got a top tier backup, no question. I mean, he's produced when he gets in there. I mean, he's a scrappy dude. There ain't no doubt about it, man. He doesn't look the part, but he damn sure is a good backup quarterback. There's zero doubt about it. He always lands on his feet, though, man. I thought when I heard he got released in Vegas, I thought, man, there's some kind of injury deal or something going on, and here we go. He lands with a team that just seems to live in the AFC Championship and live in in Super Bowls. But nonetheless, all right, I'm Clint Stoerner, joined by Brandon Scott today. Ron Hughley is out of pocket. He'll be back next week, but we're rocking and rolling. T Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass. Again, we greatly appreciate you listening, Houston. We greatly appreciate you listening to Sports Radio 610. We'd appreciate it if you tell your friends about it, get them all hooked up on us. And, hey, download that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. Take us everywhere you go. And log in, plug in. We greatly appreciate you, man. All right, there is one, we had a winner of some tickets. And two, there has been an interior offensive lineman that has played really, really, really good football for an extended period of time that has now been released. And there are dots that we can connect directly to Houston, about 3 different guys in Houston. This would be one of them signs that I could get excited about, if indeed my man is still interested in playing football. I'll tell you who that is, and we will cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, baby. It's one of them Thirsty Thursdays, and if you're gonna have a Thirsty Thursday, if you're gonna do it right, damn it, you got to do it with Coors Light. That sounded pretty good right there, didn't it? If you're gonna do it right, do it with Coors Light. I'm telling you, man. Whether you want to surround just for fresh beer. If it's one of them days when you just want to chill, hell, Coors Light was made to chill. If you own one of them respect kicks. Coors Light, they paid us one hell of a sign of respect. And when I say us, I mean all of us beer drinkers down here in the Lone Star State. Back in 1978, August of 1978, the first 23,000 cases of Coors Light ever brewed were shipped directly to a distributor here in Texas. That's right, the first 23,000 cases. Not a bigger sign of respect could be paid to all of us beer drinkers down here in the Lone Star State. Then they say, hey, we know you're going to love it. We're going to ship you the first 23,000 cases off the line. And here's the truth. We've been drinking it ever.
guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. Free agency is here, and we've got you covered. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have the latest on every potential Texan signing. Every night from 6 to 7, right here on Houston Sports Leader.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T. Mill, as I always say, is behind the glass on the ones and twos, y'all. And on the hunt for interior offensive linemen. They're trying, y'all. They're trying. They got a couple of cats that they brought in, 2 guards that they brought in that I got to believe are depth pieces, competition pieces, but they can't be the answers to solve the biggest problem in Houston, which is protecting C.J. Stroud. Can't be. So we're still on the go here, still on the move. Hopefully Nick Casario's out there. He's working the phones and trying to get, I'm talking about lock, stock, and barrel. Starters, plug-and-play starting guards or centers. I know they're out there. I got to believe they're working on it, whether it's free agency or trade. I got to believe it's happening. There has been one guy. You may say, hey, what the hell are you talking about? Well, let me tell you. There's one guy that's been released, and it's the New England Patriots center, David Andrews. Longtime starting center, former, by the way, free agent coming out of college. He did it the hard way, baby. He was a captain 8 different times through his 10-year stint in New England. He's a Super Bowl champ. And if you watch him play, he's not one of those guys that's blessed with all the ability in the world and just has all the luxuries that the prototypical NFL offensive linemen have. He's a grinder. He's a dirtbag. He's nasty. And I think this team could use a little bit of that. Eight-time captain, if I said 8 times you're a captain for a Super Bowl champ, for a team that's won as many Super Bowls as New England. I want some of that in his locker surgery. He's recovering from shoulder surgery. So I don't know exactly how healthy he is at this point in time. But B. Scott, I got a handful of questions. 1, do you want to play? 2, are you healthy? Can we get you healthy by training camp, right? And then the 3rd and 4th question I got are very, very easy, but it's what it's going to take for it to be an upgrade in Houston. Can you process? Can you communicate? I think the answer to the last 2 are yes and yes. Does he want to play and is he healthy? I don't know the exact answer to that, but I love the fact that you can connect the dots directly to Cole Popovich, who was in New England, and cross paths with David Andrews. You can connect the dots with Nick Caley, who was in New England, and cross paths with David Andrews. Nick Casario damn sure knows about David Andrews and the success he's had in his entire story. So, again, I don't know if he's going to play. I don't know if he's going to – the interesting thing to me is why would – if you're David Andrews and you're done and you want to hang it up and you want to retire, why wouldn't you just go to New England and say, hey, man, I want to retire a Patriot. I'm going to get up out of here. Now, there may be some money involved. This may be just the red tape of it all. Like they have to release him in order to make it make sense on the books and something I'm not aware of. That could very well be. But if he doesn't want to retire, B. Scott, this is an ideal move for the Houston Texans to improve drastically.
With one other question beyond the 4 that you presented would be, and I know you probably have a little bit less of a concern about this because of the intangibles, because of the resume, but I do have to ask the question of what do the tangibles still look like after 10 years, after a major shoulder surgery? Like, the other side of do you still want to play is how well can you still play? And then the next follow-up question to that is what exactly are you surrounding him with? Because you and I have talked about this, and you've mentioned this as a former player, that like you can get away with your center not being necessarily the biggest, baddest, most talented badass in the world.
Absolutely.
But can he communicate? Can he do some of those other things that you were talking about? And we feel like this guy absolutely can because the receipts are there. But I would still have concerns based off of everything else that we've been talking about everything else that the Texans have been doing in terms of acquisition, the guys that they're bringing around, it's like, okay, the talent gap got to get filled somewhere. Now, look, if you got 5 subpar talented guys and they're all, beating, kind of marching to the same drum and that sort of thing, I can get with that. But to me, it's also going to be about not just, David Andrews and his willingness to play, but what is the ability, and then what else are you surrounding him with in terms of talent? Like, going back to the conversation we were having earlier of, like, is Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram good enough? Like, probably not. A guy who's got more intangible than tangible than a guy like Dave. Yeah. Like, to me, if that's going to be your center, then I need a little bit more impressiveness on your guards. If those guys are going to be your guards, I need to feel better about your tackles and you know what I mean. Like the talent gap got to get made up somewhere to me.
No. There's no doubt that is a big I guess question mark there for the Texans. But when I look at David Andrews, and I'm going to assume that he's healthy, and I'm going to assume that there's some tread left on the tire. I say I'm going to assume that. I'm going to assume that if he lands with the team, I don't think there's going to be a team that's going to sign him if he can't play. And if that is the case, sign me up for this all day long. Yeah, sign me up for the guy that brings all the intangibles that he brings, and then maybe let's say he does struggle a little bit during the year because he is not as good as he was 3 years ago physically, but he still brings everything else to the table, knows how to work around some weaknesses, and knows how to communicate and do those things. Like, the value of a center is just – it's far underrated in our business. We don't talk about it enough. I mean, when you talk about the luxury of having the quarterback and the center knowing each other like the back of their hands, and I'm talking about from the way the ball snapped, the tempo, the spin, the location, the center knowing the flexion of the voice, the ability to fix problems between the center and the quarterback, protection problems, the ability to get you in the right run with a little bit of help from the quarterback or a little bit of help from the center. So valuable when it comes to moving the football, staying ahead of the chains, converting first downs, and boy, if you can find that, which the Texans have not been able to find in several years, if you can find that, man, it's a beautiful thing. And I just, David Andrews, guy with a lot of experience, I would think would understand that and bring him quite a bit to this offensive line.
I love the tangibles. The intangibles. I love the intangibles. Bring me the intangibles and the resume and experience that David Andrews has to bring or has to offer to the table. But I would still have some questions about the tangible side of it.
Oh yeah,
and hopefully again, like the experience and everything around them would be enough to make up for it. But I also think about like a few years ago when they brought in Justin Britt. Justin Britt was somebody who had all the right intangibles and said all the right things and had the experience that I think you like, but the dude just couldn't play no more. He just flat out couldn't play anymore, and you haven't seen him in the league since. I don't think that that's what this would be, but that would be sort of the thing or the thought process that I would guard against.
That's fair, 100%. I just know there's a lot of there. Again, it's easy to connect the dots with this guy to Houston, and there's definitely a need in Houston. And again, I do want to reiterate before the day ends, because it's we're only going to talk about the offensive line so many times here, but the thought here of removing Laremy Tunsil from the equation and the priority number one out, and then you got Ed Ingram and Laken Thompson, that cannot be the effort that's put forth for DeMeco Ryans, or by DeMeco Ryans and by Nick Caserio. It just simply can't. There's got to be more coming down the pike. Which I'm sure there is, whether it's via trade or free agency, and these are the kind of guys that you're down to now. If you're not going to pay a guy $13 million to be your center, or you know what I mean, if you're not going to trade for a Joe Tooney out there, how many times does Joe Tooney come on the market? Like you're going to have to the longer. It's not that, to me, when we're talking free agency and even trades, it's not can you find guys. The problem is there's typically more risk associated with it, right? I mean, the guys that are left on the market a lot of times it's because they're older players, right? It's because they're 33, 34. You look at Brandon Scherf, the guard out of Jacksonville, right? He's 33, 34 years old, maybe even older than that. Well, that's a little bit of risk is going to come when you start dealing with those kind of players. But if you're not going to play a guard, if you're not going to pay a guard, $13, $14, $15 million a year, hey, you got to go with Kevin Zeitler, who goes somewhere for 1 year, $9 million. You know what I mean? You got to take that risk. And I think the Texans, I love that risk. I'll be honest with you. Like I've been in a locker room with a bunch of older dudes. Now we were 5-11, so I mean, take it for what it's worth. But like, I was in a locker room with Eric Williams at the end of his career, and Eric was hanging on. He was hanging on by a string because he played a pretty physical brand of tone every day at practice, daring folks to half step.
Yeah.
I played with Larry Allen late in Larry Allen's career. Now he's obviously, we're talking about a Hall of Famer, all-time great here. We're not talking about Brandon Scherf, but like the way those guys go about their business to stay in the league for 10, 12 years, and Mark Stepnoski's a great one as well. As a center when I was with the Cowboys. He spent some time here with the Oilers as well, and then came back to the Cowboys. Like it was, those are the guys to me that you just, even if they're long in the tooth and late, men, they can bring so much to the table, especially when, again, there's this offensive line group, Skeezy, needs some level of hey boys, let me show y'all how this is done.
Yeah.
They need that in that room because your O-line coach doesn't have it. He's young. I mean, he hadn't earned the stripes yet. And you really don't have anybody right now. Your best players across the board are Titus Howard and hell, a bunch of young dudes. Jarrett Patterson's probably your most experienced, right?
Yeah, I mean, outside of Titus Howard, I mean, the tough part about this, man, and trying to remake or redo your offensive line in free agency and in the offseason is the fact is the best offensive linemen, this is true across the league and players, period, but specifically with offensive linemen, the best ones don't usually become available. Because and
when they do, people overpay for them because it's such like Chicago. Like Chicago went out there and got uber aggressive and overpaid for a bunch of guys.
Right, and they're having to capitalize on the fact that those guys are only available having to make business decisions like the Kansas City Chiefs are. But by and large, offensive linemen, you develop them and then you pay them in-house because they are hard to get.
Yeah.
They're hard to get.
Yeah. All right, the Astros, y'all, we had they got a little split squad game going today, and we've hit on it a couple of times, but we got to circle back to it. The one thing that I think every Astros fan is keeping an eye on, it's Altuve in left field. Something happened today that I think we were all worried about, and hopefully – I was hoping to not see it in spring training, but hopefully we don't see it again. I'll tell you what that is, and we will we'll cuss it and discuss it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. Brandon Scott is in. And in the break, I'm sitting here, y'all. I'm watching. I heard it this morning. And, I love the way that, and I know it's media. Hell, we're in it. But I love the way that it seems like every time I look up and I hear or I see a tagline of Aaron Rodgers, it sounds or appears like he's holding the Steelers hostage or something. Like Aaron.
It's PTSD, man, from how he did the Jets. I mean, how it ended with the Packers.
Yeah, no,
I
look,
it's PTSD.
I get it. I guess Brett got some pretty rough treatment in the media, didn't he? When Brett was bouncing around doing his retire, unretire stuff, he got hammered pretty good, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the way of the former Packer quarterback, the legend Packer quarterback who moves on.
Hey, Bart Starr was a gentleman, dude. Okay?
Yeah, well, post Bart Starr.
Staubach, too, all right?
Yeah, man. Everybody who's not great.
I don't know, man. I just it just so turns me off. And maybe it's because I like Aaron Rodgers and I'm just not as put off with him as everybody else is. But I just like every time the conversation's like he's holding somebody hostage. No. Hey, he's the only like he's tenfold better than the other option, which is Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And he's got two teams that are interested. One of them happens to be a 14-win team from last year that he could potentially go win another Super Bowl with.
But honestly, Clint, I think that's the argument for why he could hold them hostage. Like, let's put aside sort of the extracurricular with Aaron Rodgers for a second. Just that marketer, that demand right there. Look, you said it yourself. They'd be fools to not sign him. Okay, it seems like an obvious play for them.
I
Their
think
quarterback
they'd both
away.
be fools to not sign him. More so the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Minnesota Vault, their backup from 3 years ago back.
What I'm saying is the Steelers need Aaron Rodgers more than Aaron Rodgers need them.
Very true.
So, I mean, he kind of does. Not that he's holding them hostage, but he does kind of have them over a barrel in that sense.
No, there's no question. He's got a decision to make. I mean, look, the thing with Aaron Rodgers is do you go play in Minnesota with a healthy J.J. McCarthy? And if J.J. McCarthy, if you slip up, if the team starts out 1-3 and the team starts out 2-2, now are you in a situation where like, hey man, to hell with this 1-year deal we got with Aaron Rodgers, JJ, we got to get JJ on the field, right? There's something there to think through. And if you go to Pittsburgh, you don't have that. You go to Pittsburgh, it's like, hey, Mason Rudolph is your backup. Mason Rudolph is back. Yeah. Like you don't. So I mean, it is something that you need to. It's a tough ass decision. The dude ain't got many seasons left. It's not about money. It's about, do I go to Minnesota and risk a slow start where I got to tell everybody around me to relax, but yet in the background they're going, no, JJ's going to be the guy. Thanks for coming in. We'll give you your $20 million. Move the hell on.
Yeah.
Right. Like it is a decision that he needs to hear from all parties. And he the second thing is, I saw a report yesterday. I don't know how true it is, but about like Minnesota and Pittsburgh, they've met with and spoke with his representation, but they haven't had much dialogue with him. Like, I would think that both the organization and Aaron would like to have some level of dialogue with. If I'm an organization, I damn sure want to talk to the guy. Given what his reputation is, I damn sure want to talk to him at least make him lie out of my face.
He's just a little bit pretentious, a little bit high maintenance, and maybe he's not someone who you can just sit down face to face with until you break bread.
Word on the street is that would be correct. I don't know. I guess I'm just fascinated with the coverage of like he's doing Pittsburgh wrong. No, man, he's got an upper hand right now with the way that this thing is, with the way the draft class is this year, and the way that all the other free agent quarterbacks that would have been ranked in the same, let's say, top 5 with him have all signed with the exception of Russell Wilson, and Russell can't hold his jock even when he's 41 years old.
Look, Aaron Rodgers is an all-time great, has a case for being right there among, like, if you wanted to make a Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks, certainly talent-wise.
Yeah.
But He's older, he is expensive, and he is notoriously high maintenance. So I think that is the rub. That is where the nuance is. Like, it is an obvious decision to go and be interested in Aaron Rodgers, especially on a one-year basis. But there are these other elements that make it a little bit hairy. To try to bring in Aaron Rodgers.
I'm going to tell you, B. Scott, if I'm either one of them, if either one of them organizations right there, I'm going to embrace the hair. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well you see me.
I'm embracing the old hairy one.
Yeah, man, I'm good with it. Hair down to my shoulders, man. Let's get hairy.
I ain't talking about the hair on your head.
It's like a story of my life.
Hey, if I'm in Pittsburgh situation, I'm going to embrace the little old landing strip. I'm just going to deal with it. We're just going to have to.
But it is going to also be about setting parameters. Like we talked, I said he does have them over a barrel in terms of negotiations, but it can't look like it did in New York, and it wouldn't. To be clear, it wouldn't. But it's got to be like kind of a meeting of the minds and an understanding. Hey, this is going to be different around here.
Look, when there is a certain level of incompetence in an organization to that degree in New York, and you bring in a guy like Aaron Rodgers, or you bring in a guy like if it ever happened to Tom Brady, or if it ever happened, look, if anybody, even Russell Wilson, if Russell Wilson goes to an organization like that and gets the opportunity, like he went to Denver, and if that would have been Nathaniel Hackett in Denver, he would have become the most powerful guy there. The bad thing was it was Sean Payton, and Sean wasn't going to let it happen on his watch. So anyway, long story short, we'll keep an eye on. Biggest story right now, I think, in free agency is where Aaron Rodgers goes, which I think that domino of Russell Wilson then follows, and then we'll see the draft quarterbacks. But in the quarterback market, it's all but sewn up other than those two guys, at least from a veteran perspective. So we shall see. Astros fans, real quick. The Altuve misjudges a ball on the warning track up against the wall today in left field. I think this is the one thing that comes from much as you can pull from a spring training game. It was the one thing we hoped we would not see in spring training, because now you've seen it once. You got to worry about it happening in the regular season. It seemed like a routine fly ball that a normal left fielder would have caught with his eyes closed, but Altuve misjudged it. The wall came into play. The warning track came into play right there. B. Scott, this is the one thing that I think all Astros fans, we all probably have two or three things that we think about, but one thing that I think is on everybody's radar is Altuve in left field misjudging fly balls.
I cannot get this question out of my head, Clint. And this is for you too, Tyler. Like, just to think about this, man. And us as Astros fans, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but let's just say it out loud. How close are we to having Jose Altuve be the DH? Like, how close are we to Jose Altuve as?
It would make more sense than what they're doing.
I mean, I'm just saying, as primary DH. Now, that it's difficult though, because that's what Yordan Alvarez does, and you're trying to protect him from being in the outfield a lot. Even if you're cool with him doing it a little bit. But I mean, what do you do with Jose Altuve? To your point, it make more sense than what they're doing now. What do you do if Jose Altuve cannot play a credible second base and cannot play an even replacement level, starter level, left field? Well, what do you do with him?
It's not going to be. Look, here's the deal. What I saw today, I'm not going to overthink this. It's not a big deal. They'll be fine. But what I saw today, he's not going to play. He's not going to play the same level as the other starters in left field. It's not.
Yeah, which I think that was.
He's going to do things on probably a weekly basis.
Yeah,
that
man.
Your normal left fielders that have been playing outfield forever that they don't do it in a major league career.
Yeah, I think I accepted, even when they just kind of seemed like they were going to be leaning in this direction. I accepted that he wouldn't be as good of a left fielder as, say, somebody that's just been playing left field for a long time. But the whole idea is he hurting you out there?
Because there's 8,000 games in a season. But we'll see. I mean, here's the thing.
But if he's hurting you with plays like that, then eventually the rubber gonna meet the road.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
Here's the thing: is you let's just hope today was more about the wind and less about the wall and the warning track, because that's one thing he won't have to deal with in Dyken Park. So let's do that. All right, T. Meal, man, let's get it, baby. Last night was a rough night, but tonight you seem to be like an every other night kind of guy anyway. So let's ride, man. What you got?
Yeah, man, last night did not go well. Y'all, you fellas in there, y'all put a little cash in your pocket, though, telling that Alpy bet.
We know how to pick them.
Yes, sir. Well done, well done.
Feel good.
Yeah, 2 for 6 ain't going to cut it. We really need to get back on track with these Thursday bets, and I got 5 of them for you around the NBA. First, I got the Nets in the first half, +1 against the Bulls. Then I got the Bucks and the Greek Freak -7 against the Lakers tonight. They're hosting them in Milwaukee. Then an over for you, Magic at Pelicans, over 216.5 points. Just thought that number was way too low for this matchup. And then 2 player props. If you needed any more reason to watch this Kings-Warriors game, B. Scott laid it out for you earlier. Gave you plenty of reason to be watching it for you Rockets fans. But if you need any more reason, here's 2 player props in that game for you. First, Steph Curry over 3.5 rebounds. And then his teammate, Jimmy Buckets. Jimmy Butler under 5.5 assists tonight for the Warriors as they take on the Kings. What do y'all like or what do you hate? Let me know.
Am I looking at that right? Steph Curry over 3.5 rebounds is -155?
That's what I got.
Means it's highly likely to happen.
Anything -1, like higher than 110. So like once you're getting to 120, 130 into those 150 and 160, yeah, it's more likely.
Yeah, I mean, you're 155. That may be the highest I've ever seen.
Really?
So I'm going to like that just based off of that. -150?
Oh, yeah, for a prop. I get what you're saying now. Yeah.
I like it. I like both of the look, I'm going to be fixated on this game. I already told y'all that. Out of those 2 bets, I like them both. I think I'd go with that Curry on the rebounds.
Y'all want to run it back or what?
3.5?
It's $1 for you. That's $100 to lose 155.
Look at me becoming a degenerate like y'all. Sign me up, Tyler. Why not?
All right. So y'all want to risk the 155 to win 100?
I'll do it.
Yeah, otherwise, it's risk 100 to lose to win 55.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll do it, man. I'll get in with you boys. Let's go, man.
Let's go.
All right, that's T Mill's best bets.